stream. Let's see if this links up. Okay, and it says an excellent connection, but we're having the same problem as before. This is like yeah, I'm online because we're on this call. We're on this call, so we're online.
Well, the other one eventually popped up, so I say don't pull the plug on this one. Give it a minute, and we'll see if it shows up.
Well, the other one did eventually show up. By that, you mean the error stopped?
No, I mean there's a page for it. Yeah, the
no, but I mean, loading. Yeah, but when you turn it on, it spins and then says error.
Yeah.
So it's showing up is not helping. It's showing up is merely causing confusion. So this is the problem we're dealing with right now, is that this is not showing up on my live stream. Is just not. Here we are. T-Tank Barry says loud and clear. So it kicked in. It finally kicked in. Thank you. God bless you, T-Tank Barry. We couldn't do this without you. You have no idea how fucked this was. Yeah.
I see it.
And so, our man Aristides sees it. So what I'm going to do is basically ask Peter Moon to kind of, let's start with Aristides. Tell everybody, please, Aristides, about your impression of how best they can help with our upvotes.
Okay. My impression is that you need to be signed into a YouTube account to leave an upvote. You can do that from your primary account. You can do that, create auxiliary channels under your same account without a new password or anything. And you can also leave upvotes with them. So you can have multiple personalities and all of them can like Douglas.
Thank you. Excellent. And so I do want people to understand that as soon as we start transmission, we are not only assailed by technical assaults like what happened with just now, which causes confusion and distracts people away from our transmission, because they go to the one that's only a few minutes long, and hopefully they'll realize that that was a glitch, albeit it's almost certainly some kind of technical attack. I'm sorry?
Technical attack, sabotage.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's most certainly some kind of technical attack. It was definitely...
I did warn people about that in my email that went out, that we were attacked from the mysterious pole.
Yeah.
Last transmission.
Two transmissions. Last two transmissions in a row. And we can fully expect that every transmission, more than likely. Hopefully it doesn't work like that. But we already experienced a technical attack, and hopefully it ends with that. But basically, we were unable to, he was unable to upload in any meaningful fashion. The content was not uploading. So, okay, all that gotten out of the way. We're also assailed by downvotes that are automated, and they prevent us from appearing on searches, because YouTube works on this retarded popularity aggregate, where you're not disseminated unless you're popular. So the more downvotes you get, the less you will be shown on on any kind of linkage. So the only way that we can make this work is with your help. It's your war. You've got to fight it. And you've got to give us as many upvotes as you possibly can. And it was Aristides who explained how you do that. You set up multiple channels, and then you can like your own videos multiple times using those other identities. And I certainly advise you to like my own. Now, one of the reasons that I wish Brendan Zogi were here, before I take a short break, and this was because Brendan Zogi had shown me a video article, basically it's a video. I can check to see if it's a YouTube video, and if it is, other people can review it at their leisure, and if not, let's see now. This is a YouTube video, and so what I'm going to do now is link to this, and it's a short, and I'm going to take the link, I'm going to cut and paste it, and then remarkably its voice is not coming on, and I'm going to be thankful for that at least. Also going to check my notifications. Okay, that's strange. I saw notifications on that video, but not on my current state of affairs. Let me reset this page and see if any notifications show up because of the nature. Now I get 2 notifications. Very bizarre. Okay, so I want to thank our man T Tank Berry for the comment that he added. And what I'm going to do now is go into the live stream chat, and I'm going to basically enter this link, and people can review this at their leisure. And this goes to show the situation as it stands. Now, I want to thank JP before I forget. JP, who we affectionately call Jack Parsons. I also want to thank Dennis Marshall for his correspondence. He's been sending me emails, and they've been meant to be morally supportive, and I haven't had a chance to get back to him or acknowledge him at all because I've been so overwhelmed by a lot that's been going on. Not particularly negative, just to emphasize that, but just a lot going on. I mean, really a lot more than I've expected to be happening in a long time. All that being said, the thing with the short, as they call it, that was relayed to me by our man Brendan Zogit, had to deal with the fact that in the past we've had 2 individuals, Jambo the Reese Monkey, or Jameson Reese, and Trampus Nicholson, who was otherwise known as Acid Kick 96, and Sid with SYD. These people sent contributions and then tried to revoke their contributions by challenging their contributions and putting a claim against their own contributions. And in the past, I've told people, if you're going to be sending minor contributions via PayPal, just don't fucking bother, because it's really just an insult. And it's got to be at least, at the absolute minimum, $5 or over, or it's a waste of your money. And for years, all I got was this shit. $1.11, $2.22, $3.33. I never got 666 because that would be above $5. So this is the way it went for fucking years. And it's just trolling, and it's asinine, and these people are doing it because they are just trying to make a statement which is basically fuck you. If you're going to donate $1, shove it up your ass. I don't need your fucking dollar. I need something like $5 at least at the absolute minimum, and that's not going to fucking help. So just be aware. There's no point in contributing unless you're contributing really about $20 or so. Now, I understand people are just trying to help, and JP sent $12, and that's sincere. It's a money order, and it's all he can afford, and that's fine. Of course I'll take that. If people do that once in a while, that's fine. $10 is great. $10 is good. $10 is good. These things add up. Peter Moon was saying, don't think like that. You've got to have these people take everything you can. No, that's when you're in a position where you're getting millions of viewers. If you're getting millions of viewers, people can send like little pennies and shit, and it can add up. But even then, you really want to discourage that bullshit. So this short presents the reason why. So what happens is this guy's got his YouTube channel monetized, which I would never do after the experience that I had when I monetized it with Selena Khan. And with Selena Khan, she had no idea how to handle this. And basically, you pay to monetize your channel. So when you pay to monetize your channel, YouTube is taking money out of your contributions. And YouTube is charging you basically something outrageous. And so when people contribute, then all the money goes to YouTube until you are hitting thousands and thousands of dollars, which is like, this guy got to that point, and he's like just a tech geek. He's just a fucking tech geek, and he's got a following. But he's also got haters, people who are envious of him, and what they do is they send dollar contributions. So when they send these dollar contributions, then they put a claim on them. And when they put a claim on them, then PayPal returns the money but charges him for these claims. And so for each charge to him, they charge him like $20. between 15 to 20 bucks, something like $17. So for every dollar that these people send, he gets charged 17 bucks every time they reclaim that single dollar. And so what he gets is thousands of people who send him $1 each. Then they all reclaim their dollar, and then he loses hundreds and hundreds of dollars that is taken out by PayPal because it's called a chargeback. And that is not going to happen to me because I have not monetized my channel. And I cannot monetize my channel after the experience I had with Selena Khan, where they went into Google, which owns YouTube, went into my fucking bank account and took out $5,000. And then I had to get the bank to reclaim it from Google, which the bank actually did. The bank is more powerful than Google in that regard, and they just stole the money back from Google. And I have no other word for it. They just ripped it back. Like, no, you can't have this money. It was taken out of our account, which we manage, and we're taking it back. And they took it back from Google, after which I made certain to demonetize the channel. But this is what they're trying to do every time Jambo the Reese Monkey or Tramp Ass Nicholson did what they did. This is what they're trying to do to me. So it goes without saying, if you're contributing beneath, maybe I'll tolerate something like $7 coming in. It's all right. Anything beneath $5, don't even fucking bother. It's just people who are intending to harass and ultimately probably have every intention of reclaiming that money anyway in order just to try and cause a problem. Even though it won't cause a problem with my PayPal account because I haven't monetized my channel. Who needs that kind of bullshit? It doesn't fucking help. It really doesn't. It wouldn't help unless I had hundreds more listeners than I have now. As it is, it's a miracle that I get by as I do with the listener base that I have, which is comparatively insignificant, just minuscule. Respectable enough, but for an individual who's completely suppressed. But that having been said, now people need to understand the situation, and hopefully that gives you all a perspective on it, and it gives you a perspective on the kind of people who contribute the way they have for a long time. And it's always the same kind of people. The funny thing is that, as George Knight said, he was monitoring the website, and he always saw Salman Sheikh contributed the absolute minimum amount that was allowed by the website, and then would bitch about, quote unquote, all the money he gave me, which he claimed was, in the thousands of dollars or something outrageous like that, when he never contributed more than $25 with each button press on the website, which was visible to George Knight. So this is the kind of nonsense I'm dealing with. Just people who, in every imaginable way, are trying to harass me, along with.
Think how hard they work to even know this crap.
Yes.
I had no idea that. There's all these stupid rules. I would never monetize my channel unless I was getting hundreds and hundreds of thousands.
Yes.
Even then, I don't know that I'd want to, because then you're in business with Google.
Yes, which is, of course, no business to be involved with if you can possibly help it. As these individuals are saying, this is, in the past, understand that successful YouTubers were making a living off of this. And when they shut it down and Google made certain that no one could make a living on YouTube anymore, then they caused a lot of people just complete dislocation. This is what led to that one Iranian woman who was definitively autistic to try and commit a shootout at Google. And they were prepped for it. They knew they were going to get a shootout, because they had shut down all entrances, and people were told to go outside and eat lunch at your own risk. So all she was able to kill was a few people who had gone outside to eat lunch. And the moment she went into the garage is where they killed her. So they, had armed guards waiting to take her ass out. And in other words, they were fully prepared for the repercussions of what they did.
Can we go a little deeper into this? Because I hadn't heard of this. I have heard of people, having meltdowns because Google, they were making like $300,000 every month or year, whatever it was, and then Google would just shut them down. And I'm thinking, like, why? Because Google's making money too.
That's right.
But it's not about making money.
Yeah. No, it's not.
I mean, it's like, what is it about? It's like it's some sort of, now people do make substantial amounts of money on YouTube. They have big channels, and you see this with people just saying they're putting out all this content, and I'm thinking, I don't want to be like these people. I do appreciate some of the content. It can be quite invaluable, some of it, depending on what it's on, and but what, I don't want to be like these people.
No,
I don't want to be sitting there having to put up, compulsive content.
Thank you. Being forced to generate content, which, by the way, just so people understand, in communist China, it's infinitely worse. Forget the surveillance and forget the auto spies and the drones and everything involved for a moment. People who get on social media, their version of YouTube in communist China, and for those of you who do not know, YouTube is not allowed in communist China. This is what breaks my ass about the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, when they're bitching about TikTok. They're saying that the Americans are trying to deny them freedom of speech. I mean, of all people, they don't allow Facebook. They don't allow Google. They don't allow YouTube. They don't allow anything in fucking communist China that's made out here or generated from the West. They are in an information echo bubble of their own behind their great electronic Chinese firewall. The idea of them polluting all the American Ethernet with their fucking Zoom and their fucking TikTok and then bitching about us shutting them down makes me sick. But yeah, in the case of the Google thing, the shooter was this 38-year-old young lady named Nazim Agdam, or Nazim Najafi, or it was Najim Najafi Agdam. And she was this Iranian-American woman, and she was autistic, again, between 38 or 39, I don't remember exactly, but she was under 40 years of age. And what happened was that she was complaining for a while that whereas before she was getting a good deal of income and living off this, that they were making it so that all she was getting was 10 cents on the dollar. And then finally Google said, no, you can't even have that. And it was just like, they made it so it was like a penny on the dollar that YouTubers are getting. And at that point, she lost her source of income. Now, because she was autistic and extremely autistic to the point where she was socially unable to be employable, this was her job. And it was just producing content. It was extremely quirky content, but it was content. In communist China, the insanity is that when you enter into a YouTube situation and you decide to become a YouTuber, their version thereof, they don't use these terms, you have to sign a contract that you have to produce content. And then what happens is, if you don't produce content, you're in violation of their contract, and they start taking money out of your bank account, just like Google did with mine. And so at that point, you're forced to generate content or you're going to lose everything you've got. And that's even if you're not making any money. So in communist China, you sign into these contracts and they last like 5-10 years. So it's like you can't get out of them. And you're trapped in this nightmare of getting on, the video and doing some bullshit every day. So communist China is like hell on earth. There's no describing communist China. Anybody who thinks that you're dealing with a sane society, you're out of your fucking mind. But when it comes to this Iranian chick, she's in America, and it's really in its own way no fucking better. And so when she decided she was going to get her vengeance against Google and shoot him up, she traveled there in her car, And then what happened was they were waiting for her in an ambush. But they weren't going to risk themselves, the security guards going outside. They gave everyone the warning, eat outside at your own risk. But it was a nice sunny day, and people, decided they were going to eat outside. So she shot whoever was outside, went into the garage, and the 2 security guards blew her away. So that was, in other words, it's almost like they set up an ambush just to make a point. So that then they did, because no one else attempted that after that. No one else attempted to shoot out of Google after that. But this shows how cognizant they were of the lives they were going to destroy. Now, she was a San Diego resident, and she was a full American. She was of Iranian origin, but was a U.S. citizen, and this was not Islamic extremism in the slightest. She was just a autistic girl whose living was made off of vegan health food videos. So you're talking about an angry vegan vlogger who just happened to be Iranian, and she was basically an animal rights defender more than anything else. Made a lot of animal rights videos, and so there you go. It's like this is the madness of the world that we live in. And YouTube's California headquarters is, of course, theoretically something I could reach if I drove down there, but I don't drive, so I'd have to get somebody to drive me if I ever decided to perform something, which I would not, because it's just beneath my dignity. But you are driven to the point of frustration with what we experienced earlier today. It never fucking ends. There's never a goddamn thing that doesn't happen. It's every time I get on to do a stream, they fuck it up. It's not YouTube either. It's obviously the feds. And so with that, I'm going to refresh myself. I'm going to breathe. I'm going to center myself. I'll be back in a few minutes. And during that time, Peter's going to, segue in. And he's going to, basically lay the ground. And as soon as I get back, we'll get into more of a back and forth. And I'll, we'll get into the usual routine. But
okay, so we'll about 10 minutes.
Yeah. So it'll be less than that. But okay, I'm going to go mute. Thank you.
All right, thanks. So, this is unfortunate that we have to deal with this every time. Aristides, I wanted to ask you a question.
Okay.
It started at the beginning of. He asked something at the beginning, but today is the anniversary of when we were with David Anderson in 2010.
Wow.
It's the anniversary, the Book of the Law days, the last day of the Book of the Law transmissions, which I will talk a little bit about. What do you remember from that talk with David that he gave so generously?
Yeah, this kind of actually came up, I think, last time I was talking with Douglas a little bit about it. I mean, I don't remember every detail. I remember the video he played. Not a whole lot about what he said. I think it was just pretty generally oriented. Of course, he wasn't going to talk about a lot of specific details, just kind of the scope of what he does and the nature of his technology.
He kind of laid out the mechanics of it and then gave us the demonstration of the amaryllis plant growing in 3 or 4 minutes, which would normally take 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
And
And I said, that it certainly looked realistic. And of course, I mean, it's something that, one could, simulate, but I didn't see why this guy would come all this way to give this talk to, a small group of people that really had not a lot of, consequence that would have affected him either way, just to show a fake video. I took it at face value.
Well, yeah, and we had my friend Brendan Stewart in the audience, who's a professional photographer, and he said there was no way that was manipulated.
Yeah, I remember him.
And then we had my friend's boyfriend, Kim, her boyfriend, and he's the one who had decoded the initial cryptic postcard that David had sent to me.
Mm-hmm.
He went into total denial. I mean, he was psychologically reacting to the video.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, they were both guests of mine. They were non-paying guests because I was staying at her house, and she's, and she said he just went. He didn't tell me, but she said he just went into like, okay, what's the overreaction?
Yeah.
What's the overreaction? Okay, so what? It's what's the big deal? And David, of course, has said that he has to put up with people who overreact.
Sure.
When they see this, and he's not talking about every Tom, Dick, and Harry. He's talking about people in power control. He says people get very upset when they encounter something that they cannot control. Now, I can't control what David or other people do with the time reactor. Doesn't upset me. I can't control what Joe Biden does in the White House, or his lackeys, or his masters. I can't control that. There's a lot of things in the world I can't control. It doesn't upset me that I can't control them. One can get understandably irritated, as Douglas is right now, over that sort of thing, where you can't transmit. But this is not so. This is a big issue that has to do with the psychology of space-time, and it's really a video series I want to complete someday, because the psychology of space-time is as I've said, it's first a qualitative understanding of time, which I have a video series on that, or rather a quantitative understanding of psychology. Quantitative, as opposed, most psychology is qualitative. I have a quantitative psychology, which includes other dimensions, thinking with other dimensions. And this is, of course, when we get into the work of multiple realities and bleeding through and all that sort of thing. And the other thing is power, people's reaction to power. And censorship. Censorship is key, because censorship is the big issue on how politics are controlled. It's like, okay, we're going to censor this. You can't hear this. You can't know that. It's all a matter of access denied. Access denied. And when we think of these poor unfortunates that have, come to terms with Google, and look at, my thing is, if I had been so lucky to make $300,000 off of Google, whether it be in a week, a month, or a year, I'd be happier than hell. I just, save the money, and I wouldn't spend it all. I wouldn't start acting like I was going to make it every month. But people actually made this much income by report, and apparently, they didn't save it, or they didn't count their blessings.
Right. Well, with with David's stuff, I guess, could you say that his work just kind of tends to induce a type of cognitive dissonance? Is that the right word?
Something like that. Yeah. It's like
Right.
It's a very good point, because
First of all, it's like, how can this even be, number one, and number two, if it is, what are the implications of it?
Yeah, and I remember the medicine man's wife getting she got very disconcerted. I could see her expression, and she asked him, she says, what are they going to do with this technology? What are they going to do with this? And I thought she was overreacting, because obviously whatever they can or will, they can obviously do anything they want with it, whoever has control of it, whoever has influence. So, why am I going to get upset about what they can? It's disturbing. Sure, it's disturbing, I suppose. but I've always been trying to crack the door open. It's like, it doesn't disturb me. All these, horrific things that either can be done or have been done or reported to have been done. It's disturbing. Just as the Presidio stuff is disturbing, just as so much of what Douglas has said is disturbing, just as the chapter I'm currently working on the Black Lotus, the Brotherhood of the Black Lotus, and the antithesis of Buddhism is disturbing. It's so disturbing that it's disturbed whole civilizations. And, but it's almost like, Jeffrey Epstein case is disturbing, but what's really disturbing about the case is that they won't peel it. They won't peel the onion back. They hide it. So we're in a constant state of cognitive dissonance when it comes to this stuff. And, the same old players involved and so on and so forth, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. As Douglas says, it doesn't quit. So,
yeah, it almost seems like people are happy to fuss over the little things, but when something is just so huge, it's just ignore it because we can't handle it.
Exactly, and well said. So, this is the not nonsense I've been putting up with since I got involved with this. It's like, I'm always have I guess what you call a ear open to that which is not listening to me, or that which is, trying to shut down the communication. And there were so many humorous stories that Preston told, and they were humorous in retrospect. But when he'd tell me how, they blow up an entire transmitter in Tennessee or wherever it was, with the shortwave transmitters that were blaring out, I guess what you call anti-government spiel. And when I say anti-government spiel, I'm talking about conspiratorial stuff. That was just completely monitoring the airwaves. And it's kind of funny. It's like if you take it back to the age of Marco Polo, and you had radio and they're saying, Marco Polo saying there's this whole land over in Asia, and there's all these people with slanted eyes and a different language, and they have spaghetti and silk and, all this sort of stuff. And
just got back in time to hear that. Continue. Yeah.
Yeah, this tremendous energy to censor. I'm just complaining or comparing Marco Polo to current times.
Yes.
We got to stop. There's no. I said there's people with slanted eyes and spaghetti and noodles and silk and whatever and tea. Oh no. There's no people like that. There's no this, no that. It's like just. And it would be very interesting to know of the actualities of any Asian people, whether they be, dark-skinned Dravidians, Tibetans, or Asians such as Chinese or Japanese actually being in Europe. There must have been some.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then, where they holed away in a monastery somewhere as a wise man. Do you know of anything in recorded history where there was such characters?
Well, we were speaking about that at some length when we were talking about some of the original missionaries of the early Christians in the days when they were traveling into China. I mean, obviously this was long prior Marco Polo. And
no, but that's Europeans in Asia. I'm talking about the other way around.
Oh, yes. Well, it's I'm sure there were. I mean, it's in terms of the travels of the Asians the world over, of course, it's just how would I say it? For some reason, you can look certain things up, but they mostly seem to be around the time of the what we would call the Age of Discovery. It's in terms of Asia, that it's so profoundly compact in terms of the intensity of the congestion of peoples that they have this whole universe of their own that it didn't really necessitate their traveling too far abroad. It started happening, as I said, around the age of discovery, but I would say that the biggest voyage was, if I remember, the Chinese voyage to Italy was about 1434. So that's when the world's most technologically advanced culture, China, dropped in on Italy and basically kickstarted the Renaissance. And that's when you had a lot of Italian women. This went into the records at that time. Italian women were saying, "Watch out for the Chinese bitches and whores and cunts," stuff like that, because basically a bunch of Italian merchants in particular started taking Chinese wives, and they were considered, of course, to be a great threat to the Italian community. And as a result, maybe a lot of these guys relocated out of their smaller areas and probably into the major trading ports like Venice and Genoa and all that. But you would think they'd already be there to be exposed to Asian women, and they were still getting all that flack. So it's just a, shall we say, the same old human condition, which is always pathetic. But this was the real basis for Leonardo da Vinci's incredible one-man productivity. Was he simply, through the Italian merchants that continued to come to him per his request, was exposed to a lot of Chinese technology. And people just forget how advanced the ancient world was. Of course, they never knew because all that truly was lost. When you think of the old days, whether it was the Chinese treasure fleets that were enormous and the ships were enormous, and they were armed, it would be like a battleship, except it was built to also carry merchants and scientists and technicians. It's like a Star Trek ship. It's basically an armed exploratory vessel. No one's ever produced anything like that in reality other than the Chinese. And so when it came to the other thing that comes to mind with that, you have the God. What else comes to mind with that? It was something else that. But anyhow, take it back, Peter, and then I'll think of it later, soon enough.
Well, I would and I would also point out that back around that time, in the 1400s, or around the time of Vlad the Impaler, or the
yes,
we know
true.
Dracula, they had rockets in Transylvania.
That's true. No, this is true.
And so it's like, and of course, if you. It's probably a little bit different now, but when you'd study the history of rockets, they'd say, there was the original rocket was this Chinese guy got on a sky rocket and tried to fly up into the air, and nobody ever heard of him. I mean, it's a stupid story. As if somebody strapped himself onto a Roman candle and went flying off over the Great Wall, and nobody ever heard of him.
Yeah, just it's offensive. Yes, it's offensive in how. Yeah, because anybody could see how self-destructive that would be. You wouldn't expect some scientist to do that. Yeah.
And it's like somebody made up that story and it caught on.
Yeah.
And probably some Chinese guy was telling us a joke over a campfire. A bunch of explorers to Marco Polo or something. And then he relayed it, probably with rolling his eyes.
Yes.
But they had, and then they have some, I guess what you'd say, diagrams. Mm-hmm. And then Paula's stepmother had told me that they got much more extensive stuff, but they take that away. So there's this like, okay, we don't want you to know the true history, whatever it is. We
Wow.
don't want you to know the history, because if you know the true history, you know, there'll be no need for a renegade military historian to clue you in. He won't have a meaningful role in this life.
That right, and they won't have a job because they won't be. Then they won't have anyone to censor, right? Because everyone else will be just regurgitating their shit.
Well, exactly. So perhaps where I should, pick up today. Today is the third day of the transmission of Aleister Crowley's Book of the Law, which I talked about in the last transmission, and I'll recap slowly, summarily, quickly. The Book of the Law, I first became interested in it when L. Ron Hubbard, I discovered that he was interested in it, and that was so much of a sympathetic resonance with him and an impetus for him to inherit power, or the mantle of the beast.
Mm-hmm.
The beast being Aleister Crowley, and the power that went with it. Crowley's dream was to have a church with, his picture in it. And
delightful.
yeah, and Hubbard realized that dream.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
he'd
good
have a
point.
picture in an office in every Church of Scientology. And this is all very tricky business. It seems like as I become older and more circumspect about the history of my own life, I'm seeing what a thin thread of I want to say thin thread of wisdom, acumen that I've been able to negotiate. When I look back, it's very thin. And because I look at, Hubbard was this charismatic, larger-than-life character, which wasn't so. It was just like, I guess it could be roughly described as the. And you see in the jungle movies when the white man would come to either to India or to Africa, and it's like, Sahib, great white father, because he has this wisdom and this technology or whatever he has that the quote unquote good blacks recognize and appreciate, at least in the movies or the TV shows. And, he's the great white father. Not quite cargo cults, but similar, in terms of they're bringing in this, wisdom of civilization that primitive civilizations don't have. So, and this can go, there's many nuances to that. But Hubbard was like somebody who had this great, effective procedures of how to communicate better, how to deal with stuff, and it mental stuff. And this was total anti-establishment years, especially in Northern California. The establishment was being rejected. Why? Because it was so false. The falsity was so transparent in the personalities. People were so stilted, just like in terms of their phony stereotype lives they were living. And they were just running a program. And then you'd have the people that were more, the older people that were more hip, so to speak. The Cary Grants of the world that might try LSD. And people that were open-minded. And they had one show, which I saw on YouTube one time. It was a Andy Williams show Andy Williams, of course, was a famous singer, he had a variety show. He had a beautiful voice. He became famous for the song Moon River, singing the song Moon River.
Mm-hmm.
And he got a variety show, and it was very popular. And there was one show, I don't remember if I saw it at the time or not, but it was all about LSD. It wasn't calling it acid or LSD, but it was all about, the consciousness of LSD. It wasn't necessarily calling it that. And one has to wonder if that was them just trying to be hip with the times, or if maybe the producer or something kind of slid it in there.
Mm-hmm.
Because you'd also have a TV show like Dragnet that was telling you all the dangers of LSD, which the specific things they delineated were, completely false. It was later turned out to be, there was like scaring people, and they wanted you. And when I went to high school, you were either straight. I don't know if you weren't straight, what you were. Straight if you didn't take drugs, or you were, I guess, if you were really bent over to the drug side, you were a freak. With the long hair, you'd be, I know my friend thought of himself as a freak.
Interesting.
Because he didn't identify that. And what really pissed me off is that I remember one time because we drive all around the Yolo County, it's called, in Davis, and extended into West Sacramento, and I remember we were in Sacramento area, and we came up against these gun-toting, because we're out in the country, and there's a lot of farm areas, and I remember this guy had a gun rack in his pickup truck.
Of course.
Kind of straight across. And, I don't remember if I was driving or he was driving. And there was another person in the car, and he's got such long hair that I remember the guy looked at him and looked at us. I didn't have long hair. And he looks at the hair, and he just kind of pets his gun. Like, I personally don't want any of this long hair stuff, because it's not, I wasn't looking to get down with rednecks.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just that, but that was the climate that I grew up in high school. I did not have issues with long hair people at all.
Mm-hmm.
But I also noticed that when I got into Scientology, I was so busy that my hair was growing, too long for my own good.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, I just wasn't getting a haircut.
Mm-hmm.
Because I go to I was a class like, God, what was it? 3, 6, like 3. It seemed like, God, it was a lot of 9 to 11, 1 to 6, and 8 to 11. What's that? 5, 7, like 10 hours a day. I could be in class, with some breaks in there.
Wow.
There was no time to get a haircut, and my hair will grow long. Not long, but long enough.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would notice that I was much more socially acceptable to people I would see on the street with long hair who would, like, nod at me, whereas otherwise they might just ignore me.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I was looking for friendly nods on the street. But I noticed that I was much more acceptable with long hair. And,
interesting.
Yeah, and I didn't like that.
Okay.
I didn't like it, longish hair.
Mm-hmm.
And around that time, the baseball players began to wear long hair. Maybe a little later after that.
That's right. Yes.
They did mustaches and long hair, and they looked, for the most part, kind of ridiculous. And
Thank
all they
you.
were doing
Yeah.
was following a trend.
Yes. Yes.
But I thought the long hair looked better than the butch look, where they
Okay.
shaved the head.
Interesting.
That
Okay.
I didn't like that either.
Okay.
But the I was also going to say, and it also disturbs me that if you wear a tie-dye t-shirt,
Mm-hmm.
it can create a lot of ruckus.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't have them anymore, but I had some tie-dye shirts, and if I wore them to football, not the guys I play with now, they wouldn't care.
Okay.
But it creates a reaction that I don't care for. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh.
It's like, and you can have the same thing with pagans. If you would wear a New York Yankee cap around a bunch of pagans, they could get very upset. They wouldn't say anything, but you can read it in their language. So you have to almost dress according to the culture.
Yes.
Which you can understand within reasonable, but I mean, people have these like extreme, I mean, I could understand if one showed up at the estate looking like a hillbilly. that would offend that would offend my sensibilities as well. Just because it's so socially inept.
Yes. Thank you.
But to get back to the book of the law,
Mm-hmm.
and I was talking about the thin thread of the L. Ron Hubbard phenomenon, because I was saying people back then, it was anti-establishment, and we were being afforded this way to process the mind, emotions, that was just tremendously effective.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw it every day. And the main thing was the issue when I look back on it is matriculation. And what does matriculation mean? It means to go on to college, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm talking about matriculation within the context of Scientology. And you could go to the higher organizations and learn how to process and get processed and learn what are called the higher levels of Scientology. Mm-hmm. And what it is, you're going deeper into a paradigm of what ostensibly would be ability and awareness. That's the aim anyway, and this is what the bill of goods you're being sold on, because you've demonstrated your abilities. And you would see people do well.
Mm-hmm.
So as I said, in my own world, I had gotten my first job through Scientology.
Mm-hmm.
My Japanese friend, because he left his job as a dishwasher, he says, go over there and they need somebody to hire. I was hired that night.
Yeah.
Stayed up all night washing dishes.
Ew. I'd rather not have been hired myself, but I guess you needed. I guess you needed the money.
I did need the money to get my interiorization, exteriorization rundown inside. That's kind of what motivated it.
Interesting.
And that was very tremendous experience. It was just wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Everything about it was wonderful, and I did well at the job, which I do have a work ethic. Paula has a work ethic. Some people don't have a work ethic.
Yeah, and of course it can be almost too much. Paula's is rather exaggerated and needs to tone down a bit.
Well, I don't know, but thank God she has a work ethic.
True. Yeah, better than not having one. True. Yeah.
Oh, exactly. And she's learning. But um, so anyway, I then got promoted to head dishwasher, and then got promoted to cook, and I said I was going to take over the restaurant, and except I went. So like I was like, and it was not like rocket science, but I was using everything I learned to deal with people, and I had to deal with hostile people or hostile situations, which I dealt with very well. It wasn't like I had to fight anybody. That wasn't an issue, but you just exude calmness, and and it was good. So it was like clearly, and I would see this with my associates or friends, and it was all up. And then when you get to the matriculation angle, when you go up to the it's like graduating from, well, I don't want to, it wasn't like graduating from the Church of Satan to the Temple of Set. It's not right to say that, because it wasn't. But one cannot dismiss going from the frying pan into the fire, because Hubbard called his upper levels the wall of fire, which is, a form of purification or initiation. And so, but this was the thing, and I've just recently realized how key this was. When I heard about the Sea Organization, I was ready for it. But I had to wait a year because my parents wouldn't let me go. They wouldn't sign me over.
Yeah.
And then they had moved. My father was transferred to Ventura in Southern California, and I stayed on. I stayed there to because I had a job. I just got the job just before the family moved. And so I stayed there. I rented a room from some of my Scientology friends. And then when the laws changed, it was only a couple months after the laws changed in California, where a 19-year-old was now, an 18-year-old rather, was a full adult. He could do anything as an adult except drink. He was not allowed to drink until he was 21. And that now changed the law, and I was now free. I was now free, and I exercised my adulthood and joined the Sea Organization by a series of circumstances that happened. It fell into my lap, so to speak. But the thing is, people, my colleagues or peers in Davis, they had great trepidation and fears about the Sea Organization. Right, and you could see it in their eyes. Well, it's good for you. Oh, okay, I can't do that. Oh, and they would also tell me stories. I heard many stories.
Like what?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the stories were like, first off, they'd say how they'd have to call the police on the Sea Org because the Sea Org would come into their mission and just, want to take people.
Interesting. Like press ganging.
Pardon me?
Press ganging. That's what they call it.
Yeah. Infight. Because the Sea Org was like a central, taxing authority. It had the power. Yes. And now I'm not saying that L. Ron Hubbard was telling them to do this, but they would, use their power and their force. And if they did it without any, I guess it's what you'd say, checks and balances, they would destroy the public, and it would be bad for everybody.
Yeah.
So, because the people out in the field, the mission, they'd be doing the hard work, getting the people in. And I have to say that the people in the missions were sort of mollycoddled to a certain extent. You know, you couldn't expose a public person to too much, what's the word? Stress.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
you have to humor them, and what you're really trying to do is help them and learn how to better their lives with Scientology. You know, you give them the candy.
Yeah.
There was a lot of candy in Scientology, a lot of candy, and I'm not going to digress onto this because it was never a feature for me, but I would often hear people comment, "Oh, the girls in Scientology, they're so nice, they're so not uptight," because they were, you know, schooled in communication. So women were very easy to talk to, okay? Easy to talk to. And many men found this very pleasant because they might find women very difficult to talk to. And I don't think it's the same these days.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really think it's the same. But in those days, you know, people reacted and
well, back then it was something new, and they were and these days I think most Scientologists would be very different, product of a different.
Well, I'm talking about women in general back then.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
I'm talking about women in general were, you know, much more inclined. It depends. I mean, college girls could be very friendly. Not that I was really around college girls, but you know, I'm just listening to guys talk. They say, "God, the women are so consistently. The women in Scientology are so nice. They're so you can talk to them." Whereas, you know, in quote unquote real life, they might be uptight to talk to because they think you want to have sex with them, and maybe they did, you know. But that was a big feature of Scientology at the time, and plus, Scientology facilitated communication between people, between all sorts of people.
No.
And it was very easy to talk to your friends and colleagues, and you could interrelate, and it was it was a very pleasant experience. But as they say, I would see the fear in people's eyes when I talk about the Sea Org. And because, you know, people had experiences. One of my colleagues went there and it just didn't work for him. And he sounded like he just, you know, bit the dust. And he was saying, well, you know, I want to have a home and I want to have a dog. And okay, you know, okay,
wow.
Good for you.
Wow. Man, at least have some imagination and imagine having something different. Good God.
Yeah, and it was like, and he says, there's a lot of groovy people in the Sea Org, blah, 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 blah. Now, I didn't have that experience at all, and I said, you know, it's like me and a friend listened to him and said, well, it sounded like he really didn't make it. Really nice guy, but it was just like it was just overwhelming to him, and you were told it would be overwhelming. It was not an easy thing to do, unless you were very well trained and genned in on Scientology. And so, but what I learned now in retrospect, Hubbard had a big issue on loyalty. And I didn't consider myself as Mr. Loyal at all, but I was. And I was loyal, although, you know, it's not like I didn't pride myself on being Mr. Loyal.
Right.
I was, because I was very impressed with what he had to offer. Much in the way people are impressed with what Nikola Tesla had to offer.
Right.
But in a different field of endeavor. Tesla had, you know, cheap energy. He knew how to access energy.
Yeah.
He was an electronic genius. Hubbard was a genius in a different area. in retrospect, I would think both of them were geniuses who were not perfect, and had some misgivings, without trying to compare them or to compare their misgivings. But in Hubbard's case, he didn't like it when some of these higher level people, one of them, which was Phil Spiegler from the Menlo Park mission in Palo Alto area, and he had gotten the guys at the Stanford Research Institute, the remote viewers, and he had recruited them and got them into Scientology. And John Brody, he saved John Brody, the great San Francisco quarterback. He fixed his arm with auditing. John Brody was the quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. He was a very good, great athlete. And his arm was hurt, and his career was floundering. And he met Phil Spiegler, who worked with him, audited him. And there was a big article at the time I was on the Dianetics course in the San Francisco Chronicle, which I read every morning. And it was like, I said, well, John Brody, MVP, credits Scientology. Most valuable player in the National Football League. It was a big deal. And Phil Spiegler had helped set up a big organization in LA called the American St. Hill Organization, which was an advanced course. And then it became under the jurisdiction of the Sea Org, and he didn't want to join the Sea Organization. He went up to Menlo Park, and what he did up there was legendary. His daughter eventually married Tom Cruise, got Tom Cruise into Scientology.
Jesus.
Her name was Mimi Spiegler. She was an actress of, I guess what you'd say, some renown, more minimal renown.
Right.
And he was, but he wasn't dedicated or loyal to the point where he was going to, bow down to Allah, and because he was enterprising, and he and Martin Samuels, the man who ran the mission in Davis, who I knew well, they both had flourishing missions, made lots of money, were very good for Scientology, and they were both ran out of town on a hot potato when David Miscavige took over. And apparently Hubbard had it in for them too, which was contradictory to Hubbard's earlier behavior. However, I believe Hubbard was very misinformed. I also believe, but I don't know, that Hubbard was not only being misinformed, he was suffering from dementia.
Right.
So, which is very physiologically influenced. So, it's like, but the loyalty factor, and I gained so much from being loyal but then I also eased off. My loyalty had a limit when I began to see. I didn't know specifically what happened. Well, I did know what happened to Martin Samuels. And it was like, this is not life. This is the inversion of life. This is, as you have taught us, the doctrine of the Black Lotus, the Forbidden Sutra at work, the Mara, the anti-Buddha. This is, and I said, this is like this stuff, you can't accept this. I said this to myself, and so of course, that at that point, you are no longer bound to being loyal because you have served your duty. You have served your full term of service. And it's like, but that's the amazing thing about the universe. And the testimony, my testament to that was when I left the Sea Organization. Not that this is any badge of honor. It is, I guess, in my own world. But when I left, I went through their legal protocols, And on the day they gave me my walking papers was the 11 years to the day I had signed my billion-year contract.
Wow.
11 years. And it was Emperor Hirohito's birthday, the 28th of April.
Incredible.
And I never forgot either date. And when I saw that, I said, man, there's something about this. This is synchronicity. I said, there's something about this that I said, I don't know what it is. And I mean, I wouldn't. It wasn't until I did the Roswell book with you that I realized that 28th of April was very important to me. It's just like, ooh, oh, wow. It's a red letter day in my world. It's a red letter day in the Emperor's world, and in the history of Japan, which is a country, an empire I've become very much aligned with just through my circumstance and my involvement with you. And I'm going to share something with the audience that I learned. I was going to share it with Aristides, but it's better I share it with you.
Okay.
And this is I'm going to teach you all. I don't know if I don't think I mentioned this in the last transmission because I just learned it, but if I did, it's worth repeating. It's the Japanese secret habit for becoming rich. And I saw some video that came up about 12 different, Japanese tricks for life, or Japanese cultural things. I don't remember them all, but I'm going to share the first two because they're very important. And the first one is cleaning the toilet every day.
Well,
now, my girlfriend Marianne was very versed with Japan because of her involvement with the Metropolitan Opera, and there was always this interchange going back between the Metropolitan Opera in Tokyo. And she knew a lot about Japan, but not from being there, but from, and she told me that she says, the Japanese are obsessed with toilets. They're obsessed with toilets. I don't even know how she knew that. Okay. And I only learned why watching this video. This guy's somebody trying to get, hits on Google. Japanese speaks good English. And he says, and because Japanese executives clean toilets, and he was talking about these big corporate executives who extol the virtues of cleaning the toilet, not just cleaning it once a week, but cleaning it every day, and then, getting into the nooks and crannies and cleaning it better and better, because this brings in the kami. Brings in the spirits, the positive spirits. Now, the toilet is ostensibly the, foulest part of the house.
Yes.
I was telling my daughter this great wisdom, and she says, yes, but there are other parts. She didn't deny what I said, but because she's a Capricorn, she had to be right. She didn't deny it, but yes, but there are other places you need to clean too. Yeah, you need to clean your whole house clean. But you clean the toilet, you get all the grime out of your consciousness and out of the house. And he was giving examples how corporate heads in Japan talk about this. It's sort of like Warren Buffett will teach you that the secret to getting rich is to understand the management of companies and to invest in stocks, good quality stocks. And people like Jim Cramer will tell you to go for the index rather than to pick individual stocks or whatever, so the tried and true way to get rich. But in Japan, these guys are telling you to clean your toilet. And I started doing it.
Wow.
And the more I clean it, I've only been doing this for a few days. And I kind of didn't do it today because I was pretty clean. But
I was about to say, I mean, yeah, it can get. Let's not turn it into a morbid obsession, but go on.
No, 5 minutes, but it's like wow, fresh in the day. The second point is to put your shoes in order. Put your shoes in order. When you come in the house, take your shoes off and put them in order.
Yes.
Now, when I went into my football friend's apartment one time, I think, he saved me. I had gotten lost and I needed I stopped by his house and he came right out and we went to Queens. I couldn't find Paula and her family. They weren't lost in Queens. I couldn't find them. I needed to pick them up and get their luggage or something. But he came with me. But I went in his house and they had shoes all over the place, in the ante room of the apartment, the basement apartment. And there were so many damn shoes. Many of them were athletic shoes. I bought them this huge shoe rack, for Christmas. And they loved it. I said, because they needed it. And then I went and bought a shoe rack for us. And I got a hallway. I put it in. It's just so nice,
Wow. Yes.
It's like shoes. You put your shoes. And I remember the Holy House I would go to. They had a whole bunch of cubby holes for shoes. And then they give you slippers to put on when you go in the house.
Yeah.
But that's a different thing. But it's but those are 2 points that I would advise anybody to do. Is
great.
And
Thank
we'll
you.
see if it's too early to say. But I'm not doing it to pull in money. I'm doing it because it's good energy. And the good energy is so much a part of Qigong.
Yes.
I would also tell people, I've been squeezing the towel daily. I never miss a day. For, I think, 3 years, probably more, 3.5 years, every day. Now, it's something I did it off and on. But by squeezing it every day, and I'm squeezing it, and we're taught, squeeze 3 minutes a day. If you really want to get into it, squeeze 12 minutes a day. And I do 12 minutes a day, because I actually do. I don't do 12 minutes every day, but most days. 3 minutes every day, and it's more like 5 minutes. And when you squeeze the towel, it's what it does is it makes your hands very strong. And I will tell people where my teacher caught on to this. He would watch a man, famous man for his day, called the Mighty Adam, A-D-A-M. And Mighty Adam was a strong man at Coney Island. And this guy could bend steel in his bare hands. It was like a iron rod, and he'd bend it. And my teacher watched him many years. And finally he went up in one day and says, "How do you do that?" And basically, he taught him to strengthen his tendons. And this is what you do with the towel. You're strengthening your tendons. Your tendons are much stronger than your muscles. Your bones are much stronger than your tendons. You have 3 levels of strength with regards to your physiology. You've got muscles, which are good. If you're really strong, you can lift 300 or 400 pounds. But tendons can lift even more. But the tendons have to be conditioned. And when you grip, now, a doctor will give a patient a little ball that looks like a heart. It'll be shaped like a heart, and tell them to squeeze it to strengthen their heart. And this will help your heart. It's supplementary, good thing to do for a heart. But what the hand, strengthening the hands, it's like strengthening the tendons in the hands. This towel squeeze will get rid of arthritis in the wrist, get rid of carpal tunnel syndrome. And we had a guy that used to come out to the park in Coney Island, and he had a, I think he met my teacher, and he was complaining of carpal tunnel arthritis. My teacher taught him the towel squeeze. He started coming out. He was just amazed. And I acquired carpal tunnel for the first time in my entire life. I've been typing since the 4th grade.
Wow.
My report on, what was it, California. Report on California, but I typed it, hunt and peck typing. By the time I did typing class in the 10th grade, I was already typing, but then I was really easy. So I've been typing since the 10th grade and typed voraciously in Scientology and after that. And of course, as a writer, at the keyboard, I was typing my ass off all the time. And then, about 6 years ago or 8 years ago, whatever it was, 7 years ago, I was going through this foul stroke thing, and I began to get carpal tunnel, and I told the neurologist, and she says, just do the Qigong, because she had studied acupuncture, and she appreciated what I said, and I did. I hadn't been squeezing the towel daily, and I did it, and it got rid of the carpal tunnel.
Wow.
It wasn't horrible carpal tunnel, but it was carpal tunnel. Gets rid of it because you're exercising the muscle, the whole, but the fascia, everything, it's all tied together. So lately, I've been feeling, so I'm encouraging everybody, you start squeezing your towel, and you squeeze it to 7 levels of strength for about 5 seconds each, and then you just squeeze it after 35 seconds, you squeeze it repetitively. Then you turn it upside down, your wrist upside down, do it again, and then you do it from the side. And it's like, wow, your hands become stronger. And after 6 months, wow, they feel stronger. And then all of a sudden I'm in a grappling position with the football, and it's like my hands are like inhumanly strong to be able to take the football out of somebody's hands if I have the right grip. It's like, wow, I didn't know I was that strong.
Wow.
Because it's not like the guys I'm going up against are weaklings by any stretch of the imagination.
Right.
So it gives you disproportionate strength from what you would have or normally expect. So, and it's going to serve you very well in arm wrestling. My teacher used to talk about how he, go into the gym and there'd be these big muscle men, and he'd challenge him to arm wrestle for $50, and he'd always win.
Wow.
I mean, they might look like Hulk Hogan, and he just beat him. And he beat him because tendon and bone strength overcomes muscle strength. Is what's muscle good for? 300 or 400 pounds. Tendons are much stronger, but you have to know how to use them, and they have to be developed. So if you can develop your whole, and it's not just the tendons, but it's the whole fascial structure of the body, then you're developing what's called the dragon body. And I really began to feel it. And this YouTube video popped up of some guy, and he's talking about stuff that if anybody watch this video, they're not going to understand what he's talking about. In fact, I'm understanding it only because of all I've learned, but I have to do homework on this video because I understand what he's saying. And once I learn what he's saying, if I can be so disciplined to learn it, I will acquire skills I didn't have, and then I can recontextualize it into what I learned from my teacher, and even perhaps take it beyond. I don't know. I can't, I need more circumspection to be able to evaluate, but he's telling me, and he's telling me, because all of a sudden I'm feeling my hands becoming better than they were, and the hands, I feel, oh, this is like the dragon body. I want to extend this feeling throughout my entire body. And he's starting to, okay, well, he says, you start with your hands, because he says you can spend years trying to start with the lower kunda area, the kwa area, trying to build energy up from there. And we're not talking about what might be called typical Kundalini energy. We're talking about martial application, or being able to, harness that energy. He says, you go with the hands, and then you bring it up from there to the hands. He was saying this is the quick and easy way to do it. And I'm feeling it already in the hands. And I would also say, one of my favorite things to do with my little brother when he was a baby, my mother taught me, is put my finger between his hands, and he'd squeeze them real tight. He'd squeeze your finger real tight.
Huh.
And babies will do this. I did it with my little sister. I did it with my daughter. They squeeze you real tight. That's primordial strength. And you want to, as the Tao Te Ching says, you want to go back to being a baby. And you want to regain that primordial strength, and you begin to feel that. Feel what you had as a baby when you had primordial strength. So, this is really, so if you can clean your toilets and squeeze the towel every day and put your shoes in order, it's going to give everybody a big head start. It doesn't matter how old you are. So be it for that. But I was talking about the tricky business of L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology, because he had definite avenues of exploration of the mind to improve yourself with. All you can do is experience self-restoration. You want to restore yourself, rehabilitate yourself, and then let's take a sports analogy. Let's take a baseball player, any baseball player. They're going to have certain tendencies. Some of them are good fielders who don't hit so well. Some of them are good hitters who don't field so well. Some of them are pitchers who throw fast. Some of them are pitchers who throw junk. They do all sorts of different things. You can clear up all of their phobias, all of their problems, and you have to work what's essentially there. What is their gifts? What are their strengths? And what can they learn? It's very challenging to make a power hitter out of a singles hitter,
Right.
or vice versa. And how versatile. There's some of them are very versatile. Some of them are limited in their versatility. But I'm just taking an athlete as an example. It's like, are you going to take an accountant and turn him into a physicist? Probably not. Are you going to take a physicist and turn him into an accountant? Probably not. People have certain aptitudes, and they fit into somewhere in the tree of life. So basically, what you're trying to do is, in life, it wouldn't matter whether it's Scientology or some other discipline, what is a person's acumen for? is it, are they a people person? Are they a numbers person? Are they what's the word? Talented with plumbing or construction.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's all building.
Handyman. Just handyman, yeah. Do-it-yourselfers, so to speak.
Well, I'm talking more than handyman.
Professionally, right? Yes.
Well, a handyman is somebody who's kind of a jack of all trades, but he's not necessarily
True.
somebody who's, I mean, you know, some plumbers are just like, they're incredible. They can do a whole, you know, they're very advanced, just like some builders. Some you wouldn't trust to put up a shed. But in any case, people all fit into their wherever they're supposed to be. And when we get back to the book of the law theme, it's, you know, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. And immediately, the first reaction to that is, oh, that means you can do anything you want. And
right.
That is a common misinterpretation.
Mm-hmm.
And Crowley doesn't say that, nor would any sane person say that. What it is what is your true will? Is your true will to be an accountant? Is your true will to be a physicist? Is your true will to be a renegade military historian? You know, it's like, wow. My will was to be a writer. And that affords, and I will say something about writing. I learned a secret when I did a class junior year. We had very, I guess what you call eclectic subjects to pick from. Wasn't like most high schools. And I took a lot of English classes, electives. There were also accredited classes. One was called the novel.
Mm-hmm.
The novel. And of course, what you do in the novel class is we were assigned books to read. We could also pick books to read. But the books, whether you assigned them or read them, you'd have to do a report on them. Which was, I suppose, looking back on it, was kind of like a review of the book.
Right.
But it wasn't a 100 word review. It was supposed to be sound like you'd read the book and had something intelligent to say about it.
Right.
But I noticed, and this was particularly what I noticed from reading the book The Centaur by John Updike. I don't remember the book very well, but I do remember appreciating and enjoying it, was what you needed to write about, the clue, the key to, I guess what you call getting a good grade or getting, and this didn't apply to just this teacher. It was to recognize the archetypes in the book.
Mm-hmm.
Because that book in particular, the archetypes were, to me as a reader, in plain sight.
Mm-hmm.
So you discuss the archetypal components of the characters. And this came through screaming loudly in Ken Kesey's book that I also reported on, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. But that gets into the archetype of the Christ. So if you wrote in terms of archetypes and explaining it in terms of archetypes, it made you sound credibly intelligent and clued in on what writing was about. I guess it made you one of the gang, I suppose. And I said, wow. And I didn't even know what an archetype was until I encountered it in that class. I don't remember how it came up. Maybe it was even mentioned in the book, or maybe the teacher mentioned it, but I glopped onto that. Sometimes in a subject, there's only one or a few things. Like when I understood what a variable was in algebra, I understood the subject of algebra. Without that, I couldn't understand it. You know, variable is an X, it can mean anything. But, it's like that one thing, that's the whole key to understanding algebra. If you have math skills, other than that, the algebra is basically studying the occult because it's an X. You don't know what it is. It could be anything.
Right.
But this was a key thing in writing about, in writing or in any study of literature. What are the archetypes involved? So in exercising writing, you're going to be writing about characters that fit into some archetype. They might be angry warriors like Mars. They might be sexy women like Venus. They might be royal characters like Jupiter. They might be twisted criminals of the underworld like Pluto. It's like, wow, so everything sort of fits in there. So everything's going to roll back. And I didn't understand this at the time. I didn't understand the tree of life or the tarot till much later. But they all fit into this schematic. And the one who explained it most cohesively to me was the book 777 by Aleister Crowley, where he goes into that and just lays out the skeletal structure of the Kabbalah, which was the basic thesis of his book, the Book of the Law, which, as I say, is coded, and it reveals the Kabbalistic tree of life. That's the code. And he's sitting there pounding his head trying to understand it his whole life. He says, I never understood it. But he was being visited, invaded, entreated by an outside intelligence, which was talking to him. And one thing, because I was reading Lon Duquette's iterations, he was reading the Book of the Law for the last 3 days. I listened to, I think, the first one. And I heard it in a way I'd never heard before. Because I understand the words, a lot more of them, and it's been years since I've even heard it. And my friend Buddha used to tell me, he's the one who decoded it. And he said the Book of the Law is like the Tao. And it wasn't the first time I'd heard that, but then I saw in listening to it again, why it was. Because it's talking about a oneness, and that there is a oneness in the world. It's you could call it the monad. All is one. And when you divide it, then you begin to divide. So all of these archetypes or divisions, whether it be violence, death, these are all part of the monad of existence. So it's like all one big Ouroboros, or snake eating its tail. And when you can be in that closed time-like curve, Ouroboros of consciousness, you're not necessarily, I think, the wheel of life, but you're flowing with the wheel of life. You're being the Tao. It's different from hanging on to it. And this is what happens in living lives. It's like we're hanging on to the roller coaster. Not the roller coaster, the Ferris wheel. Like you're kind of hanging on a strap from the Ferris wheel. And sometimes it's not so good.
Right.
And you're like, now I've got to reincarnate as this. Now I've got to do this. Now I've got to do that. Now I've got to do this. It's like, and it becomes suffering on the wheel of life. So I began to look at this book and it is not. But where this is the part I was going to discuss, and for whatever reason, because I was that book was I had discussed it. It was the biggest influence in Crowley's life, according to Crowley.
Mm-hmm.
And that I had studied it because Hubbard was interested in it, and then it enticed me to study Crowley's other work, which led me to Montauk.
Mm-hmm.
And Preston and his association with it. Of course, as is typical with me, I take things much further than what I'm being offered. You know, if somebody buys me a meal, I might end up buying the restaurant. So it's big. Because it's like, Preston tells me about the Wilson brothers and Crowley, and then I get all involved, far beyond his interest or aptitude to deal with this stuff. And even to the point where, after his mother passed away, he asked me, he says, his mother had some occult books, maybe I'd like them, invited me over to his house, and, what do you have? Books on the Time Life books on the occult. Time Life book series.
That's right.
This is ridiculous. These things don't have anything.
Thank you. They're, just so people understand, they're bottom of the barrel, and maybe they're good for kids as an introduction, but then again, who the fuck wants their kids to be introduced to the occult?
They're good for somebody who's watching TV and sees a commercial and says, "Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good."
You're gonna make me cough.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand that I had read much of Crowley's literature, and to the point where I was able to, already had met the head of the OTL through synchronicity and circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
This was an access that, the typical OT member didn't even have.
Mm-hmm.
He edited my book.
Mm-hmm.
You see, it's like, when I go read, it's like reading the back of a cereal box, it's like, but anyway, Preston was utterly brilliant. It's just, and he was brilliant in the occult in many respects,
mm-hmm.
but he didn't have an aptitude for writing
mm-hmm.
or scholarship.
Mm-hmm.
There is a piece of writing he did in the Montauk Project. It's on the radio song. It's a technical paper. It's word for word. He did it. He didn't change anything. It was his paper on the radio song. It's technical. He said that it was so hard for him to do. It's very coherent. It's very technical. He said it was very hard for him to do. Because he doesn't think linearly. He's whiz-bang when it comes to nonlinear in science. Mm-hmm. He could pick up a book and just know what's in the book by looking at the pages, and like this osmosis factor. Utterly brilliant. And he could, under the right circumstances, dumb things down for people.
Right.
But it's, we're dealing with a quantum genius,
mm-hmm.
who's not necessarily, his forte is not trying to, the guy's involved in secret projects. It's not his job to be telling people the secrets. It's not his job. You don't want him doing that.
Right.
It's not in his best interest to be spelling it out for people. So that's what we're dealing with Preston Nichols. But and then of course, but to get back to the L. Ron Hubbard factor, it's like, okay, there's this psychology that is very wins the hearts and minds and loyalties of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. And it's because it has such a workability. And I'll never forget, it was a very expensive, I don't know which brand it was. I think it was a Honda, a motorcycle. It was actually delivered to him for Christmas. It was by the Toronto organization. They bought him a motorcycle and shipped it all the way to Lisbon from Toronto. And that was a gift for him for Christmas. He had just left the United States. But in other words, that's how much people adored him. And pretty much everybody on the ship adored him. But many of them, as I said, this loyalty thing, they did a survey when I worked in the galley, and they came around and said, okay, we're going to move the management ashore. We don't know where it's going to be. It's probably going to be in Portugal, but, would you like to go be on land, or would you like to stay on the ship? Where's Hubbard going to be? He's going to be on the ship. He's going to stay on the ship. And I said, I'll stay on the ship. And we had a ship of about 300 crew, I guess, and there's only 100 of us who wanted to stay on the ship with him. And I don't know how much of that was anxiety about him, or they just couldn't handle life on a ship. I want to be on the land. And I didn't like being on the land, even though I just told, for Mercury retrograde, I heard from one of my old classmates and another friend of his who I knew. I wasn't close with him, but we knew each other. And he's quite a sailor. And I told him, I said, I was on ships for 3.5 years. I don't care if I ever step on another ship. They're dangerous. What do I need it for? But at the time I said, I wanted to be on the ship because land is distracting. We're on a mission. Land is distracting. It ruined the Sea Organization in many respects. And the whole culture of the Sea Organization changed.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden you have these people on land and you have a different esprit de corps, and then all of a sudden you have, discotheques, you have opportunities to do things that distract you from and put you into what you call regular civilian life. And on the ship, there were discotheques, but you kind of go in and go out. You don't necessarily, it's like, you have a liberty, boom, 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 boom. Whereas the land pulls you into, the quote unquote regular world. And the Sea Organization was supposed to be 3 feet behind society's head, not in society. And when you push it into society, it doesn't work for what it was supposed to be. But that's all water under the bridge. I'm just saying, so the culture changed.
Right.
And the people, he wanted to dissolve it and turn it into something else. But the crew revolted against that. They didn't want to do that. They lost their identity, and it got all different. if not screwed up.
Hmm.
So, and of course, the reason he left the ship, I think there were two reasons. But his wife was tired of, living on the ship because it was pretty confined.
Right.
And if I was a woman, although she had it better than most everybody else, but the thing is that Henry Kissinger was sending telexes to every port in the Caribbean. Don't let these people stay there.
Incredible.
So it's like, okay. So it wasn't working. It wasn't working, so, it had to be, changed. So, blah. But to get back to the theme I'm trying to say is the nuances, as you get higher up into the upper levels, the processes become more sophisticated.
Mm-hmm.
And the internal, what you have to process becomes much more, I guess what you'd say, closer to home. As Jojo had told me about your pain point, okay?
Yeah.
We're getting all closer to our pain point, our point of dysfunction.
Yes.
Who are we and what we don't function? And in my case, I said, man, I saw a egregore of demons that was, I guess, I don't know that I was under their influence, but all of a sudden they cropped up and I vanquished them.
Wow.
And they were gone. Now, I don't know, what the hell were they assigned to be? I don't know. But boy, after that left, it was like nobody told me what to do. Not that I was, people were telling me what to do all the time anyway. It was just like, I'm free.
Wow.
I'm free. I don't have to. It's more of a personal thing. It's more of what you get suckered into. Everybody, so you might hear something saying, "Oh, we're all supposed to go see this movie." "Oh, we're all supposed to go see this movie? God, I better go see this movie." "Oh, how am I going to see that movie? Who said? If somebody wants to order me to see that movie, let them order me. Nobody orders me, I don't go. And if they do order me, I'll find some policy or directive that says I don't have to go." Sort of that attitude. Not that it ever happened, because I was never ordered to see a movie. I don't think. But, so it's kind of like freedom. Okay. Everybody says you have to get a vaccine. Oh, do I have to get a vaccine? That sort of thing. That's maybe a very realistic example.
Mm-hmm.
But there are all sorts of little things people subscribe to into when you interact with people. And in an organization like that, which is very, I guess what you'd say, hierarchical, and there's a lot of orders and cross orders and confusions. I mean, I knew my way around very well by that time. And I pretty much knew who to ignore and when to ignore them. But this was like an increase of, wow. And you could just extend further. I could extend further and see more into people's heads, and I could see what crap they were buying into. It's like, they might look at their clock and say, "Oh, it's 6 o'clock. I've got to go have dinner with the Mad Hatter." They're like some character out of Alice in Wonderland. You go there and you're laughing at them. You don't got to see the Mad Hatter at all, mister. And people would have these little things inside of them that were very obvious. You'd see in their behaviors, and they were very servile to certain rules, orders, or ideas. And of course, this thing culminates to the point when you realize that the organization is lock, stock, and barrel full of shit. And I wouldn't have said that, 2 years prior, or maybe even 1.5 years prior to when I had, and it's like, and it kind of grows into a crescendo where you say, okay, and you just kind of, life processes you out to the point where I was processed out on the emperor's birthday.
Right.
My own anniversary. That was synchronicity. That was the divine, blessing.
Yes.
I was being blessed by the kami in a sense. And I'd also had a realization, and it wasn't in an auditing session per se. It was in what they call cramming. I was getting some corrective action where you go into the mind. And I had this realization that these, so-called body thetans or spirits that are inside of your body that you process, and how these would come up as if they would read on a meter. But my realization was that, okay, these are not just in me, they're also in materiality. I was picking up on the kami.
Yes.
I was picking up, I go, oh wow, and I was in enlightenment land.
Excellent.
And it was very funny, the guy who was doing the session on me, his last name was Eldridge. Like on the USS.
Wow.
That's all about
incredible.
Like, wow, the USS Eldridge, that's like matter changing the kami, and that's the material. And of course, Hubbard's greatest what was it, level that he projected, not something he'd actually achieved, was cause over matter, energy, space, and time. Complete causation over matter, energy, space, and time. And that's understanding that. And of course, the only causation I can have over it is to be in alignment with it, or to flow with it and put myself in advantage. So as I studied the Book of the Law, and it was difficult from a Scientology perspective, because in Scientology you have to look up all the words you don't understand. And some of these words in the Book of the Law were hard because they were Egyptian gods and goddesses, and they weren't necessarily readily available in dictionaries to read. You'd have to have a whole Crowley library. And even then, you don't have a dictionary.
Right.
But over the years, I've understood them better and better. But the real understanding came when, I met Buddha. My friend Buddha, who decoded it.
What
But
was his ethnicity with a name like that? What was his ethnicity?
He was Italian. His name wasn't his. That was just the name he adopted.
Okay.
Cool. His name was John Paroli.
Okay.
He was Italian, from New England, but and he was very obese. I never met him in person.
Ooh, interesting.
Never met him in person. We had many conversations. But he was, he had his, I guess what you'd say, his, what's his faults, for sure. I mean, anybody who's 400 pounds is, he's been blown wide open on some his gifts. He had his gifts. And there is a certain tax one pays, with that knowledge. He understood things, but he also didn't understand things, and he told me all sorts of stories about how he was being persecuted by the OTO, all the millions of dollars he lost, and how his wife, OTO, was in cahoots with his wife to get him all this money out of him, and he ended up with another big settlement. He was rich when he died.
Wow.
But it didn't do him any good.
Yeah, there you go. He got rich and died. Poor son of a bitch.
Yeah, but he was a gift to me. Yeah. But before I did this, in the book of the law, it says to paste the sheets, and it tells you how to paste the sheets. So I had a copy machine, a big copy machine at the time that we had for our, design and advertising firm. And I made all these copies, 8.5 by 11 size of the book, blew them up. I could blow them up. Mm-hmm. Probably cost hundreds of dollars now, with the way copies are. And I pasted them up on the wall. Mm-hmm. Boom, boom, boom. Dream. I got a call from this lady at Montauk whose husband worked at Camp Hero when it was still closed down. He had all sorts of horrific experiences. I met him. She's calling me up and telling me, you need to look at this line. And this line drawn is a key. You need to look at this line. She's calling me exactly about the book of the law and saying you need to look at the degrees of this line. Now, the degree of, there's a line, it says in this line drawn is a key. Connect the letters of the lines. And so I'd already done that in an earlier book, which if you connect them, it referred to easy if bossed, or easy if stab, if you pick the anagrams. And the bossed was, of course, the goddess Bubastis, which is related to Egypt. The line was like 26 degrees, I believe. It was the degrees of the ascendant passageway of the Great Pyramid. But the stab was the interesting thing, because my friend Chelsea, the Madam X, she took great umbrage with me. But this was what I said, okay, easy if stab. Well, this is what happened. Stab. It's during this same period, this when I put up these things, that I'm looking at this movie called Dreamscape. I'm watching this movie called Dreamscape.
Yes.
And this dies to the Joe.
Yes.
So I'm watching Dreamscape, and Dreamscape, it says, and now I just happened to be watching Dreamscape during this August 12th period. It's August 12th. And I rented the video because it was by Thorn EMI. It distributed the video like the Philadelphia Experiment. Mm-hmm. I think we'd already watched it at Psychotronics a year or two earlier. And then there's this one scene where the actor George Wendt, the guy who played Norm in Cheers, the barfly, he's reading a book, and it's called Stab. And I stopped the video because it had the book. Now, it's obviously a mock-up book called Stab. It's not some real book. But I'm trying to read the copy on the back of the book. That's why I stopped it. But the pixels, I couldn't make them out. While I'm watching this, I get a call on the phone. It's actually my wife's best friend, who I knew well, and she called me. And I said, I'm watching Dreamscape. Mm-hmm. I just said it off the hell would she know what Dreamscape is? She says, I can't believe you said that. Yeah. I just heard the word Dreamscape in my dream.
Interesting.
And I said, well, I'm watching Dreamscape, and there's this novel called Stab. I can't believe you said that, because in the dream I stabbed my husband in the heart.
Oh, cool.
part in the dream, she was angry at him because he was going broke.
Wow.
And
I mean, no, I mean, he's already going broke, so might as well stab him to boot, right? I mean, go on, yeah.
well, she was trying to protect the home.
Yeah, understood.
And she had it in her name. I think it was in her name originally. Okay. Now, after that dream she shared with me. Now, that was quite an amazing thing. Now, I had a few years earlier, I had once went out to Montauk in 1993 with Preston with the purpose of videotaping the Montauk parade on St. Patty's Day.
Interesting. Okay.
I said, Preston, he's up in up on a veranda somewhere. And I said, I'm gonna go walk down and see what's happening in the town. I walked down and I ran into her. I said, what the hell are you doing here? It's Montauk, She doesn't live out in Montauk. I said, oh, we're watching the parade. Her family's there.
Whoa. Synchronicity.
And they go, yeah. And I go, and so like I basically watch the parade with her. I don't go back to Preston, and her family's there, but I'm mostly with her. And then this guy comes up that I think it might have been her husband's brother. So it was somebody that the family knew. And he comes up, and I say, and she remembers this. And she said, I said, there's tunnels that run from there, the Montauk Tower. I point to the tower that run all the way up to Camp Hero. And he starts going, those are rum running tunnels. Those are rum running tunnels. Like, he gets real defensive.
Interesting. Of course.
And she remembers it to this day. She remembers it to this day.
Yeah.
So I think it was the 4th of July. I don't remember when it was because that seemed to be August 12th that day, as I recall. But I remember having a barbecue at their house. And her husband, who I knew, very nice guy, was talking about Montauk, and he started talking about Montauk. All of a sudden, he had this whole history of Montauk. She didn't know it. He didn't know it. He was talking about how wonderful Montauk was.
Jesus.
So all he talked about was Montauk. I said, God, what the hell? What's with him?
Yeah.
And then eventually, his heart gave out. He did have a heart condition. And he died many, many years ago.
Wow.
But, so anyway, so I had also had a dream, I guess, when I put up those things, and I brought my friend Ken Arthur over and had him look at it, come into the bedroom, look at it. He said, that's a Stargate. He goes, that's a Stargate. I hope, he looked at it, and he said Montauk was a big Stargate. He told me exactly where the ships come in. Now, what a Stargate means is, he would have called them aliens, but we're talking about interdimensional entities. Yes. Not necessarily, Joe, but
understood.
I wouldn't rule them out either.
Understood.
But, yeah, and so recently I had talked to this woman about the Cho because she was having sleepwalking phenomena. And I had to explain to her the Cho. And she was quite blown out by it, and I was able to kind of get through to her.
Cool.
Now, she called me today. And it was the anniversary of the Book of the Law, and I started to read the book, the chapter.
Oh, okay.
And there were some, and I said, this is the anniversary of when I last saw David Anderson.
Right.
And you're calling me now, and this is the same thing, the Book of the Law days. And I read the whole thing where I read her, and she was she remembered it. And let me just say, I put everything down and went over and helped her with something because some old issue is resurfacing.
Oh.
But it was like, and then she says, and she wanted me to go to a store with her, which I did. And I said, she says, wouldn't it be something if they had all this, something to just take all these entities and kind of trap them and put them all together so they don't bother us? And I said, well, that's the Heart Project. I said, that's what I'm talking about in the new book. And she was rather, it's like she's picking up on stuff that I'm writing about.
Was she blown away by your bringing up the Heart Project?
Oh, yeah, very much.
Okay, cool.
But there are serious issues I'm helping her with of an occult nature, and it's I can't go into them, but it's like this is the book of the law stuff. It's very real. I mean, I was very shocked and surprised that I heard from her today in this context. So it's and she was also telling me certain things that she felt I needed to hear. So this is not a, well, let me just say, this is a very real current of energy. But to get back to this theme I keep trying to stress with L. Ron Hubbard, it's, I guess, how do you it's all about not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, recognizing the baby. Recognizing the baby. This is what I had to deal with Preston Nichols. And just all of the, what's the word? Trolling I get about him.
Wow.
Or just rejection. This is what I'm writing the book with him. So much crap would be said about him. And all I'm trying to do is write a book about time. I don't care about all of this other crap surrounding him. I don't care about it because that's not what I'm there to process.
By the way, comparing the crap that surrounded him and the crap that surrounds me, what's the parallel? What's the comparison of...
Well, the first thing that I would say is you have a lot more to offer in terms of content.
Oh, bless
and
you.
You're a lot more willing to offer it.
Yeah.
And because he had a lot of censorship built into him.
Right.
We could argue that he was more of an operative than you were in terms of being busy. In terms of back behind the scenes.
Right.
But not necessarily in a good way.
Right. They were still using him.
Well, yeah, or he was so used that he wasn't fully recovered. And there was also a lack of willingness on his part to, divulge everything.
Right.
He could have come forward with so much more about the Philadelphia experiment itself. But what do we need to know that for anyway?
Yeah.
We now have David Anderson, but he seems to suffer from similar problems of...
Yes.
As I say, seems to. Like what is it? So I say, I've got active business to do with Douglas. Yes. And we'll get to that in a minute. I've got an interesting question or two to bring up. But so it's like Qigong. This is one of the greatest gifts of my life, and this comes to me through Montauk. It doesn't come through anything else but Montauk. And you're not going to hear shit about anything that covers any of Montauk. There was one guy, Ken B. Wells, who wrote a book called The Montauk Files. He presented it to me, and I rejected it for publication because it was so much copycat.
Mm.
And I said, I can't do this in good faith because, it's like he's read my books and he's going on and he's making it sound like he discovered this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah.
It's like it wasn't very genuine to me. So he took it to New Falcon Press, which printed it. I sold cases of the book through my catalog.
Uh-huh.
Joe Matheny read the book. That's how he found out about it. He was very tied to New Falcon Press.
Okay.
And that's how he found out about my work. Mm-hmm. But it was just like, he's like, he takes stuff from my books and he doesn't credit me, and he's making it sound like he kind of found this out. And not that I was really cared. I said, just don't do this.
Thank you.
And Joe had talked to him, and he said, and I think I talked to him too, but he said he was very paranoid, extremely paranoid, because he had his own experience or something. Mm-hmm. I don't even know that book is in print anymore, but I don't know. There's just something so lame about it. It's not, I felt that he was insulting himself more than I felt that he was insulting me. He was insulting. No, it's like, I don't know. It's just, some of the weird stuff one experiences. Mm-hmm. But I went off on Ken B. Wells there.
Well, that's understandable.
I was talking about. I lost my train of thought. I was talking about throwing out the baby in the bathwater with Hubbard.
Right.
And Qigong was the great gift. The Qigong was the great gift because it came through Montauk, the Indians. He talked about the Indians, but I actually met the Indians. I actually, I could almost say lived with the Indians. I didn't live with them per se. I went to their powwows. I spent 3 Thanksgivings with the Montauk's. Mm-hmm. In the last 2, and I haven't been because I don't think they've had any. And it was the shamans that I was close to, and was treated like family. And of course the closest relationships I had was with Sharon, the shaman, and Artie Crippen, the medicine man. And Artie introduced me to Qigong, which is just done wonders to elongate my life. Mm-hmm. And so a friend of mine had an astrologer that she used, and she told me that the astrologer had a cancer prognosis, and I said, diagnosis rather, and I said, okay, he's going to go out with the eclipse, and that's okay. That's right. He's probably very happy with that. And sure enough, he went out with the eclipse, within a day or 2 with the eclipse. And his wife wrote up this big thing about how he went out with the eclipse.
Oh.
It's kind of beautiful.
Okay.
It's kind of beautiful. And that he was in rhythm with it. So I looked up my friend's chart and I said, it's like, okay, you've got some years left, because I said, Pluto's going to oppose your Pluto is going to oppose your natal Pluto. Now, I looked into a bit this, and I looked at my own chart. When Pluto opposes your own Pluto, in other words, your natal Pluto.
Mm-hmm.
My Pluto, when I was born, was 22 degrees Leo. Now this is interesting. So when I'm, I think, 85, when I'm 85, my Pluto will oppose my natal Pluto. And I just realized now, as I think it'll be in my 6th house, which is the house of health.
Okay.
And health and day to day. Now, when that happens, that's transformation. That can mean death.
Ooh.
Now, that doesn't mean I'll live to 85, because the 4th house, which is the home of hearth and home, is very much associated with death. And I have nothing squaring Pluto. I don't have my 4th house is not being, there's no planets in there, which is a very good sign. Now, that doesn't mean Mars, which will go through a sign every 2 years. Well, that could stir something up, or the moon could stir something up. Depends what's else going on. But it looks very good for me. In other words, it's something anyone is going to take notice of. You know, because the health, when you get 85, you know, it's like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm already doing a lot of things health-wise now.
Yeah.
Trying to, like, get a handle on certain things. It's not like I'm sick.
Understood.
But it's like I'm like saying, okay, well, what's this little fine-tuning? It's like somebody who fine-tunes their car. Somebody who's like an autophile. In other words, he's out there. Like, I remember when we play football at the park, in a different park, there'd be this guy out there every weekend washing his car. He had a Jeep or something. He was like really taking super good care of it. Now, there are some people who will change the oil themselves, change things, do things, really keep that car not only spotless on the outside, but internally spotless. Internally, spotless is a metaphor. So I'm trying to do this, trying to have better habits within the body to give myself more energy, so on and so forth. And it's challenging because it requires force and effort. But the trade-off is it's the opposite of atrophy. You know, you're already kind of receding. You know, because if you watch kids bouncing off the walls when they're young, they have so much energy.
Yes.
You're not so likely to be bouncing off the walls in your 70s or 80s. But you want to get that energy back. So I'm thinking about, wow, God, when I was a teenager, I used to do this, that, and this. I'm going to think like that, at least think like that.
Yes.
And if I can, you know, regain some of that for a few hours a day, I'm really going. Really, it's really, really positive. So I looked at my, you know, horoscope just initially. I said, oh, that looks pretty good. Now that's something you're born with. And so that was encouraging. And so, as you say, one negotiates life different. It's a whole, and this is Pluto. Pluto is coercion and cooperation. So if the police come to your house with a search warrant, You don't fight them.
Mhm.
You look at the search warrant and verify that it's a legal search warrant, and then you let them search the house.
Mhm.
And you watch them like a hawk to make sure they're not planting anything.
Thank you. Yes.
But nevertheless, and I suppose that would be a good defense anyway.
Mhm.
And this was one of my favorite stories was this guy I knew in Scientology who was he was quite crazy when he told me this story that he was at a concert in Long Beach, California, and this was prior to Scientology for him,
Mhm.
and he said he was on LSD, this concert,
Mhm.
and these cops were approaching him, and he says, and he just like, and they had billy clubs. He says, come on, you motherfuckers, he's gonna fight them.
Oh, Jesus.
And there was an engagement, and he didn't come out too well. He got clubbed, and they arrested him, and I think they found LSD in his wallet. And he was brought to trial, and he was put on the witness stand. The cop testified that he had LSD in his wallet, and this guy said, he says, I said, he put it in there. I go, you put it in there. The jury believed him, and he got off.
There you go.
He said the cop was so angry.
Oh, I can imagine.
But I think the funniest part of the story was him wanting to take on all these police because he was so out
Hi.
of his mind on LSD.
Yeah, there you go.
But he got out of it. It's just like he was delightfully crazy in his own way.
Right.
But so I digressed.
No worries. That's part of the delight of. Yeah, go on.
Well, part of the process.
Yeah.
So Qigong is life elongating.
Mhm.
It's like, what are you going to pick and choose out of, like, say, out of Montauk? I found the indigenous energy
Mhm.
and have taken that to a higher level. And now I'm learning more about the kami
Yes.
by what we're doing with Douglas and
Thank
learning how. And this is the real heart of feng shui, because you will see, people do the stupidest things with feng shui, writing books on feng shui, when it becomes almost like a protocol
Mhm.
rather than feeling the live energy.
Mhm.
The live energy. And there's nothing like, and minimalism is also a thing with Japanese feng shui.
Mhm.
That's also one of the Japanese habits, is minimalism.
Yes.
What do you need all the junk for?
Yeah.
And Japan has a very robust culture.
Yes.
It's very orderly,
Yes.
arguably too orderly. Arguably, it depends what you prefer.
Mhm.
I don't know that it's an ideal culture, but it's certainly a lot more ideal. Like, this is what I would ask you.
Mhm.
One of the biggest problems we have in America is what is called not gainful employment.
Mhm. Yeah.
Or people are not gainfully employed. This can range anywhere from homeless to jobs that don't make them enough money to live on.
Mm-hmm.
We don't hear about unemployment and homelessness in Japan. Can you clue us in?
Yeah, kind of.
And or Taiwan, for that matter.
Right, right. And just so people understand, the Japanese and the Taiwanese, of course, have fairly similar cultures because Taiwan was heavily Japanized during about 100 years of colonization, and their economy, their lives, they're generally high quality for the majority. You're always going to have people fall through the cracks, and their economies are no exception. So you have a kind of very how would I say it? Almost just an alarming number of people who aren't homeless per se, but they, in a sense, that they might as well be, but it's not that bad, but it's bad, and basically, the problem is that the economy is very concentrated, and because the economy is very concentrated, with Tokyo as this extraordinarily large megalopolis, like I said, so large that they have a governor as opposed to a mayor. And as a result, they have a lot of people that have left the countryside. And this is Japan, mind you. It's not China, where that phenomenon is extreme, where you've had all kinds of people leaving the countryside to go work in the cities. But with Japan, even though, of course, there's people in some of the cities like Osaka, Kobe, or Nara, Tokyo is mostly where it's at. And so it's for those who don't know, it's the largest city in the world. Literally, I mean, in every sense. It's both in terms of the acreage and the population. It's just it's larger than Beijing or any other city in the world, by far. And so it's incredible. It's just this incredible place. And as you might expect, with the changes in dynamics in the economy, you get people who can't afford to pay rent. And they wind up living, of all places, this peripheral lifestyle inside of what do you call them? It's like computer rent-a-spaces where you are renting a space to work with a computer. Like in America, we would call these internet cafes, but it's like you go to an internet cafe, and I don't know how they arrange those things, because I would find that an extremely, I may have tried working a few times in a cafe that had wireless to see if I could use the wireless in the early days when I was experimenting with this stupid laptop that this idiot convinced me to buy. Not that laptops are stupid in and of themselves, but this one was a piece of shit, and that would require going into the story. We're not going to go there, but I mean right now at least. But when it came to when it comes to Japan, they have entire facilities which are multi-story warehouses where people come in just to it's like that's their version of an internet cafe, is like an internet condominium. And so people go in there, and it's just a cubicle that you rent you at very inexpensive prices, of course, so you can use the computer. And so these people have jobs, but they can't afford to, their jobs are not paying them enough to afford to live in a Tokyo apartment. So they rent these computer cubicles and sleep in them, eat in them, sleep in them. And so some people have been for years like that. And these are not drug users, and these are like some poor woman interviewed is like a working woman, and I don't mean prostitute, I mean like an employed woman, kind of, or maybe unemployed, I guess, because a lot of them are experiencing unemployment, and so this is what they get with their version of an unemployment check. So this would be the majority of what would be considered homelessness in Japan.
So it's not as bad as like sitting out in a tent.
No, of course not. No, I mean, it's bad, and you feel bad for these people.
But it's not anywhere near as bad as what we have in America.
Yeah, no. But every once in a while, you'll see some genuinely... I was told by somebody who... he was basically... one of my gang brothers, not going to name him, but he had gone to Japan, and he said he had seen a homeless guy who was white. He was white. And it was like, a Caucasian. And he said the guy, so he started filming him because it was so unusual. He actually started, filming him, and then the guy knew he was being filmed, but he was very ashamed, very embarrassed, and trying to hide himself, withdrawing into himself, hiding his face. And I could understand why he was filming him, because it was so... the question would be why the Japanese police didn't round him up and ultimately try to deport him. That would be the question that would come to my mind. Now, there's a lot that goes on in Japan I simply cannot relate to. And this would be the enormous amount of foreign workers, many of them from America. And the one thing you always hear, no matter what their ethnicity, generally, when I hear interviews with like blacks from America in particular, and they're in Japan, they'll say, oh, there's racism here, but it's like pillow fighting. It's nothing compared to America. And most of the blacks seem pretty, I guess, okay to be there. But then the one thing I hear mostly from whites is, oh, my 3 years in Japan were the darkest years of my life. And this just litany of misery. And it's like, I have no sympathy for them. I feel no empathy for them. I'm just like thinking... what did you expect? It's like, you're a foreigner in Japan, which is not necessarily... as I said, Japan's always been multi-ethnic and multicultural, but it's different than, say, here in America, which is supposed to be this melting pot. Of course, we all know it's not. It's a powder keg. But when it comes to Japan, it's like... people expect them to be like the West, like having some kind of liberal, political correct social program or something to integrate everybody or something, and it just doesn't work like that. You're not, in a very real sense, welcome there. And yet, at the same time, if you've got a job that is above the level of some menial task, you are going to be living well, and all of course, the how would I say it? These like Michelin tour guides and the like that will rank cities with star ratings about their livability. They consistently place Tokyo as the most livable place in the world. So it's these people are experiencing mostly psychological or emotional alienation, that they will never be able to adapt to Japanese culture because it is simply too special. It's simply too specialized. So yeah, and of course it's one of those things where the you have people who are, of course, hybrids like myself. And mostly they would be like saying things like, oh, they think my blood's not thick enough, like I'm too thin-blooded, and They they're shocked every time I speak perfect Japanese and that I can understand what they're saying. I hear what they're saying. It's kind of like, I don't know what it would be like. I myself would be afraid to go there, but the reason I would be afraid to go there is because I would be afraid of being disappointed by how different it would be than the kind of Japan my mother grew up with in World War II. That I know, of course, by keeping track of Japanese culture, popular culture, movies and film, I know what's going on there. So I wouldn't be shocked by anything, but I definitely just feel I would be disappointed because most of the people there are not really the kind that existed at the time of World War II. This determined kind of unified, mobilized culture. Of course, that's changing. Japan has always been like a beehive. If the orders come down from the authorities that we want everybody mobilized, they'll mobilize. They are a culture of uniforms. This is what a lot of people just don't get. I mean, if you go to Japan, there's uniforms everywhere. We're talking about the different types of people who work with, say, for instance, in hotels, the people who work in the train system, the people who work. So it's a very uniformed society in many ways. So altogether, a lot of people would have a hard time adapting. But, okay, back to the homeless. So what I could tell you is something that most Westerners will probably regale at. They'll just find this reprehensible, probably unforgivable. But what happened was when the Fukushima Daiichi was hit, and it went into meltdown. And again, I want everyone to understand, like when I was speaking about Japanese culture, I was speaking about many of its advantages and how the people are on top of things. There was some British guy I was speaking to, and this was on some recorded interview somewhere. It was like kind of like a round table, but it was a recorded interview. And some British guy said, well, Fukushima Daiichi and the meltdown, they weren't on top of that. And that's when I had to explain to him, and this is the qualification I just say, just automatically, so people don't draw any stupid conclusions about incompetence or laziness or corruption. The Japanese were using the German Siemens industrial control systems that the Iranians were using. And when the fucking Jews, I'll say that here, I mean, I'm tired of being a nice guy. Fuck them. I mean, they're going around killing people, and they expect people to love them for it and think that they're victims all the time, and they're the most genocidal people on earth, which I'll go into historically in monologue later tonight. But they basically had developed the Stuxnet virus with the Americans, and they had used it to attempt to put all of the nuclear facilities in Iran into fucking meltdown. But the Stuxnet basically shut them down. It didn't go as far as they wanted to, which was to radiate all of Iran by putting all of its sites into meltdown. But they used the same Stuxnet to prevent the industrial safety systems of the Japanese nuclear reactors from kicking in when the tsunami hit. And like I said before, tsunami bombs were created in World War II and tested off the coast of New Zealand. So this is what I will definitively stay by my stance. I will stand by my stance that this was a tsunami bomb that was deployed, and then the Stuxnet took effect, and just as the industrial safety systems were going to kick in, the tsunami hit, and they didn't kick in because the Stuxnet hit. So this was completely a terrorist attack, an act of war. But at any rate, when the Fukushima Daiichi went into meltdown, the cluster of these three nuclear reactors, and what the Japanese did for the cleanup was they rounded up all the homeless in Japan and deployed them for the cleanup. That's Japan. Japan will do that. They fed them. They, I guess, gave them what medical care to maintain their health for that period of time. I don't know what the fuck happened after that to them, what their ultimate fate was. But it's kind of like Asians are extraordinarily pragmatic. And the homeless, I presume all the people they deployed were men. It's very seldom you're going to see homeless women in Japan, and it's rare to see homeless women in the United States. There's all too many of them, but they're an incredible minority when compared to homeless men, because women will seek help, and also people will be more willing to help women. But in Japan, these were presumably all men. I would presume the overwhelming majority of them were foreigners. And now this is akin to state slavery. And it's similar to what they did in World War II. And the interesting thing was, there was no international outrage because nobody knew about it. And yet somebody had to leak it. I mean, people had to talk about it. And but these are the kind of people, I guess, their countries really aren't going out to bat to advocate for them. It's not like they're trapped in Japan after all. It's not like communist China. Theoretically, they can leave. Theoretically, of course, you're on an island and you'd have to be able to afford a plane ticket. I just don't understand how someone becomes homeless in Japan. It's like, I mean, if I were stuck there, I would say, I don't belong here. Can you deport me or something? Maybe they just refuse to do that. The other aspect of Japan that is odd, it kind of tangentially connects with the homeless phenomenon, because there's so much of Japan that is empty now, because everybody's moved to Tokyo or other urban clusters, but mostly Tokyo. Somewhat similar, but nowhere near as extreme as England, where everybody's moving to London. I mean, there's London, and then there's basically a whole lot of nothing. But with Japan, you got these other cities, definitely, with their own culture, but you also have a lot of empty kind of suburban areas. And so the Japanese will rent those for very cheap. And this is the point. Anybody who, like, you would be able to rent those homes, like, for comparatively nothing. But obviously the people in Tokyo who are living in these, like, cubicles, they don't want to go out into the nowhere and live in these places, these suburbs, which are comparatively quote-unquote nowhere, because they're not near to a job. They're not close to a potential job. And so it's kind of like Japan's trying to make those cheap so that people will go out there and kind of disperse and live in those areas. But I don't think that there's that many takers. And of course, because of this Japanophobia, which is just ongoing, when you hear just the creeps on media talk about it, they'll say, "Oh, Japan is dying. Oh, Japan is dying. The population is like nobody's reproducing and all that shit." I mean, you still have well over 100 million people. I don't know what these fuckers are talking about. But nevertheless, yeah, there's less and less people having children because they're wealthy. It's not like in China where you've got a bunch of people who can't afford to bring a child in to this world, or Russia where it's even worse. It's simply the Japanese are choosing not to do this. There is an overall strategic sense of a need for food security. Japan's very dependent on external supplies for its food, being an island nation. So they obviously don't want too large of a population. And all in all, Japan's okay. And I guess those are the biggest, shall we say, negative things I can point out about kind of like a homelessness.
You've given a very, very interesting, and it's a very different picture than what we know in the United States.
Yeah,
it's a completely different cultural relation to homelessness, and it has much more to do with the quality of life being socially conscious. Even if it's not perfect, it's never going to be perfect. Life is never going to be perfect.
Right.
But I thank you for that. And I've got to touch on one thing before I leave.
Sure.
Very simple question. Brief answer is better than a long answer. As I'm putting together the chapter involving the Black Lotus and the Golden Child,
Yes.
I'm a little confused between the Roerich mission and the Wallace mission. Wallace was not on the first Roerich mission.
Not that I know of. Yeah.
Find the Golden Child.
Okay. With my impression was that he was. In terms of Wallace was. He was definitely part of the mission to find the Golden Child. That was my understanding, was that he was. That and the Nyaga. That it was kind of like the same, almost like the same mission or the same time.
The Naga mission, I think, would have been in when Wallace was actually... See, Wallace went to Asia in the 40s.
That's right.
And got a tour of Russia.
Yes.
A phony tour.
Right. That's right.
But
a propaganda tour, yes.
Yeah. And Roerich would have went for the Golden Child, which is what got Wallace his vice presidency.
Right. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay, that makes sense too.
Now, your mother was the one that helped the Golden Child pass away, correct?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. She gave the order for shooting him. But in both cases, there was dirigibles involved, the American blimps, and these were, as I described them, which I'll happily describe again. You and I can, of course, speak of this publicly or privately, but when it comes to what I said about the dirigibles in both cases, the Golden Child was essentially being taken on one when she ordered the sniper to shoot him. When it came to the Nyaga, this was also one that they had to interdict the Nyaga being transported on a dirigible. So this was how, of course, the most effective way to get around in an environment like that with distances like that was actually the dirigible travel that was being deployed by the Americans, who had more than their share of dirigibles. They had their own dirigibles, but these were like blimps. These were, we're not talking about soft bags that were these gas bags that they also had a plethora of, but we're talking about more of the rigid dirigibles with a skeleton frame within the balloon, so to speak. And so in both cases, those were involved. And so the Americans had the capacity to, of course, bring them into Outer Mongolia through the, their entire system of alliances, Britain and its occupation of the British Raj. So this was like shipping them in through the Pakistani region, or even Afghanistan potentially, where some of the action took place. This was a, how would I say it, the commando missions essentially, but using the highest technology available at the time. And for people who don't understand the high technology of dirigibles, it just shows their ignorance. This is, how would I say it, the most effective transport mechanism that they really had. When you think about, of course, planes and the difficulties that you have with landing strips, dirigibles really don't need to land per se. And they just kind of hover, almost like a helicopter, if you get them controlled right, and then you could take the abductee, human or not, on board. In terms of what I said before on record, I'll look through, of course, my notes, but this is the way I remember it. Was basically like Wallace was involved. And it could be, of course, over the many years since my mother told me these experiences when I was much younger, I could have conflated this, but the way it struck me was that the way she described it, it seemed like Wallace was the main antagonist in both cases. Rourke, of course, being involved heavily as the individual who was his point man, and but it didn't seem like Rourke was there in each case.
I don't think Rourke was on the second mission.
Yeah,
because he would have already had his contacts with the Black Lotus by then.
right. Now that you're mentioning it, yes, now I'm remembering. Yes, the because Rourke was the he was the individual who was the bridge between the Black Lotus and the American administration, and so yeah, the way you remember it is what I think is certainly nothing I'll argue with.
I'm going through the notes now, and
Okay.
it's, I'm saying, boy, these things mix and mesh. And I didn't remember. I remember hearing, your mother. How did she kill the golden child? Was it with a
Sniper. She gave the order to the sniper of the team.
sniper?
Yeah.
And they also killed the Naga as well, correct?
No. Oh God, no. No. The Nyaga was rescued. That's how she was gifted. That's how she was gifted the Nyaga milk, the venom, really, in micro dosage, as they would say. And so the Nyaga was taken back to the temple, its home, its labyrinthine temple in the area, if I remember correctly, of what was Pakistan. Of course, did not yet exist, but in that region of the wilderness of the Raj, or bordering Afghanistan, what today would probably be Pashtunistan. Meaning that fracture zone between Pakistan and its tribes, its northeast tribes, with the Afghan region. These are, of course, extremely mountainous areas that have some of the really ancient temples in them. Of course, people might remember the Taliban blowing up the giant Buddhas in Afghanistan. There are many more ruins throughout that region. The Nyaga, of course, maintained itself in one of these labyrinthine series of ruins that its cultists maintained it in at normal times. As I said, the Nyaga become weakened whenever they shed. It was that's what the Americans were taking advantage of, was its moment of greatest weakness, to abduct it when the Nyaga could not adequately defend itself. When the Japanese commando team that was involved with my mother and herself, of course, helped to recover it, that's when she was awarded the Nyaga milk that all of the cultists hoped to receive in their lifetimes. The drops of venom that enable a kind of prescience in which she ultimately foresaw her own, of course, early death for a vampire. Dampfire, of course, really, but her traits were always more vampiric than human. And this was, of course, a result of her own bargain with Haranyaga. Haranyaga was, of course, the that ancient, sorcerer, one of the early onmyoji of Japan, who was called in to help her deal with that avatar of the Black Lotus cult. And so I did go into that, and I'm certain the notes are there. Should we try and
I
track
have a
down?
lot of notes to read,
Yeah.
and
Should we
but
try and track down the episode in which I spoke of it? Because I was
I
probably.
have the episode in which you spoke of it. It's
Yeah.
just that I'm reviewing the notes, and there's such a massive amount of stuff to go through in
Right.
terms of trying to read it because it doesn't read real easy.
So what you can do
It
is
also requires my personal concentration,
understood.
and and I'll find myself like saying, "Okay, God,"
Well,
and then
wait.
I wake up the next morning and I'm fresh and I can read it again, and it's fresh. Right now, I'm just recapitulating the history of Buddhism vis-a-vis
Right.
the sutras
Right.
and not looking at this. I haven't gotten into that, but so I haven't consumed everything yet. But as I do, I was getting hung up on that point of God, were these two different? I mean, was your mother? I know your mother was involved in both of them, but I was conflating the two in my own mind.
Well, if you did, it was only because I have the way
Not
I.
necessarily,
Yeah.
my notes,
Yeah.
et cetera,
Yeah,
whatever.
but
It's
you,
just
you can do is send me the link just by put the link inside of the private messages on Skype, and then I can review it, and then I'll have a better cognizant memory of what I was recalling at that time. Just so people understand, what happens is that a lot of times I compartmentalize various subjects, and some of this can be due to either the kind of hypnosis that prevents me from accessing memories that would exacerbate my complex post-traumatic stress disorder that are essentially compartmentalized by my psychiatrist, Dr. Tao Tran, and sometimes that interferes with the recalls of other memories, such as what my mother might have related to me in childhood, simply as kind of like a tangential block off, or as my psychiatrist would phrase it. There are times when I'm much more lucidly recalling these kinds of experiences she related, and then other times when I start to blur again. This is one of those times where I'm starting to blur again. But the way I remember it, as far as yeah, I can cognizantly, consciously recollect was it was an extended expedition in which both of these occurrences were not really part of two separate missions. It was almost the way I remember it for the Golden Child and the Nyaga. It was almost like in rapid succession, as if the commandos failed at one objective, then they tried to go for the next during the period that Wallace was with them. And Wallace, of course, was with them. That much my mother was adamant on, was that she certainly recognized him, had been certainly briefed on his appearance, and of course it was something that her greatest regret, of course, was not succeeding in killing him. But of course they had other challenges to deal with as well. There were certain things to concentrate on, trying to get the Golden Child back alive until it was impossible to do so, and then making certain the Golden Child could not be taken alive by the Americans. There was the Nyaga, of course, trying to get the Nyaga back alive being the priority, which they did succeed at. And of course, that's how my mother received the Nyaga milk from the Nyaga. So that's a definitive. That was more of what could be considered a all-around success. Even the Golden Child failure to rescue or recover the Golden Child was still a success in the sense that he was denied to the enemy, which would have been.
Well, if I'm looking at this from a linear perspective and trying to correlate it with
Rorik, which makes sense. Yeah.
with quote unquote standard history,
Yeah.
it would seem to me that the Rorik mission occurred in the mid to late 30s, and that the Wallace Naga mission occurred in the 40s.
Okay, that would make sense too. And I probably have just conflated the two of them because of the years passing since my mother related the experiences.
And and as long as I know how to word it, it'll come out right.
Right.
You know, but then again, there might be more embedded in the stuff I haven't read. But this was giving me, because I remember hearing both stories, but they're both remarkable stories about. They both involve Wallace. They both involve your mother.
Yes.
And Rorik could have been involved in the 40s. He could not have been.
Yeah.
He's a remarkable individual. That does not mean positive, but remarkable, extremely versatile, extremely heralded.
Yeah.
And has all the hallmarks of being a master international spy.
Yes. By the way, Emerald Llama, that was the term I was looking for. This is how clouded my mind is at the moment about this subject. And probably for the sake of my mental health, it's clouding on me. That's not always a negative. A lot of times that's what saves my, shall we say, my processing. The Emerald Llama was to combat that. My mother called upon the help of the Hara Naga, as he was known. These terms, you do recall them, I take it, or they spark other memories with you, or do I need to kind of...
Some of them, I mean, it's been a long time, but I have the notes. This helps me.
Yeah.
This will help me tackle the notes.
Yes.
Which I have read to some degree, but it just really helps me to hear this. This is all I needed to hear.
Yeah, just to reiterate one last element that comes to my mind. For those who don't know, Peter Moon knows. The Onmyoryo was the occult bureau of Japan. And during the Meiji Restoration, all the way through to Emperor Hirohito, it was increasingly black budgeted, increasingly more and more occulted, to use the proper term, in every literal sense and metaphorical sense as well. It was increasingly hidden not just from the public, but from the overwhelming majority of other aspects of the Japanese government outside of the imperial family. And when the emperor basically said that the Onmyoji no longer exists, or the Onmyoryo, the sorcerers. It's not like the older sorcerer who had inherited the mantle of the responsibility for this organization. It's not like the emperor could order him retired or killed, because at that point he was now essentially what they would say in the old European terms, a leech. That's Lich, not to be confused with the Leech. The leeches, of course, that suck blood are just these little creatures, but the leech, these are like basically people who they don't die. They've entered a state of sorcerous binding to their corporeal form, which continues to essentially over the years desiccate. It doesn't so much rot as it disintegrates very slowly, but it desiccates. So they have this. They're essentially an undead figure at that point. But Haranaga was the last of the line of many, and he was the one that my mother called upon for help against the Emerald Llama. But there was a price to pay, that she would die young, certainly for a vampire or a damnfire, and she ultimately did. That was, but of course, I did what I could to forestall that. And as I said, there's only 3 spells I've ever conducted in my lifetime, and that was one of them, where I called upon, of course, the Peacock Angel, who was always a fragment of his essence, is always within me and always will be. simply because of the Night of the Broken Circle. Another part of the spectrum of experiences that myself had to endure, as well as thinking of what my mother had to endure. It's a intergenerational struggle with these forces. This is this is what psychiatrists and counselors today and sociologists would refer to as intragenerational trauma. So this intergenerational trauma, of course, in our sense, is not just something that happened generations ago that afflicts us in this social sense, but rather something very personal while social at the same time. A struggle against a nemesis that is the nemesis of all humanity. That is our curse, our burden to bear in terms of our struggle against it. So with that, Peter, I should let you retreat.
Thank you very much. But I'm not going to go until I put in a plug to donate to Douglas.
Thank you.
People can remember to donate to Douglas. Go to douglasdietrich.com, yellow button upper right-hand corner, and this will help him give us more of this incredible content that he does give us. That he doesn't try to monetize on YouTube.
Thank you. Yes, God bless you. And
you are an independent network.
Yes.
I would also say that what's very interesting about this book, it feels monumental in writing it because it opens up corridors of consciousness to the whole concept of the anti-Buddha. Yes. And the hidden or the Forbidden Sutra, which it's like if there would have to be this incredible enlightenment that either did take place or could take place or can take place, it would have to be commensurate with the antithesis. And of course, because we do not have an enlightened society, with Buddhas walking around, whistling on Google. I mean, there is some nice stuff on YouTube that will help you with your troubles. But we're living in far from a utopian world, a world that has many dystopian features.
Yes.
If not dystopia itself.
Yes.
And so this doctrine of the Forbidden Sutra, which has everything to do with the inverse of Buddhism, which is initiated by Mata, the tempter of the Buddha.
Yes.
Who left an imprint on the Buddha that could not be vanquished. In fact, it had to be iterated by the Buddha in his final words, and it created all sorts of problems. So for the legacy, and it's what actually, it didn't start the cult of the Black Lotus, it was facilitated by the cult of the Black Lotus. But this information, I say it's monumental because it's not really known. And to the degree anyone knows of it, it's not well understood or disseminated. And this is what trips up our culture. And so here we are at the frontier of this is why the book feels monumental. And then the understanding that comes with it when I complete it. And then wherever we can go. But what I was going to say is that it's very interesting because as I put this all together and then it moves on to new and bigger fish to fry, because this goes into the apocalyptic aspects of what we're dealing in. Aaron Tice sent me a very interesting Instagram link the other day, which talks all about the Havara Agreement
Ah,
and shows the coins, which I have the coins in the book, the Nazi swastika symbol on one side and the Star of David on the other, and it talks about the Zionist collaboration with the German Reich, in particular Heinrich Himmler and even Adolf Eichmann.
yes.
So these, and people are bringing this up. So it's coming up. Of course, they don't have the contextualization with all of the H.P. Lovecraft and Edomite
Yes.
data.
Yes.
There are people in the Christian world who do know of the Edomites. They don't necessarily have, well, they most definitely don't have the full contextualization that Douglas has shared with us. So this stuff can all get traction, and it is an opportunity to relieve mankind of various burdens of ignorance that it suffers from.
Yes. Well, in a very real sense, what we're doing is what H.P. Lovecraft and Harry Houdini set out to do with this book.
Yes, and we're done away with.
Yes.
But these are different times,
Yes.
and this book will also go deeper than they were capable of, just due to times changing, and there was no Michael Aquino when they lived, at least not in this incarnated form.
Yes.
So this book has the advantage of being able to go deeper than they would have been able to go.
Yes.
So be it. So today's the 10th of April, and it's now the 11th of April in New York.
Yes. Still the 10th here, but yes, go.
Yeah. And the Book of the Law days have passed, and it's been a very enlightening time period. We're coming up on the 12th of April,
Yes.
which is tomorrow.
Yes.
If you're in New York, a day and a half, or a couple days away if you're still in California. But this is Mercury Sun Cassini, which will be a day of big enlightenment.
Interesting.
Mercury goes direct with the sun, so it's like right conjunct with the sun. You won't be able to see it, and it will change from being a evening star into being a morning star. And this is, it will bring enlightenment in whatever area of the chart where you have Aries. I don't know. I think it's about 19 degrees, more or less, Aries.
Mm-hmm.
And in my chart, it's the 8th house, which is sex, death, and taxes, and the occult.
Cool.
So
all the good shit. Yeah, go.
And of course, because I'm in the midst of actually doing taxes right now,
Right.
Pretty much wrapped up. But between that and the occult aspects of what I'm working with, it might prove to be very, very enlightening vis-a-vis the stuff we're talking about now. So anyway, thank you, everybody. If Douglas, if I wake up in the morning, I'll get with you.
Sounds good.
And I don't know how tired I'll be, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
In the meantime, please remember to donate to Douglas, and I'll see everybody back on Sunday.
Yes, bless you, and thank you so much for being you, Peter. And definitely, now that we got a bit of time before the weekend, we'll definitely talk. And like you said, depending on how tired you and I are, we'll see if I'm still doing the transmission when you arise. Probably should be, but we'll find out. And but we'll soon talk. If not directly after the transmission, we'll certainly talk very shortly after that, either on Thursday or Friday. In the interim, well, blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams.
Okay, thank you, and good night, everybody.
Yes, bless you. Take care, Peter. That's skybooksusa.com. And we're going to make our usual calls to all the usual suspects. Invite our dear Aristides on to check his volume, so to speak, and recall, of course, dear Brendan before trying to bring everybody else on. And here we are. This time I'll remember Heather and Holman, as well as Troy Bellamy. And so Troy, I conditioned myself to remember. And we've got Heather, and those are the two that I have to add because they don't appear on the regular listing. And Brendan has shown up. Brendan, no, he hasn't. No, that's he's still spinning. It's Aristides. So Aristides, catch yourself on whatever you feel comfortable sharing.
Oh boy. Thinking, it was a little while back about the homelessness in Japan.
Yeah.
But I was thinking it might be more preferable to be homeless in Japan than be non-homeless some other places in the world. So
yeah.
Maybe it's not such a bad gig.
I think homelessness is always bad, but I get your point. Yeah. Believe me.
Right.
The weather doesn't leave. During winter, it's got to be hard. It snows in Japan, so it's got to be hard. But yeah, it's you would think it wouldn't be. I mean, Japan, for one thing, it is. Generally speaking, most places in Japan are beautiful as hell. So it's like you've got good scenery. Generally, though, I would tend to think homeless people, most homeless people are not like people who can survive in the forest or something like that. So they're going to be in the urban areas. And not every urban area in Japan is necessarily all that pleasant, but they can't be that bad. It's got
to be worst places to be homeless in Japan.
Yeah. Thank you. No, definitely. I mean, back in the 70s, 50s, 60s, 70s, there were industrial wastegapes, but homeless people are not going to be in those. They're not going to be in industrial wastegapes. Back in those days, of course, you couldn't see Mount Fuji through the fog, but all that's changed. And so let me take a look at, I think I got everybody that I can think of, so I'm going to push that button, and we're going to,
okay.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, what was that?
Spin the wheel, see what we get.
We're spinning the wheel now. We're going to see who we get. And I re-added Brendan again, just in case he, you just keep hitting him. Hi, Heather. So I remembered you this time. And we'll see how long the round table lasts. It shan't be too long tonight because I should get into the monologue sooner than later, simply because I do owe someone that. There was someone that I care about who brought up several things they wanted me to discuss. It's one of the reasons I'm in such a fog about everything else that Peter was bringing up. There's nights when I tune in much better to the spirit of my mother, so to speak, and channel. But this is not one of those nights. My mind is elsewhere. And with, not a negative or a positive, just what it is. How about yourself, Heather? How have things been going?
Wrong.
I'm sorry?
I could tell something was going on.
Yeah. Oh well, I'm spaced out because basically what had happened was a number of things happened over the past week or two where I've been extraordinarily busy. But it's not negative. It's not negative, but it just was, and it wound up with my getting quality sleep the day before today, but normally, of course, my sleep period is during the daytime, and I did not sleep today. So, by the end of this episode, I'll effectively be 2 days without sleep. So it's just, I'm just kind of spacey.
Yeah, and I get that.
Yeah. Yeah, and normally I'm up 2 days and asleep 2 days, but my biorhythms were so discombobulated by having to sleep, get up at odd times during my biological night that I'm at the end of it. After this show is over, I'll gladly force myself into kind of an oblivion for another full day, and then I'll be truly back to normal. Though I'm better off than I was before in some ways. So dear Heather, share with us about yourself. How's your sleep going lately? Do you sleep well?
No, not lately.
Oh, what's going on? Or do you care to share that?
Oh, I don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like kind of flaky too. I had to get up this morning and go somewhere at like 6 a.m, and then I just don't stop.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah, I'm exhausted. I mean, I only go to work for like 2 hours a day, but that's no big deal.
Right.
But I'm doing everything else, it seems like.
Right. How many days a week do you work?
3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And
It's
only
not
if you.
that much. It's
Yeah.
it's really not that much, and I'm just starting off like training and everything,
Mm-hmm.
just taking it slow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm planning a vacation, and then I should be ready to like. I just can't work for very long periods of time. I'm 50 years old. I'm blind.
Are you legally blind?
Yeah, finally. Like I had a appeal going for a while,
Mhm.
and I reapproved or whatever for being blind. So ridiculous.
Oh my God. So you get a cane.
No, I've had a cane before, but I don't have one at this time. No,
Okay.
I could. I mean, I could, but it's hard. Just like it's hard with Braille. I can see a little bit. I am appreciative of the vision that I do have.
Yes, of course. And
Yeah.
and I'm glad you've got vision as well. Oh my God. Well,
Well, they
Heather.
just can't operate. They can't operate on it. Like I'm starting to get like nuclear sclerosis, or I'm starting to develop cataracts, but they can't do anything about it with my keratoconus. So
Well, I want to introduce you to George Knight. George Knight has joined us.
George
Uh,
Knight.
yes, and I'm glad for it. He says, I am on, Douglas. I might have lots of background noise. I'll test my audio. So, you've never met George Knight. I know that for a fact. So we will
Why does
conduct.
it sound so familiar?
Because you've often heard him, I'm sure, and he's
Yeah.
he's a staple, and we're certainly glad to have him with us. And I don't know if you were able to review the last episode, but I timestamped it, and I did say that I addressed England during the second monologue, where I said this is dedicated to our friend George, and I should also have said our dear
That's
friend.
where I heard it.
Yeah, John
That's where I
Warrington.
heard it.
Right. I should have also said our dear friend John Warrington, who is back online, who seems to be back
Huh.
on Facebook posting, and
Wow.
and seems to be putting up links, about myself. So that's good. And well, George, this is Heather Holman. Heather Holman, this is
Hello.
George Knight.
Hello,
Hello.
nice to meet you, Heather.
Nice to meet you
Thank
too.
you. Thank you.
Yes.
And thank you for having me on, Douglas.
Of course. And you do remember Heather's background and about her, right?
I have listened to the previous transmissions, Douglas, and I have heard Heather's voice on here, and going just reminiscing through my past times with yourselves and lots
Oh.
of experiences.
Well,
I
good.
have
Now you can
heard,
be a
so
part of
thank
it.
you.
Now you're part of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
And do say hello to Aristides, of course, and Aristides.
Aristides?
Hello,
Is he
guys.
laying in bed, or what is it that he's doing
Yeah,
right
just
there?
like pretty much, just like my picture says.
Yeah. He spends most of the show laying down in bed. It's not that different from what I do, really. To tell you the truth, I'm in my bed, but I'm on a throne of pillows that I set up, and so I intend on going into some deep subjects tonight in monologue, but more from a very strategic historical context than from a current events context. Just so people understand. Oh, Aristides, do me a favor. So there's a guy in the chat, and we'll just check into him. And I want everybody to understand this. Yeah, I cannot trust people just on site. So this is Barry Wally in there, and he says Barry Wally. If you could check up, give me the link to that channel so I could take a look at that. Thank you. Because that's not. I don't feel that's something a normal person would say. It's just.
do you just screen your people that are in there?
Yeah, because I feel Trappist Nicholson is just constantly coming back, and you can tell who it is because they have an empty channel and there's nothing on it, no matter what year it was established, and that being. Yeah, Troy Bellamy's in there. He says, "I'm listening, but 2 milliseconds from RAM." That's adorable. And let me tell him, blessed slumber. Yeah, blessed slumber, Troy. And okay. All that having been ascertained. Again, there must be something that anything exciting aside from the work before we turn to George. Heather, is anything on TV you've been watching or anything like that?
No, nothing really that I can think of that's out of the ordinary.
Mm-hmm. You did.
You know what I love though? I love watching about the Palazzo in Venice. I'm obsessed with it.
The what?
The Cadario, the Palazzo in Venice. I'm just obsessed with it. It's for sale right now.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Oh right. Kind of like the Amber Room. It's kind of like
it came from. Yeah, that's the place where it is.
Right.
It's a cursed palazzo from the Ottoman Empire or something. It's just had a really bad history.
Yeah.
It's just so appealing to me for some reason. I don't know.
So this looks like a real person, surprisingly.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Seems legit. I mean.
Yeah. So let me say welcome to him and the immortal. Welcome. Just out of security consciousness, if you could give me the link to Zeralath Immortal as well.
Yeah. Did we do that before?
Maybe we did. Do I remember? Has he been here before? He has, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then don't worry about it.
I'll make sure.
Yeah. And
yeah, he's been here. He's been here.
Okay, great. Thank you. Then he's cool. Okay.
Yeah.
And
I think he was okay.
Yeah. And so dear George, catch us up on yourself. Whatever you're willing to share or are comfortable sharing.
Yes, Douglas. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. It's very, very early at the moment in the UK. I've just woken up within the last half an hour, so do apologise if I'm not sounding coherent this morning. But I will share.
Don't even worry about it. Did you hear me when I was talking to Peter Moon? He's asking me, these questions, and I'm just fuzzing out. And that's
I can relate.
Yeah. So of course, once I go into the zone, once I go refresh myself, do some lines of coke, come back and go into the zone, I should be okay with the majority of the monologue. But believe me, right now you're welcome. So was it tonight that you had potential to be with us throughout the night, or next time? Yeah.
Yeah, the reason why I come on early is so I get a good hour with yourself, Douglas. But if I can return later on, I will do, and I will stay with you for a period. But I believe next week is
Whoa! What is that static background noise, dude? You said I believe, and then suddenly it sounded like whoa.
I think that came from Heather's end. Yeah, so no, sorry, she's gone on mute.
Holy shit! Yeah, did her fucking boyfriend just suddenly have an uncontrollable fit of lust or something, and he just tackled her? It was like, yeah. Oh my
she's just
god.
Returned.
Okay, Heather, what was that? Before George goes on, what
yes, but yeah.
I don't know. That's what happens whenever I push go to call. I don't really understand the Skype very well because it's on my phone.
Okay.
And when I push back and I go to call, and I join the call, it like amplifies everything. Like I go on blast or something.
Wow. Okay.
Is it normal? Is it normal now?
It's fine now. So
it's like when I go in the chat part of it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, thank you for.
All right.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Heather. It's fine.
Heather, have you been to England?
No,
Okay. Just curious.
I wish.
That's cute. Oh, delightful. And so, George, continue, please, by all means. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, so unfortunately, it's still half term, so all
Okay.
the kids are off school this week. So I don't think if I can come back, I will do later on this afternoon on the show. But next week, hopefully, that will be our episode where we can stay. I can stay on and we can have our own transmission together.
Sunday or Wednesday, or do you know yet?
Next Wednesday. Yes,
Okay. Okay. Good. That'll be wonderful. And we're joined by.
Diary.
Yeah, excellent. Good. I'll put that on my schedule sometime after the next time I wake up. More good news. We have the delightful Brooke Gibson with us, and I left you a message the other day in texts, and you didn't respond, Brooke. I hope everything is okay. I mean, did you get them? Did you?
I did get them. I got them later, though, Douglas. I'm sorry.
Oh, no
So,
worries. I'd like to introduce you to Heather. And Heather, this is Brooke Gibson. I'd like the two of you to be friends, kind of. I mean,
Hi, Brooke. I did that last time on the phone.
did I introduce the two of you before? I don't remember.
Yes, sir.
I did?
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
we were talking about like the who was it? You thought you were not Katy Perry. It was somebody
Taylor
else.
Swift.
It was
Yeah, it was an AI
Taylor Swift
robot.
was a.
All right. Now I remember. Holy shit. Yeah, no wonder I
She is,
forgot. I bleached that. Yeah.
Sorry, Heather. Like I'm like too opinionated sometimes, so I was like.
That's
fancy.
okay. I mean, I have my beliefs, and they're strange.
Well, everybody should
time.
have their own beliefs, and that's what makes us like a great it's a great effort as far as everybody having their own beliefs and people can come into what they.
I just don't see how she could spend that much time performing and without like missing a beat.
Interesting.
I mean, I don't see how I walked into my literal kitchen 3 hours ago with like 2 bags of groceries just to come upstairs and shower. Still have not made it into the shower because I found a kitchen. Let's see, I don't know, things that needed to be cleaned. A whole refrigerator I decided to clean out. It's like kept going. It's called ADHD. And like people would have been like, I just thought you were exhausted and you wanted to go to bed. And I was like, I was.
Right.
I even had Chinese food.
Done.
And I was like, yeah, I even got Chinese food. Guess what? The Chinese food is in the fridge. I was like, I'm not even like, I took a couple bites of it, ate it while I was cleaning. But it was just like, it's not going to get to be lay down time. It's just going to keep going because, once you're going, sometimes you just have to, you keep it going. And I don't know, if I was making her kind of money and her age, I'm, I'm a little older than her. So I could say, I think I could do what she's doing, have some people helping me out. Hell yeah.
Oh, yes. And I do want people to know we have only an hour with George, so hopefully he'll get some talk in, but I definitely have so much to talk about with you. I definitely, no, Brooke, I just want to grab you and hug you and kiss you. I mean, Heather, you don't understand, but George Knight left.
Oh, no.
Well, George, if you're still listening, I'm so glad because I heard George is going to be next Wednesday. It's going to be mostly him, and like you and I had already said it was going to be mostly me and you. So I'm so glad it's going to be like a Brooke George Dark Knight. It's going to be awesome.
Did we say that? Did we schedule that?
Yeah,
you and I?
We were talking about like I won't be there the whole time, and obviously since he's going to be there, I'll check out some, let him make sure he can talk. But still, the three of us can catch up. I know he'll be excited, so it's going to be awesome.
He should be.
I hope so. I miss him.
It's and hopefully he feels the same way. I don't think he's jealous or something. God knows what's going on with him. But by the way, just so you know, John Warrington, our favorite brother of the serial killer, who like you said should be the serial killer, who framed his more normal looking brother, he's back online on Facebook and apparently putting my links up again. So bless him. And
God bless him.
Yes, and so by all means, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, but whatever has happened to you recently, I thought about it, should help us try and get you to apply for some kind of SSDI or something like that for your ADHD. I think this is a great opportunity. Let's think like that.
Yeah, that's a genius idea. I mean, I was just discussing that with lawyers.
Yeah, and obviously proof that you're not mentally competent or employable as an adult. Yes, which is okay. It's okay.
You see, he's trying to let a cat out of a bag here that I told him not to. Let's not do that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think I'm exposing anything, really. It's just like, I mean, good God. I mean, there's all kinds of people who already assumed that. And like they do about me.
Assumed what? Assumed what?
That you have a ADHD and are kind of not conventionally employable, even though you were employed for quite a long time. And I do want to emphasize to people that you were a kick-ass sales lady, and basically
I was kick-ass sales as long as you were okay with me being late to work every day. Well, that's why I actually went into sales, because I originally started out in sales support. Then
how did the toilet seat cover fit in? There was a toilet seat cover.
So like when I was going into outside sales right before I was with Verizon, and I started with them when I was only like 22, and been there like 2.5 years, and they were wanting to fire me. I was great at that sales support job, and done a wonderful job, but I was so late every day, and that was a clock in. If you have to be there at 9 or 8:30, you need to be there.
Did you get my email? Did you get my
email? Yeah, I don't think I read the email. Which one was the email?
Open it now. Look for it now. Can you do that while you're on with us?
Yeah.
Look at it now, and it explains so much. Open it now, and
Okay, yeah, I'm looking right now. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, no, I sent this to her days ago, just so she knows, so that she knows that.
I'm so bad at checking that. So did some other people. Like the reason the other stuff happened, like because apparently they sent some stuff there. I did not bad about this email address I've had since 1998. You have to remember. So like,
but you always use both. I always use both. Yeah.
But no, I've got that one, and I just okay. Well, are you talking about the one that says found this Zyget?
What?
No, that's Zyget. That one's the one I already have. The one about you, the video?
No. The one about why everyone's angry now.
Oh, okay. Let me go back. I just typed it from you. Let
me take a look
at
I'm
in the wrong
it
email
says.
address.
No, I sent it fairly recently.
You sent it to both?
Why is everyone? Yeah. Why is everyone angry on it?
Wait a minute. Does it say results?
Results? No.
Oh, I see it. Yes. Okay. Why is everyone angry and mad? Oh, yes. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch that.
Yes.
Astrology. He's doing the astrology, guys. Like I'm just looking at this. Like, for starters, we're in the portal portion.
Yeah. If you scroll down, and you'll find more content, and it's well worth it. It's very relevant to everything that's been.
I mean, like I've been looking at this like all week. Like I got heavily hit by it. Like the day I did the day of fine, but I don't know, or the day of I thought I was gonna be fine, and then right after it hit, like I should have known. Like you have to also know, people you're around. Like you've got personal energy going on, and then you got private energy, and like personal energy, and then you got just the.
By the way, Aristides coughed. He needs attention. Say hello to Aristides.
Did I? Hello.
Sorry, is that like you want me to shut up, Aristides?
No. He wants you to. He's in bed. He's like in bed, and he's looking all sexy for you. He wants some acknowledgement. Like, oh man.
Wait, is his camera on? Has he got his camera on?
No. Now we're hoping you would put your camera on.
Oh. I probably still have like Chinese fried rice on my face.
I think that's the best thing going here.
I thought you had other people handling the camera, Aristides. Come on, you had some other people here.
No, if you take.
What have you been up to, bro?
Really just
working, or any major life changes or anything like that. Like,
well, definitely. I mean, nothing major. Like I've not just been chilling. Not getting in trouble, not not making bad decisions or anything like that, for sure.
Yeah, it's just responsible adult stuff.
Yeah.
We should all emulate. Yeah,
exactly. Like, don't just get in a rush and be like, you know what? I don't want to deal with this right now. It's a pain in my neck. I just don't think the law applies to me. Take the fuck off.
Oh, and of course the cute part, the where we begin to behave like our pets, like our animals, and she assumed that like a squirrel, I just put my back to them and show my tail, and if I can't see them, they can't see me.
If you can catch me, if you can't see me, if you can't see me, you can't hear me. I'll deal with you when you catch me. That's what I'll do.
Oh, yes. And so then we have that. We don't need to go any deeper at the moment.
Did not know.
But yes, please continue to exchange pleasantries with Aristides.
Aristides, like,
yes.
When is your birthday, Aristides? Like, you have to give me the exact date, but like, what is your son? Do you know your birth chart at all?
I don't know the chart offhand. The time it's right near Douglas's birthday. It's like the next day or something.
Wow! Yeah, tell her that and the time, the day you were born.
10:44 in the
Well,
morning.
you can send it. You can also. I wouldn't give that online.
You know.
Yeah, send it to her.
Online. You can send a message.
And also the location. She needs the location where you were born.
Yeah, to do the birth chart. I wouldn't give that online, but I wouldn't be like out on the air. But yeah, I would like to see your birth chart.
You want to do it?
Yeah, I'll do your birth chart if you'll send it. Just send me the message.
I'll just send you the. I'll send you the info. I'm not going to say anymore.
But yeah, like, how have you been doing? Like, how's it? Anything affected you like this week? Like, you felt any good energy, negative energy, like heavy energy, or what?
I don't know. I think I don't think the the eclipse energies got me too bad.
Yeah, well, Libra wasn't affected too bad. So that's,
yeah, right.
I mean, that's why what's his name just laughed. Like Douglas, I said, what's his name? Douglas just laughed. Everybody else is fucked.
Yeah.
Right. Us Libras are pretty balanced, right? It's a scale after all.
Wait. Don't you fall into Scorpio if you're like, you're before me as opposed to after me? You precede me as opposed to...
No, I'm not a Scorpio. So,
okay.
So yeah, my ex-husband was Scorpio. He's the 28th, and I have a Scorpio rising, but ascendant, which is, I don't know, ascendant people that are, but my North Node. Now I will say that's why Douglas is great for me, and probably why you calm me, because my North Node is in, which North Node means where you're, just like the North Star. It's where you're supposed to be headed. That's where the North Star, that came from. North Node is where you should be headed in this life, meaning the North Node is my goal apparently in this life is to become more like Douglas, meaning more like balanced and less Aries, which is the very opposite of Libra is the Aries, and Aries is an all. Mm-hmm. And Libra is too. Which is kind of funny. Libra is a me, and Aries is a me. But Aries is a me, and they'll say, "I don't give a shit about you." It's very much like me, and I don't even care, and I'm gonna fight you on it. And there's not an emotional control there. Not much emotional control. Like the emotions are just out on their shoulders. They're not gonna hide it.
Yeah, I have experience with some Aries, so I gotta agree with you.
Yeah, so that's where my South Node is, but the problem is it's not just my South Node, which, you can have a South Node, meaning that's your past life. You came from that. That's what you accomplished that in your past lives. Like Aries is much where I have a lot of strength in. Means it's my default. My default mode would be Aries. It's where, and I'm sure y'all have heard me on here, probably the default mode is to fight. It's like even Douglas said, why do you always want to fight everybody? You seem like you immediately want to fight. And so the default mode, because usually Aries are more like a warrior. It's, they say those past lives were like you were a warrior, you were, fighting or, fighting for some cause or something. So you have a tendency to want to fight it or think that you're against somebody. Whereas Libra is like, let's be balanced. Let's hear both sides. Like Douglas is so great at that. And so that's my North Node headed there. The problem that I got in this life is I read this, I was reading it recently, like what happens when your South Node, meaning where you should head away from, is also at the exact same place as your moon, which your moon is your emotions, how you emotionally respond. So basically I got a double hit of like Aries, because my moon is in Aries as well. So I'm like the double, like I want to fight, and I'm, what basically why, our English boy King George does not like me at all, because,
Of course I do.
Oh, he's back. He came back. I didn't even see that. I didn't even get a notification that he showed up again. I have to keep checking back in. Yes. So George, you're back. And
I'm just kidding. I think George likes me a little bit, but like, we've had, he's so like I'm as an Aries North South node and an Aries like just having those emotions there. I'm very much jealous of people that can sound so. Like, I don't know, like Douglas, and then, of course, that English British accent. Yes, Brooke, I think it's great, and I just want to stay calm, and I'm like, oh, my God. I can't do it. I cannot stay calm, but I love you, George, and I miss you.
There.
Yeah, we go. Yes, Brooke. And I'm a Libra as well. Douglas is 9 days after myself, so I'm first.
Oh, God, that makes so much sense.
Wow.
Yeah. The power trio here.
Three of you Libras. So you're all supposed to, y'all are supposed to teach me. I'm supposed to emulate. Yeah, that's where I'm supposed to head. So y'all's bullshit. Now, the curious thing is, where should y'all be headed? Because I doubt any of you should be headed toward Libra. Some of you could have a Libra.
Heather Holman left.
Heather Holman dropped.
Yeah. Well, our best. She's welcome back anytime she wishes. I don't know if she felt that she. We'll just see.
Right.
We'll just see if she comes back.
I'm sorry. I hope I didn't mean to overtake the conversation. I just hadn't talked to you in a while.
Oh, I don't think it's that. I think Heather's very patient, but there she is. She's back. So thank you, Heather, for coming back. Yes, just always glad to have you.
Hold on. What?
Yeah. What is your sign, Heather?
That's what I just did right now. I went and got it. I copied my chart, like the star chart. My birthday is June 22nd.
What's your sun and your moon?
1973. I don't know my sun and my moon and stuff like that. I just have this star chart right here.
It should tell you like where your sun is and your moon and your first house is your sun.
Oh, she put it into the text box. Can you see that, Brooke?
Yeah, let me look.
Yeah.
It's kind of blurry because it's really old, like from my phone a long time ago.
Okay, she can make it larger.
It's a little blurry to me. Let me see.
Yeah, well, you can kind of see where they're at, though. I mean, and the reality is that I don't have another. So your moon
is okay. Hold on.
Okay. Fascinating.
I have nothing in Virgo.
Your moon is in Pisces. It looks like. Which moon would be in Pisces would be kind of like your emotions seem to be like I would say for Pisces are kind of like I don't know. Pisces will be very much laid back, or their emotions. If it's an emotional thing, which is your moon, the way you respond would be more. Which I can kind of see that with you, like it's kind of like it's Sun Pisces. The way I would describe them is like head in the clouds, like kind of like. Not necessarily at head in the clouds, like not necessarily dreamy, but just they're kind of more of a lighter approach. Like they're not going to be the fighters. So it's emotionally like you're not necessarily going to fight emotionally. Like emotionally, you will come across more laid back with your emotions. Like I would not think you would be a fighter at all, and like in the sense that like you're not going to be like so strong-willed with it. They are very much dreamers. They have
like
great
kind of
ideas. Aloof, yes. And like I guess the best way to describe, just to give a general, like people that look at people in the 60s like at Woodstock. I mean, I would just like if I had to put one sign over Woodstock people, like you'd say Pisces, right? Because it's just like more of a like I want peace, I want to be the peacemaker, and it's not like a Libra where they're actually like these guys are trying to balance. It's more like I just it's fine if you don't agree with me, it'll be okay. If you do, you do. It's more like that, like, whereas Douglas, they do care. Like, he cares. He's just trying to make peace between people. You're more like, just trying to care. Like, you're just like, I'm okay with it. Like, I'm okay with what you feel. I'm okay. Like, this is how I feel. And you can feel strongly on something. But at the same time, you're not going to probably be like, I'm going to go to war with you about it,
Right,
like,
I don't judge. I try not to judge people.
Yeah. So that would be natural for you. I can't. The rest of it is kind of hard for me to see. I just saw where the moon was.
That's so old. I'm sorry. I just thought you could tell by the circle which house is.
The problem is with that circle is usually it should know where your first house is, And so I could tell where your first house is if I could find the ascendant sign, because that would tell me.
Yeah, I can just tell you my birthday. I mean, or tell you my information.
Yeah, no, the ascendant would only be by your time, like your birth date, but it has to be, because the ascendant is the most, if people hear this, if people say your ascendant or your rising sign, they're the exact same thing, rising or ascendant. And that is the sign that is the most unique to you, because it is the sign that it was the exact, when you were born. And you can't only have the ascendant. So people that don't have their birth time, if they, only have their day, then they're not going to ever know their ascendant. And if they have, like, within, like, the mom's like, I think you were born between 10 and 12 at lunch. Like, you're pretty close.
I know the time I was born. Unfortunately, I don't know what my ascendant is.
Well, if you know what time you were
put
born.
That in the chat box too, like, to me, like, or just put in the general chat box, like, your date of birth, your time, and where you, and it has to be where you're born, if it goes off there. And then I'll do a birth chart and
that'd be
send
awesome.
it to you.
A little more updated one, I guess.
Wait, honey, what, Brooke? Why don't you do this professionally? I mean, paraprofessionally.
Because I mean, people can do this themselves for free. It's just people that don't know. But, like, there's free. I mean, everything I go to pretty much is free.
No. I mean, people can do this, but as a consultant, you would be like giving them all this.
I would love to. I'm just like, that is my whole, like, I don't know.
I mean, after we get you on SSDI, you can do this paraprofessionally.
Yeah, it's just, see, I've been too much trying to worry about, like, actual real jobs that I could go in right now. And, like, so, and, like, but I do think, honestly, that, like, where our world is headed right now is that people are going to have to start doing stuff like that. And it doesn't, I'm talking to myself right now, really, like, and the fact that we sometimes doubt ourselves and are like, oh, there's too many people doing it. And I remember telling myself this when I wanted to go into real estate in, like, 2000. This was 2003 or 4. Gosh. And, like, now obviously we had the big crash in 2008, but even this is 4 years before that. And I was like, oh, there's too many real estate agents. And then I watched so many people, even, like, Noah has a friend that's, like, her mom just literally got this award, and she went into fucking real estate, like, 2 years ago. And, like, I've done sales my whole life. I've done real estate, like, gone to 3 classes, and I'm always like, it's just, it's just, to me, it's just too much, like, a stretch out for me. So my son is in Capricorn, and people think that if your son's in Capricorn, that's where people get confused. Just because your son is in something does not mean that is necessarily your biggest strength. It is your biggest strength or your biggest weakness, and it's your strength when you can literally hit it. But you have so many things in your chart, and that's why people really need an astrologer, because what you're going to have things come up against you. You chose to come into this life with certain weaknesses, certain things you wanted to learn, and there are certain things you wanted to hit. And so when you can look in a whole astrology chart, then you can see, okay, well, these are weaknesses against this. And so, people are just so general about it. And there's, I don't know. I guess my point is, like, I can see now where my weaknesses are and then where the strengths should be, which would be going out on the limb and doing those things. I just didn't know that, where my weaknesses were, which were going to be self-doubt and, like, oh, there's too many. Because in the Capricorn mode is to always be kind of like, we are the people that will say, oh, we're being realist. But most people that say they're realists are really a lot of times are being negative, because many people think that realists, they're focused, that means, okay, well, they're focused on the negative side of it, right? And that's what most people do when they're saying realist. There's like, oh, there's too many of this, and that might not work. Well, you're looking for the negative, and it's really, that's what you're going to then bring in. It's just kind of like manifestation. Everyone's heard that term by now, I'm sure, hopefully listening. And so you're manifesting what what your outlook is. So if your outlook on life is like, okay, there's too many, there's not enough, I won't be able to make it, then that's what you'll manifest. And that's what I did for a long time. It's just to be able to manifest. So now, knowing what I know now is like, okay, well, where do you start over at, 45 years old?
So, honey, just so that we make certain that whatever Heather gave you is even interpretable, with her.
I'm a water ox.
In Chinese, right? Cute. Yeah. So, honey, Heather, 8:14 a.m., 6/22, 1973, right? Maricopa County in Arizona. Yes. Right. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, you didn't enter Arizona, so.
Oh not everybody knows what Maricopa County is.
I do
No.
not. Although I will say, I've heard of it as soon as Douglas said it. I'm like, Maricopa County, and I swear I didn't want to say this, but I'm going to. The only time I've heard it is like on. I swear to God, it's on like the cop show.
So that would make sense.
Yes. Yeah. How far is that away from Charles Manson country, where he was out in the desert, or was
Probably
he?
like 100 miles. Also in Tucson, 100 miles the other way, or 40 miles the other way. So.
Oh, man. Oh, that's right. Oh, God, you're in the same state as that poor bastard who was sponsoring me for a long time, Mr. Criminal Tours of Tucson, the Tucson True Crime Tours.
Yeah. What was his name?
Ben Estenius, poor son of a
Yeah.
bitch. I wonder if he's still alive. Poor bastard. Oh, my God. I should check in with him, but
I'm just thinking about that movie that you told me about. What was that movie you were talking about where like the horrors were out there and was that near?
Oh, right. Okay, so the movie, I gave you a link to what should be a full film, and if they've cut it off, I'll find you another link. But what I was saying was, you should talk to Sammy Romero about it. I was trying to encourage him to watch it. I hope he doesn't misinterpret, that it's the point was in that film was you went mute, Brooke. Why did you go mute?
Oh my God! Do you have to point out everything? I needed to go pee. Like,
honey, we would hear Trappist Nicholson with the Cthulhu-shaped dildo up his ass, all these squishy farting sounds while he was jacking off while listening to me. This is what we would hear, and then the sucking sound as he inhaled from his bong. No, this is all true.
And it's still on YouTube.
It's all still on YouTube. It's like people didn't know what was going on until I articulated it later, because I didn't articulate it at the time. But then I finally, when he had his psychotic break, and then it took his insulting my dead dad on my dead dad's death day for me to get to the point where I just said, fuck it, I'll spill everything about the son of a bitch. But it's all proven by circumstantial evidence, because he would consistently talk about baddragon.com, where you could order quote-unquote organic dildos. Like, what the fuck is an inorganic dildo? Like, are they somehow leaking toxins into your body?
Well, I want to know what the fuck organic dildo is, because to me, an organic dildo would only be something that was living or alive. Like
that makes sense. That makes sense. That's how.
Dildoing with a fucking cucumber.
Right. Right. Thank you. That would be organic. Thank you. So he was all obsessed with baddragon.com, where he ordered his Cthulhu dildo from, and he was like, because he grew up raped by his dad, he needed prostate stimulation to ejaculate, and because he was in lust with myself, just endlessly lusting after me, he would jack off while I was speaking towards the latter half of the show, when he couldn't control or restrain himself anymore. And so he
was
had
never just on mute, or was it an accident?
He would constantly come on camera so that the audience wouldn't have to suffer it, but I did. That was what happened when I was trapped alone with him a few times on a call while Aristides was mercifully unconscious. And so there was this, in a sense, it was this disgusting threesome. It was Aristides was in bed.
Didn't you say he was trying to get you to come in the car with him?
Just everything. He wanted me to drink his blood. He was like, I showed you the shit he was saying, like, because he knew that Caucasian blood is a comfort food for me. He kept saying, I'm Caucasian to the core, freckles, I use only neutral body odor products or something like that. Neutral odor body products. Yes, like, this is just disgusting. Honestly, now that
I've never known anybody else on this show to ever have a crush on you, so that's weird.
That's cute, honey. That's very cute.
You never know.
It's aside from the irony of that statement, moving right along with the where were we? Not that I want to go back to the dildos, but we were at yes, she was hiding her
Ben Estenius.
Yes. No. It was something else. It wasn't Ben anymore, and I want to move off of Trampus Nicholson, but it was something else that needed to be pointed out before I go refresh myself.
Oh, I know what it was. We were going to talk about like what we do every time that you always want to talk about. We want to talk about like, was it like dolphins fucking?
that was their obsession. Yes, that was their thing. Yes. Oh God! Don't get me back on that, because that brings us back to Brandon Young. Which brings us back to
Dolly
his
the dolphin.
Yes, his claim about the porn being made that had you and someone else we know in it, and then it brings us back to that individu's behavior.
Wait a minute, there was a porn about me made? Because I want to see my porn. I want to see it.
Like I said, that was Brandon Young was making that claim, and he was just trying to do his best to sabotage everything. It was disgusting.
Yeah.
He's like he was so disgusting, and you know, it's like the more I reflect on it, whenever I do, in hindsight, when I reflect back on Travis Nicholson, I feel so violated. When I reflect back on Brandon Young, I feel so like his monotone. When I think about it, his monotone was so maddening. It was just so. I feel so revolted by it.
Brandon Young, I should have known this from the first time I met him, because he lived in South Carolina. So like we had that, like so that was where like I didn't like him when he was hunting to begin with. The first time I met him.
Oh, that's Richard K. Cole Jr. or was that somebody else?
No, it was Brandon Young. Brandon Young.
Brandon Young was
like
hunting?
out hunting. He was out
tell us
hunting
about
with
this.
his fucking girlfriend that ended up dying of fucking whatever.
Yeah.
You know?
Hey!
She didn't die. But remember, they were out hunting that day, and he called into the show. So my first, I've had some great first experiences. My first.
Was he hunting with Kelsey? Not Kelsey.
Yes, they were out hunting then. Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
And that was the very first show he had called into, and they were out hunting, and he was talking about, we're out here, we're going on a trip out wherever the fuck they were. And like he's talking about hunting. And
I wouldn't want to be in the vicinity with that son of a bitch if he's armed with a firearm. Can you imagine being near Brandon?
Well, you didn't say that fucking then. I know the fuck he was. You left me on the phone with him because all you want to do is get off and get your Coke or cola.
Yeah, well, you'll laugh at the fact that I spilled it all on the last episode and I had to inhale up half the rug. So,
I love it. You are a carpet sniffer.
Yeah. I probably got colonies of dust mites in my lungs now.
Oh my god.
Colony.
Found a bunch of dropped pills though. Found a bunch of pills in the shag and shit. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know what they are, but
it's like you just put this is the desperation file. Let me tell you, I would have taken that file. About 7 days ago. What was it? How many days ago? I would have taken anything you could give.
So why don't you drink your tea?
Give me a Benadryl. Give me a Benadryl.
Yes. What was this, Heather? Why don't I just drink tea?
Why don't you drink tea? You used to drink tea all the time, I thought.
That's right. I used to drink tea all the time. I used to drink, when I was much younger, I used to drink 16 cups of tea a day. I don't drink it so much anymore, but I should get back to it. But that's for another time. We'll talk about that. But Brooke, do continue about, so they were hunting.
I've never heard anyone talking about, like, I do think, though, that people that sniff carpet should occasionally drink more tea.
Yeah. Yes, caffeine in the mix. Anyhow,
the caffeine, less caffeine, more caffeine, whatever.
Yeah. So they were hunting, and but you don't know what they were hunting with, crossbows or
deer. And she said he was like, she's gonna put on the cooking apron. I don't know. There's it's the show. I don't fucking know what show it was. And it was last year, and he came on, but then he started. You left me. It was him and fucking what's her name, the one to move.
Kelsey. Yeah.
Who?
The one he said got burned, right? Oh, I left you with who else? Who else?
Prison lady.
Oh, the toothless hag. Yes. The Ukrainian chick.
It was just her. It was her and me and him, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, the one who wanted to move in with you. The one who wanted to move in with you. Yes. Diane.
I'm not saying like she wanted to move in. She just wanted to stay here, and it wasn't appropriate. But like,
you know, it wasn't gonna end there.
Okay, well, that's what you and what's his name said, and you're probably right. Like, I'm very bad at
what's
saying
his name?
that.
Sammy Romero.
No,
Sammy Romero.
No, like you told me.
Yeah, Diane Fraser. You would have woken up with her between your legs, nibbling. That's what you would have woken up to.
Stop! Nate.
Yeah, with
Oh my God.
with a single tooth. With a single tooth.
Stop it. That is not okay. Do not say that. First of all, it's mean. You shouldn't say it to people about people that could be listening. And secondly, you should not say that because it's grossing me out. Okay? Because just somebody
That's just bad.
But hey, she was in prison. We know where it goes. We know where it goes. This is like and she was in prison for reasons that involved kids. For reasons that involved kids.
The worst is she said she used to want to grow. There was a song that said like I'm a toothless hag, and she said I used to say I want to grow and be a toothless whatever. Something.
Yeah, I want to be that old crone with the single tooth in the cartoon. She said.
Yeah, and then she's like, yeah, I ended up growing up to be that.
Yeah, and she grew up to be that. Yeah. Yeah.
But no, I mean like no, I'm just like everybody has good qualities, but like I'm bad about trying to see everybody's good, and so yes, Douglas and Sammy were like, no, because she was like, I need to come to my granddaughters. Can you pick me up? And I stay there for a few days. And I've never met this girl. And literally, I've only talked to her on the air a few times. And then, like, obviously on the phone when she called me on Facebook, basically, to ask me this. And I'm like, I don't know. What should I say, Douglas, Sammy? Like, what should I do? And they're like, no. I know. What the fuck are you thinking? And I'm like, because I mean, I have my family and stuff, and like just to bring some stranger in my house, not like, I don't know, it's like pretty much a stranger, you know. You talk to somebody on the air, like it's just like Heather, like I was like, hey, tomorrow I'm be coming out there to Maricopa County. My train will be arriving at 2 p.m. If you can just pick me up, if you got like, I may need to stay for a few nights. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. And
that's it, Heather. Tell Brooke about your work. You work only about 3 days a week, a few hours each day. Yeah. Brooke needs a job like that. But
yes,
it probably wouldn't
it is amazing, and everything is with a calculator. The cash registers just to like ring stuff up. They don't even read anything at the end of it. You know, it's just you write everything down. It's so primitive.
So basically, what are you doing? You're ringing up people in jail that bring in their money. They're just like, you know, whatever. They're like, if they came in with $100, you sometimes can bring up 100. You can sometimes just say they came in with 50. Sometimes you just say they came in with none. Pocket it all. Pocket it all, girl.
Rush, like the lunch rush, and then I leave.
Oh, you're doing school.
So basically, answering the phone.
Take advantage of prisoners. Take advantage of children.
Is what you're doing. No, it's a Chinese food place.
But by the way, yeah, it's a Chinese restaurant, Brooke. And by the way,
I'm sorry. So you're just ringing up.
Yeah.
So now we're taking advantage of prisoners, children, and Asians. Which you would think Asians would be better with their money, at least. Like, you know.
No. They're not even speaking Chinese there.
Oh, in other words, it's all whites ordering quote unquote Chinese food.
Well, the people that cook the food, first of all, they're all Hispanic, and then the lady that I work with that trained me, she's white, but the owners are Chinese. I don't know how to say it.
I swear to God, I would just come up with my own language, which, by the way, I did in a Walmart one time. I literally, the lady were trying to tell me I could not check out because it was after, like, they were closing. They were telling me to go to the front, and I was going to the front. And I was like, I see, like, I'm going to the front. I just made up fucking language. Then I get to the goddamn front, and the lady's like, you can't check out because we're closing the registers. And I was like, see him eat. He say here, ikan here, ikan. She's like, oh no, I think she's drunk. I'm like, I got to check out. I'm just saying, I checked out. Made up some language. I have no idea what the fuck I said. She's like, I don't even know. We need to fucking.
But it sounds compelling. It sounds convincing. But by the way,
I would just make one word and I would randomly like he. There's no fucking way. I was throwing every fucking shit together.
By the way,
what I'm saying is, if I was you, I would totally give people the wrong change all the time. And then when they made up real, I mean, there
was this blind guy who was working at the federal building in San Francisco, and he was running the cash register, and it was on trust, and I ripped him off. So Brendan, Brooke, get this. Brendan and Heather Holman are fellow co-religionists. And so Brendan is with us now, your favorite elitist, as you refer to him.
Gosh,
And or what do we call him again? Maggot Millet Maggot? The Millet Maggot. The Millet Maggot Man. Yes, the Millet Maggot. Yes, this is so
The
Brendan.
elitist is more what we should call him.
Whoa. Calm down, you guys. First of all, Vedic is not a religion.
Okay.
That's the first point.
Okay.
And then secondly, there's nothing. Millets are the antithesis of maggots. That's just.
But Brooke,
What is
tell
the
him.
emphasis?
Brooke, tell him.
I don't even. What, did you say they're antithesis? I mean, are we agreeing? Because you did use antithesis because you are an elitist, and most people don't use antithesis. And while I do know what it means, I'm going to pretend like I don't and go. Do you mean antithesis means synonym? That millets are the synonym for maggots?
No,
That would be correct. Like, because I never tasted a maggot, but after tasting the millets, I would say maybe that would
Millet?
be right, because they were very earthy and gross. And then after seeing the maggots, literally within, I'd say it was 16 hours of them being cooked, sitting there, could be even 22, but it was before 24 hours. And I accidentally spilled a pot, and then I was like, shit's moving. Those are moving. Those little white things, some of those things are moving. Oh my, because I have dark hardwood floors like Kona brown, right? And so when the white shit spilt, it was very easy to see there was shit moving in the maggot. Yeah.
And that's what millet is?
Yeah, so the milk, so what it was like, basically it's like a rice pasta, like a very short thing. And I took one bite, spit it out. I spit it out and sit it to the side of my sink. I'm just letting her know. She's a cook. She can imagine this. The pot's sitting there. So then I sit the side of my sink because he had told me to eat it. He was trying to help me. So he's great with that. But I was like, I can't eat that. That's so
She made them wrong.
So then I just boil them. All you do is boil them in water. Just right. So the next night when I'm going to clean them, I drop the pot. No shit. So obviously, like it's like white rice hitting your floor, but I have this dark hardwood floor, really dark brown. And so I go to get the broom and the mop. When I come back, I realize that some of that shit's moving. So then I look closer to be sure I am not somehow tripping on LSD that I don't fucking know that I have. And I realize this shit's fucking crawling across my floor like it's worms. It is fucking maggots.
Oh
And
my
it's not
gosh.
like, again, if I had left it there for 2 or 3 days or something, that's on me. But this shit had been there. Let me tell you, he told me to go ask for it. He was so good. He's so great. And I'm sure it's probably the people saw.
He had to speak their language. He had to tell him he had to speak their language.
Store to get it. Indian store. I had to ask it, and then they didn't know. I'm walking around with him, and I said, and they're, well, no, we don't have that. No, we don't have that. So then he speaks their fucking Indian language, and like finally, like the third, like, they go to some back corner of this grocery store and bring this bullshit down to begin with. So it's probably was like so ancient because they're like, who the fuck asked for this shit? Like, I mean, it's an Indian grocery store, right? But like, he's like, no, we need, like, there was 3 different kinds. Coda, what was it? Coda millets. There was, I don't know.
Kodo,
Anyway,
barnyard.
Barnyard,
Yeah,
yes.
millet, barnyard millet, foxtail millet.
Yeah, and so it was Coda or Barnyard one that I cooked.
And then you have the final one. It's called Rosso. I mean, there's many. There's Ragi. There's like many types.
This is why Sammy Romero says he grows fava beans in the left pocket of his cargo pants. He says, Brendan's okay. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Are you driving?
So, like, he totally tried to help me. Brendan, don't take me wrong. You did try to help me, and I'm not putting it down. I'm just saying, maybe the millets are fine. I'm just saying, maybe my Indian store, maybe southern.
I remember
I have a friend who lives in your area, and he has no issues finding all that stuff. So
Really?
they're not all bad. Yeah. Like, so it's just.
Why don't
user error? User error.
Yeah, why don't you get your friend to rendezvous with Brooke so that he can help her with this stuff?
I would never put him through that.
Oh.
Because this friend is like a Vedic practitioner. Like, we're pretty serious about it. So. It's like the Vulcans. It's like prime directive. Like, you don't engage muggles unless you have to.
See the elitism. That's
Yeah. You can call it that, but it's just, I mean, it's more like for just staying sane, sanity.
but
Because when you tell people, like, oh, this is how you heal your disease, and then they come up with this shit. You know,
Oh my God.
but when she told you about the maggots, the first thing you said was, that just shows how organic they are, or something.
yeah, boy, I was about to say that. I was like, that just proves how little pesticides and how much, like, you know, how nutrient dense they are that the bugs go to them immediately. I mean, that's a sign.
Yeah.
You can leave a McDonald's out on the table all week and it just dries up.
Touche. But are you driving? How long before you reach your destination?
You know, I mean, I'm on my way to the, you know, we'll call it the warehouse. It's what I call the warehouse.
Yes.
But I do have to make a pit stop, so maybe in a few minutes, like.
Okay. Just whenever you can, put in the headphones so we can hear you better.
Yeah.
Is he still talking? Or is that background?
No, I'm here. I heard you.
Okay. Thank you. And what else was that? But I'm so glad that you're here. What about what's been happening to you lately? Tell Brooke about the stalking by the Manson sisters. He's got the senior Manson sisters. Tell her about the senior Manson sisters.
Yeah, okay, let me put my headphones in so we can describe.
Yeah, thank you.
Brendan, have you not been
Does that sound
holding
better?
in your
Yes.
you've been holding your sun sign when it's in the moon? Have you been releasing some stuff? What's going on here?
What are you talking about?
Like you know, pheromones or something. Like, are you pumping out the pheromones, attracting all the chicks? Is what she's saying.
Why would I do that?
I'm talking about releasing, you know, your personal stuff because you're supposed to hold it in.
He's
Oh,
indulgent.
you're
He's
saying
self-indulgent.
semen retention. Oh,
Yes,
okay,
during
that's
your
so
sun, during like your sun sign, you're supposed to not do that. Like, I mean, during when it's in the moon. Like, I mean, what's going on here?
I don't know where you got that rule from, but I mean,
It
just
is
in
the
general,
most. You told me you were
principle.
supposed to. You were telling me you were holding it all the time, dude.
yeah, I had a pretty good streak going, but that's not what I'm trying to talk about. So, you know,
But that is the thing. I mean, I can send it to you, but it's so like I don't know. We talked about that before. You said like you didn't know the times to hold him. I was like, yeah, it's not like all the time you're supposed to hold him. It's just during. So when the moon is in your sun sign, that is when you're supposed to start like the basical from the. So that's where you're starting the spine. So when you're talking about releasing your.
so
Your
yeah, what's
Kundalini
interesting about that
to
is the
the
moon is in my sun sign right now, so that's a good time, I guess.
Oh,
Good
Yeah,
time
so
to bring
you-
it up.
Yeah, there. Sarah was meant to tell you. There you go.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, I appreciate that. So I'm gonna give it a whirl.
So
and see
yeah,
if
if
I'm
you were
off.
feeling a little like because you'll
Or
sometimes
not.
feel that like I need to. I did that actually the other day, and I was like, oh shit.
Okay, I don't think
Not
it counts for
supposed to do
chicks, but you know.
I think it counts regardless.
It does.
Fuck you. You don't think we have orgasms, you little fucker?
No, I'm like, I think it's a different mechanism.
It's the same thing. It's called energy. It's called you build the energy. I don't know.
Yeah, there's an energetic component. That's true. But I'm saying,
Oh my god!
like,
Yeah,
there's like
he's never mind.
physiological
He's not
reasons
a
why
Lincoln
it's
anymore.
better
He's
for
gone
men
back
to
to
do it.
fucking. Would you go to prison in the last few weeks? Just, like, totally lose
I've been in like a pseudo prison of this world. Yeah. But yeah, so basically, I've had dealing with basically 2 different locations have been getting stalked by these ladies that have like eerily similar profiles. It's like an old lady with a puffer jacket on and like John Lennon glasses, and she has like salt and pepper hair and like a bun, and like 2 different ladies. Like one of them looked through my mom's blinds while I was staying at my mom's house, and then I like confronted her and I was like, "Who the fuck are you? You know, like why are you coming up and looking through a window that's clearly not yours?" And then all she said was, "Oh, my name is Nancy," and then she just walked away, like cut out really quickly.
But you know what's eerie about that?
Yeah.
Trappist Nicholson was still involved at that time in calling himself Sid, S-Y-D, like Sid and
Right.
Nancy. You know? Get it?
Exactly. So that was weird.
Yeah.
And then synchronistic.
So are you sure it's a female and it's not Sid just stalking you?
Yeah, I could definitely tell. I would have smoked his ass if it was him. Yeah, it would have been like, you know, I was joking with Douglas, like once, like if that happened, they would like the cops would come and then run his background and be like, "I'm so sorry this happened to you." And they wouldn't even
After they saw his background, they just apologized to you.
Yeah, they would. They'd be like, "I'm so sorry, man. Like, this is terrible."
Yeah, Brendan said that the enemy targeted Sid, or rather Trampus Nicholson, onto myself so that I would ultimately kill him and they wouldn't have to issue his welfare check anymore. But go on, yes.
Pretty much. That's what it seems like. They were like hoping you just smoke him. You know? So.
Didn't you just recently smoke somebody, or am I not supposed to mention that?
Me or Doug?
Yes, which one
I was
of us?
talking about the car thing that happened, but never mind.
Oh, well, yeah.
You're talking about the time I was taking out the trash, right?
Yeah, you basically killed someone in the road.
Yeah, that's right.
Speaking of synchronicity and dark magic, like there's a spider on my car, which doesn't normally happen unless
Holy shit! Yes.
Talking about you guys.
Yeah, and that Jennifer Hawkins.
And it's like right where I'm like looking, you know. Yeah. So it's definitely a what would be the word for it?
Like reconnaissance. It's running.
Summoning.
Yeah, it's running reconnaissance for the enemy. Yes. Yeah.
Oh God, Brandon, I want to ask you a question before you go, because I may not have time earlier or later.
Tell him. Ask him.
Like, so right after the eclipse, the eclipse happened, and then like right after it, this black cat, and I mean solid black cat, like sweet, like very nice, because. You know, people say they're bad luck, but I think that they're still a good luck. I don't know, but that's what I was gonna ask you. So then it shows up at our house, and my son's like, I was gonna get food, and it just starts happening. Like he just starts running around and crying. I mean, I live in the same neighborhood for 20 years. This cat's not here. And this cat, we've never seen this cat, and like it's grown, but it's like not too old, not too young. Just like wanting in our house and just like rubbing in between him and loving on him and then loving on me. Come back.
Did you let it in your house?
It was just the next day. And it came in the house, like did come in the house, and we had to put it back out. And then again the next day it came in the garage and just was crying and just like we're just like kind of wanting to like just just like this was so sweet. Did it look pregnant? Maybe, perhaps. It was not pregnant. Somebody said, well, maybe it's in heat. You know, maybe it's in heat. So that's what maybe.
But by the way, I just need to interrupt for a second. Aristides, are you there? Aristides. I think Trampus Nicholson is in the chat, so if I could have the link to his channel.
There was like a suspicious Asian bloke in there.
Oh yeah, it turned out that guy's. Yeah, it turned out he's a real guy. He's legit.
Okay.
Yeah, he's legit. Yeah. Thank you, Aristides. This John guy, however, is almost certainly. So I look forward to his link, and I'll. So Brooke, continue. So I'm
yeah, they're like, should I bring it up what they're trolling about?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Like,
yes.
Yeah, it's some classic troll.
Yeah.
He's saying I have yoni energy. Basically, yeah, I'm a chick. In other words.
Yeah. Brendan's yoni energy.
Yoni is the Sanskrit word for the vagina. So
yeah. Yeah. That's
whoever the troll is has been getting witty. I mean, but it's funny.
Yeah.
Like the last couple of times, they were at least good jokes. That's why I don't think it's Trampus. He had like bad jokes.
He was
at least this guy's got some good ones. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Trampus couldn't even make good jokes, but he couldn't joke at all. Really, he really wasn't long on jokes. But Trampus has alters. He has alters. That's the point. And his alters are more intelligent than he is. You know. That's
right. Well, this person gave an LOL. I think maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. And,
if it's Trampus, then it's one of his good alters. It's like the jovial one.
Yeah,
anyways, so that cat is probably, suspicious.
Really, I'm surprised you said that. I'm surprised you said that. But go on. Yeah, continue by all means.
Well, the number one way like jinn can appear are like as cats, for sure.
Wow.
And, usually black cats like. As a temperament are usually more they can be friendly, but they're usually a little bit more standoffish at first if they don't know you, so that seems maybe anomalous, I'd say.
So are you catching that, Brooke? Are you hearing this? Because she's gone mute, and hopefully she's all right. Yeah. Damn, I hope she's okay.
I am here. I'm sorry. I just literally had to get my car trying to get something. So let's be honest with you, I'm going to get cigarettes, but I trying to get it all
car. But to be honest, I just didn't think that the cat he seemed so sweet, and I don't want to think animals are ever bad, you know. So, but I do get what he's saying, because I've never had a cat come up like that and be that friendly. And especially like black cats. I mean, I don't know, cats in general. I'm not going to put on black cats. Like, just, in general, I guess, just so friendly. Like, just like you don't even never met this cat, and it's just like up on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely an entity, but like good or bad, we don't know.
Yeah.
You seem to be doing all right.
But I mean, I guess it's better to think positive. You're saying I shouldn't have brought it in the house, though, is what I probably made the mistake of doing.
Well, I mean,
whatever. I've got protection on that house.
It's hard to say. Let's put it this way. It's hard to say.
This John guy
I'm
is
not
real.
At this point in my life, like, I've learned that fear does me no good, and so I'm not afraid. Anything that came in, they should be afraid. They come on in, and they will be like, "Wait, let us out, please. Let us out of this fucker." I mean, I'm done with it. Like, I think that the fear is where we, I think personally it is your intention in allowing fear in. So I've done that before, obviously.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying it was like, it's like, it could just be an entity. It doesn't mean it's like bad. Like, Jinn can be good or bad. Like, they're not necessarily.
Well, Jinn, anything that's going to visit me is going to be good, or it's going to turn bad while it's with me. Probably.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but it's like.
I'm kidding.
It's not a big
it's
deal.
Called a
I don't
joke.
think it's a big deal.
Yeah, I don't think it was, but I did think it was kind of cute as you were mentioning your story. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no,
I think there was something you were talking about. The spider. That's why I brought it up. It was the spider. And you mentioned the spider. I mean, I didn't think it was that big a deal either, but you said,
well,
the
spider is sketch because of another person that got a
situation.
Yeah,
Jennifer Hawkins.
Account, as far as I know.
Yeah. Tell her about Jennifer Hawkins. Tell her what happened.
Yeah, so when Jen, I don't remember the backstory exactly, but she had to make it to work, and basically everything went wrong. It was like Murphy's Law. Every single thing went wrong.
She was supposed to interview myself. Don't forget that.
Yeah. And that was the same day she was interviewing Douglas. Yeah, exactly. But at first she was trying to get to work, lost her job, or no, it was a brand new job after she just lost her job. Missed the first day. Her bike broke down. All the worst possible things could happen. All on the day she's supposed to interview Doug, and then she goes home and puts her bike away.
Well, don't forget the tire blew out on the bike. She couldn't make it. She couldn't make it to her first day of work because the tire blew out on her bike, and so go on. She rode home on the rim. Yeah, go on. Yes.
Yeah. So she rides home on the rim. Then when she gets home, it basically like finishes erupting, and it's a bunch of baby spiders like enveloping like the whole bike out of something like Arachnophobia, some cheesy 90s movie. Like, but that is what really happened to her, where it was overrun by these red spiders.
Yeah.
Shelob style, like Lord of the Rings style. And she was just obviously distraught after that. And then I forgot what did she have to do? She like had to like go back to work, or whatever happened, it didn't go well the rest of the day.
The horror is that at this point she has no transportation to and from work. She either has to call an Uber or she has to walk. Because she's not touching the bike ever again, she said. So, it's
basically, so, and then ever since that happened, I've been getting anomalous like spiders coming on my car. Yeah. So that tells me that the spell cast was having to do with spiders and transportation.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
It's not just like showing up at someone's house. It's like literally attacking people's transportation with the spiders.
Exactly.
Does that make sense?
Which was the horror.
That's the only time I've seen these kind of spiders. Like.
Thank you. So. And it's so true, and it's all resonant, and it's all connected, and
just give me a brief moment. This store is like they're like closing their shutters, and they got security here. So I'm gonna go in real quick.
Go do what you need to do. Yes,
it's like everything's turning into San Francisco. It's like.
Thank you. You got it.
I've never seen them put down like metal shutters before.
Yeah, no, that's.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, thank you. So, Brooke, again, you've gone mute. I take it she's. But yeah. So, did you hear that story about Jennifer Hawkins? And so, if she had continued trying to make it to work, to her first day at work on that with that on the rim, then she would have been swarmed by spiders. She would have been swarmed by spiders, red spiders, big red spiders.
I'd rather be dead. I mean, just like I don't even know. Like, I don't know if you ever heard me on this show, like, with angry at anybody. Like, if the way that person could get me back, I guess, like, would just be to, like, half of that day would be bad enough. Like, just give me one big spider on me, and I'm just like, I'm dead. Like, I would take a bullet any day of the week over that. But anyway, I'm pulling up like this gas station. There's a wild truck Nick here, so that's why I was being muted for a second. Pulling up beside me, but yeah, like I cannot. I mean, I shouldn't even say that on air. I guess it's telling y'all all my own fear. But like, spider, no. I'll take a snake. I would rather fucking be in a fucking room with like 12 fucking snakes than one large spider that I saw. Like, it's nighttime and you're like, I'm about to go to bed. And you see a few snakes running to the bed. I'm like, okay, right, it's gonna be not a good night. But you give me one big ass spider that I just saw run. I'm the one that I'll be like, what happened? Your house burnt down. I don't know, but the spider, I hope. I was never gonna sleep in that house again. I would have driven away, and I would have been like, I'm not gonna sleep there. And he's living somewhere in the house. So yeah, I can imagine what she went through and what would have caused that. She must be a very bad person to get that. I'm just kidding.
No, she happened to be affiliated with Douglas Dietrich, and this is what happens to people affiliated with Douglas Dietrich.
Well, you know what? I told you to say, you come anytime. If they're going to send a spider or you come on back, buddy.
Yes.
And I shouldn't say that. I've actually learned to like spiders a little more, but like growing up, I was horrible with them. And yeah.
Well, thank you for getting more open-minded about them. They are the indicator of a healthy home, a healthy environment for your home. So everybody be kind to your spiders. And
and I catch them. And so now, like, the two things I can't catch are like, so I catch everything and let them out.
You smashed that one, the big, whatever it was, spider that was on your, the one that Noah pointed out. Mom!
Yeah, okay, that's what I said. There's two things I don't catch. And they are, if it's a spider that is bigger than a quarter, okay, that spider, I'm sorry. I want to try to like you, but if you're outside, I'll save you. You know, like this pretty, like, what do you call riding spiders?
Wasn't that outside? Wasn't it outside?
No, it was inside. No, it's funny. No acts brave, but he's like literally calling me one day yelling, and he's like, oh, and I go upstairs. He's like, there's a big spider, and I see the spider. Oh my god, it was the size of like take two of those tiny little ants. I'm talking about the mini ants. Together, like they didn't. I was like, this thing don't even have legs. I don't think it even have any legs. You can't even see them. It's so tiny. And he's like, get it now. So of course he was having a fit with that big one, and I agree. He was right on that. It was when I had the dogs. That's what you're talking about. It was on the porch. That was a what do you call those, horseman spiders or?
I don't know.
The big spiders. They're not horsemen. The biggest spiders we have here. That's the big rat. I can't think of the name of them. But anyway, they're huge. And they're as horsemen or something like that.
Fuck, you might as well call them apocalypse spiders then, like horsemen of the apocalypse.
Wolf. I said horse. Wolf. Yes, wolf. It was a furry creature that was large. It's a wolf spider. And they only hunt on the ground. They're not poisonous, believe it or not. But they're so big, if you can think of that, because the reason they hunt on the ground is because they're so big, they catch it and kill it. Okay, so you don't want this. When you see this spider with all these 8 legs, it's pretty scary.
But you wouldn't register as food. It won't bother you.
Okay, well, you know what? I'll send you a whole fucking damn posse of them, and you tell me, and you tell me how great you're living. That's your. What's coming up next? I got time for your birthday. You know what? I owe you also another gift, so I'll give you double spiders for your birthday this year. And you can take pictures to show everybody how great it is and how Brooke was wrong. You would never cook one of these ever. You just chill with them on your shoulder in the morning while you drink your Coke. Or sniff your Coke off the floor. Your carpet, sniff it.
Oh, you're so adorable.
You'd have huge, by the way. These carpet, they're not little. These huge spiders running around, and then they'd be on your carpet finding your little pieces of Coke, where your sugar, or the Coca-Cola dries on the floor and caffeine, and they would be like running around crazy. You'd have these cedar spiders.
Oh, yes, Coke Spiders, like the movie Cocaine Bear. Yes, a favorite movie of yours, right?
Did you see Cocaine Bear? Did you
I
see
haven't
it?
seen it, but I'd like to someday. I'd like to someday. And
It's not the great. No, it's a stupid movie. We're on time for a stupid movie, but kind of good. Like if you're like, this is a stupid movie that I have nothing else to do on a random Sunday rainy afternoon. It's that. It's like you'll laugh and kind of be like cringe, like, oh my god, Bear just ate a person like that. And you're like, but that's totally what I would do if I was a bear and high on fucking a kilo of coke. Like, oh.
The bear eats people in the film?
Oh, he's just high as shit. If he's wanting more coke is what he's wanting. He realizes he likes it. I mean, finally to find the coke, and then people first he's a bear. Then he gets on the coke. He's like a little crazy bear, right? Like, okay, your first son's you're just crazy. He's like, I'm a bear. I'm gonna kill you because I'm on coke. Then he realizes where the coke. I need more coke, and then those people are trying to stop him from getting his coke, and he's like, all right, I'll take you out. You know, like it's just like if you just kind of imagine being a bear with already no like holds barred, and then like I've tried some coke, I'll kill more people, and like I'm gonna get that coke down.
But how do
And,
they
like,
retain sympathy? How do they? Isn't the bear supposed to be the sympathetic character who survives at the end of the film? I mean, like a mother with kids.
You're kind of doing both, so it's kind of a catch. That's the cool thing about the movie. Like it's stupid, but it's cool. Like you kind of are pulling for the bear. For it, you really are, and like the bear has babies at the end, but the babies—that's the thing. The babies took the bear. Babies took the bear to the fucking The bear took the babies. The bear took the cocaine back to its babies. So then there's found 3 little babies, and they always—that's how they were able to make it funny, because you'd be like, oh my god, all these babies, but then these babies, you see them, and then because it's all kind of animated, you know, it's like 3D animated type stuff, and these baby bears are like, oh my god. Then the baby bears are like high on coke, and they're like, so they're like not just baby bears running. They're like, I'm gonna attack you too. So I don't remember how it ends. You know, it's kind of it's a whole spoof, to be honest. I mean, the whole thing didn't exactly happen that way. There was it was a total spoof off something that was real, to be honest, but not in that exact form. But there was.
Are you talking about Cocaine Bear?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they have Cocaine Leopard, and they have Cocaine Shark.
Do they really?
Yeah, no, I didn't know that.
This is part of a franchise. Oh wow, or a gimmick franchise. Yes. Oh my God! Thank you for sharing that, Evan. And Brendan's back. He's back. Oh God, get your.
I didn't mean to unmute. Did you guys hear my shit talking? I hope.
Oh wait, what's going on? Tell us. What were you saying?
No, I'm not. Wait, I'm not gonna say it. I just was like, oh, I can't believe like. Someone actually paid to watch freaking Cocaine Bear.
Oh my god!
I hate to go all Andrew Tate, but like women can't have money like just
He's showing his elitism. Brooke.
Yeah. Obviously that was facetious. If anyone was. You know? That's why I start getting put on a list. Like.
Oh.
Brendan, I literally thought of you during the movie, and I was like, you know, this is embarrassing for people like Brendan. Like, he should not have to live in a world like this, where they make movies like this. Like, your name should not even be associated on the same worldly plane with a movie that is made like that. And I really did. Like, I lit a candle for you that day, Brendan. Like, I felt bad for you, and I do. I shed a tear right now for you, dude. I do.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
There's all kinds of those movies.
But by the way,
Frankenhooker.
Yes.
Another one.
Yeah, Frankenhooker. What did you think of that, Heather?
I liked it. I thought it was all right.
Yeah, say that, Brendan. What was that, Brendan? He said something. He said something. At any rate, I liked Frankenhooker. Yeah, to a degree. I liked it. Anyhow, shout out.
It was entertaining, anyways.
Yeah. So John says, do you know of the Agoras, Brandon? What do they do? And Cultivated Image says, thank you, Douglas. Glad to be listening. So glad you're here. Sheila Gavin, kisses to her. She says, greetings, Douglas. Kisses Dietrich and team DDD Brooke, Heather, Aristides, and George. Oh, she didn't include Brendan in that. And yes. So John mentions Camel Spider. Sheila Gavin says, your awesome laugh, Douglas, brings joy. Hey, Brendan, she says. And she says, Brooke, I have a Scorpio moon and Sagittarius rising. Douglas, good idea. Also, John says, Brooke, can you do my chart? July 3rd, noon, Monterey. But he doesn't give his year. Like, well, if you don't give your year, right, there's no point, right? Or is it done without the year?
If anybody wants, no, you can't do it without a year. No, because it obviously changes yearly. So it would have to be the date of birth with the year, and then the place that it was, and the time. The time is mainly for the ascendant, and the moon, depending on if the moon's changing that day. But I mean, if anybody puts it in and puts that fully thing and wants it, I'll do it. Just Douglas, you'll have to remind me like how many you see at the end, so that I come back and get them, because I'm not going to be able to do them probably tonight. I'll do them for the next show.
Sounds good. Yes. He says 1985. Fuck, he's young. I mean, you're young too, Heather.
That person was asking about something.
What was that? Oh.
That same person was asking about some kind of moon, like how does the moon affect humans and stuff.
Right. Is there any response for that, or
Yeah, of course.
No, I mean, the moon is I think Brendan and I both agree on this, that the moon is your emotional body, like the way you emotionally respond.
The mind.
Versus it's not
the mind.
Do what?
It represents the mind.
Okay.
No, it doesn't represent the mind. Well, it is emotions. So the mind, if you're talking your mind's in the emotions, depending on if you're going with Vedic, like you're saying the mind is your emotional body.
Yes, that is part of it. Connected.
Yeah, but you can, I guess, yeah. So your mind affects your emotions. To me, I look at it as more the mind, the soul.
It's more than that. I mean, the English word is mind, but in Sanskrit, it's manas. It represents manas, which is like, it's more than the mind. It's like, like you said.
So the emotions, to me, the emotions tie your soul together with your mind.
Yes.
I'm like little body.
Yes.
So they are temporary because they're coming in from the mind, but they're not just thoughts. You know, you can get to your mind, which is just thought. You can process things and be like, should I or shouldn't I? But then your soul can be like, oh my God, I feel so sad. Your mind may tell you, I don't need to feel sad. This person, like, there's no reason. You know, factually, you should not feel this way.
Well, that's like intellect. I mean, there's intellect above those faculties.
Yeah, so it's kind of like the words, I guess you can use.
That's like the Mercury. That's like the Buddhi, like the Mercury.
Mercury is communication. Yeah.
By the way, Heather Holman explained to me what John was talking about. John was saying something about what about the Agoras, Brendan. So Heather Holman points out they are a school of cannibal worshippers of Shiva. So that's what this individual was asking about. So people always have this.
Agor. Okay, first of all, Agor is gore is like gore is the same as the English word. Like it's like putrid, nasty, horrid stuff.
Interesting.
And the prefix when you say like asymptomatic, like it's in English. Means
Brooke she went unmuted while she's doing the cash register.
So is a negative of a negation, right? Like as when you say like asymptomatic, it's the same as in English. So you put agor means not going in that direction.
Interesting.
Agori, that's the original meaning of that word in Sanskrit. But what happened is the Brits went there and they started paying these guys to act like that and eat the bodies, and so whatever forces.
Oh, wait a minute, we're paying. I missed that.
Explain to Brooke and the rest of us, why did the Brits do this? Why did they pay these men to eat bodies?
Basically the Brits and the negative forces that are in India, like the thuggies and stuff, they pay these groups to do that. Like, you know, you see those like sadhus covered in ash and like somehow they're getting food. So like these people are giving them money to do that, to sit there and but the whole point is to make like the Vedic system look like crazy and sketchy. So people go against it. So it's like a PR campaign to make everyone say, "Oh, that's what these Hindus are about," or like that's what these they're all a bunch of crazy cannibals. But in the Vedic times, like those people were not like that. They were considered agor against that thing.
Right.
So they were not meant to be like that.
That's incredible. I mean, what an incredible world we live in. And it's so full of everyone has their own agenda, and they're all like corrupting. The Brits corrupted these people. So Heather Holman has put some photographs in there. And what do you think of these photographs, Brendan? What's your?
Let me see.
Yes.
Is it in the Skype chat?
Yeah, it's in the Skype text box. Text box. Yes.
Someone's birth chart. Let's see what else we got.
Yeah,
those are the Agori Sadhus.
Yeah,
and the whole, it's like so offensive. They're saying that they are like their Shiv, their deity is Shiv, which is the deity of destruction, but Shiv has nothing to do with like putridness or death or anything like that. So like, it's just going to extremes. Like they deliberately go to extremes as, a path, but that's not the correct way. That's not the path to God at all, obviously. And a lot of them use entities. Like there's like a very famous Ayurvedic doctor, like Dr. Robert Svoboda. He's like a Westerner that very famous in the world of Ayurveda, but he trained under one of these Agoris. Vimalananda is his name. Mm-hmm. But basically he would take him out to a shamshan, which is like a crematorium, like a graveyard, and they would like make him sit there and like deal with like these spirits that would come up to him, and so that's how he learned all of his shit that he knows, is he made a deal with those entities, and he became famous, in the West and stuff. He's like a world-renowned like Ayurvedic practitioner, but I mean, and he's pretty open. He says like, yeah, we went there and we sat in these, he actually had a human skull at one point. He said that would talk to him, like his guru would talk to him and all this stuff.
Whoa.
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, it's not something that you should dabble with. It's just like any other dark magic. But the trick is the trick that these Agoris created is that they claim that's the way to God. This is the left-hand path of God and all this shit. It's like they're full of it. I mean, there's nothing balanced about it. It's extreme, and like that wasn't there in the Vedic times, like eating dead bodies and stuff. Like no one did that.
Interesting. So it's conceivable, perhaps, that the skull could have been used like a ventriloquist dummy, but it's still very sinister, regardless.
They drink
story,
blood out of the skulls.
Yeah, like that shit you see in Indiana Jones. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But basically, like he even said that skull had like the previous owner of that skull was like bound to it, and so he had to like go get rid of it.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's like you're doing a disservice to like even like whatever entity stuck to that thing, Yes. So it's like it's not good. And when you imbibe like dead beings, like you get a part of their karma and all this stuff.
It's true,
including humans.
Yeah.
So it's like with humans, it's actually more dangerous.
Yeah.
Than just eating animals,
Of course. Of course.
Yeah. Way more dangerous.
Always burn someone's clothes when they die. You're not supposed to give them to charity or people that they knew. Always burn them, or else the ghosts get confused.
Interesting. Thank you.
Exactly.
And Heather, also, you said they smoke cow poop.
Yes.
But aren't these the people who worship the sacred cow of a different kind of cow? What would we say? Direction?
They're in India, but I don't know if everyone smokes cow poop there. I just know that they do. I know you could sell cow patties on eBay too for like $5 or $6. So there's a market for that.
Yeah, the Gobar has uses, but I mean, smoking it really? I mean, come on.
That's what they do.
No, I know. I'm saying like I'm talking about them. It's like really, come on. Like they deliberate. It's like a PR stunt. It's like nowadays how we have like Liver King and shit. Like they're like eating, they're like eating kidneys and shit and testicles. It's like Fear Factor shit. Yes. Like that's like the Indian version of that. They just do the most crazy shit to get like more people donating to them.
Oh my god!
Which sounds crazy, but like how people are. Like they like seeing that shit. Like
it's true.
Crazy,
No, it's true. That's incredible how people are. Now, Brooks, are you all right, Brooke? You
Yeah, I'm here. I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, I'm back at home. Well, I pulled over the driveway. I was
Okay.
gonna say, what was that? So I was thinking about she was talking about that.
Mhm.
Hold on. What were we talking about before? Like, you told me about Blue Lotus, but what was that thing, Douglas, that you did? It wasn't Blue Lotus. Like, there's like, is that the African one?
Cat. Oh, cathinone. Cathinone or Catha edulis. Catha edulis is the name of the plant from East Africa. And Brendan knows where to find it. He's been checking in with some Ethiopians, and he's like, he's going to be your source.
Well, that's the one that's still illegal, right? Because, like, I
Yeah.
doing the Adderall, I quit Adderall, but I was thinking, like, if I tried that, like, it would be good.
Yeah, just try. It'd be hard for you to find, though. How would you follow
That's
up?
what I was asking, because,
Yeah,
I
it's
know
not
Brendan
like
said I
readily
probably get Blue Lotus in Asheville, but, like, I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Like cathinone.
Yeah. So Brendan, is this something that what would be your advice be, that you don't recommend she try this at all? That it would be.
I mean, it's not going to give you the boost of Adderall. I mean, that's for sure. So, that's kind of not replaceable, I'd say.
Don't drive her back to Adderall. There's got to be something you can think of organic that gives her something to assuage the emptiness.
Ginseng, various like stimulants,
Okay.
herbal stimulants. I mean, there's all kinds.
Okay. Yeah. And but there's different kinds of ginseng. Which one would you recommend to her for that? For
Oh, I mean, if you want something more stimulation.
Oh my God, ginseng! I've taken enough ginseng. I have enough like pre-workout stuff to hit ginseng times 20. But I was just wondering, like, Douglas, you acted like the cat was like, good. Like, you were acting like it was something different. So that's why.
Well, it is in a sense. I mean,
it's on it. Yeah, it's kind of like got a different vibe to it.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Many Westerners actually, according to the Africans, Westerners they can't handle it actually.
Yeah, that's true.
According to the Ethiopian guys, they were saying they were telling me not to do it because white people usually get fucked up too much.
Yeah, that's true. Which means you'd love it, Brooke. Which means Brooks would fucking love it. Yeah. But it's
But where did you get it? Like, you did it, and you didn't go to Africa and get it, so you were doing it in California.
Who, me or Doug?
Yeah. I know where Doug's doing it.
Yeah, no, I was originally doing it in the Horn of Africa, but Brendan, he can conceivably get it here. And Heather's saying...
I had to go to an Ethiopian store and speak Arabic to these Ethiopian Muslims.
Yeah.
And then even then, it was like a hard egg to crack or a hard nut to crack.
Well, if I go to Ethiopian Muslim store, are you gonna send me home with some cat with some worms in it, or are we gonna be able to go straight cat? Is it gonna be moving?
Just don't even consider getting it. Like, it's not possible. They wouldn't sell it to a white chick.
Oh my God, you're such an elitist.
I'm just saying,
shit. I'm hanging the fuck up.
It's not elitist. I'm telling you. Like, they were really sketched out that I was even asking, and he gave me this number that was written on the back of a napkin, and he was like, "This is the distributor. You go talk to him." And
all right, now you know what? Now you send me on a mission. I swear to fucking God, I'm not coming back without some cat and the whole fucking story of it.
The only conceivable way that you could get it is if you find some super hippies that have traveled all over the world and they probably grow it. That's the only conceivable way. Some straight up rainbow festival type guys able to find that stuff.
Oh my goodness. And so but such being said, we I'm just so proud of you, Brooke, that you stopped the Adderall. I'm really proud of you. And you too, Brendan. You're proud of her too, right?
Oh, I thought you. I was like, damn. How did you know I was doing Adderall?
Aristides.
Yes, I'm happy for Brooke, and I'm glad she's not hitting the blue ice or whatever. So it was getting pretty crazy at one point.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm proud.
She's
I'm
much better off. She's much better off.
Yeah, Aristides.
You're much nicer.
Yes, and Aristides, you're gonna give your congratulations too, right? Yes.
Yeah, I'm definitely proud of Brooke for quitting Adderall.
Yeah, and John says, Brooke, you can get mushroom energy supplements at CVS. And then he says, you can try my mushroom, Brooke. Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to that.
Yeah, I don't think lion's mane's gonna do it for her after all the drugs. But like, we can hope. We can always hope.
Aristides, what's with these penis mushrooms? I mean, you had some of those, right?
I've seen them. Yeah,
Those are psychedelic.
No, those are the ones that I got from Deborah, like another person. I shouldn't say the name. But you know, I still have some of those. Like I have so many. So like I never
penis envy. The penis envy.
Yeah, there was a penis envy or whatever. White penis shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
They did look like I didn't understand why she called them that. And then when I got them, I was like, oh, this is what it looks like.
By the way, Cultivated Image says, congratulations, Brooke. Great job.
What are people congratulating me for? Because I did not choose to come off the Adderall. I just had to quit the doctor that was prescribing them to me because I couldn't afford a private doctor anymore. Anyone that's proud of me, they can go to hell, send me some money, and I would like to go back on the Adderall. If not, I might end up back on the meth or something very soon. So we should probably look for me some cat. If anyone has cat, I need some energy.
Yeah, you know what? They don't really treat ADD and separately than anything else. They want to put a whole bunch of diagnosis on top of that for you, and they still, don't give you Adderall. So they don't want to address the ADHD.
Well, there's a huge Adderall shortage. Like right
yes,
now.
That's
like
true.
Saying,
that's true. Go on. Yeah, tell us about the Adderall shortage. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Tell him. Brendan sounds skeptical. Tell him, Brooke.
It's not skeptical. That's just funny.
Yeah, all the people fucking using it.
Imagine, Douglas, just from a geopolitics standpoint, imagine the drop in GDP we're having. It's fucking off the charts right
I was going to say that's why they probably
No wonder there's so much inflation. I wish I was being facetious.
No, it's also fucking true. Yeah, because all these, so many Americans just claim their ADHD so they can get on that shit. It's incredible to me. We live in a sick, sad world.
It's like ADHD is just sugar. That's my opinion. And I also think that any evil that's in the world is also sugar.
My phone is dying, guys. I'm gonna have to let you guys go. I'm sorry. I just not my ADHD because I obviously don't have it, or maybe I eat too much sugar. I don't know. I'm squirrely. I'm like my squirrel. It's my spirit animal, as Douglas says. So I gotta run up a tree.
Why didn't you respond to my messages and phone call?
I don't know. I remember how I told you I had some things going on. I had to find some people to handle that, like take some money up for that. We can talk about it on the next broadcast. We'll leave that cliffhanger going. Don't bring any more up on that. I swear to God, if you do, I'll never go kill you. And also,
I understand. Believe me, it's just between you and I. Okay.
Yeah.
So
handle that. But yeah, just give me a call. I love you guys.
Just tell me before you go. I won't tell anyone.
Oh my God. You were the one person I told him he could not tell everybody.
No, that Moon Man.
Yeah, him and Peter Moon. And I was like, two different reasons. Because I love you. Different, you're a little elitist. You love to let shit go. Well, I don't know. Hopefully, just like you did tonight. Well, I'm glad she's off there.
The irony
I'm
is
glad she's off the I'm glad she's off the Adderall. Also, at least she's not taking the blue ice anymore. You just have to let your little blue elitist out. So, I'll talk to you later. I love you all.
Don't be salty, just me.
Salty is as salty does.
We all love you, Brooke. I'll call you as soon as possible.
I love everybody. Aristides, I love you. Good to talk to you. And Heather, good to talk to you.
Yeah, it sounds like she found more meth all of a sudden.
What did you say?
Say it again, Brendan.
I said, all of a sudden, it sounds like you're on amphetamines. You must have found more meth quickly.
Maybe I did, or maybe I
didn't. Yeah, exactly.
Actually,
we talked about it. It's like Bloody Mary. We said it 3 times, and you had to take a bump or something. Blue
it's
ice,
funny you say Bloody Mary. Ice. Yes, it's actually funny you say Bloody Mary. So you're probably getting close to home right there. But
you're right next to the mirror that's full of Coke and blue ice, and we said it 2
times.
times.
Find something, which is I'm actually back at home in the driveway. So don't.
Don't blame me for the relapse. Come on, that's okay. You'll be fine. Just go home and drink some tea. You'll be good.
Why don't you send her some
Boring.
tea? Brendan, send her some tea. You're loaded with tea.
Okay.
Send her some
Yeah,
tea.
that would
Perhaps.
definitely cause a relapse. Some tea with some more moving worms in it does not sound like
No, I think
my cup of tea.
actually
to be
Doug
honest.
has a pretty good idea there. If you get some really good matcha, you could probably get into a zone where you won't need anything because it puts you in kind of a mind state where you're focused
Yeah.
and gives you just enough stimulation. So, that could be
Yeah,
an
I
option.
used to take
Yeah,
matcha. I
and
used
the
to take
60s they
matcha,
used to use
but
matcha for speed.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the matcha I had was not good quality matcha, so I need to probably some better. Like kind of like mine was Starbucks matcha, which not sure if you can actually
Right.
call that matcha or
I-
just sugar.
I can get you some decent matcha. Like I can be your matcha dealer, don't worry.
Cool.
Some good Japanese organic.
Excellent.
Well,
Excellent.
yeah, I'm gonna hold you that too if you get a chance, Brandon. Send me some at least
Yeah.
links to some good matcha that you know.
God willing. I'll let you know.
Okay.
Alright, I love y'all. Take care.
We love you too.
All right, love you.
Okay.
Talk to you later.
Yes, blessed dreams, honey. Yeah, adorable.
Let me know if you can get cat.
Yeah, I totally will. Actually, it's now it's a quest I will have just to prove Brendan wrong. So I can do it. So we'll see. I'll let you know. All right, I love you, Douglas. I'll have you in my dreams.
It's like a running quest.
And you'll be
Yes.
in mine, honey. You'll be in mine. All right. Bye for now. And okay, that was the delightful Brooke Gibson. Now, you two kids did so well last time. I'm gonna snort some coke. I'm sorry, I'm gonna do some lines. I'm gonna refresh myself. I mean to say, I'm gonna refresh myself. Why don't you two kids?
Damn, you're sitting in front of the mirror too, man. Come on.
Heather.
It's just
Heather.
itching. It's just an itch.
Yes, it is. Heather, honey. Oh, wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Yes, honey. So you two did so well last time. Get back at it. I mean, both of you have a rhythm. And Aristides, don't be afraid to join them. You're a bit more active tonight than usual. How about you? Did you do something stimulating or what?
Not too much, just the usual, But I'm here. If you're taking a break, I'm here.
Excellent. I'm gonna refresh
Some
myself.
of that sativa. You got that sativa on board.
Oh, let me take a look at that guy.
I'm wondering about I'm wondering if Brendan knows about Barbarique. Do you know about Barbarique?
No, I have no idea. If you elaborated, maybe I would.
Yeah,
jog
Barbarique
something.
was the first AI robot, and he lived 5,000 years ago during Krishna time, and he couldn't nobody could beat him. He could make arrows fly and turn around and stuff with his mind. And I don't know a lot about Barbarique, but I know that Krishna couldn't put him on a side in the Mahabharata, so they put him on a tripod on top of the mountain to watch everything, and he was able to relay the battles that went on back to the palaces. If you know that, sometimes some of the palaces have ancient inscriptions with tablets when they're holding it, looks like an iPad or something, like a tablet. And that is what they were doing, because Barbarique was like a robot drone or something, and Krishna couldn't put him on either side because he's like, I'll put you on this side and then they'll win, and then if he stays on the winning side, then he'll switch sides back and forth, and then there'll be no fighters left. And so he ended up taking off his head and handing it to Krishna for whatever. And they put it in a box and they buried it, and then 5,000 years later it got dug up, and the eyes were still blinking. Nobody's heard of Barbarique?
No, yeah, Barbarica, yeah. That is part of the Mahabharata story. Yeah, that is.
I want to know more. That's all I know about that, but I want to know more about the AI.
I mean, he was like a being. Like, he wasn't exactly technology, but they had technology back then. Like, that's way higher, way far beyond our technology. Like, they had Vimanas and Astra and all these different things.
Yeah.
But Barbarique was
so you don't
powerful.
think he was an AI robot or artificial intelligence?
No, he wasn't. No, he was a being. Like, he was like he could have been
he was
mechanical
dumb,
or
though.
something.
He wasn't
but...
all there. He was like he couldn't scan and see faces.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't mean he's he has limitations.
But you're saying he was human?
He wasn't human. Yeah. He was a son of one of the gods.
Right. Do you think then any of them were human, or do you think that they're imaginary? Because I always interpret it as history and not imaginary.
No, it's it's real history, but a lot of it is allegory. Like there are different, like it's like a combination between, like the Puranas are like, it's history, but it's also like a fractal story at the same time. That's this like it's got like multiversal truth in it.
Mm.
So
like
the
Bible's
fractal,
supposed to?
yeah, I mean the Bible has aspects of that, like astrotheological things. Like you can like zoom into the story and get like the historical details, or you can zoom out and see the the cosmic, like they're like masterpieces. I mean, they're masterpieces in their own right. That's why they're so profound.
And you say it's
Does that make sense?
Barbarica?
That's the Western name, like as it's known. Barbarica.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was more to it than that. And then, I mean,
we can go into the story, like.
Yeah, go ahead. I'd like that.
So let's see. I'm gonna have to pull out like the Amachitrakata.
Right.
Have you ever heard of Amachitrakata?
Yeah, either that or there's another story too that I've had some questions about. Maybe it was the 100 or the cloning babies. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's like the dude that can clone himself. Yeah, I mean, there's so many technologies.
No, the 100 brothers.
Yeah. This is the Korvas. Yeah, the Korvas had like, they like way outnumbered the Pandavas, like for sure. Yeah. So if anyone's wondering, we're talking about the Mahabharata. Like it's the war between the Kauravas and the Pandavas, these like ancient families that were fighting during those times on the Battle of Kurukshetra. It's the story that's in the Bhagavad Gita. Like the Bhagavad Gita is like a little piece of that whole thing. So that's what we're talking about. If anyone's interested.
Yeah, well, what I find is odd that is the picture that I found of Barbaric was the same picture, the same dude that what they used to play Rahu when they decapitated the guy. It's like they used the same generic head for anyone who's decapitated.
Yeah, exactly.
Weird.
Yeah, because they just take these historical paintings, and is that what it is? It's just a historical painting.
It's a movie.
That kind of
this guy was an actor in this movie. You know how they have the old movies.
Oh yeah, the old Hindu movies. Yeah. Those are super cheese.
I love them.
Yeah, they're good. They have their charm. That's for sure.
Yeah, little violence.
Yeah.
Like actual violence.
Yeah. So Barbaric was the great warrior, and he was the eldest son of Gatotkaca and Alivati. And he had other brothers, but he was taught by his mother to always fight on the side of the defeated, and he continued to adhere to this principle. Oh yeah, that's right. So that's why Krishna basically told him to sit out the battle, because it's like whichever side was losing, he would immediately join their side, and he was so powerful that basically both sides would get slayed. It would be like a draw. Like, does that make sense? Like he was just too
yeah, no, there'd be nobody left. Nobody would win. He would win.
Exactly.
He would be the winner.
Exactly. So he would just keep switching sides until like everyone was decimated. So that's why Krishna had him sit out. But he had enough skills to kill all the heroes in the Mahabharata in a blink of an eye. And Krishna sacrificed him to Ranchandi. But his wish was to witness the war until its end, and Krishna granted him this boon. And his severed head remained present, watching the war until its conclusion. So Barbaric was a yaksha. That's what he is. He's actually a demon.
Oh.
He was a yaksha.
Half human?
Yeah. Who was reborn
succubus?
as a human.
Okay.
No, a yaksha is like It's like a kind of like a jinn. It's like a demonic being.
They have fangs.
But like a super powerful one.
Yeah.
There's a yaksha and then there's a raksha, which is like a vampire type being. But the yakshas were like pretty fearsome. They're like those things that you see in like Polynesian like carved faces, you know, like with the fangs, protectors. The crazy fangs and stuff. Yeah, they kind of look like that. Right. So they're definitely really powerful. But he was reborn as a human. But his guru was Lord Krishna, and he was also a follower of Shiv. He learned the art of war from his mother, and through rigorous penance, he obtained a bow capable of conquering the 3 realms. Yeah. So basically, he actually got like a variant of like Shiv's bow, which like Shiv's bow is like one of the most powerful weapons in like the verse. So the multiverse. So he had like a variant of that. So that's why he was so like, you know, and plus he was like a warrior in his own right of very high prowess.
Didn't he have another like a bracelet thing that he wore and a point and it would shoot like thunder or lightning or something?
Oh yeah. He had many. They're called astra. Astra like are like weapons, divine weapons.
But he couldn't recognize faces.
Yeah, I mean, like there's different stories, like iterations of why.
Yeah, like he couldn't be AI if he couldn't recognize faces, right?
I mean, not really. I mean, the point is like I've heard that theory that he was a robot and all this stuff, but that's stuff that comes later. They didn't really. He was definitely a being. Does that make sense? Like I don't know how it got twisted into that somehow.
Well, it got twisted because his head was made out of some metal, and it was the same metal that something else happened with. There was a kind of metal that they didn't recognize that Barbarique's head was made out of.
Yes. Yeah.
And it wouldn't burn. And I think that's where Jagannath Puri, the Jagannath deity, came from too. Something about that same kind of metal.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe it's a conductive metal because that's where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu disappeared when the lightning struck Jagannath Puri. Maybe that metal had something to do with it. Oh, it's the heart. It's the heart that goes inside of the Jagannath deity. That is, and nobody can look at it because it's so bright. Yeah, that's the same thing that Barbarique's head was made out of.
Right. So these are like what you're saying. They're like artilica, like ancient artifacts that were kept hidden in the temples for thousands of years.
Yeah, it's a metal that doesn't burn. It won't burn or anything.
Right, which they had technology that was like way beyond our tech, like way, like Atlantis and beyond. Stuff that like we don't even like. The stories only like. It's kind of like the Celtic stories where they just say like Ogma's sword was like a sword that could, like, you know, it could like hone in on enemies and stuff. But like in modern rendition, you just see that as like it's like a missile or something.
Oh yeah, like it was like you shoot one and it hits 4 and then it turns into 4 or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So nowadays we would know that as like a missile, but like it had like fire shooting out of it and it had like sparks that, you know, they described in whatever like fallen tongue that they had, and then nowadays it's we can finally decode it and find out what they were.
Was it atomic energy that powered their weapons, or I mean, was it vision? Or
I mean, it's like beyond atomic. Like it's like it makes whatever we have like completely irrelevant. Like they had like the Vimana could be like controlled by your mind, and it was like completely smokeless or fireless. Like there's no pollution that comes from it, and you can just like get in it, and like you can travel from here to India in like 5 minutes.
If you're sitting on the right and wearing the same clothes and only under the same conditions with the same amount of hairs on your head, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So it's stuff that we can't even like fathom, which is hard to believe for some people, but there's like proof of this. Like you have Kailasa Temple, stuff like that. Have you heard of Kailasa Temple? It's like a rock cut temple that's like Ellora. It's near Ellora. And
I think I have there with Jesus's cave or something. He used to learn in it.
It's near there. Apparently.
Yeah, I've seen that.
But there's like this temple called the Kailasa or the Ellora Temple, and it's like a rock cut directly into a mountain from the top down, like it was 3D, like it was like drilled out or something. But there's no evidence of any rocks. It was like laser cut into the mountain.
Lasers.
It's like trillions of tons of material that's never been, like, there's no like quarry or a place where they dumped all the rocks. It's like it's just gone. And there's like giant elephants and this like thing in the middle, all cut
The
like
mandala?
100-foot pillars, a mandala, 100-foot pillars, all cut directly from the top down. With like, I mean, there's no other temple like it on earth.
Oh, it's like the Indian Stonehenge.
Yeah, it's like beyond Stonehenge even. Like it's like
Right.
Stonehenge you can kind of imagine, right? Like they can like somehow prop them up or whatever. But this temple is like beyond that. Like there's
what
like
about
carvings inside of carvings. Like,
Are you talking about the one that goes into the ground with stairs, and then throughout the
Oh.
year that gets water filled up, and then the water goes all the way down? And
No,
at
that's a
certain
different.
time-
That's a different one. There's many. I mean, there's tons
Which one is that?
of
Where
temples like that.
where the Dwarka people come and meet them in that water or whatever. What is that one?
Yeah, that's an upside down temple. That's actually that one's pretty spooky. It's a temple that's built to where it's like an inversion of a normal temple. And if you go and they go into it and they've never been able to drain it. Like they've used like modern day pumps and water pumps and all this stuff, and they've never, to this day, they've never been able to drain it. And apparently that's where they meet people from like the lower realms, like
the Dwarka
under
people.
the earth and different stuff. Yeah. I mean, Dwarka is just like actually Dwarka is something else. But yeah.
Oh, the
It's like-
Nagas. They meet the Nagas.
They're kind of, they're like, I would say the closest thing would be like Naga or whoever lives underneath us.
I'm just fascinated by those.
It's like a
temples,
portal. It's like a portal.
Yeah, some like there's one temple. I don't know which one it is again, but it has the pillars, and then the pillars aren't even touching the bottom part of the ground. You could like put paper through it or whatever, and they spin around the pillars. Some of them.
Right.
What are they doing?
They're completely like lathe made. I don't know.
What
But
is
the
it?
proof is there. Like the proof is in the proof of the pudding is in the eating. It's like that thing is clearly not like we can't recreate that. Where the
Who
temple
could?
whoever built it.
Right.
The temple had to be built literally perfectly piece by piece. And like the final piece had to be set with no variation. Completely perfect.
Do you think
Otherwise,
the way
whole
that they
temple
did a
would
lot
fall.
of the moving of the big rocks and stuff is with their voices?
I mean, sound was a component for sure. But like I said, they had technology we don't even know, like we can't even fathom. Like they call it, like Edward Casey would call it, like, like Atlantean crystal tech or something. Like we can't even imagine what it was.
Is
Until we
Aristides, is he
find
saying
it.
something?
No,
I don't hear him either.
Okay.
Yeah, so like Atlantean crystal tech, or you're welcome to say anything if you have anything to add.
Were you talking about the temple? It's like cut straight down into the rock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're an engineer. Can you scope it and just
Yeah,
tell me,
that's like you're right. That's like more impressive than Stonehenge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we found a few big rocks and stood them up. Like,
Mhm.
and look at that shit. Just
Well, there's that one temple, the Pradmahabhaji Swami, where you have to sing it like a mantra is what opens the doors or the gates to the inside of the vaults.
Interesting. That sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah, and they haven't opened Vault B yet. And there's this huge conspiracies and all these like court proceedings about opening Vault B because there's supposed to be something that'll like if you release it, it'll end the world or something crazy like that.
Supposedly, I mean.
Yeah, well, I believe it. I wouldn't doubt it. But it's the Garuda mantra that opens the gate at the top with the vipers on it or whatever.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and find a link for you. Padmahabhami Swami Temple.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff like that. Like there's Arunachala, like the hill, and then they do study. There's like these stories about how this hill in southern India is like the primordial hill that like Shiv stood on or something. And it sounds like, oh yeah, you know, like every culture has that, right? This is the creation zone of creation and all that shit. But then they did like geologic research, and they found that that spot is the only spot on Earth that has 4 billion-year-old rocks, where like the plate tectonics have never touched it, and it's like they've like verified it, like geologically, it's like the oldest rocks on Earth. So it's like there's some truth to some of this stuff, like scientifically it can be proved, like without a shadow of a doubt. So
do you think that the rocks are petrified giants?
Some of them are, not all of them, but
I think so.
yeah. So this is Kailash Temple, like, and that's all rock cut from the top down, like it's over 100 feet tall. And this is all one piece, like it's all a solid piece of rock. This is not like building blocks. This is like they're working in negative. They're carving it out.
Right.
And then they've done like archaeological like search, you know, they've searched archaeologically, and there's no evidence of any kind of dump site for the quarried rock. Like usually it's within like a couple miles maximum of these locations, but this one has none.
Yeah,
like, there's no.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think I had a dream about that place before. There's no way to get to the higher levels, like from the outside. You can't. There's no like stairs or anything.
There's no stairs or anything. Yeah.
Crazy.
And those pillars, like on the left and right, those are like 100 feet tall, like with like elephants carved into them, like fully anatomically correct.
Mandala.
Mm-hmm. So, and whatever's on the top is like some other stuff. There's like some like lions and stuff.
Right. That looks like the presentation in the temple of the planetarium or whatever that they have going on.
Where's that?
The temple of the Vedic planetarium in Mayapur that they're building.
Interesting. Yeah.
You don't know about this. It's like $63 billion temple. That it's 10,000 kirtaniers, like 10,000 people doing kirtan. And then at the top level, and it's a dome. It's one of the 5 biggest domes in the world. And then the top level is a circle like planetarium where they'll do like projections into the dome of Bhumandala and of all the levels of, you know, Krishnaloka, Svarvaloka, etc.
Yeah. Interesting.
The whole planetary system. I can't wait till it's finished and we can go.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
They only just opened the wing for Nrsimhadev.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh my God. I want to.
So they haven't. So it's still under construction for sure.
Well, mostly, but it's Ambrish Das that's building it all, and nobody else wants to pay for it. They expect him to pay for it because Prabhupada asked him to pay for it, but it's just ridiculous. They have computerized
the costs
cement,
are like, yeah,
you know, and they have marble from here, and like everything is perfect, and just like they build the Vimana, like it's to the exact measurement, whatever.
It's based.
I thought maybe I could get a job cleaning bathrooms or something there.
I mean, if you ask like people that are into like Sanatan Dharma, like you can go to India and go temple to temple and just live for free if you really want to do that. But it's like it's not easy.
No.
Like you have to go there and cut like 1,000 onions, you know, and like they make you work, you know, but you get free food and board and everything. But it's just.
I would probably go on the Kartik when they go once a year. There's a whole group that goes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my phone is dying. Can you guys hold it down for a second while I charge?
I don't know. I usually bomb when.
Where's Doug? How long does it take to do Doug?
How long does it take to smoke bombs?
He's like the slowest cokehead of all time.
Oh, that's funny. So you're an engineer, Archimedes?
Archimedes. Yes, correct.
That would be cool.
Correct.
What kind of an engineer?
Materials and testing of the materials.
So do you know about the computerized cement?
I don't.
What
I'm not sure.
I know there's computerized cement, and I'd like to know more about it. If it's like
what do you mean computerized? Like there's like electronics in it, or
no? Like that's what they're using at the TRUMAN.
Like 3D printed.
It's computerized, meaning that it's the computer that programs the cement. I don't know what it means. But
They do have the
I
3D
do know that
printing,
I found
Brendan. You're
some
right.
pictures online that had figures standing there that just look like outlines. So maybe it has to do with some of the way that they're picking up, like the picture or the image or the
Yeah, I'm not
very
sure.
low, the resonance or something like that. I don't know. I'll show you what I mean. Computerized cement, like maybe for like the virtual cities, that could be similar to what they're using.
I still don't get exactly what you mean.
Yeah, that would
Okay.
make sense if it had like, you know, like wires in it or something. That I've seen.
The virtual cities is like the cities that are supposed to like explain it, Brendan, like
Like the
Hawaii
15-minute cities and all that stuff. Yeah.
where everything's
but-
just powered. It's powered and there's no electricity powering it or something like that.
Yeah, like the kinetic movement will generate electricity, plus they're like solar powered, like concrete strips and stuff. Like that. This is all theoretical. I mean, this is like something out of like Buck
It could
Rogers
be.
and
It could
stuff.
be a component of 3D printing. I'm probably sure that's what it is. It can't be anything else like space age.
And like if we were to search like electronic, what did you call it? Computerized concrete?
Yeah, no, I'll just give you guys the link to the TOVP, and it has the whole layout and everything for it.
Yeah.
And one of the people that are building it, he talks about it in a video. One of the original devotees that are building it. He's actually the designer that designed it. It's TOVP. Yeah.
That's the actual acronym?
Yeah, TOVP.com or whatever, Mayapur.
Oh, the temple, you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, this temple looks crazy. It's like something out of Elder Scrolls. Holy shit.
It is.
That
It's
real?
magical. Yeah, it's real. They're building it. They're almost done. They're still working on it. We need donations.
Holy shit, that's crazy. I mean, this is like a computer rendition of it. What, are you sure it's built?
Yeah, no, it's being built. It's right at the where they had the college, or where Prabhupada took people out in the 60s, in the rice fields.
Yeah.
In Bengal. Yeah, that's where they're building it, is right by the
it's
college.
Bengali,
yeah.
Holy
I don't know
shit,
if
it
it's
looks
a
like a
college
wizard's
or a
fucking tower.
school.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the 5 largest domes of cathedral-wise. There's Saint,
right.
whatever.
No, it is massive. I mean, it might even be the biggest in the world.
It's a big deal, and kind of like what I'm waiting for is in my life.
Interesting.
It's
it would
amazing.
be cool to see that. Definitely be cool to see that.
It would be amazing. They have it so where you can like whisper on one side of it, and then all the way across you could hear the whispering from the other side. Do you know what that is?
Something to do with the acoustics, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's acoustic. I mean, a lot of the Vedic technology is sound based, like Dhwani, like.
Yeah, and even the acoustics in the inside of the kirtan room or whatever in the middle, they have 3 altars, 3 different altars, and then one has Prabhupada, one has the 6 Goswamis, and the other one is like the 8 gopis and Krishna and Radha.
Yes.
And then
like
they have
the Murtis, like the different Murtis.
Yeah, but then they have the artis or whatever to it daily. Yes. I think they're moving the deities over from the old temple, the Panchtapa, one, the big gold ones. Have you seen them? They're 8 foot tall.
Those are like intense, and like some of them have real gold. They like pour saffron on them every day and like clean them.
Yeah, that's some crazy stuff. But they're moving them over to the new temple, the Temple of the Vedic Planetarium. And if there's floods in Mayapur, they have it so it's like it'll float before it'll get flooded.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, they gave me some books to donate. I was trying to get donations. It's hard. It's not as easy as it sounds.
No.
Nobody likes us.
Yeah. What you're saying, like the ISKCON?
The Krishnas.
Like, yeah. Well, it's like people just talk shit, and like no one's gonna donate. Like, everyone's cheap as hell.
The people that are donating are the temples, and the devotees are, and then you can get a brick, or something.
Yeah, the only time I've ever seen someone donate is when I bought some books off them. like
Right,
they
no,
were
you're
at like
still-
my college.
Yeah, you're not supposed to ask, but
Yeah, he didn't ask, to his credit. Yeah, he was like, "No, you can
Oh,
take
wow.
them." And I said,
I
"Okay."
just give the
But
books
then-
away. I don't like asking for money. I just give it.
Right.
That's my
You
problem.
know. But I gave him some cash. I gave him a couple bucks. But also when I went to the ISKCON, like the different places, like I'll just go to their like boutique and they'll have like good wares that they bring from India and stuff. So it's like it's harder to get out here, but they bring like some good stuff that I need, you know.
Yeah.
Like yeah, I have a tunic like with a swastika on it that I got from there, and it's like very protective. I usually sleep in it. To, like,
I
protect
love
me.
their clothes.
Yeah, the clothing is good.
So I wonder if you can you play, like, you know how like sometimes you could play things from YouTube so people can listen to it and we don't have to talk.
I just got
we
back in
can.
time to hear that. I just got
We
back in time to.
but
Yeah.
there's like copyright issues with that.
Yes, thank you for reminding Heather about that. Oh my God, what a beautiful photograph of this incredible temple provided by Brendan. Oh God, what is this?
That's Kailasa Temple. It's the biggest rock cut, direct cut building on Earth. And it was cut vertically from the top down and there's no evidence of any like effluvia or debris from when they cut it. So it basically was just manifest, like laser beam level.
Yeah, holy shit.
And there's no moving parts, like there weren't like stacks of stuff. It was cut top down. It's like astronomical, like how they did it. Like there's no way. It was done by conventional means.
Yeah, incredible. Fucking incredible. I'm left speechless. It's almost like things like this are otherworldly. They're literally otherworldly. And evidence, of course, of how advanced civilizations were in the past. Aristides, you're
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and so
it's like right there in plain sight, but it's like unexplainable how they did all that.
Yeah,
you know, like we can only begin to imagine doing that now.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your input on this, of course, and so we're.
Let's put it this way:
yeah.
I've met a lot of contractors recently, and there's no way anyone could handle that in this day and age.
Yeah, no one would take that on.
There's no union on Earth that could handle that kind of job.
I hear you. No, it's no profound. It's profound. Just to
and they
look
actually there was this a Japanese company or this like scientific company. They were attempting to rebuild the pyramids at like 1/20th of the size, and even with all of their resources, all of these Japanese experts, they abandoned the project and they said there's no feasible way to do it to even 1/20th of the size. So it's like, how did these quote unquote primitives do it with chisels and hammers and like horses and whatever bullshit they give you? None of that is obviously factual.
A lot of unanswered questions, man.
Say that again, Aristides.
A lot of unanswered questions. I mean, this is a very unique example, but like a lot of megalithic structures around the world, like when you really look into the detail of their cuts and stuff, and like how difficult like some of the inside cuts are. You know what I mean? It's easy to make an outside cut, like have a saw or a rope saw or something, but like an inside cut, you know what I mean, where it's like scooped out.
Yeah.
You know, where they need like more. It's just some of the stuff is just unexplainable how they really did it.
Yes, truly, incredible. And I want to thank Sheila Gavin. She said, I checked Rainbow Gathering, hippies, rainbow. Fez is LGBTQIA+, and yes, they're still going. So the conversation went in that direction while I was gone. Just curious as to what was covered there. Does anyone remember? Or
Oh, Rainbow. That was right before Brooke left.
No, you were still here when I said that. It just Rainbow Gathering is something they do in Wyoming. It's just like a bunch of like super hippies that get together, kind of like a hippie Burning Man.
Okay.
Yeah, they do it in
I don't know if
Sedona
they still
too.
do it.
Yeah.
Okay, she says they're still going. So thanks so much, Sheila. There we are. And
It was supposed to be a joke. Yeah, I don't mean to offend people, but
well,
I was saying that's the only way that she could find caught.
Oh, for Brooke.
She found some dudes that went to that, and like they travel all over Africa or something, and they somehow had a plant. That was my joke.
Got it. Okay.
It's like so obscure. Those are the only people in the West that would know about that shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in Europe it might be different, especially more towards the Balkans. But yeah, I mean, because it's becoming more and more common in Europe. But it definitely, like you said, in America.
Yeah, I thought it was funny when I was looking it up.
Yeah.
Is this what you were gonna say? When I was looking it up, they were like, instead of showing like any information about it, there was like this lawyer doing an advertisement who's like the only caught lawyer in America.
Holy shit!
Like it's like really the DEA's like smashing people for caught when there's like fentanyl killing people on the streets. Like
that goes without saying. That goes
like
without
putting them in federal prison for like this like
They cut him off. Holy shit! See, the moment he started defending Cott, they cut him off.
They did that to me too earlier.
Oh my god. We'll see if he comes back. Otherwise, I'll transition into
monologue.
So, honey, while I was gone, Teach, were you starting? Did you feel that the two of you were starting to labor in terms of your attempt to?
No, I just get overzealous when I start talking about the Temple of the Vedic Planetarium. I'm like a little mascot or something for it. I want to go so bad, and I want it to be finished, and they keep prolonging the done date.
Okay. Oh well.
And I think that's like the master hub for the Blue Beam. That's going to be all around the world.
This temple that you want to see completed? Yeah. Which temple?
It's the Krishna temple, and it's just supposed to be all like, I think it's some kind of a spaceship or something crazy because it's so intricate, and just the vibrations from, if you had 10,000 people singing kirtan in this place of magical like marbles and gold and computerized cement, it's got to do something,
Interesting. Well, I mean, I hope you're right for the sake of, so that it won't be anticlimactic. Sheila Gavin said, I love the chat about the ancient Indian temple. Thanks, Brendan and Heather. Thumbs up and smiles. There we are. And Justice Allah says, the Great Pyramid K 2019 tells how that were made. So he finds whatever is presented from that source to be compelling. And of course, there's.
Well, maybe he can contribute if he's Allah, because the reason for the holdup, why we haven't had that, the false judgment or the second coming or whatever, the false invasion, whatever it is going to be in the Blue Beam, is because they can't put a face on Allah or Muhammad to represent the God of that Muslim religion. So they have the face for everything else that's going to be like coming back like Jesus, but they don't know what Muhammad is supposed to look like for the Blue Beam. That's my take on it. I don't know if I'm right or wrong.
That's cute. I mean, I speak to many people who believe this is what they're going to try to do. I'm just finally looking into the back to the call, and I'm looking at the Temple of the Vedic Planetarium. This is the Hare Krishna temple.
This is Prabhupada's dream when he was in 1966, and he brought all the devotees, the kids out there to start, and the ones that are our leaders now. He said that he dreamed of this temple, and he wanted this temple built this way, and he described it, and he asked Tom Ford's nephew, Ambrish Das, which is Alfred Ford, if he'd build it, and he left him the responsibility of building it, but he can't. I mean, he needs donations from everybody. He can't just build it by himself,
Okay.
And they're building it. It's almost done.
But you grew up in the Hare Krishna faith, right?
Of course. I mean, I believed in it. I always knew what it was. I didn't go to temples and engage with other, people, because my mom wasn't here anymore.
Uh-huh. Okay, so which is sad. So
Until I was grown, and now I do. But it was a long period of being
what you
gone.
lapsed. The term is lapsed.
Okay.
You were lapsed in practice. In practice, you were lapsed in practice during that time. But since you are now a practitioner, an active practitioner, why would you assume that your faith or the church that you belong to, Hare Krishna, is affiliated with something like Project Bluebeam? Well,
Nefarious.
yeah.
Well, I would only think that because not that it's a religion. It is taken as religion as far as like their diplomats. If they go, because it's an international society, they are considered religion. So there are diplomatic members or people who are diplomats. Also, the richest people in the world that he found, Prabhupada, the kids were all of the wealthy people. And so maybe that is who they are.
I'm not quite sure I follow, but it's
everyone's like, oh, they, the people, like not Rockefeller, but the people that actually make things work and go, and the science of it all.
Okay. But so you feel, and maybe this is realistic. I mean, maybe you're realistically cynical. But the bottom line is that you feel that your church may be, in a sense, corrupted or manipulated.
The cult.
The
cult was corrupted, but I don't think that that's where I was going with it.
Okay.
It's a cult of the most intelligent people in the world. That's how I can say it.
The Hare Krishna.
Yeah, and they also believe in Jesus. It's not like they're satanic or anything that. Some people would say that.
Honey, it's I would never even.
No, my grandpa told me Krishna was the Antichrist, and he used to get mad when I'd hang stuff up around the house.
Oh, that's so silly. That's
we were Presbyterian Masons.
Right.
I was brainwashed so many different times and so many levels. It's like I don't even know what to think anymore.
You've been exposed to a lot. Brendan rejoined us. Brendan, what happened?
Yeah, I'm here. The phone died, so I'm working on that.
Oh, okay. Well, I downloaded the image you provided. Now, have you heard what Heather said? She feels that the Hare Krishna temple that they're building might be the source point for Project, an operation at least, an operational aspect of Project Bluebeam. She thinks that's a possibility, or maybe just the thought of that turns her on, or what? I'm sorry, honey, say that again. Honey, say it again.
The mainframe.
The mainframe. The mainframe.
Yes.
Yeah, is that what you were getting to with the electronic concrete? I mean, it makes sense, and you got to realize that these people are, like they're part of the world government. They're not outside of it. That's why they have billions of dollars and they're able to do all this. And one of the biggest,
yes,
the biggest ISKCON temple is in London, the Radha Temple in London. I mean, it's huge. Mm-hmm. So these people are part of the whole cabal. It's nothing outside of it, just like the Dalai Lamas and all these other guys.
Okay. No, not that I'm defending the Dalai Lama. Like I said, the one time there was this black security guard, very, very strange, because he was basically an unarmed security guard from what I could see. His name was, what was his name, Heather? He helped to save Amanda Yu. He really led the campaign to write a lot of letters. He was on Facebook for a long time, and his name doesn't really.
Wait, Adam the Jinn, is that the one that you're
No.
Okay.
But he was Kimbrough, James Kimbrough, and James Kimbrough. He was like he thought all the world leaders were pedophiles, and which is unusual for a black guy who put up all these pretty pictures of Japan in particular on his Facebook all the time. And he was...
All the world leaders? You mean like all the religious world leaders? Like
those in particular he seemed to attack. Yeah, the spiritual world leaders, the Pope and the Dalai Lama. And at one point, it was just like photographs they'd catch of the the Pope when the security guards picking up kids to hand to the Pope to bless, and then the security guards picking up kid after kid, and after a while you're just picking them up. You're not thinking about this, and of course the guy's fingers right up the crack of some kid's ass because he's picking them up to hand them to the Pope, and James Kimbrough's like, look, he's six-packing him. And I'm like, James, just fucking chill. I was like, dude, I'm like, dude, just shit. But then he was saying that about the Dalai Lama had his hand around some kid and it was near his ass, and I was like, dude, you know, because he was saying, see, the Dalai Lama's a pervert, and I was like trying to tell him that he's just taking this way too far, and then the Dalai Lama had to pull his shit, suck my tongue, and
you tried.
And then I had to eat crow. And it's like
see, I did that too with all of the, because they're not, as you know, when you're being attacked by like people who are attacking your presence or your reputation, you just ignore them, right? You just ignore them. That's the rule, right?
That hasn't been the way I've done it because I can't afford to ignore them, and besides, they're all over the place. I got to be all over the place attacking them back. You know that.
Well, anyways, with the priests and the religious people, I don't think they're allowed to engage with like defending themselves online or things because those things are there forever. So,
right. They're not supposed to. In other words, common sense. See, their position is different. They're supposed to look aloof, and they're supposed to. But what the fuck do you think? What kind of brain fart? Why was it the Dalai Lama took a shit like that where he did what he did? I mean, what the fuck? Anybody got any ideas as what the hell ever possessed him to do what he did with that stupid kid? I mean, and obviously the Dalai Lama is stupider, but he's like, suck my tongue, suck my tongue. It's just, what the fuck? It was.
I have an idea, but it might be really far fetched.
What was
it? The Vril.
I'm sorry. What?
Parasite. Yeah.
Oh, you've got this.
Defend the Dalai Lama. That's what.
Yeah, it's a YouTube. She's got a YouTube idea about the Vril, Brendan.
No, I don't.
That Judith Ager was buying into that, Heather. The YouTube ideas about the Vril.
Sorry.
What?
Wait, what was the idea?
Sorry.
Oh, the YouTube. There's this YouTuber. I think who's the Irish guy? Sarian. It's Michael Sarian, I think, or some of the other guys that say the Vril are parasites. They're parasites, and so they're trying to.
I don't think Sarian said that. It was someone else.
They're little tadpole, like they look like lizard heads that are squirming with their spine, and they're tiny, and they're saying that they put it in to people's left eye and then they possess that person, and that's what the black eyes are.
Who says this?
All the conspiracy theorists.
Right. All the conspiracy.
That sounds like something they got from like sci-fi.
Yeah.
I say there might be truth in it. What are they doing at the Bohemian Grove?
Yeah, what was the other thing I wanted to bring up with Brendan? Not to dismiss what you're saying about Bohemian Grove, Heather. Bohemian Grove's an awful place full of awful people, but little lizards that bore into people's eyes.
Come out of those little things, the snake heads or whatever, they come out of the ground.
That's the penises of all the elite. That's the penises of all the elite. That you're thinking of.
Are you talking about like nematodes? They're like nematodes.
Yes, and they come out of the ground once a year from a certain spot, and they won't say where.
Honey, they come out all over the place.
Like locusts.
Oh my god. What was I going to say? I was going to ask Brendan about something. Oh, yeah, Brendan, get this shit. I mean, Heather, you remember Brandon Young. So, Brendan, get this shit. Brooke Gibson said that one time I left her alone with Brandon Young, and he had that girl, Kelsey, with him at the time, and he claimed he was hunting. He says, oh, Kelsey and I are hunting, and she went with it, and she was saying that she had her apron on, that she was ready to, cook whatever they were hunting. Deer. Apparently they were hunting deer. And I was like thinking, who the fuck would go out in the woods with Brandon Young brandishing a firearm? I mean, can you imagine that, Brendan? I couldn't imagine doing that. I wouldn't fucking...
Yeah, I was there when he was saying that stuff.
Oh, so what did you think?
Right?
Yeah, what did you think when he said that?
I just took it as like, that's just how he is, and as far as the like I had a feeling he was just being like his normal sarcastic, like whatever you want to call it, psychosis.
Yeah, just his bullshit chronic lying.
Like it didn't sound real. He was
Okay,
just, like,
thank you.
He was trolling Brooke.
Okay, got it. Okay, so she bought it because yeah, you're right. I mean, they probably would never allow that guy to handle a firearm. It would be like you may as well give him an atomic bomb.
He's a puppet.
Yeah.
I can just imagine Brandon Young like on some like Dick Cheney shit. Like you like pop out of the bushes and he just like blasts you.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah.
And he's like, it was just a joke.
Yeah, no, in a heartbeat. I can see
kidding.
that.
I was just kidding.
No, it's true. That is exactly how it would wind up. You know what? I before I go into monologue, I'm going to basically take a leak. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go mute. You kids have got this, right? Yes. She gave a kiss to all of us. That's our dear Heather. And this kiss is for all of us. Oh, thank you. A kiss in return, Heather.
Oh, I've never seen that before.
You have to go? Okay. Well, Heather's got this all by herself. She can do this, right?
Oh my God. I have to get my glasses on.
What, you gonna read something?
I must have to. I've got to know what I'm doing, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what monologuing is?
Yes. So, yeah, kind of. Well, I mean, I'll just be a second. Brendan, you've got this with her, right? For a second,
Yeah,
just a few moments here. Okay, I'll go mute. I'll be right back. And you guys just keep talking.
Is he there? Oh no.
No. Hey, I'm still here for a minute, but
what's wrong?
Doug comes back.
Do you need a new phone? Do you need a new phone?
Brendan needs a new phone.
Oh. And so, are you?
Or something, or a new audio piece.
Where do you live?
Where do I live? The East Coast area.
Do you like that? In the East Coast area?
Do I like it?
I
mean,
it's
not the greatest, but it's
I was
okay.
dealing with something. Yeah.
Where in like North Carolina or?
I'm gonna guess where you live, Aristides. You live north of Boston.
No.
Yeah. Oh wait, I think that was the other guy. That was Mark H.
I'm still thinking.
He was
really
up there. He was up there. I'm below that.
Yeah.
Georgia.
No, we're not gonna guess where he lives. I just thought it was a joke. But
okay.
Yeah. Just because he's escaped a lot of shit so far. Aristides. But the
Philly.
What were we talking about before he
Close
left?
enough to there. I could go there if I wanted, but I don't want to go.
Okay. How about San Bernie or what is it? Bernie, Maryland?
Glen Burnie.
Yeah, Glen Burnie.
I guess it's down there.
Yeah. So I'm getting warmer.
See you living in the Northeast. I can't get that vibe from you. So I could be wrong, but
well, anyway, it's around that area, and it's getting late here, so.
Yeah.
When Douglas gets back,
too bad.
That'll probably be it for me.
Where are you from, Heather? Are you like in the South?
Phoenix, Arizona. It's 12:15 a.m.
Oh, you're okay. So you're on our time.
Yeah. I don't know where I'm at.
Phoenix is
yeah.
I thought it was Mountain Time. No.
Mountain Time. Mountain is Standard Time.
So you're like, so it's 11. It's 1.
No, it's 12:15. Yeah.
Here. It's 12.
Oh, 12:04. I'm sorry.
But anyways, Arizona is an interesting place.
Well, I'm gonna raise a toast then to whoever's being left alone. Today that we throw away. Here's to today that we throw away our old underwear.
What?
And to for tomorrow,
you
where we're
toasting
wearing
like
all new underwear, and then we're gonna live like that for the rest of our life. I used that example with my dad yesterday because he is stuck with his retirement. He just retired and he is stuck at his house, and he's already bought another house and he's built it to go live in it, and he's still stuck at his old house. I'm like, it's like old underwear. You just have to throw away the old underwear so you can wear the new underwear. It's no big deal, you know. He's got some Alzheimer's coming on, you know. I don't know how to reason with him.
Wow. Right. It's well, are you going to be a care provider for your dad?
I hope not. I really do. I hope not. It's really gonna get down to that, I guess. But we don't like each other very much.
Oh, well, I guess that's his loss. It's
I guess I'd just be typical.
Holy shit. Well, thank you for sharing that, honey. I love you dearly.
Oh, you too. Thank you. I'm going to listen to your monologue. Yay.
Yeah, thank you. And feel free to hang on if you wish, and just like our man Aristides does. And but all of you say good morning. Brendan, if you're still with us, say good morning to everyone before you leave. And there we are. Yeah. Oh, and she left. She left. I was going to ask her to say good morning to everyone. Brendan, if you want to say good morning to everyone.
Yes, good morning to all the listeners, and hopefully Doug pulls something good out now that he's all fueled up.
You're so... Thank you. Thank you. That's... Okay, you have a blessed day, and stay safe and be well. We love you dearly. Okay.
Yeah, you as well. I feel like there was something I was going to bring up, and I totally forgot.
Yeah, well, write a note. Write a note to yourself, and we can bring it up Sunday. Hopefully you and I will have a chance to talk privately before then. And it
was the epic change in Japan's security strategy. Basically, I think they're going to start beefing up their arms, according to the Japanese.
But dude,
a senior Japanese national security advisor has emphasized that an epic change, in quotes, is underway in the country's security strategy.
But dude, their military's always been fat. I mean, this is like their budget.
They're coming out more in the open, you know.
Yeah, it's more like maybe, like I said before. Remember, it was years ago. It must have been like Revolution Radio days. I said, well, they're mobilizing when they were saying the same thing. And basically what the Japanese are basically saying is they keep saying this so that people get more and more accustomed to the fact that they've always had a military. And this way people just keep thinking is, oh, they just somehow reacquired one or something. and if they keep saying that, then people have this stupid assumption that, oh, I guess they didn't have one before or something. You know, it's just, they just keep saying that, the same thing.
I think it's because like enough of like the quote unquote greatest generation is toast. They can finally come out and say that. Because, like, people our age are like, wait a minute, they didn't have Gundams yet? We're just, like, waiting. You know, we're sitting here waiting. Like, we're actually, like, people my age are, like, pissed off. We're like, we were promised Gundams, like, in the 90s. Like, what the fuck?
Believe it or not, the communist Chinese anti-Japanese commercials, and for people who don't know, communist China on the Asian mainland has actual commercials, like government, what we would call like government-sponsored commercials in the United States, public service and shit.
Like PR?
The Chinese
public service announcements.
Yeah, the Chinese communist public service announcements are literally anti-Japanese campaigns, where they'll say, oh, the Japanese are mobilizing and getting ready to invade us again, and we have to mobilize in turn to defend ourselves, and they show Gundams. They show Japanese planes, tanks, and shit, and then they show Gundams like it's real, and they show this, and the people just eat it up. They think it's real. In communist China, they think the Japanese military has fucking Gundams, it just goes to show, you know, you got a totalitarian government and total control of the media. You can say anything you want,
I would be hyped if they had Gundams. That would be amazing.
Well, it would be intriguing. I'm not quite sure how practical it would be, but it would certainly be impressive. I mean, but then again, look, it's like how practical is it? What the scenario in the cartoon was, of course, these are they made them so mobile. That's why they call it mobile suit, right? So that these things were like so responsive to the nervous system of their pilots that it's like it made some sense. It made some sense in the cartoon universe. I don't know if we're near that point yet. Because obviously the biggest issue is the weight issue, and balance for a walking war machine would be. I mean, we'll get there, and we'll get there soon. I mean, we probably have the basics for the tech now. We've got the basics for it. The only problem would be the nervous system response to the pilot. And that shouldn't take too long. That shouldn't take too long to get there technologically. We've got all, it's just like a person who's lost their limbs and they put that shit on that responds to their nerves, right? So then the limbs move. It's just an extension of that. So
instead we get a freaking unhinged South African, retard.
Yes, thank you.
Putting in chips in people's brains. It's like, come on, man.
Thank you. This is, and he started off with fucking monkeys and dogs first, and putting chips in their brains.
Did you hear the spiel that they gave when PETA came after them?
What did he say?
They said, "Oh, we only use terminally ill monkeys and dogs, dogs with cancer and shit." So the implication is, you're taking something that's already dying and then you're torturing it while it's dying. That's even worse.
Yeah,
that's even fucking worse.
I hope that PETA responded that way. Is that how PETA responded? I would hope.
No, I think they just swept it under the rug. See, look, he's it's a humane. It was improving the whole what was that called? The spin doctoring. The spin doctoring was it's helping them in their final days.
That's disgusting. That's
decreasing their pain and shit. It's yeah, really.
I can't
putting
believe
a chip in their brain while it's dying that's not helping.
I can't believe that PETA went for that. That PETA bought that shit. That is so pathetic. That's pathetic. I am appalled.
Well, I hope they didn't buy it because that's just horse shit. I mean,
yeah, I hope they didn't buy it. No, that's outrageous. And but you got to hand it to Musk. He was thinking on his feet. Because that's all he thinks with is his fucking feet. And but he's such a piece. He's hot garbage juice in a douchebag. That's what he is. He's a hot garbage juice in a douchebag. That's oh my God. But thank you for bringing that up. And
it's crazy how racist these Americans are. They're he's the last line of defense for America, and he's upholding the First Amendment. It's he wasn't even born here. What are you?
Thank you.
He's fucking part of the Commonwealth, and
yeah,
he originally studied in Canada. It's he's not even American. What are you talking about?
Thank you. It's outrageous. By the way, Aristides, if you're still awake, say good morning to everyone. I guess I should have started with you because I forget about the hour that you go to sleep.
That's about it for me. Good morning, and please donate, and hope the monologue goes well.
Thank you. Well,
I'll talk to you soon.
Yes, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Blessed be thy dreams, and sweet be thy slumber. Okay. All right. So. Yes, good man. And okay, I'll dive right into it. Thanks so much. And
good night.
Are you going?
You apologize for up so many obscure Vedic things with Heather because we probably lost a lot of people on that.
They came back. That's fine. No, that's fine. No, it was fine. You two do great, and people love that stuff. Are you going someplace today? Like work and shit?
Yeah.
Oh God, I'm so sorry.
Get up really early and
I'm so
making 89-cent ramen in the warehouse by myself, so I need to go to sleep.
Yes, better do that. Okay, I love you.
Right.
Bye for now. Okay, there's our dear man, Brendan Young. And so, all right, let's start with the foundation. What everybody thinks of America. If people want America to kind of confront its past and go into a future that is better, so to speak, I want everyone to hear out the history, the context of America, and its how we can make America great again. I don't know if we'll get that far within the time we have remaining, but we'll try. Because this is the theme that somebody inspired me to tackle because they were trying to present this to their own crowd. So when it comes to the foundation, most people think of Anglo-Americanism. They think of America ultimately emergent from the British Islands, and that this is kind of like the identity for white America, is this kind of British Isles history than American history across the Atlantic. And it's important to reestablish once again how Britain was barely colonized at all. And I mean colonized from Europe. That 700,000 years ago, Homo antecessor, the pioneer man, colonized the British Isles, sourcing from southern Europe 800,000 years ago via the land bridge known as Doggerland, which anyone can look up, like dog, Doggerland, Doggerland. And there have since been 7 attempted waves of colonization of the British Isles that have all failed. All wiped out and forced into retreat by successive ice ages. Only the latest 8th attempt has lasted the longest at 12,000 years of settlement, and yet it too shall displace before the onrush of returning ice. As I articulated, scientists concur that by 2030, the Thames River will be under 3 feet of ice as it was in 1683. And this will be because we are threatened by climate change that is melting the polar ice caps, the Antarctic ice sheets, the Greenland ice sheet, which is closest to the British Isles, and the Greenland ice sheet, if that melts down, all that cold water rushes into the Atlantic and it shuts down the Gulf Stream that keeps Britain warm, and Britain then becomes the frozen Siberia of Europe. It will be capable of sustaining a population maybe of a few millions, equal to that of the Elizabethan times, and it's just how would I say it? I doubt it could sustain that, and the rest of the British people will have to relocate, and they're armed as a nation. They're a nuclear armed nation. Forget all the threats by the Russians. The British in a desperate situation like that might be willing to deploy their nukes or threaten their deployment for relocation rights. Just think about the fact that the catastrophic weather collapse happens in years, not decades. And the norm for England is to be frozen by all rights. Not as warm as it is now. Only the Gulf Stream keeps it so. So the salt content of the North Atlantic is thinning, ergo disrupting or collaterally disrupting the thermohaline. And England is on the same latitude as Canada. So they're in for a frozen future with climate change. And this brings us to America, which most people think of as an Anglo or Anglian continent, an Anglo-centric continent with a special relationship because both the English and the Americans speak the same language, named after the English, as a matter of fact. But let's talk about the Asiatic fathers of America to balance that out. Chinese explorers discovered America before Columbus. There has been, shall we say, confirmed ancient Chinese script carved into rocks, proving Asians lived in the New World 3,300 years ago. 3,300 years agone. Now, in synopses, you have this author and researcher, John Ruskamp, who has found pictograms from the ancient Chinese Shang dynasty etched into rocks in America. John Ruskamp, a research doctorate in education, Illinois, claims to have spotted petroglyphs, these petroglyphs or carvings, high above a walking path in Albuquerque's Petroglyph National Monument. The symbols are carved into rocks in New Mexico, California, and Arizona. So, this proves the Chinese were exploring North America long before the Europeans. The symbols give details of journeys and honor the Shang king. And this is going to be a running theme for the next several minutes. Basically, history will be rewritten as new evidence proves ancient Chinese explorers landed on the New World around 2,500 years before Christopher Columbus. Contrary to popular belief that the Italian seafarer, quote-unquote, discovered America. John Ruskamp, a research doctorate in education, Illinois, has spotted petroglyphs, are carvings that he's photographed, high above a walking path in Albuquerque's Petroglyph National Monument in the state of New Mexico in Union. Now, these carvings, a series of inscriptions with Asian characters, struck him as unusual. After consulting with experts on Native American rock and ancient Chinese writing scripts to corroborate his analyses, he concluded that preserved by the readable messages were likely these petroglyphs inscribed by a group of Chinese explorers thousands of years ago. Now, the carvings reveal that the Chinese stepped on this region before the sailors who came in known caravels. Ruskamp's thesis enabled him to write a book and make good money, and now the author insists he has deciphered these inscriptions that corroborate his observations. Till date, over 82 Ruskamp identified petroglyphs have matching unique ancient Chinese scripts not only at multiple sites in Albuquerque, but also nearby in Arizona, as well as in Utah, Nevada, California, Oklahoma, and Ontario. To quote his T, collectively, I believe that most of these artifacts were created by an early Chinese exploratory expedition, though it appears that some reproductions were made by native people for their own purposes. One ancient message, cartouche, or carved tablet preserved by 3 Arizona petroglyphs, translates as, set apart for 10 years together, declaring to return, the journey completed, to the house of the sun, the journey completed together. At the end of that text is an unidentified character that might be the author's signature. Ruskamp said the mixed styles of Chinese scripts found in the petroglyphs indicate they were made during a transitional period of writing in China, not long after 1046 years before Christ, hundreds of years before Columbus arrived at the New World in 1492. It is difficult to physically date petroglyphs with absolute certainty, of course, yet the syntax and mix of Chinese scripts found at 12 locations in original correspond to what experts would expect to use, would expect to be used by explorers from China some 2,500 years ago. The discovery of the Americas has for centuries been miscredited to the Italian national, or rather Genoese or Venusian, as in not the planet but the city of Venus, or Venetian explorer Cristoforo Valbor Corlambuenos, Christopher Columbus, but ancient markings carved into rocks around these United States simply require history to be rewritten. Researchers have discovered these ancient scripts that prove Chinese explorers discovered America long before the Europeans arrived here. They've found pictograms etched into the rocks around the country that appear to belong to an ancient Chinese script. Now, the epigraph researcher, John Roskemp, claims that these symbols shown in the folios he's provided to several magazines and circulars, found etched in the rock at the Petroglyph National Monument in Albuquerque, New Mexico, are evidence that ancient Chinese explorers discovered America long before Cristoforo Valbor Corlambuenos stumbled on the continent in 1492. They could have been inscribed there alongside the carvings of Native Americans by Chinese explorers built thousands of years ago. John Roskemp is a retired chemist and amateur epigraph researcher from Illinois who discovered these unusual markings while walking in the Petroglyph National Monument in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He claims they indicate ancient people from Asia were present in the Americas around 1300 BC. During, that's nearly 2,800 years before Columbus's ship stumbled across the New World by reaching the Caribbean in 1492. So Asian traders, people in trade, beat Columbus, because trade was taking place between East Asia and the New World hundreds of years before Cristoforo Valbor Corlambuenos arrived in the area in 1492. And archaeologists have made the suggestion, following the discovery of a series of bronze artifacts found at the Rising Whale site in Cape Espenberg, Alaska. They found what they believed to be a bronze and leather belt buckle and a bronze whistle dating to around Anno Domini 600 years after Christ. Bronze working had not yet been developed at this time in Alaska, and researchers instead believe the artifacts were created in China, Korea, or Yakutia. Now, researchers believe those who lived at the Rising Whale site may be part of what scientists call the Bernurk instead of Berserk, the Bernurk culture. This is a group of people who lived on both sides of the Bering Strait and used skin boats and harpoons to hunt whales. The latest discovery of bronze artifacts brings up earlier evidence for trade between Alaska and other civilizations prior to 1492. Now, Owen Mason, a research associate at the University of Colorado, said, "We're seeing the interactions, indirect as they are, with these so-called high civilizations of China, Korea, or Yakutia. These ancient Chinese writings in North America cannot be fake, for the markings are very old, as are the style of the scripts. As such, the findings of this scientific study confirm that ancient Chinese people were exploring and positively interfacing with the native peoples over 2,500 years agone. The pattern of the finds suggests more of an expedition than settlement." However, his controversial conclusions have been met by skepticism, denial by many experts who point to, quote-unquote, the lack of archaeological evidence for any ancient Chinese presence in the New World. Mr. Roskamp is, of course, not the first to expose that the Chinese were the first to discover America. The retired submarine lieutenant commander Gavin Menzies claimed a fleet of Chinese ships sailed to North America in 1421, 70 years before Columbanus' decision and expedition. However, Mr. Roskamp believes the contact between the Chinese and Native Americans may have been going on for far longer. He has identified well over 84 pictograms which match unique ancient Chinese sites in various locations around the United States, including New Mexico, California, Oklahoma, Utah, Arizona, and Nevada. He says many of these have been examined by experts on ancient Chinese scripts, and they appear to be forms of writing that went out of use thousands of years ago. The pictograms he discovered on the rocks of Albuquerque appear to be an ancient script that was used by the Chinese after the end of the Shang dynasty, known as oracle bone pictograms. Mr. Roskamp even claims the Mer kings of the Mekong that, how would I describe this? They're known as oracle bone pictograms. And he has concluded these markings record a ritual sacrificial offering, perhaps made to the third Shang dynasty king, Dajia, and also a divination of an auspicious 10-day sacred period. So, with the help of experts on Neolithic Chinese culture, Mr. Roskamp has deciphered the pictograms, and he has discovered them at Petroglyph National Monument in Albuquerque, and claims they detail a sacrificial offering of a dog to the third Shang dynasty king Dajia. Now, Mr. Roskamp has found further evidence of ancient Chinese scripts etched into rocks in New Mexico, Nevada, and Arizona. And that's all a continuous line of states. He said, although only half of the symbols found on the large boulder in Albuquerque, New Mexico have been identified and confirmed as Chinese scripts, when the four central pictogram glyphs of this message, Jie, Da, Quan, and Xian, are read in the traditional Chinese manner from left to right, we learn about a respectful man honoring a superior with the sacrificial offering of a dog. Notably, The written order of these symbols conforms with the syntax used for documenting ancient Chinese rituals during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. And dog sacrifices were very, very popular in the second part of the second millennium BC in China. They've also found ancient Chinese scripts for the number 5, and writing describing a boat upon water, which, well, the Mr. Ruskamp found on the shore of a little lake in California. And our man Cultivated Image says, love the monologue. Thank you, Douglas. Sheila Gavin says, Cultivated Image, yes, agree. Thanks, Douglas. And they both give a thumbs up. You're both very, very kind. You're both very, very gracious. I'm half asleep. I'm sleep talking. Now, how do I say this? As I said, it's Little Lake in California where they've found these petroglyphs describing the number 5 and describing a boat upon the water. That's 5 boats on the water, essentially. Mr. Ruskamp also claims these pictograms, which were found carved into rocks in Arizona, appeared to belong to an ancient Chinese script. It's concluded that Chinese explorers were conducting expeditions around North America thousands of years ago and left these markings as evidence of their presence. Mr. Ruskamp first discovered these ancient Chinese scripts at the Petroglyph National Monument, which looks a lot like Mount Ayers in the center of Australia, in Albuquerque, New Mexico, alongside carvings made by Native Americans. Mr. Ruskamp has also found the ancient Chinese scripts for dogs, flowers, and the earth scratched onto the rocks in Petroglyph National Monument. He also found a Chinese pictogram of an elephant dating to 500 BC in the Petrified Forest National Park in Arizona, proving the Asian explorers had spread across much of these United States. Now, another pictogram found in Grapevine Canyon in Nevada appears to be an Oracle Bone era symbol for teeth dating to 1300 BC. One ancient message, preserved in Arizona, translates as set apart for 10 years together, declaring to return, the journey completed, to the house of the sun, the journey completed together. At the end of the text is an unidentified character that may be the author's surname, essentially. The signature. Mr. Ruskamp said, here the intention of the ancient author was more to document an event than to leave a readable passage. Now, Mr. Ruskamp says this cartouche, which forms part of a set found in Arizona, is an ancient Chinese symbol for returning together. He insists weathering on the markings and the age of the script suggest they are not fake. Now, Mr. Ruskamp has written a book and an academic paper on this topic, which is currently undergoing peer review. In it, he proves the carvings appear to have undergone significant levels of weathering, known as repatination, which indicate they were created long ago and not in the past 150 days. He says that the Shang script disappeared from use around the fall of the Shang Empire in 1046 BC and were only rediscovered and discovered rediscovered and deciphered in 1899 in China on the mainland. The year my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, was born into this world. Now, as I said, the Shang script disappeared from use around the fall of the Shang Empire in 1046 years before Christ, and then were only rediscovered and deciphered in 1899 China. That's 1899, not 1898. So my father was not born. My biological father was not yet born. Or rather, had just been born in April. So he'd be a few months old. August, I mean to say. No, April. This month. My biological sire Adolf Hitler's birthday is coming up on the 20th. So, in 1899, he would have been 10 years old when all this was rediscovered. Taken together, this proves the carvings are unlikely to be fakes. I must also point to DNA evidence, which has proven Native Americans and Asian populations share many genetic traits. As a matter of fact, he said, Mr. Campus, I think that's his name, right? Russ Camp. He says that, how do I say it? He's like, taken, as I've said, a kind of cartouche and made it common. He's also managed to decipher another symbol as an oracle bone script for together for 10 years, found alongside the other markings on a rock in Arizona. This is where Russ Camp said, for centuries, researchers have been debating if, in pre-Columbian times, meaningful exchanges between the indigenous peoples of Asia and the Americas have taken place. Here, this solid rock that is epigraphic proof that Asiatic explorers not only reached the Americas, but that they interacted positively with the native North American people on multiple occasions, long before any European exploration of the continent. Well, Mr. Ruskamp's views are also beginning to be taken seriously by other academics, and they echo some theories put forward by researchers such as Dr. Dennis Stanford of the Smithsonian Institution, who believed North America was first populated by people from Asia during the last ice age, which is what they've always told us in school, was that the Asians crossed the Bering Strait. So this is nothing new. You should have expected this. One of Mr. Ruskamp's staunchest supporters has been Dr. David Kitely, an expert on Neolithic Chinese civilization at the University of California, Berkeley. And Ruskamp, or rather Dr. David Kitely, Keighthley, has been helping to decipher the scripts found carved into the rocks. Dr. Michael Medrano, chief of the Division of Resource Management for Petroglyph National Monument, has also studied the petroglyphs found by Mr. Ruskamp. And he has gone on record to say, these images do not readily appear to be so associated with local tribal entities. Based on repatination, they appear to have antiquity to them. So, all of that is important, and There we are, back up to 21. Now, what about this link between Chinese and American cultures? The Olmec and the Shang. Understand that there's a link between Chinese and American culture. As emphasized by the Olmec and the Shang. The Americans, well, going into the jungle, they embark on a journey of discovery of an ancient civilization. The colossal stone hands of the Olmec, they're just a puzzle still waiting to be solved. The U.S. resident scholar, Miao Zhu, whose ideas sparked off a heated protest, discusses possible links between Chinese and American cultures with a group of researchers. This is a photograph I'm downloading of them doing just that. The continent of Asia, at the western edge of the Pacific Ocean, and the Americas at the ocean's eastern edge, well, they lie 15,000 kilometers apart. Today, a United States resident Chinese scholar whose golden, well, Easter egg hunt, their basket of goodies in terms of their historical points. They were awarded to the U.S. resident Chinese scholar Mike Zhu, because he believes he's found evidence in ancient writing that 3,000 years ago, a lost people of the Shang dynasty were Columbus's new hope. Now, flying east from Mexico City over other countless volcanic peaks in slightly less than an hour, one of my, well, basically my gang brother Beaver and one of his Asian relations, his sister-in-law, really, they reached Villa Hermosa, the beautiful city by the Gulf of Mexico. And as they disembarked, they were met by a rush of humid air, which reminded them of the steamy heat of my own true homeland and heartlands, Taiwan's high summer. They had an adventure of an ancient civilization awaiting them, because in the open-air museum of Park Leventa, gigantic trees tower into the sky everywhere. And as soon as they got through the gate, in a sandy an enclosure really, they saw several monkeys hanging playfully from exercise bars, because that little tropical park doubles as a miniature zoo. It's also one of the places where Mexico's earliest civilization, the Olmec, once flourished. Now, following the markers on the ground into the jungle, they embarked on the adventure of exploring an ancient civilization. And in the midst of the greenery, a stone monument carved with human figures rose out of the ground. A stone altar was decorated with the figure of a priest, sitting cross-legged, wearing an ornate headdress, his head standing out in sharp relief. But what was the most astonishing of all is always, surely, the several colossal human heads carved out of granite, each of them around 12 meters high and weighing up to 20 tons. The heads are adorned with helmets, and all have these narrow eyes, broad noses, thick lips, and deep, solemn brows. Now, it was Sunday when this went down, so the park was full of people, entire families, young and old, out together. In the park, they saw many Caucasian sightseers, but, you know, those black-haired, yellow-skinned visitors from Taiwan seemed to attract the most attention. Adults would nod and smile to these visitors from afar, while children would steal these inquisitive glances with their bright black eyes. When they were asked to take their pictures among the enormous stone heads, they would agree joyfully yet shyly. Understand, of course, they had flown in from Taiwan. Both of them are actually Cantonese, at least my gang brother Beaver is. His brother's wife, I don't know where she's Chinese, obviously, ethnically Chinese, but I presume she's just from southern China, like genetically at least. She might even have been born in the U.S. originally, but they were traveling to Mexico from Taiwan. Now, amid all that lush green vegetation, the millennia-old relics seem to have become part of nature, but did the meeting between the black-haired, yellow-skinned peoples of Asia and the Americas only begin that Sunday? You see, there's explosive evidence to prove otherwise. Last year, in a book entitled Origin of the Olmec Civilization, Professor Mike Zhu, a Chinese ethnic who teaches in the Foreign Languages Department at the University of Central Oklahoma, proposed a hypothesis which aroused a storm of controversy in archaeological circles. In Zhu's perspective, the first complex culture in Mesoamerica may have come into existence with the help of a group of Chinese who fled across the seas as refugees at the end of the Shang dynasty that I mentioned earlier has obviously explored and marked North America as theirs. The Olmec civilization arose around 1200 BC, which coincides precisely with the time when King Wu of Zhao attacked and defeated King Zhao, the last Shang ruler, bringing his dynasty to a close. Furthermore, Zhu has explosive evidence in the form of the written word. Over the past 3 years, he has found some 150 glyphs on photographs of and real specimens of Olmec pottery, jade artifacts, and sculptures, as well as himself leafing through dictionaries of ancient Chinese. He has also taken his workings of these markings, his drawings of these markings, to be examined by mainland Chinese experts in ancient writing, and most have agreed that they closely resemble the characters used in Chinese oracle bone writings and bronze inscriptions. Mike Zhu recalls that at first these experts all tried to send me away, saying they could not give an opinion on foreign artifacts. But after his repeated entreaties, they reluctantly took a look. The moment they saw his drawings, each one of them asked him, "Where in China were these inscriptions found?" When they heard they came from America, they were all dumbstruck. By that, of course, I mean the Mesoamerica of Mexico. Chen Hanping, a research associate at the mainland Communist China's Historical Research Institute, has said, if these inscriptions had been found in excavations in China, they would certainly be regarded as writing or symbols from the pre-Qin dynasty period. So, these are the ritual objects of Shang refugees. In North America and the Unidos Estados Mexicanos, the United Mexican States. A subsequent event further boosted Mike Zhu's confidence. From June to October of yesteryear, the National Gallery of Art in Washington, District of Columbia, staged a major exhibition on the Olmec civilization with items loaned from Mexico. Mike Zhu and Chen Hanping visited the exhibition together. Inside, they both stopped in front of a group of jade statues. This exhibit, known as Offering Number 4, was found at La Venta in 1955 and comprises 15 human figures about 6 inches tall, carved from jade or serpentine, and arranged in a half circle facing a figure carved from red sandstone. Behind the red figure are 6 jade celts. These are polished, chisel-shaped implements. Celt is also a noun for an inanimate object like this, on which incised symbols or writing are faintly discernible. Chen Hanping called out in surprise then. "Oh, I can see what's written on that one. It says, the ruler and his chieftains establish the foundation for a kingdom." On another of the celts, they could faintly make out 12 generations. This could refer to the 12 Shan kings, the Shang kings who ruled from the time when Pan Gang moved his capital from Shandong to Yin in Henan, to when the Shang was destroyed by the Zhao. So might these be ritual objects of a lost group of Shang people who fled to the New World? This is, of course, an academic minefield. After the exhibition was over in early November, yesteryear, the weekly magazine, U.S. News and World Report, published an article titled A Tale of Trois Cultures, which quoted Chen and Zhu's hypothesis and discussed offering number 4. If Chen's theories proved right, this would not only be the earliest known writing in the New World, but would also mean that people from China settled there 3,000 years ago. When the article was published, it immediately aroused a large response, with opinions ranging from support to outright rejection. Exempli gratiae, an internet forum devoted to discussion of Mesoamerican archaeology. This topic thereon elicited over 300 email messages in the short space of 12 months. The passionate debate continued until early this year, when the website owner ruled that it should be continued in private. Most of the opposing voices, on or offline, came from leading figures in current Mesoamerican research who tended toward politically correct nativist or independent invention views. They maintained that the artifacts were the product of the American people's own ingenuity and did not need outside intervention to explain them. Exempli gratiae, Professor Michael Coe of the Anthropology Department at Yale University took the view that to link the marks on the jade celts with Chinese oracle bone writings was insulting to the indigenous people of Mexico. Robert Bagley of Princeton University, and an associate professor of Chinese archaeology and art, and an expert on Shang civilization, said that all the people proposing such a connection were themselves Chinese, and that it no doubt gratifies their ethnic pride to discover that Mesoamerican civilization springs from China. Hence, people in this camp labeled Mike Zhu the most dangerous person in Mesoamerican research. But do the experts always know best? Of course not. They're politically indoctrinated. And they have a cultural agenda to support, and they are filtering the world through their own paradigmatic lens of cognitive dissonance. But different views were also expressed. Betty Meggers, a senior research fellow at the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., said that Mike Zhu was a good choice as someone to take a fresh look at the relationship between Asia and the Americas. For firstly, he was Chinese, is Chinese, and likely to have a better grasp of Chinese writing. And secondly, he's not an insider or expert archaeologist, so he would not be limited by preconceptions and might notice things which others have missed. Anne Phillips, a retired professoress from the Spanish department at the University of Central Oklahoma, cited the example of how the Maya script was deciphered. For many years, researchers could only puzzle over those exquisite human figures and other images, but could never interpret them. In the end, it was an amateur the painter Linda Schiel, who interpreted the script from the content of the images themselves, and thus solved many mysteries about the history of Mayan dynastic succession. So, Phillips asks, who can say that you is not another Linda Schiel? This academic debate not only revolves around objective evidence, but also involves national sentiments and encroaches on the academic turf of various researchers. This has always been a highly sensitive area, so perhaps it is not surprising that for a while a fierce battle of words has raged. No wonder Mike Hsu admits to having blundered into an academic minefield. This brings us, of course, to the heart of ancient cultures in the New World. In fact, long before Christopher Valbor Columbuenos, Christopher Columbus, discovered America, Mesoamerica and South America in particular had been home to highly developed cultures which had risen and declined by turns over several millennia. The Maya people, whom virtually everyone has heard of, invented an advanced calendar and an hieroglyphic writing system. They were skilled mathematicians and left behind mighty temples. Their culture arose on the Yucatan Peninsula in eastern Mexico and spread southwards as far as Honduras. Meanwhile, vast areas of South America were ruled by the Inca Empire, whose people are known for their skill as goldsmiths. But long before the Maya, around 1200 BC, the Olmec Central and South America's first highly developed civilization had arisen. At about the beginning of the Christian era, it gave its way to Teotihuacan, who built the gigantic pyramids of the sun and the moon. But from the 13th century until the arrival of the Spanish conquistadors in the 16th century, the whole of Mexico was ruled by the Aztec Empire. As well as being an endless source of wonder for people today, these ancient civilizations have also left behind many unsolved mysteries. But just what kind of culture was the Olmec, which stands at the center of the debate? Because did they emerge out of nowhere? In 1850, some sugar plantation workers discovered an enormous sculpted stone head buried on the Mexican Gulf Coast. This was the beginning of the reemergence of the Olmec civilization. But even today, our knowledge of it is limited. As far as archaeologists can piece together the story, the Olmec civilization emerged around 1200 BC, when its people took up a sedentary lifestyle. Social classes began to form, and the common people came to be ruled by an elite. From the artifacts which survive today, we can see that the Olmec were outstanding stone carvers. The objects range from colossal granite heads, monuments carved with lifelike images, and altars, to exquisitely carved small jade human figures. Celts, the tools, not the people, pendants, and so on. On these objects, one often sees motifs which are a blend between jaguar and human faces. The corners of their roaring open mouths are slightly turned downwards, or downturned, ever so slightly. Kind of like the ghost of a smile, except upside down. Legend has it that these weird jaguars were the descendants of a human woman who mated with a jaguar, and the cult of the jaguar became one of the shared motifs of other ancient Mesoamerican civilizations. Even the famous Maya culture was strongly influenced by the Olmec civilization, and further developed its legacy in the areas of astronomy, architecture, and sculpture. Thus, the Olmec has been described as a mother culture, which gave us birth to the other ancient Mesoamerican civilizations, including the Maya and the Aztec, But by the 4th century BC, the Olmec's power was in decline, and the last traces of the civilization date from around 100 BC. In fact, Olmec was a name given to the inhabitants of the Gulf Coast by the Aztecs in the 15th century, and meant the rubber people. Professor Michael Coe of Yale University states that today we don't know who these people were, or even what they called themselves. Although we cannot call these ancient people by their right name, the artifacts and altars that they left us behind can be seen everywhere from the Gulf Coast region to the Valley of Mexico's Central Highlands and the Pacific Coast to the west, and even as far south as western Guatemala. For people today, the Olmec are a mysterious and intriguing people who camest from nowhere and left no clue about their passing. Theories about their origins abound, but we have common roots. The only thing on which all the scholars agree is that several tens of thousands of years ago, the peoples of the Old and the New Worlds formed a single family, the black-haired, yellow-skinned, Mongoloid race. At the end of the last ice age, over 20,000 years ago, the lowered sea levels exposed the seafloor of the Bering Strait, which today is only 40 meters deep, and it seems certain that Paleolithic Asians crossed this land bridge from Siberia to the North American continent. In areas from North China northeastward and across the Bering Strait into North America, a particular type of microlithic core tool has been widely discovered. The further east one goest, the more recent the period in which this type of tool appears. In February of this year, a team of archaeologists found a 12,500-year-old site at Montevideo in Chile, which is the oldest known American site of human habitation. And taking a look into the chat room here, when it comes to that site at Montevideo, there are proven thereby, in what was found there, also racial similarities between East Asians and Native Americans, such as sparse body hair, shovel-shaped incisor teeth, and the Mongolian spot, a blue-black birthmark on the buttocks or the lower backs of babies, particularly boys. However, when the last ice age passed, the sea flooded the land bridge across the Bering Strait, and from then on the Old and New Worlds were separate. Was there still any communication between these two regions? This is where the disagreements start. The mighty Pacific Ocean is 15,000 kilometers wide, and it really is hard to believe that several thousand years ago people were able to cross its stormy waters. Nonetheless, some Amerindian tribes have legends which say their ancestors came from across the sea by jumping from stone to stone, island hopping. And there are enough traces of similarity between the cultures on the two sides to spark off people's imaginations. Over the years, many people have looked to the sea for evidence. It becomes a mix and match. As long ago as the 1920s and 30s, several scholars pointed out numerous points of similarity between the cultures of China's Shang and Zhou dynasties and those of Mesoamerica. Exempli gratiae, the structure of the temples on top of Maya pyramids can be compared with that of Chinese ancestral temples, And the feathered serpent spirit worshipped in Mesoamerica is similar to the various human-headed, snake-bodied spirits such as Fuji and Enwa, which were known to the early Chinese. Essentially the Nyagas, from whom the great Buddha himself was descended. Even more striking is the traditional love of jade, shared by peoples on both sides of the Pacific, and practices such as placing a jade bead or jade cicada in the mouth of the dead, or even painting jade corpse amulets with the life-giving color of cinnabar. As early as the 1970s, the American researcher Betty Meggers pointed out close similarities between the social organization of the Olmec and the late Shang in China, and in the layout of their settlements. Both also had far-reaching trading networks, and both venerated jade and the tiger or jaguar. British sinologist Joseph Needham once wrote that any sinologist, a student of China, a China watcher or dragonologist, visiting Central or South America would have a sense of déjà vu. He said that although nothing can in any way diminish the profound originality of the Amerindian civilizations, there is a multitude of culture traits which point to influences from and contacts with the Old World. In China itself, some people have inferred from the ancient records that the Chinese discovered America. Exemplar gratiae, the Liang Shu, the history of the Liang, from the 7th century AD, mentions that in the Southern Dynasties period, a monk named Weixin crossed the ocean and discovered the land named Fusang, which Liang Qijiao, who lived from 1873 through to 1929, knew to be today's Mexico, but the central aspect of, the Central Peninsula connecting both the Americas, North and South. Others have tried to match the places described in the legends of the Shan Hai Jing, the classic of mountains and seas, with individual locations in the Americas. It has also been evinced that from the Olmec statues, it appears that they had the custom of manipulating children's skull bones into a more pointed shape, which was a practice also seen among tribes in northeastern China. But it all comes down to one of their own. 35-year-old Mike Zhu, who was born in Shanghai and now teaches Putonghua Guoye, the Chinese language and philosophy at an American university, is neither an archaeologist nor a historian. So how did he get involved in this field? There are both direct and indirect reasons. 4 years ago, when Zhu went to visit a large Indian fair in Oklahoma City, the Native American at the entrance took Zhu for one of his own people and waved him in for free. This set Zhu wondering whether he really did look like a Native American and whether there were any cultural links as well. When he was teaching Pacific Rim studies at the university, students would sometimes ask him about connections between the Americas and China. He never knew how to answer these questions, but they gradually aroused his interest in researching such matters. Also, his father is a neurological researcher who is very interested in the links between human DNA on the Asian and American continents. Thus, when Zhu began doing research outside his own field, perhaps there was an element of following in his father's footsteps. As well as looking for links between writing systems of the Olmec and the Shang, Zhu also looked for similarities in such areas as religion, agriculture, astronomy, and calendar systems. In his view, both peoples venerated their ancestors, practiced human sacrifice, and worshipped the sun and rain spirits. Furthermore, the Olmec worshipped the cougar, the eagle, and the snake, while the Chinese regarded the tiger as a symbol of strength. The people of Shang used birds as clan totems, and was not the dragon, which Chinese people venerate, also derived from the super serpentine Yagas. In terms of astronomy, the settlements excavated at La Venta are arranged facing 8 degrees west of north, while Shang sites face 5 degrees east of north. What is remarkable about that? In one of his articles, Mike Zhu writes that the 8 degrees and 5 degrees are actually with reference to the magnetic north indicated by compasses, and not the true North Pole. Thus both actually face true north. He believes that for peoples to have known how to determine true north as long ago as 1200 BC is no coincidence. The time of the rise of the Olmec civilization coincides with the fall of the Shang dynasty, and there are any number of similarities between the two cultures. On this basis, Zhu boldly infers that some 5,000 people of Shang sailed across the Pacific on bamboo rafts and landed in western Mexico. Later, they gradually spread to the Central Highlands and the Gulf Coast, and built up a civilization of art, religion, architecture, agriculture, and trade. Zhu has even written a historical drama, Fallen Grace, which describes how the lost people of Shang may have crossed the sea, carried by the Black Current, known by Emperor Hirohito, and employed by him to attack the United States, the Kuroshio. Flights of fancy may carry one anywhere one pleases, but scholarly research requires evidence. And, of course, the haters and gangstalkers demand, where is the evidence to be found? If jade artifacts can show a relationship between the Shang and the Olmec, then why were the bronze artifacts, which are even more representative of the Shang dynasty, not also brought along? And why is there no sign at all of another trademark of the Shang, turtle shells and animal bones used for divination and inscribed with written characters? Mike Zhu calmly replies to this objection that it is not hard to imagine that in their rush to flee the Zhao onslaught, the Shang people would have been glad to escape with their very lives. How could they have carried heavy bronzes with them? Furthermore, to continue the tradition in America would depend on people with sufficient knowledge of bronze technology having made the journey to the New World, and on finding suitable deposits of copper and tin, well, all the ores that necessitate such technology. As for the oracle bones, the climate on Mexico's coast is wet and humid, and the soil is acid. Very few human bones from that period have survived. How could we expect turtle shells and animal scapulae to be preserved for so long? The seafaring skills of the people of the Shang are another point of hater doubt. Archaeological discoveries have shown that there was trading activity along China's coasts during the Shang era. But did the Shang have advanced ocean navigational skills? Did they have compasses? Ancient Chinese writings give no detailed account of these matters. However, some have pointed to the Kuroshio Current, a northern equatorial current which flows west to east along the east coasts of Taiwan and Japan. If boats simply followed this current, might they not indeed have been able to cross the ocean? Most certainly so. in a heartbeat. Let's talk about some chips off the same block, because in contrast to these seemingly far-fetched ideas, some recent archaeological finds have proven that the Olmec culture did not appear overnight. Many permanent settlements had developed previously. Dr. Rebecca Gonzalez Lauch, directress of Mexico's National Institute of Anthropology and History, has gone on record to say that the advanced civilization of the Olmec was the product of interaction between different tribes. Most crucially, if people from the old world really did come across the sea, why has no one ever found a single artifact from the other shore as evidence thereof? On the other hand, Paul Pittenud of the Maya Underwater Research Center asks, why did not the Olmec influence the Shang in return? Perhaps at that time some of the lost people of the Shang could have sailed back across the Pacific to China and brought some cultural influences from the New World. But in any event, archaeological sites from the Olmec and Shang cultures only began to be discovered at the end of the last century, and systematic excavations were not made until the 1930s and 40s. No one can predict that in the future, new evidence will not come to light which will completely overturn today's views or vindicate them. It's all in the eye of the beholder. As for the oracle bone writing, which is crucial to Mike Zhu's conjectures, just how credible is the evidence? The generally accepted perspective is that 3,000 years ago the Olmec did not have a writing system, or at most had a few ideographic symbols. In fact, a major reason why the Olmec are still shrouded in mystery is the lack of any decipherable script, which means that researchers can only piece together Olmec history from excavated pottery and jade artifacts. If the marks incised on Olmec relics really are writing, and since they do closely resemble the writing of ancient China, well, this is something quite remarkable that people are in denial of. When scholars in my true homeland and heartland on Taiwan, the other side of the Pacific, overcame their initial surprise, they were as interested as the mainland scholars. After looking at over 100 characters hand-drawn by Mike Zhu, they really did recognize many which were similar to the characters of oracle bones and bronzes. Per Chongpo Xing, head of the Chinese Writing System section at the Academia Sinica's Institute of History and Philology, some are similar to particular pre-Qin characters, but it would take further research to determine their phonetic and semantic values. For the sake of caution, all the researchers hoped they could see photographs or rubbings of the original artifacts, because the hand-drawn characters could very possibly be inaccurate or might even be unconsciously affected by the drawer's, the illustrator's own convictions. Furthermore, most of the glyphs found thus far are single characters. The French priest, Jean Lefebvre, an expert in oracle bone inscriptions, hopes that Zhu can find some characters joined together into phrases. This would make research easier. This is a reasonable expectation, but in fact, things aren't so simple, because the only groups of characters found so far are those on the few jade celts from Levanta. Naturally, there are many unsolved questions in the research of China's ancient writing as well, but Chang Guangyan, head of the Department of Antiquities at the National Palace Museum in Taipei, capital of my Taiwan, examining black and white close-ups of photographs of the Celts with a magnifying glass and leafing through dictionaries making comparisons, is still doubtful of the interpretation, "The ruler and his chieftains established the foundation for a kingdom," and ergo still has the feeling that Zhu's imagination may have been somewhat too fertile. It's like when you look at clouds. If you see a cloud you think looks like a dog, the longer you look at it, the stronger the resemblance. If you rush into something with too much enthusiasm, there is a risk that your field of vision will become ever narrower. But this denies the diffusionist perspective. I mean, could we really accept that level of pathological doubt as the last word on the matter? Mike Zhu evidently does not think so. He offers that finding similar characters is only the first step, and that his research on the subject has only just begun. In his perspective, most researchers of Chinese writing have very little knowledge of American civilizations, while very few scholars of Mesoamerican archaeology are versed in Chinese culture. There has never been any contact between the two fields of research, so it is hardly surprising if no one ever made comparisons in the area of writing. To quote Zhu himself, "I'm not saying that the American peoples are Chinese, but that at some point in history the Shang culture and writing was brought directly or indirectly into the New World." Now, modern DNA studies have confirmed that the Native American and East Asian peoples are all Mongoloid peoples, and he hopes that DNA experts can do more detailed research into the relationship between America and China. Eventually, he would like to see an exhibition of both cultures in which Olmec and Shang artifacts are exhibited to let the public see for themselves. In terms of archaeological theory, Mike Zhu is a diffusionist. Diffusionist theories have it that there are direct or indirect links between various cultures, which may have been disseminated intentionally or unintentionally by way of trade, migration, missionary activity, or colonization, and have generally been transmitted from more highly developed cultures to less developed ones. Looking no further than China for examples, in the 17th century, French Jesuit priests confidently affirmed that writing had come to China from Egypt via Greece, because both used pictographic characters. And in the early 20th century, theories that Chinese culture had its origins in more westerly regions were popular for a time, with many people suspecting that Chinese civilization had come from the Middle East. But later archaeological finds disproved these ideas. But that brings us to the concept that great minds think alike. In fact, cultures have always influenced each other, and nobody develops in an absolute vacuum. But when similar developments appear in two places very far apart, or at two different times, how does one explain it? Is it really due to contact? Or is it simply that great minds think alike, that human beings confronted with similar environments produce similar responses? Professor David Grove of the University of Illinois has commented that there are indeed many similar points of similarity between the Olmec and Shang cultures, but that this does not mean that the two were in contact. It is the same as the way a whale looks like a fish, but in fact is a mammal. And pictographic writing systems are the result of past peoples' observation of the natural world. The moon and the sun are seen by different peoples Well, they're probably pretty much the same. The internationally respected Chinese archaeologist Chang Guangqi, former vice president of the Academia Sinica, acknowledges that there are indeed many similarities between the ancient civilizations of Asia and the Americas. To quote his T, but the very fact that the similarities are so numerous and so geographically widespread means that they do not look like the result of a chance contact. For me, this makes diffusionist theories even harder to accept. Nonetheless, he says, if there is credible new evidence, he will be happy to examine it. The mainland Chinese historian, Li Zuiqin, who has written an entire series of essays on comparative archaeology, still reminds us earnestly that in comparative research one must be very careful to avoid a completely diffusionist view, because when people in different locations and in different cultures reach similar stages in their historical process, they may create the same or similar artisanal and artistic innovations. So one cannot simply regard all such similarities as the result of diffusion. But he also cautions, at the same time, we must admit that the geographical range of people's activities in ancient times far exceeded what people today may imagine, and by various processes, cultural elements could be transmitted over very long distances. So it's unfair to judge by modern standards. Looking at things on a still larger scale, Chang Guangqi has proposed a hypothetical Mayan-Chinese cultural continuum to explain the many similarities between Asia and the Americans, or Asia and the Americas, to use the geographic term. He compares how in both Mayan culture, or the New World generally, and Chinese culture, or the Old World generally, the newly arising class societies were based on religious ritual. Their highly developed writing systems and beautiful sacrificial objects were used in the service of religion and politics, whereas the tools they used for material production had not advanced beyond the stone implements used in prehistoric times. Bonds of kinship were the basis on which society was maintained. These similarities point to a continuum of civilization. In contrast, the writing systems which developed in Mesopotamia around 4,000 years before Christ served the needs of technology and commerce, and changes in the tools and methods of production brought about qualitative changes. After iron implements came into use, commerce and cities arose, and relationships of place superseded those of kinship in importance. But these changes were seen by later Western scholars as the only model for the origin of civilizations. Thus, Chang Guangqi conjectures that the Chinese and Mesoamerican civilizations may well have been the products of the descendants of common ancestors at different times and in different locations. He conjectures that 20,000 or 30,000 years ago, when Asians crossed the Bering Strait to America, the culture they carried with them may have been far richer than people today imagine. With a sparkle in his eye, he says, their level of artistic and intellectual development may have been much higher than we can see from the very limited material available to us today in the form of stone implements. This hypothesis opens up a new path between the diffusionist and nativist theories, and also gives even greater scope to the imagination. When we think of peoples of the Old Stone Age, the images which come into our minds are generally on the lines of backward peoples who rubbed sticks to make fire, wore animal skins, and, of course, in the average human's silly little mind, drank blood. But when we measure people of the past by today's standards, it is not, well, is it not very easy to underestimate them? Many things may indeed have been impossible for people in those distant times, but why have ancient civilizations left behind so many unsolved mysteries and remarkable feats? So this brings us back to a particular unsolved mystery. Where did we come from, and where are we going? These are questions people have probably always wanted to find answers to, but what about the present? My gang brother Beaver met Louis, a bronzed, muscular guide at Park Leventa, a descendant of the Maya from the Okada, a descendant of the Yucatan Peninsula. He says that in his more than a decade's experience as a guide, visitors from different nations have given him many clues by pointing out various, well, other cultures. Exemplification, it seems that some of the Stoneheads, strongly resemble black Africans, while in other statues, people from India see the Buddha sitting cross-legged in meditation, or various yoga postures. More strangely, when one visitor from Bulgaria heard that the jaguar is known in the local Indian language as Belam, he told Louis that in his homeland there was a village called Belam, which had been founded by Genghis Khan. But, leaving us all in suspense, he said, "Just where the Olmec really came from, I'll leave you to judge for yourselves after you've seen the relics." So, it comes down to a question of stranger, where are you from? At the National Museum of Anthropology in Mexico City, one Olmec statue basically after holds its mouth slightly agape in an eternal expression of surprise. Just, what had they seen? What do they want to tell us? Have the Olmec people really lost their voice? Or has it merely been drowned out by today's hubbub? What links are there between China and America? If ancient history is not reliable, then surely the fact that masses of Chinese came to Mexico in the late 19th century to build the railways and fathered generation after generation of children with local women is admissible evidence of the links between us, yes? But again, what does it prove? This train of thought was interrupted by peals of laughter like silver bells that brought my gang brother Beaver out of his reverie, as a bustling crowd of fourth-year primary school children, led by their teacher, arrived on their annual school outing. They stared at the visitors from Taiwan, well, ethnically from Canton, but flown in from Taiwan, perhaps wondering why they looked a bit like themselves, but not all that much like them. When Beaver and his sister-in-law, yes, his brother's wife, asked if these artifacts seemed strange to them, they shook their heads and said no, these things were part of their souls. But when they asked which were their favorites, they got a profusion of different answers. Some liked the Maya jade face masks. Others preferred the Teotihuacan pyramids. Last of all, they asked whether they thought they themselves looked like them. And the children all thought for a moment while contemplating the likeness of Beaver, my gang brother, and his brother's wife, his sister-in-law, and finally concluded, "Our eyes are all the same." All those pairs of big, bright, black eyes. Now, in terms of these half a dozen jade Celts, which make up part of offering number 4, excavated at La Venta, they are incised with symbols which resemble hieroglyphic writing, the earliest known writing in the New World, related to the Chinese oracle bone script which existed at about the same time. The Chen Han Ping. That's a individual, really. Individual who is partnered with Michael Zhu. They're not gay lovers, mind you. I mean professionally, or semi-professionally, in their avocational interest of archaeoanthropology. He interprets the markings on the Celt as reading, "The ruler and his chieftains established the foundation for a kingdom." But so far no interpretation has been offered for the other Celt. And there's these Mesoamerican archaeological sites. There's the timeline I've already brought up. There's the Jaguar mosaic at La Venta, made up of 485 pieces of serpentine, thought to have been covered with layers of clay and sand as soon as it was finished, probably as part of a religious ritual. And what else comes to mind? Well, Mike Zhu concludes the shape at the top of the mosaic is a symbol meaning sacrifice, and that there are 5 rain characters in the center. The whole mosaic would have symbolized a prayer for rain to bring good harvest. And there is, of course, all manner of ancient carvings. The one that stands out for me in particular is a priest wearing a jaguar helmet encircled by a large rattlesnake, Nyaga size, super serpent size. And ultimately, a love of jade is common to peoples on both sides of the Pacific. There's a royal burial mask from a large Maya imperial tomb under the temple of the inscriptions at Palenque, covered entirely in green jade, like back in China. And as for those bronzes I had mentioned earlier, well, you started off with earthenware gui, a pitcher with 3 hollow legs, typical artifact of the Chinese late Neolithic period. From the Dawenku culture to the Longshan culture, there's one I've seen that's 4,800 years old. Of course, tripod vessels are also widely seen in Mesoamerica. And finally, the genetic proof. There was photographs taken by Beaver of an 18-year-old girl's, well, her grandfather was Chinese, and her baby has a blue birthmark on its buttocks. The Mongol spot, a characteristic feature of Mongoloid peoples, disappearing naturally as the child grows older. And as for relics, I'm reminded of a strange and beautiful bronze artifact of the Shang and Zhao dynasties, important state treasures. One that I think of that comes to mind is a Jiao Yu wine vessel from the early Western Zhao, used in rituals to venerate the ancestors and invoke the spirits. Pottery made by Native Americans. Well, in the northwest of North America, one often sees motifs similar to the ferocious Dao Di animal face patterns found on bronze artifacts from China's Shang and Zhao dynasties. The 2 sides of the animal are depicted opposite each other, giving it 2 heads, 2 bodies, and 2 tails. This can be seen as an early attempt to express a sense of three-dimensionality. And there's also patterns from American caskets that look distinctively Chinese. The cross, or the Ya character shape, often found on Chinese brasses, well, not so much brasses as bronzes, and Ya also appears in various phrases in oracle bone inscriptions. The shape is also sometimes combined with clan marks. The gaping mouth of the carved beasts from the Olmec site at Chalkatzingo symbolizes the threshold between life and death. Planted in the gaps at the four corners are trees of the universe, and the mouth also somewhat looks like a Yay character. The Ya. This has prompted Chang Guangqi to speculate that as Shang ancestral temples and sacrificial halls were also built in a cross shape, perhaps they too had trees planted at their corners. Mike Zhu, meanwhile, believes the central shape is a Ya, which has the meaning of blessing and is the sun god. There are, of course, the mighty temples built by the Maya that fill people today with awe. The Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque comes to mind. And there's an altar in Parque La Venta. What cosmic secrets does the priest whose head pokes out from the niche wish to reveal? Because that's what you see carved into the altar that I've seen photographs of. Taken by my gang brother. They're available for anyone to take pictures of because they're never going away. How many secrets of ancient civilization still remain for later generations to probe? And when will their masters' voices be heard again with clarity? There's a statue of a youth from the Mexican Gulf Coast, from the Huastec civilization, that particularly haunts myself. Now, when we think of America, and we've gone into the ethnic roots of the first Americans, which are definitively Chinese, then we think of the Roman Empire in Europa, kind of like the precursor for the American Empire of today. And the first thing that you come to grips with is the fact that, well, the primary wars fought by the Roman Empire were basically border wars. They were, as an empire, not interested in peer-to-peer conflict, which could destroy them. You try to avoid war with people you have a chance of being defeated by. All empires try to fight wars that they're certain they will win. In terms of the defining element of the Roman Empire, they preferred frontier wars to near-peer or peer-state warfare. One of their original battle campaigns was with the Carthaginians. Carthage nigh killed Rome. So, with that horrible experience of their near defeat by Hannibal, Rome's primary method of warfare was frontier wars at the border. The American Empire reflects this strategy precisely. as well with the death of the Roman Republic, came the birth of empire. There's nothing wrong with that. Yet that empire was stillborn. It falls upon the fact that great Caesar, Julius Caesar, was mobilizing the Roman Empire for another pure state conflict, this time with Parthia, today's Persia or Iran, that was aborted by his assassination. The reason this is so important is because had he carried out that war, the great Julius Caesar would most certainly have won. On defeating the Persians, he would have control of the Silk Road, access to China, and, ergo, to gunpowder. And the Roman Empire would still be around today. A gunpowder empire. What in Latin Julius Caesar secretly referred to as fulminatum, the lightning of the heavens. Because of his murder, the Roman Empire was never to expand in the sense that it otherwise would have, could have, in a manner that would have dominated Eurafrica. Certainly the southern regions of the European continent and the northern regions of the African continent. This is something that, unfortunately, his assassins preempted. And for that reason, Dante, when he wrote of heaven and hell and purgatory, at which point, during the period of warring Italian states, Julius Caesar was already recognized with superhero status. Judas, the man who fingered Jesus and set him up for capture and death, is eternally gnawed upon by Satan's middle head, whereas the other two heads of Satan, winged and three-headed like Ghidorah, the nemesis of Gojira or Godzilla, frozen in the pits of Cocytus. The other two heads are chewing the two assassins of Julius Caesar for all eternity. Well, for all eternity, gnawing upon them, regurgitating them, and gnawing them to swallow yet again. This is an important point. America will soon see the death of its republic. And Americans should welcome the birth of empire and the coming Khazars. When my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, named the multinational invasion of the Greater Soviet Union Operation Barbarossa, take into account the difference between the Wehrmacht, the regular German forces who fought for Führer and Vaterland, leader and fatherland, nation and state, their peoples and the defense. Contrast them with the SS, the Schutzstaffel, Hitler's consecrated Teutonic Knights, Hitler's samurai, the unacknowledged operational model for NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. I've often emphasized that while the Wehrmacht, the war machine of the Third Reich, fought for state and nation defense of the Volk, the people, the SS fought for the race. The race war, they fought a racial war in defense of the Aryan ethnos. And because they were a multinational army, Hitler's Second Army, his shock troops, they integrated racially coherent units from allied ethnicities, not nations, but allied races. Entire Mongol units, as an example. Some were Celtic, others Black African. Yes, the SS served as the unacknowledged operational model for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization's supranational forces today. But the invasion, this multinational invasion of Russia, in which the Germans were joined by the Italians, the Spaniards, the Romanians, Bulgarians, the Finns, the Huns. I could go on and on. It was named Operation Barbarossa for a reason. Karl I, or Charlemagne the Great, who lived from circa 742 to 814, or at least reigned during that period of time, also known as Karl and Charles the Great, King of the Franks. In the year 800, the 800th year in our Lord on the Christian calendar, Pope Leo III, who lived from 750 to 816, crowned Charlemagne the Emperor of all the Romans. In a rebuilt Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire of the greater German nation. As the medieval emperor who ruled much of Western Europe from 768 to 814, Charlemagne united a large part of Europa during the early Middle Ages and laid the foundations for modern France, Deutschland, Germany, and the Low Countries. On June 15th of 1098, the army of the First Crusade discovered the Heilige Lance, the Holy Lance, the very spear that had pierced the side of Christ upon the cross in the city of Antioch. Frederick I, Holy Roman Emperor Frederick I, also known as Frederick Barbarossa, was the Holy Roman Emperor from 1155 until his death. He was elected King of Germany at Frankfurt on the 4th or the 14th, or between the 4th and 14th of March in 1152, and crowned in Aachen on March 9th of 1152. Aachen, where Hitler and Himmler's and Joseph Goebbels' werewolf resistance movement would strike back against the Allies and assassinate the non-Nazi mayor of Aachen. The capital, then, at one point, of the First Reich, the Holy Roman Emperor, or Empire, of the greater German nation. And Barbarossa, crowned in Aachen, led Germany to global supremacy during his reign. During his reign, he was the most feared king in all of Europe. During his later years of his life, his conflict with the Pope ended when he drove the head of the Roman Catholic Church into exile. With the arrival of a new Pope, Pope Gregory VIII, Frederick Barbarossa made peace with the papacy and was immediately assigned with the duty to take the cross for the Third Crusade. The reason for calling the Third Crusade was that the Saracens, the Turks, under the leadership of Saladin, the Kurd, were defeating the Crusader kingdoms. Barbarossa took on the cross to bear, and with this responsibility burdening his shoulders, he marched. The Third Crusade is also referred to as the King's Crusade, as Richard the Lionheart from the British Isles and King Philip II of France also joined. Now Barbarossa had gathered a vast crusading army, nearly 100,000 soldiers and their armies coming from Western Europe pushed on through Anatolia, Asia Minor, the Turkish peninsula, where they were victorious in taking Aksahir, and defeating the Turks in the Battle of Iconium, and entered Cilician Armenia. The approach of the immense German army of the First Reich greatly concerned Saladin and all the Muslim leaders of the Caliphate, Dar al-Islam, the land of submission, who began to rally troops of their own to confront Barbarossa's forces. On the 10th of June in 1190, as his army was approaching Antioch from Armenia, Emperor Frederick Barbarossa dropped the Heilige Lance, the holy lance that had pierced the side of Christ when crossing a Cilician river, the river Goksu, and he was carried away by the current attempting to retrieve the holy spear, ultimately drowning. His death led to chaos within the army, and only a small fraction of the original force, led by his son Frederick VI of Swabia, reached Acre, or Acre, if you will, Acre. If Barbarossa had arrived in the Holy Land, we can only conclude that between Barbarossa, Richard the Lionheart of the nascent British Empire, and Philippe of France, the Crusaders would have won. Now, in terms of history, this means that the Turkomani Ottoman Empire would never have been created, and Asia would never have invaded Europa, which means that World War I would never have happened, because although Austria would have most likely still started the war against the Russian Empire for the Archduke Charles's assassination, the Germany of Prussia and the Kaisers would never have joined, because it would have been not in their interest to fight without the bloodthirsty Turks of the Ottoman Empire by their side, as at that point in history, the Muslims and Germans were in a united front, And without the Muslims on the southern flank, Germany would have refrained. Until World War I, it was the most peaceful of nations. Which means World War II would never have happened, because the Japanese Empire would never have fought Sans Germany. This means the Third World War, so misnomered the Cold War, would never have happened. And there would be no nuclear weaponry. Which means people would not live in chronic, constant fear of a nuclear war threatened by Vladimir Putin in order to enable his endless wars of aggression. Which means there could only be endless world peace had Barbarossa not drowned in his attempt to recover the Heilige Lands. This is important food for thought as I go into how the Chinese sailed to America. Not in the original time, thousands of years past, but before Columbus. The early arrival of Asians to America is demonstrated by deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, and many other evidences. This is a subject Charlotte Harris Reese became fascinated with from her father's collection of old Asian maps and his theory of pre-Columbian Asian contact with the Americas. She's the authoress of Secret Maps of the Ancient World and Chinese Sailed to America Before Columbus, subtitled More Secrets from the Dr. Hendon M. Harris, Jr. Map Collection. Understand that Charlotte Harris Reese has written and spoken at length on how the Chinese sailed to America before Columbus, discussing her extensive research of ancient Asian maps of the world, which demonstrably proved that the Chinese sailed to America in the pre-Columbian era. Ms. Harris Reese has proven that this thesis is supported by early European maps of America, which accurately depict regions not yet explored by Europeans, the information for which had to have come from an outside source. In addition, Ms. Harris Reese has found that Chinese writings indicate that Chinese sailors had been to the Americas before the ancient Chinese maps of the continent were made. From very early dates, Chinese writers described in detail a beautiful land to their east called Fusang. Fusang is indicated on the far right side of Tianjia-style maps, along with the annotation, "The sun rises here." By the 3rd century BC, one Chinese writer said that Fusang had enormous trees, the redwoods of California, and was 10,000 li wide, the Chinese system of measurement parallel to miles. And then one came as to another big blue ocean, the Atlantic. Converted to modern measurements, 10,000 li is the width of North America. The enormous sequoia tree, native to Pacific America, is depicted on at least one of these ancient Asian maps as the Fusang tree. Fusang was America, inclusive Mexico. There are powerful currents in the Pacific which are able to carry objects, and thus, logically, early mariners to the Americas and then back to Asia in a continuous warm gyre. The Black Current, the Kurashira, in the north, carrying from Asia to America eternally, and the Equinoctial Current, carrying everyone back to Asia, eternally in cycle. During the 20th century, several different groups on rafts or small three-person boats demonstrated that it is possible to cross the Pacific by this 100-kilometer wide current, the Black Current, which carries the jet stream at hundreds of miles per hour and prevented the bombers from reaching Japan easily without the fight of nature on their side. The boats, in some cases, did not even need to use a sail. Joseph Needham pointed out that the Chinese in the Warring States period wrote about that eastward flowing current and named it Wei Lu. Recent studies prove that Chinese sailors were ocean-going by at least 2,000 years before Christ. By at least the 7th century Anno Domini, they had very large ships, many privately owned. Some recent DNA studies also indicate that the earliest arrivals to the Americas may have arrived not by the land bridge route through the Bering Strait, but further south on the American continent, which would have had to have been by sea travel. Furthermore, some parasites found in the Americas that were brought from Asia could not have survived the cold northern route. In conclusion, these trans-Pacific voyages were not only possible, but also probable at early dates, and the ancient Chinese descriptions of Fusang, America, are surprisingly accurate even today. This brings us to Admiral Jing He and the Chinese explorers in the 1420s, when Chinese explorers mapped America, having discovered and colonized it millennia before. This fact was advanced in the 2002 book by Gavin Menzies titled 1421, The Year China Discovered America. Now, of course, all he's gathered are haters and gangstalkers for basically belaboring the obvious. A sad state of the control over academia by your military-industrial occult complex. In the year 2002, a retired British submarine commander named Gavin Menzies published a controversial book entitled 1421, subtitled The Year China Discovered America. This book put forth the fact that the Chinese admiral named Zheng had taken a fleet around the world in circumnavigation and made landfall in America in the year 1421. 30 years before the Menzies book, a Baptist missionary in China named Dr. Herndon Harris purchased a map at a shop in my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. The map, now known as the Harris Map, was published in 1418, 74 years before Columbus took his first voyage. This map clearly shows both the Atlantic and Pacific coasts of America, and also much of the continent of South America. This kind of geographical knowledge should not have been possible in 1418, and probably not until over 300 years later after the voyages of Captain Cook. Yet the map clearly shows both the North and South Poles, both North and South America, Panama, Australia, and all of Africa and Europe. A world map with this kind of accuracy should not exist in 1418, by Western standards or understanding of the development of human comprehension. But the map is evidently based on the world voyages of Admiral Zheng He and shows knowledge of both coasts of North America as well as South America. The 1418 date being taken as valid and the map being authentic, it proves that China did indeed have a blue water high seas fleet that carried out very extensive voyages of exploration prior to Columbus. In fact, Portuguese spies in China brought such maps back to Portugal that Columbus saw these Chinese maps prior his departure and made it to the Americas only because he stood upon the shoulders of giants. That's how he maintained his conviction that there was an America, while his sailors threatened mutiny. This brings us to the technology of Chinese shipbuilding. What may surprise my listeners is that the Chinese sailing ships circa 1400 were much larger and far more seaworthy than European ships of the same era. Chinese sailing ships towered over European ships. Americans and Europeans are taught nothing of early Chinese history. The authenticity of the 1418 map has been challenged on several grounds, and there are relentless claims that it may either be a recent map constructed to prove theories of Chinese nautical prowess, or at any rate a recent map pieced together in perhaps the 1700s from other recent maps. But the 1418 date of the map has been authenticated. In theory, no map circa 1418 should be able to show both the Pacific and Atlantic coasts of the Americas, and also Canada and the Isthmus of Panama, all of which appear on the Ming map. Admiral Zheng He was born in 1371 and died around 1433. He was an actual historical Chinese admiral, of Muslim faith, and a former eunuch of the court, meaning his testicles had been removed at a young age so that he would never mature. The testosterone was never released into his body, and he was completely hairless except for his eyebrows and the hair upon his head. He was forever childlike and androgynous, like myself, often mistaken for a female. A girl as a youth and a young woman as he aged. And he sailed a large fleet on 7 voyages of exploration. The inspiration for the 7 voyages of Sinbad. Chinese maps showing the routes of Admiral Zheng's 7 voyages that Americans allowed to circulate were not the ones that went so far as the Americas. Yet legends have always shown additional voyages that did arrive in the Americas. The authenticity of the 1418 map is unquestionable, and Admiral Zheng He was an actual historical personage, and it is known that he was a master mariner who carried out 7 acknowledged voyages of exploration, 7 as acknowledged by the West. Historical data confirms that Admiral Zheng He commanded a large fleet of high seas blue water sailing ships in the early 1400s. Admiral Zheng He's fleet reached America, but this fact is denied by the West. There is evidence, unsurprisingly to myself, of even earlier visits to America by Chinese navigators. The evidence is based upon American corn, which is a Native American crop and should not be found in China before the 1700s. There are several recognizable images of corn from China, including the Hongshan culture. Incidentally, the known dates of the Hongshan culture are from 4700 to 2900 years before Christ, which is actually older than the use of corn in the Americas, proving corn was not the genetic engineering invention of the Native Americans, but transplanted, literally transplanted, into America by the Chinese, bringing us back to the earlier visits. For there are even older records of visits from China that date back to 450 Anno Domini. Hui Xin is a Buddhist monk who visited Mexico and Central America circa 458 AD. He is not reported to have visited North America or the Narragansett Bay. His legend is included to prove that Chinese court records did indeed indicate trans-Pacific travel at an early date. Hui Xin was not a native Chinese, but a Buddhist monk from the area of Kabul, capital of Afghanistan. Hence, the giant Buddhas in Afghanistan blown apart by the Taliban. As background, the historical Buddha himself, Shakyamuni, was born in northern India in 563 BC and lived to be about 80 years of age prior to his assassination. During his lifetime, Buddha formed an order of monks and gave them instructions to travel and spread Buddhism widely across the world. Thus, Buddhism, like Christianity, has a long tradition of missionary travel. Chinese court records proving that Hui Xin and 4 other monks spent almost 40 years in Mesoamerica, today's Central America. Apparently, Hui Xin was presented at court in 502 Anno Domini to the Emperor Wu Ti of the Liang dynasty. The emperor had Hui Xin's story recorded for court records. Because Hui Xin did not speak Chinese very well, he apparently was regarded by the Chinese as an ambassador from Central America and represented their interests. Reportedly, Hui Xin and his party traveled by boat along the Aleutian Island chain in a Chinese junk and arrived near Vancouver. Then the party went down the west coast of North America using the California current to reach Central America, meaning they had pit stops along the way at what would later be recognized as San Francisco, San Francisco, before it was even established, and later Los Angeles, before it was even founded. It's not clear why they went all the way to Central America, except that perhaps they were aware of the major civilizations to the south, and of course every time they stopped on the Pacific coast of North America, they were greeted by violence, hails of arrows from irate savages. You know, pretty much what Chinese tourists get today. Although Hui Xin and his party only passed along the west coast of North America because of all of the violent Americans, other Chinese court records indicate some knowledge of the interior. A description of what is most definitively the Grand Canyon occurs. So they went deep inland, despite the hails of arrows that constantly pestered them. Incidentally, Hui Xin's route down the Aleutians might possibly have been used by Paleo-Indians many thousands of years before. So there is every evidence that ancient America was discovered and colonized long before Christopher Columbus, and that the founding fathers of America are Chinese. It was Dr. Harris, a third-generation missionary born in Kaifeng, China, to American parents, who learned both Chinese and English at a very early age. He was familiar with the Chinese. It was men and women like him who taught my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, the English language, hence her speaking missionary English, and my inheriting that Bible speak, that biblical English that everybody so despises whenever I put it to writ. In 1972, the late Dr. Hendon M. Harris Jr. made a startling discovery. While searching for Chinese collectibles in my Taiwan, he came across an ancient Asian map book containing a world map showing a landmass labeled Fusang to the east of China, land that we today call America. After years of research and his discovery of the existence of 29 other supporting maps, Dr. Harris published a 796-page book titled The Asiatic Fathers of America. In that book, Dr. Harris contended that by 2200 years before Christ, Chinese had reached the Americas. In the year 2003, with the sudden worldwide interest in this topic, the family took the maps to the Library of Congress. For 3 years, the maps were held there while being studied by the United States government. Mrs. Charlotte Harris Reese, an independent researcher and graduate of Columbia International University. Well, as a child, the Mrs. Reese lived for 4 years in my Taiwan, and then later for a year in Hong Kong, where her parents were missionaries. In more recent years, she has made several trips to mainland China itself under the communists. She has appeared in these United States on television, national public radio, in numerous news articles, and has given her speeches, including those delivered at the Library of Congress, the University of Maryland, the University of London, and in Beijing, about her family's map collection and the early arrival of Chinese to America. Thus it was that on May 16th of 2005, the late Dr. Harris's daughter, Charlotte Harris Reese, delivered a speech at the Library of Congress about the early arrival of Chinese to America that was then, well, it caused an alert in the American military system to create a counter-campaign of denial, haters, and gang stalkers. In 2006, Mrs. Reese published a condensed, easy-reading version of Dr. Harris's original text. This abridged version of Dr. Harris's book contains several never-before-released pictures of the Harris map collection. That was her response. The book also contains a brief biography about Dr. Harris's own unusual life. In 2008, Mrs. Reese published a book based upon her own research entitled Secret Maps of the Ancient World. Secret Maps of the Ancient World is actually Mrs. Reese's third book. It is endorsed by Dr. Hua Wei Li, the retired chief of the Asian Division of the United States Library of Congress, and by the New York Times best-selling author Gavin Menzies, the former British submarine commander who wrote the book titled 1421, subtitled The Year China Discovered the World. Not America alone, but the entire world was circumnavigated. before Magellan. Secret Maps of the Ancient World was listed in fall of 2008 as a new publication by the WCIL-COS, the World Confederation of Institutes and Libraries for Chinese Overseas Studies. The book also appeared in March 2009 at the National Library Show for American College and Research Libraries in Seattle, in the United States of America, and at London, in the Greater British Empire. Their book fairs of England in April of 2009. And her own website is www.harrismaps.com. This brings us to what was in America. What was it that the Chinese discovered that the Europeans then destroyed? They discovered utopia. Native Americans had created the utopia that St. Thomas More did write of. Sir Thomas More's utopia was pointedly set in the New World. What More knew was that from his encounters with sailors, his secret receipt of reports therefrom, he knew that the Native American tribes created heaven on earth. The Arawaks, for example. The Arawaks, wiped out entirely in an act of genocide perpetrated by the maniacal Jew Christopher Columbus, were notable for their crime-free society, the equality accorded to all women, the complete and total lack, the utter absence of not only private property itself, but the very concept thereof. Private property was a paradigm unknown to them. Everything was everyone's. Arawak men and women, naked, tawny, full of wonder, emerged from their villages onto the island's beaches and swam out to get a closer look at the big strange boat. When Columbus and his sailors came ashore, brandishing their swords, shouting maniacally, the Arawaks ran to greet them, brought them food, water, and gifts. Columbus later wrote of this in his log. They brought us parrots and balls of cotton and spears and many other things, which they exchanged for the worthless glass beads and hawk's bells. They willingly traded everything they owned. They were well built, with good bodies and handsome features. They do not bear arms and do not know of them at all. For I waved at them a sword, and they took it by the edge and cut their fingers off in ignorance. They have no iron. Their spears are made of cane. They will make the finest slaves. With but 100 men, we will subjugate them all and make them do whatever we want. These Arawaks of the Bahama Islands were much like Indians on the mainland, who were remarkable, as European observers were to say again and again, for their hospitality, their belief in sharing everything and withholding nothing. These traits did not stand out in the Europe of the Renaissance, dominated as it was by the religion of popes, the government of kings, the frenzy for money that marked Western civilization and its first messenger to the Americas, the maniacal Jew Christopher Valbor Corlambuenos, Christopher Columbus. As outlined by Howard Zinn in A People's History of the United States, Chapter 1, Columbus, the Indians, and Human Progress. His chapter is mistitled and should have been named Human Regress. because other tribes likewise approached utopia, notably the Iroquois Confederation, which heavily influenced the writing of the United States Constitution. I read therefrom, the Council of the Mohawk shall be divided into 3 parties as follows. Tekarihokin, Eonwatha, and Shade Kariwade are the first party. Sharon Howena, Dayon Hegwin, and Ogren Gregowa are the second party. And Dehan Nakrina, Oxta Wen Salentha, and Shosh Kohar Rowana are the third party. The third party is to listen only to the discussion of the first and second parties, and if an error is made or the proceeding is irregular, they are to call attention to it. And when the case is right and properly decided by the trois parties, they shall confirm the decision of the trois parties and refer the case to the Seneca lords for their decision. When the Seneca lords have decided, in accord with the Mohawk lords, the case or question shall be referred to the Cayuga and Oneida lords on the opposite side of the house. Section 6. All this writ in the Native American language, but translated to render it legible to the modern reader. I, Dekanawida, appoint the Mohawk lords the heads and the leaders of the 5 Nations Confederacy. The Mohawk lords are the foundation of the Great Peace, and it shall, therefore, be against the great binding law to pass measures in the Confederate Council after the Mohawk lords have protested against them. No council of the Confederate lords shall be legal unless all the Mohawk lords are present. This is the Iroquois Constitution, the rights of the people of the 5 nations, which was translated into the English and plagiarized by the slave-owning, plantation-owning, altogether propertied of real estate and chattel overlords known as the Founding Fathers of the Constitutional Republic. These, of course, were the people who became the target of the madman known as, well, that slaving traitor to the crown, George Washington. How I hang my head in disgust. We'll return to him in but a moment. To my regret. As I said, other tribes were equally advanced, the Choctaw, the Cherokee, and farther north, the Mandan, from whom my legal sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, carried a bloodline. He was 1/8 Mandan, which would make myself 1/16 if I am indeed his son. I would be just as proud of that as being the son of Adolf Hitler. Tragically, all these tribes were the victims of acts of genocide. In the case of the Mandan, from which my father was descended, my legal father, less than 100 pure-blooded Mandan survive. But they had proven while alive, utopia is possible. Then the slaving Masonic traitor to the crown, General of the Armies George Washington, the Episcopalian-personated deist, whose belief, like all the Freemasonic deists, because the religion of Freemasonry is deism, believed that God had built this clockwork universe and abandoned his creation and all within it, enabling those who dared to ascend to take the throne of the Godhead for themselves. Born as he was in 1731 or 1732, died as he was at the age of 67 years at 1799. The regimentalist, militia of the Virginias, the commander-in-chief of the Continental Army, the American Revolutionary War of Independence, throughout which he led the first U.S. presidency, the senior officer of the United States Army, who is allowed to assume command of all the armies should he ever return, that is, in the writ. George Washington is called the village burner in the Mohawk language because of all the villages he ordered razed, burned unto the root. Villages would be surrounded, and as the people came running out in flames, they would be shot and stabbed. Women, children, and elders alike. In one campaign alone, hundreds of thousands died. From New York across Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and into Ohio. Yet still his disgraced name shames the capital of these cursed United States. This is what brings us back to the man who started it all. In the name of the filthy ideology of Judeo-Zionism. Christopher Columbus, the father of American slavery. There is a genetic legacy of the Spanish Inquisition. As Spain simultaneously persecuted its Jews and expanded its colonies in the Americas, conversos secretly came over to the New World. Jews converted to Catholicism by force. Their legacy lives on in DNA. Deoxyribonucleic acid. In 1492, best known as the year Columbus sailed the ocean blue, Spain also decided to expel all practicing Jews from its kingdom. Jews who did not leave and were not murdered were forced to become Catholics. Along with those who converted during earlier pogroms, they became known as conversos. As Spain expanded its empire into the Americas, conversos made their way to the colonies as well, to gain complete control through the minds of man. To quote Neil Gabler, the author of the book titled An Empire of Their Own, subtitled How the Jews Invented Hollywood, in his own words, what is amazing is the extent to which they succeeded in promulgating this fiction throughout the world. The Hollywood Jews created a powerful cluster of images and ideas so powerful that, in a sense, they colonized the American imagination. Ultimately, American values came to be defined largely by the movies the Jews made. The Hollywood Jewish Lobby made a movie titled 1492, The Conquest of Paradise, converting the most evil man who ever lived into a worshipful role model. The theme music was outstanding, if anything, by the record. In this movie, Christopher Columbus is shown as a Christian role model, full of compassion and fairness. Nothing is further from the truth. To quote Stephen King, the author of 100 horror novels and more, the trust of the innocent is a liar's most useful tool. It took centuries of progressive influences to overcome ideological Judeophobia and its toll on what ultimately must have been millions of lives. And what we can only conclude was ultimately responsible for 100 million, actually 127 million Native American lives. When we consider the horrors of the Spanish Inquisition and the conspiracy to escape such by the legendary Español, the Spanish contracted Italiano, mercenary navigator and genocidal religious despot, once seriously considered for sainthood, the pirate Almirante, that's the Portuguese for admiral, Christopher Bavao, Corlambuenos, anglicized as Christopher Columbus, born Salvador Fernando Zarco, author of the Book of Prophecies, a compilation consistent mostly of biblical pronouncements deigning to lend divine significance to the Corlambuenista Crusades, a self-proclaimed militant Roman Catholic, apocalypticist prone to religious manias, and mass murderous slave trader, as well as a serial rapist and unconscionable thief. As a claimant to the recipiency of divine voices, the celebrated Genoese terrorist Christopher Balvao Corlambuenos oft donned a Franciscan habit and presumed his explorations to the paradise of the Americas as integral to God's plan. Almirante Corlambuenos himself, deeming forced mass conversion of the native populaces of said paradisiacal conquests into moribund denizens of an insufferable hell on earth a priori eschatological necessity by which to usher in the end of the world and the final judgment. Towards just this eschaton, Almirante Corlambuenos masterfully exploited his repute as the so-called discoverer of what he intentionally misrepresented as direct maritime access to the supermassive Asian marketplace on the other side of the globe to lobby for a new war of crusades to recapture and occupy Yerushalayim, the Hebrew term for Jerusalem, until come Anno Domini 1502. He was rightfully stripped of his noble titles, his governorship of Hispaniola, his admiralty of the ocean seas, which simply was pirates' rights to board and raid any ship he attacked, and the right to derivatively name his conquests after himself, else we would all be Colombians living on Gran Colombia. That singular honor instead being granted unto the Florentine Italian explorer, financier, navigator, and cartographer Amerigo Vespucci, for exposing the lie of Corlambuenos' knowingly fallacious claim that the West Indies represented Asia's eastern outskirts, constituting in actuality an entirely separate landmass, hitherto unknown to contemporary Iberian and Mediterranean peoples. This demonstration being why the feminized Latin variant of Vespucci's first name of Amerigo came to denote the Western Hemispherical supercontinent, and why those who people the Western Hemisphere are Americans instead of Colombians, including those of Colombian nationality, a nation so named over 3 centuries after Corlambuenos gifted this world with his absence, yet legally not inclusive of the United States' capital, the District of Columbia, said 68 square miles of swampland, reputedly coming into its namesake, whence converted into a sewer we call our capital. Tainted, blighted by the name of George Washington. Cristo Corlambuenos thereafter entering a state of unemployment, destitution, and imprisonment, maintained in a Caribbean prison once built under his own orders to gaze through bars upon the very colony he had established within a welter of blood and madness, quelling therein in the ink upon a feather, his Book of Prophecies, whilst awaiting covert Jewish bail and Roman Catholic recommission for his 4th and final fatal crusade. This is something that brings us to America itself, his creation. Understand that, how would I describe this? You may not believe it, but I am, in my own way, an Americophile, if one may be permitted to coin a word that unfortunately describes too few persons in the world today. Thanks, of course, to the very real phenomenon of the ugly American. Ugly in behavior, oftentimes, if not in looks. Think of 4 concepts. Europe as the new Greece. America as the new Rome. The decline of Europe and the rise of America. With the outlining of this thesis, let's define some of my terms. The significance of the division of these 4 parts becoming apparent as I shall speak on. Understand that the United States is destined for the advent of Caesarism, the correct Latin pronunciation for Caesar, which itself is but a bastardization, is Caesar. And we shall see a scale of Caesarism here unknown since the Roman Empire. This can be welcomed if it's the right Caesar that crosses that Rio Grande Rubicon. By Caesarism, people normally would not mean a dictatorship as a result of one man's overriding ambition, nor any brutal seizure of power by revolution. It was expected to be a rather slow, unconscious evolution that ended in a voluntary surrender of a free people to one autocratic master, a historical development. The parallel being between Greece and Rome on the one hand and Europe and America on the other, with Greece and Europe representing culture, while Rome and America represent civilization. In the philosophy of history, culture is the creation of new values, emphasizing the individual rather than society, while civilization, basically uncreative itself, is the crystallization on a gigantic scale of the preceding culture's ideas, inevitably ending in a universal state under a Caesarian ruler. Thus, those 4 divisions I made of the history that matters to you, being the logical and orderly exposition of this theme. Now I myself disclaim membership in the determinist school of philosophy of history because I would qualify that while the growth and civilized greatness of Roman America are no more accidental than the cultural endowments of Greece and Europe, and that the seeds of the oncoming civilization were allocated centuries before by an inescapable destiny, nevertheless, the way nations handle those crushing responsibilities is not necessarily predetermined. So far, all civilizations have chosen the easy solution of Caesarism, but man's historical knowledge makes it possible for the first time to avoid those deadly shoals, on which every other civilization has, in a sense, well, ossified itself. In other words, fossilized. Rendered itself preserved in amber. Of course, my disclaimer is only the rendering of lip service to freedom of will. I really neither see nor offer any means to escape from what I regard as our predestination in political matters. I would change the aphorism, history repeats itself, to history must repeat itself. There is no choice. Ergo, I speak about America forging her destiny irrevocably at the beginning of the 18th century. Now, my philosophy of history is nothing new. I may refrain from overquoting Oswald Spengler, the German, who in his magnum opus, The Decline of the West, proclaimed that the Kaiserism that is to succeed approaches with quiet, firm step. Yet, for myself, it is the Spenglerian recourse to the historical record upon which my conclusions are based. Spengler defined Kaiserism as the kind of government which, irrespective of any constitutional formulation that it may have, is, in its inward self, a return to thorough formlessness. Now, I may also fail to overquote, well, intentionally, other writers of that school, such as Arnold Toynbee, who followed Spengler in this interpretation of history and man's destiny. My primary distinction, for the purpose of my point, being between culture and civilization, in which I admittedly reassert another notion from Spengler, who used those terms in a periodic sense, to express a strict and necessary organic succession. Now, we could see a bad omen in the statement of John Adams. To quote, "My sons ought to study mathematics and philosophy and geography, natural history, and naval architecture, in order to give their children a right to study painting, poetry, music, architecture, statuary, tapestry, and porcelain." Now, I could call this the stark expression of an instinctive preference for civilization over culture. And I could back it up with a statement from Benjamin Franklin, who proudly claimed that in America, very few are rich enough to pay the high prices given in Europe for paintings, statues, architecture, and other works of art that are more curious than useful. Yet, I will also confess that it seems, rather, that both these Americans are simply stating the fact that in the early days of this empire, well, those were times of privation, when all efforts had to be directed temporarily toward material achievement. Adams's expressed hopes for his grandchildren clearly indicate a predilection for culture. But having qualified that, aside from my basic determinist philosophy of history, there are several other factors that you might think would derogate from my thesis. I could give innumerable comparisons of the American system and events with the Roman system and events beyond that. Similar comparisons undoubtedly could be made between American and European developments. In comparing Rome to America, we can disregard the disparity of backgrounds between the Greeks and the Romans, as well as the fact that American civilization has its roots in Europe. In fact, to acknowledge that first, and then go on from there, de Tocqueville states, Alexis de Tocqueville. He said, "If we carefully examine the social and political state of America, after having studied its history, we shall remain perfectly convinced that not an opinion, not a custom, not a law, I may even say not an event is upon record, which the origin of that people will not explain." In this, he was tracing America as a European construct, a Eurocentric phenomenon. However, one of the many factors that caused my legal father and my biological mother, my Cyrus, to move to California San Francisco in particular, but most certainly California, was to escape Europe. All the other states in Union, you are still trapped in the amber of the European heritage, legacy, the dead hand that lies heavy over the concept of what it is to be American. In California, you enter another world. You finally leave Europe. California is part of the United States strictly by geography. And San Francisco, well, there's a reason that Frank Baum, the author of The Wizard of Oz, lived in California and wrote the book about Oz. He's basically writing about San Francisco. San Francisco is Oz. He was, of course, as well, a maniacal genocidal who consistently advocated for the extermination of the entire native populace. His propagandization for the extermination of the American Indians resulted in my golden state of California being dubbed the Murder State. Now, Rome and Greece lacked the common heritage that is shared by America and Europe. This may very well be a corollary to, well, oftentimes my failure to accord to Americans a character and intelligence that would compel them to rise to the occasion and prevent the rule of a Khazar here. Even if everyone forgot about the Constitution, or rather they've turned it into a religious text as opposed to a legal one. My understanding and interpretation of the Constitution is based upon the fact that it's not worthy of the paper it's written on. What is worth its weight in gold are the amendments. They are the precious lining on what otherwise is a cloud. The amendments alone are what make our Constitution. But like the Europeans, the people of culture, the French, who have revised their republic nigh half a dozen times, as they are into their fifth republique, we must learn to revise our Constitution. For we are predetermined to see the end of the constitutional republic and the birth of an acknowledged empire. Now, in expanding upon my notion of Kaiserism, well, the legitimacy of all institutions rests on one factor: time. Those that endure over a long period of time are legitimate. This is the cardinal difference between Kaiserism and tyrannies or dictatorships. Legitimacy involves a slow build-up, generally over a period of generations, in disambiguation from a sudden seizure of power. That would be the general sense thereof. It will not be the case in America, where changes are destined to be rapid. Aristotle had once observed, from Greek experience, that tyrannies are short-lived. It is, tyrannies are transient. Not so Kaiserism, which is generally interpreted as a slow organic growth within a society tending toward democratic equality. We will see both expressed in America in the sense that this has been a long time coming. But the change will be as sudden as Julius Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon. Hence, my expression of positivism. That might be seen as ignoring standards and norms of legitimacy, such as moral and psychological consent. You might say that by the standards I've expressed, or the lack of any, the communist dictatorship would have become legitimate if it lasted long enough through enforced consent. It did not. And therefore, ergo, proved its own illegitimacy. Now, the cardinal feature of the American Constitution is the creation of an autonomous executive, and the cardinal principle being the separation of powers. You might say I overemphasize the feature and deprecate the principle. That my reference to the executive as autonomous ignores completely the functions of the other 12 branches. But what other comparison can there be other than that of the American president to the Roman tribune? America was enjoined to separate as rigidly as possible the executive, legislative, and judiciary powers. The same fear of tyranny had induced Rome to choose a similar course. Referring to the Roman creation of the tribunate, Mommsen wrote, "Thus in this remarkable institution absolute prohibition was in the most stern and abrupt fashion opposed to absolute command." A fitting description of the American system as conceived by the Founding Fathers. I can liken the 12 offices that they did not foresee that from being merely the first magistrate of a mildly aristocratic republic, the president would be metamorphosed from Jackson onward into a powerful tribune of the people. The Roman tribune was powerful principally because he could destroy the acts of the Senate by uttering the words, "I forbid." His veto was the exercise of a nihilistic power which substituted nothing constructive. It has been described by Yolovich as an anarchical act that could bring the whole of the state machinery to a standstill. You might think that historically that's been a far cry from the American presidential functions. Yet Andrew Jackson was the first strong president who sowed the seeds of Kaiserism. Andrew Jackson, King Andrew to his enemies, knew exactly where he stood. Well, we can start, of course, by, his crimes. To simply put him into perspective. Give me a chance to breathe before I go there, because again, we're discussing something that disgusts me, and should disgust you too. Disgust, I mean, not discuss, if I'm slurring my words. So in centering myself, and checking into Livestream, allow me to gather my wits, and remember, in the horror of what Andrew Jackson did, aside from the trail of tears, Andrew Jackson, whose innocent-looking portrait tarnishes the United States $20 bill today, in 1814, supervised the mutilation of 800 or more Creek Indian corpses, the bodies of men, women, and children that his own troops had massacred under his direct order and personal supervision, cutting off their noses to count and preserve a record of the dead, slicing long strips of flesh from their bodies to tan into leather and turn them into bridle reins for their horses. This is the Andrew Jackson of which we speak. He told the Senate that the president alone is the direct representative of the people and responsible unto them, which shows you what kind of people Americans are. The Senate itself being a body not directly amenable to the people. Until then, in 40 years of American political life, only 9 bills had ever been vetoed by the executive. Jackson alone vetoed 12, and thus started the steady rise of executive pressure on the legislative branch, the transformation of the negative veto into a positive force at the executive's disposal, until the days when Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the dictator of America, the American Stalin, would veto 631 acts of Congress. Oh, I have to breathe. Do you understand now my disgust? During the administration of Franklin D. Roosevelt, the potential of Kaiserism of the presidential office took a bold leap toward actuality. Woodrow Wilson, a Southern man, ensured the ultimate Confederate States victory over the United States during his reign of terror. I have discussed him at length in the past, and there is no doing enough justice to the damage that man had done. Again, I am left to breathe before I try and even attempt to explain what such a madman wrought upon us. America descended the world into darkness via World War I. Woodrow Wilson was the worst United States president ever. Worst president ever! Key points being that Woodrow Wilson was extremely racist, even by the standards of his time. Wilson brought America into World War I and bungled the war effort. If you wanted to identify, with confidence, the very worst president in American history, how would you go about it? One approach would be to consult the various academic polls on presidential rankings that have been conducted from time to time since Harvard's Arthur M. Schlesinger Sr. pioneered this particular survey scholarship in 1948. Bad idea. Most of those surveys identify Warren G. Harding of Ohio as the worst ever. This is ridiculous. Harding presided over very robust economic times. Not only that, but he inherited a devastating economic recession when he was elected in 1920 and quickly turned bad times into good times, including a 14% gross domestic productive growth rate in 1922. Labor and racial unrest declined markedly during his watch. He led the country into no troublesome wars. There was, of course, the Teapot Dome scandal that implicated major figures in his administration, but there was never any evidence that the president himself participated in any venality. As Theodore Roosevelt's daughter, Alice Roosevelt Longworth, put it, Harding wasn't a bad man. He was just a slob. The academic surveys also consistently placed near the bottom James Buchanan of Pennsylvania. Now, here's a man who truly lacked character and watched helplessly as his country descended into the worst crises of its history. He stepped into the presidency with a blatant lie to the American people. In his inaugural address, he promised he would accept whatever judgment the Supreme Court rendered in the looming Dred Scott case. What he didn't tell the American people was that he had already known what the judgment was going to be, gleaned through highly inappropriate conversations with the justices. This is political cynicism of the rankest sort. But Buchanan's failed presidency points to what may have be a pertinent distinction in assessing political failure. Buchanan was crushed by events that proved too powerful for his own weak leadership. And so the country, the empire, moved inexorably into one of the worst crises in its history. But Buchanan did not create that crisis. He merely was too wispy and vacillating to get control of it and thus lead the nation to some kind of resolution. It took his successor, Abraham Lincoln, to do that. That illustrates the difference between failure of omission, critical omissions, as my program is named after, and the failure of commission. The difference between presidents who could not handle gathering crises and presidents who actually created the crises. In the realm of commission failure, 3 presidents come as to mind. BT, meaning before Trump, Woodrow Wilson, Richard Mulhouse Nixon, and George W. Bush. Bear in mind here that nearly all failed presidents have their defenders, who argue, sometimes with elaborate rationales, that the perceived failure wasn't really failure, or that it wasn't really the fault of this particular president. We see this in stark reality in our own time, with the ongoing debates about the presidency of the second Bush, for instance, reflected in the reaction to Senator Rand Paul's suggestion that the Republican hawks, with their incessant calls for American intrusion into the lands of Islam, contributed to the rise of violent radicalism of the Islamic State. The prevailing view of Bush being that his invasion of Iraq, the greatest example in American history of what is known as preventive warfare, proved to be one of the most colossal foreign policy blunders in all of American history, if not actually the greatest. According to this perspective, Bush destabilized the Middle East, essentially lit it on fire, and fostered the resultant rise of the Islamic State and the deepening sectarian war between Sunni and Shia Muslims in the region. Where this all leads, nobody can tell, but clearly it is going to play out with devastating consequences for a long time to come. But of course, there are those who deny that Bush created all this chaos. No, they say, Bush actually had Iraq under control, and it was his hapless successor, the Black Barack Obama, who let it all fall apart again by not maintaining a U.S. military force in country. This is the minority view, embraced by, well, tenaciously by many people with a need to gloss over their own complicity in the catastrophe. There is little doubt that history eventually will fix upon the majority view, that Bush unleashed the surge of chaos, bloodshed, and misery that now has the region in its grip today. As Princeton's Sean Violence wrote in 2006, when Bush still sat in the Oval Office, many historians are now wondering whether Bush, in fact, will be remembered as the very worst president in all of American history. And bear in mind that Bush also presided over the emergence of one of the most devastating financial crises in our empire's history. Then there is Nixon, whose Watergate transgressions thrust our empire into one of its most harrowing constitutional crises. There are some who argue that Nixon's transgressions were not actually as egregious as many believe, particularly when viewed carefully in the context of the maneuverings and manipulations of many of his people, some of them conducted behind the president's back. There may be some truth in this, But in the end, it does not matter. He was president and must take responsibility for the culture and atmosphere he created in the West Wing and the old executive office building. If his people were running around and breaking the law, he must bear responsibility, whatever his knowledge or complicity. And we know definitively that Nixon himself set the tone in his inner circle, a tone so dark, defensive, and menacing that wrongdoing was almost the inevitable result. Also, there can be no dispute that the president himself stepped over the line on numerous occasions. Which brings us to Woodrow Wilson, whose failures of commission probably had the most dire consequences of any American president. His great flaw was his sanctimonious nature, more stark and distilled than that of any other president, even John Quincy Adams, who was no piker in the sanctimony department. He thought he always knew best, because he thought he knew more than anybody else. America's most toxic two-term president left a lasting welt upon this nation. If you were dragging getting out of bed to start the week when daylight saving time hit us yet again to fuck up our biorhythms, thank Woodrow Wilson for your dragging ass twice a goddamn year, every fucking year into infinity. Daylight saving time is just one of a battery of ways that Wilson and his presidency fucked America. Most of them for the worst. I comest now not to explain Wilson, but to hate him. A national consensus on hating Wilson is long overdue. It is the patriotic duty of every decent American. While conservatives have particular reasons to detest Wilson and all his works, and all his empty promises, there is more than enough in his record for moderates, liberals, progressives, libertarians, and socialists to join us in this great and unifying cause. The roll call of the worst presidents in history, American history, includes some consensus top choices. James Buchanan and Franklin Pierce both contributed mightily to the nation's slide into the American Civil War between the states for rights, and Andrew Johnson did enduring harm to Reconstruction in the war's aftermath. But all three of those men were repudiated by the end of their single term in office. They left no heirs who would acknowledge their influence, no fleet of academic hagiographers, the saint makers, who could see themselves reflected in those presidencies. Wilson, by contrast, served 12 full and consequential terms. He was the only Democrat re-elected to the job during the century between 1832 and 1936. He was lionized by liberals and progressives in academia and the media for most of the century after he left office in 1921. In my own youth, and perhaps yours, Wilson was presented in history books as a tragic hero whom the unthinking American people simply did not deserve. He was often placed highly on academics' rankings of the presidents. Princeton University named its School of International Relations for him. I weep tears of blood. Even in rescinding that honor, in June of 2020, the university's press release declared, though scholars disagree about how to assess Wilson's tenure as President of these United States, many rank him among the nation's greatest leaders and credit him with visionary ideas that shaped the world for the better. No! Oh no! Wilson was a human pile of flaming shit. He was a very bad man who made the empire of America and the world all the worse. His name should be an obscenity, his image an effigy. Hating him is a wholesome obligation of citizenship. Thomas Woodrow Wilson, he would later drop his first name, was born on December 28th in 1856 in the small southern town of Staunton, Virginia. His father was a minister of the First Presbyterian Church, and Tommy was born at home. Less than a year later, the family moved to Augusta, Georgia. Young Wilson's earliest memories were of the American Civil War between the states for rights, seeing Union soldiers march into town and watching his mother tend injured Confederate soldiers in a local hospital. He also saw the poverty and devastation of Augusta during the early years of Reconstruction. In 1870, his family moved to Columbia, South Carolina, and then to Wilmington, North Carolina, in 1874. As an adult, Wilson would later remark, "The only place in the world where nothing has to be explained to me is the South." Although Wilson's father, the Reverend Joseph Ruggles Wilson, had been reared in Ohio before moving to Virginia in 1849, he became unreconstructedly Southern in values and politics after moving to the South. The Reverend Wilson served as a pastor of several Southern Presbyterian congregations and taught theology at Columbia Theological Seminary and, much later in life, at Southwestern Presbyterian Theological University. He helped organize the Presbyterian Church of the Confederate States of America, in which he became a leader. The church leased, rather than owned, slaves, as was its custom, and Wilson grew up around a majority African-American community in Columbia. In this environment, Wilson's father taught his son the justification of the South's the solid South's secession from the Union, a belief in providence, God as the caring guide of human destiny, predestination, that all events have been willed by God, and the importance of daily prayer. Unfortunately for all the world, in his prayers it was little Woody Wilson who would do all the talking for the rest of his misspent life, never having grasped the concept that prayer is as much an act of reception as supplication. One of the results of such lifelong oversight would manifest posthumously for Wilson on a Wednesday as dated the 18th day in November of 2015, when a group of Princeton students stormed the offices of President Christopher Eisgruber and demanded that Woodrow Wilson's name be removed from all programs and buildings at the university. That's a big ask. Princeton has an entire school, the Woodrow Wilson School of Public and International Affairs, named after Wilson, who served as university president from 1902 to 1910 before his time in the White House. It also has Wilson College, a residential college for undergrads. Now, for all too long, the university stood firm, insisting that, in the Associated Press's words, it is important to weigh Wilson's racism and how bad it was with the contributions he made to the nation. And outside of Princeton, the incident was immediately seized upon as yet another example of campus PC, political correctness run amok. In fact, to quote, leaving aside the broader question of whether Woodrow Wilson's name should be removed, let's be clear on one thing. Woodrow Wilson was, in fact, a racist pig. He was racist by current standards, and he was racist by the standards of the 1910s, a period widely acknowledged by historians as the nadir of post-Civil War race relations in these United States. Now let's bring this back to the rough sports, shall we? One part of the wartime atmosphere, promoted by the Wilson misadministration, became a tradition much hated by some progressives. The Star-Spangled Banner being played customarily at baseball games. Wilson anointed that song, which became the national anthem in 1931, to be played at military events starting in 1916, elevating it over better patriotic songs like God Bless America, which is actually a happy tune as opposed to the Star-Spangled Banner, which is a fucking funeral dirge. The Lords of Baseball, cooperating with military recruitment drives, expanded the appearances of the funeral dirge, Star-Spangled Funeral Dirge Banner, and all of its appearances in 1918, and the tradition stuck like dog shit at the bottom, oh well, dog shit on the sole of your shoe. At the end of that road, we find the Colin Kaepernick protests. Wilson was also a vocal defender of college football in 1890, when it was literally killing its players. You know, kind of like professional football does today. In fact, he told a group of alumni in Maryland, "The religious press declares the game to be dangerous because of the mass plays. But the men who were killed last year playing football were not killed in mass plays, but in open plays." I guess that makes all the difference. I guess that makes it better. During the course of his remarks, he described the precedence of football in academic life by saying that Princeton is noted in the wide world for three things: football, baseball, and collegiate instruction. I notice he makes that last. I hope you do too. Besides, if the men don't play football, they will play less legitimate games. I mean, like what? Fucking each other in the locker room? Only after a public uproar in 1909, a season that saw 18 deaths and 159 critical injuries that seriously crippled people for life, and the sport itself at risk of being banned, did Wilson lead a group to reform the rules to ban mass plays, such as the flying wedge, under the careful watch of then-President Teddy Roosevelt. And don't forget the income tax. You see, the day whenever every year you turn the clocks ahead isn't the worst day on the calendar for resenting Woodrow Wilson. In his first year in office, he also signed into law the first permanent peacetime federal income tax in American history. Every April 15th, you should think of Woodrow Wilson, and I don't know what you should do after that. So let's turn towards the subject of the faculty progressive Democrats. Wilson matters so much because he was, in so many ways, the founder of the Democratic Party as we now know it. The Democratic Party of the 19th century had some important similarities with its modern descendant. It was, from the 1830s on, the party of the big cities and the urban political machines, and the party of immigrants. Then, as in recent decades, the Democrats were more of a coalition of special interest groups than a party animated by any single coherent philosophy. Michael Barone has described the Democrats as historically the party of the people who see themselves outside the American mainstream, which is how they managed a marriage of urban immigrants with the lords of slave plantations. Democrats, by tradition, were the party that railed against banks and big business. And yet still, Democratic leaders in the 19th century were ideologically all over the place. And some, such as Grover Cleveland, the only president elected as a Democrat between Buchanan in 1856 and Wilson in 1912, were quite conservative. During the Teddy Roosevelt and Taft years, progressivism was a strain within both parties. Wilson changed all that. The overweening progressivism of the Wilson presidency catalyzed a reaction, with progressive theorists streaming into Democratic senior ranks, while Wilson's Republican successors, Warren Harding and Calvin Coolidge, led a conservative, small government counter-revolution. After the wipeout of the John W. Davis campaign in 1924 showed the dead end of conservatism in the Democratic Party, the Wilsonites staged a comeback under Franklin Delano Roosevelt, whose New Deal was explicitly intended as a continuation of Wilsonism. The Democrats have never turned back from what then mutated into Roosevelt socialism and have been systematically turning away the conservative elements of their voting base since 1938. Moreover, when Democrats began their progressive turn in 1894 to 96, they were led by a Bible-thumping prairie populist, William Jennings Bryan, who ended his career as a caricatured hate object for progressives in the Scopes monkey trial. Bryanite progressivism was the opposite of cultural elitism. It was Wilson, the schoolmaster in politics, our only PhD president, a former president of Princeton University, no less, past president of the American Political Science Association, who took the self-identified Working Man's Party and began its romance with the Academy, the faculty lounge, cultural and intellectual hothouse of today's Democratic Party, is the legacy of Wilson. Wilson's vision of education was a preview of his overbearing statism. As he wrote in 1909, the purpose of a university should be to make a son as unlike his father as possible. Oh my. Wilson's academic profile allowed him to ascend to the presidency with an unusually thin resume of public service. When he was elected president, he had been governor of New Jersey for less than 12 years. Naturally, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize during his presidency. The modern fad of overhyped, underexperienced celebrity politicians running for president owes so fucking much to Woodrow Wilson. This brings us back to the living Constitution and the administrative state. Wilson did not initiate a revolution in just the culture of his party, but also in its approach to the Constitution and the structure of American government. As I have detailed at length before, Wilson was not just the father of the theory of the living Constitution, malleable rather than fixed in writing, that is, accountable to Darwin, not to Newton. Strange words from a theocrat. He was also the great champion of the administrative state. He notoriously referred to public opinion as a clumsy nuisance, a rustic handling delicate machinery. There's your Khazar speaking. These were ideas that he drew from a mixture of the wartime Confederacy and Russian academia, and they continue to plague us today, drawing the power of constitution-making and law-making away from the people and their elected legislatures. That subversion of Congress undermined the bipartisan pro-democratic reforms of the Wilson era, such as the direct election of senators, the ballot initiative and referendum, and the vote for women. Wilson also initially opposed a federal right for women to vote, but came around in support during the First World War. Wilson's presidency also gave us the Federal Trade Commission and the Federal Reserve. One can make the case that creating the Fed was Wilson's most positive achievement in office. It was probably inevitable that America would have a central bank by the mid-20th century. Still, he saddled us permanently with an opaque, unaccountable institution that holds vast sway over the economic fortunes of our people and is capable of the usual run of human error with major consequences and little accountability. The Fed's mistakes played an outsized role in giving us both the Great Depression and the 2008 credit crisis. Some gift. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Up your ass. As Goldberg argues, Wilson's racism and his mistrust of democracy went hand in hand. To read from his work, Goldberg's work, not Wilson's, Wilson believed democracy wasn't an abstract system, but a racial endowment of the Saxon people carried forward genetically through our germplasm, the conduit of heredity according to Russian scientists in the late 19th century. The democracy of the American colonists was the result of letting their race habits and instincts have natural play. This is all traced to Russian cosmism, which I can get into at a later date, and have been intending to for quite some time. Wilson was openly hostile to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. He wrote, "No doubt, a lot of nonsense has been talked about the inalienable rights of the individual, and a great deal that was mere vague sentiment and pleasing speculation has been put forward as fundamental principle." Then he railed against 4th of July sentiments and believed that our constitutional system of checks and balances had proven mischievous just to the extent to which they have succeeded in establishing themselves as realities. This is the Kaysarism of which I speak, which is gradual, in which the public surrenders itself. It's not my Kaysarism. It's your Kaysarism. That brings us to racism, segregation, and eugenics. Probably the broadest ground for modern agreement on the awfulness of Wilson is in his disgracefully racist treatment of African Americans. The only president to grow up in the Confederacy, the Virginian Wilson ordered the resegregation of the entire federal government. He required photographs on job applications to screen out black people. The Army, under Wilson, was so segregated that some black units fought under French command in the largest battle of the First World War. Naturally, black men who were banned from being hired for peacetime federal jobs were still subjected to the draft. When you read about Harry Truman's courageous desegregation of the Army, remember whose work he was undoing. Wilson screened the pro-Ku Klux Klan film Birth of a Nation at the White House. The film quoted pro-Klan passages from one of Wilson's own books that he wrote. He backed legislation making interracial marriage a felony in the District of Columbia. Yes, you would go to fucking jail. Woodrow Wilson and his Treasury Secretary, William McAdoo, who led the charge by resegregating his own department, resegregated the entire fucking federal government. Easily the worst part of Wilson's record as president was his overseeing of the resegregation of multiple agencies of the federal government personally, which had been surprisingly integrated as a result of Reconstruction decades earlier. In April 11th, that is today, folks, to fucking day. And, of course, being no longer the calculating machine that I once was, I have to subtract it using the numbers. And that brings us to, blessedly, 111 years ago. 111 years ago today, people. At an April 11th, 1913 cabinet meeting, Postmaster General Albert Burleson argued for segregating the railway mail service. He took exception to the fact that workers shared glasses, towels, and washrooms. Wilson offered no objection to Burleson's plan for segregation, saying that he, himself, wished the matter adjusted in a way to make the least friction. Both Burleson and Treasury Secretary William McAdoo took Wilson's comments as authorization to segregate. The Department of Treasury and Post Office Department both introduced screened-off workspaces, separate lunchrooms, and separate bathrooms. In a 1913 open letter to Wilson, W.E.B. Du Bois, who had supported Wilson in the 1912 election before being disenchanted by his segregation policies, wrote of one colored clerk who could not actually be segregated on account of the nature of his work, and who, consequently, had a cage built around him to separate him from his white companions of many years. That's right, black people who could not, logistically, be segregated were put in literal cages. Outright dismissals were also common. Upon taking office, Wilson himself fired 15 out of 17 black supervisors in the federal service and replaced them with white people. After the Treasury and Post Office began segregating, many black workers were let go. The head of the Internal Revenue Division in Georgia fired all of his black employees, saying, "There are no government positions for Negroes in the South. A Negro's place is in the cornfield." To enable hiring discrimination going forward, in 1914, the federal government began requiring photographs on job applications. In 1914, a group of black professionals led by newspaper editor and Harvard alumnus Monroe Trotter met with Wilson to protest all this segregation. Wilson informed Trotter, "Segregation is not humiliating, but a benefit, and ought to be so regarded by you gentlemen." When Trotter insisted that it is untenable, in view of the established facts, to maintain that the segregation is simply to avoid race friction, for the simple reason that for 50 years white and colored clerks have been working together in peace and harmony and friendliness, Wilson admonished him for his tone. "If this organization is ever to have another hearing before me, it must have another spokesman. Your manner offends me. Your tone, with its background of passion." I mean, well, you know how blacks are. I mean, they rap and shit. So, listen to W.E.B. Webb Du Bois himself, a vocal critic of Wilson's segregationist policies, is a general rule of thumb. Dylan Matthews of Vox concluded that Woodrow Wilson was extremely racist, even by the standards of his time. And to read therefrom his column in the Vox magazine, the Latin word for voice, kind of like Vox Arca, if you will, for those of you in the know of my narrative. In a 1913 open letter to Wilson, Webb Du Bois, or W.E.B. Du Bois, who had supported Wilson in the 1912 election before being disenchanted by his segregation policies, wrote of one colored clerk who could not actually be segregated on account of the nature of his work, and who consequently had a cage built around him to separate him from his white companions of many years. You remember what I've already said, that's right, black people who could not logistically be segregated were put in literal cages at the Versailles Convention in 1919, which, of course, my biological father, Adolf Hitler, found the raison d'etre for his very existence in terms of, well, vengeance against Versailles. Wilson helped kill a proposal from the Japanese Empire, calling for the treaty to recognize the principle of racial equality. Now, your average American would claim that too racist for their perception of Imperial Japan is pretty goddamn racist. Wilson wasn't just pandering to public racist sentiment. He was acting on his own racist convictions set forth in his scholarly works. Historian Wesley Moody describes Wilson's most famous book as an academic, A History of the American People, that's the title, as steeped in lost cause mythology, the mythology of the Confederate States. The book was generally sympathetic to the Ku Klux Klan, describing them as men half outlawed, denied the suffrage, without hope of justice in the courts, who meant to take this means to make their will felt. In an 1881 article that went unpublished, Wilson defended the Solid South's suppression of black voters, saying that they were being denied the vote not because their skin was dark, but because their minds were dark. As president of Princeton, Wilson kept the college segregated, unlike some other Ivy League colleges at the time. When a black student in 1909 inquired about attending the college, Wilson retorted, "That is altogether inadvisable for a colored man to enter Princeton." Princeton did not have a black graduate until 12 decades after Wilson's death. One of Wilson's key Senate allies, Pitchfork Ben Tillman, was the most openly pro-lynching figure in American political history and also an anti-business populist and gun grabber, only from black people, of course, who wrote the first federal campaign finance law. After Teddy Roosevelt invited Booker T. Washington to the White House, Tillman remarked that entertaining that nigger will necessitate our killing 1,000 niggers in the South before they learn their place again. Wilson did not extend such invitations to his White House, but he gladly shook hands with Tillman. Wilson's biases did not end with black people. As George Wilde has noted, in 1902, when Wilson became Princeton's president, the final volume of his A History of the American People contrasted the sturdy stocks of the north of Europe with Southern and Eastern Europeans who had neither skill nor energy nor any initiative of quick intelligence. During the First World War, Wilson railed that any man who carries a hyphen about with him carries a dagger that he is ready to plunge into the vitals of this republic whenever he gets ready. As governor of New Jersey, Wilson was also pro-eugenics. He signed into law a bill to forcibly sterilize the hopelessly defective and criminal classes. Before entering politics, Wilson had campaigned for the nation's first such law. In Indiana, in 1907, to quote his Jonah Goldberg, Dr. Edwin Katzenellenbogen was a member of the Eugenics Research Association. When Woodrow Wilson was elected governor of New Jersey, Katzenellenbogen was hired as the chief eugenicist of his administration. Wilson asked him to draft the forced sterilization law, which created Wilson's Board of Examiners of Feeble-Minded, Epileptics, and Other Defectives. Katzenellenbogen ended up working at Buchenwald. Well, there you go. Where they say he killed thousands, which of course is often, shall we say, debatable. Now, presidents are not solely responsible for everything afoot in the country, but there was a visible upsurge in dramatic racial violence during Wilson's presidency, including widespread anti-black race riots in the summer of 1919 that killed hundreds. That included as many as 200 killed by the Army in suppressing black sharecroppers in Elaine, Arkansas. The mob attack on Tulsa's Greenwood district happened less than 3 months after Wilson left office. Wilson also left behind a nation with a rising and newly politically respectable KKK, the Klan being greatly aided by their propaganda piece, The Birth of a Nation, being showcased in the White House. Wilson himself refused to publicly denounce either lynching or the Klan. Wilson's record on Judeophobia is hotly debated given the attitudes towards Jews of some members of his administration. But this is what makes him so contemptible. He can be defended on that front alone. In other words, he was a Jew fuck. a worshipper of Jews as the master race, the so-called relatives of the boss. He ultimately supported the Balfour Declaration, appointed Louis Brandeis to the Supreme Court, and joined his predecessor, William Howard Taft, in a public 1921 protest against, quote-unquote, anti-Semitism. You know how much I hate that term, because Semites are Arabs. And if you say you're anti-Semitic, there's far more Arabs than there are Jews. You're really saying you hate Arabs. Then again, alongside Brandeis, Wilson put his own Attorney General, James McReynolds, on the court. And McReynolds, in addition to being a racist, was such a Judeophobe that he refused to speak to Brandeis for years and would walk out of the room whenever Brandeis was talking. It's worth stressing that Wilson's policies here were racist even for his time. Presidents Teddy Roosevelt and William Howard Taft had been much better about appointing black statesmen to public office, and other political figures, including whites, attacked Wilson's moves toward segregation. The influential pro-civil rights journalist Oswald Garrison Villard wrote that the Wilson administration had allied itself with the forces of reaction and put itself on the side of every torturer, of every oppressor, of every perpetrator of racial injustice in the North or the South. Actually, he said in the South or in the North. He further attacked it for its political stupidity. The administration has put into the hands of the Republican Party an issue which, if they have the sense to use it, may be just the touchstone they are seeking. Now, Villard was taken seriously by the White House, which tried to court him on the issue and offered hints that it might be changing its tone. He met with Wilson and corresponded with him on racial issues numerous times, but the segregation policies were never reversed. Some Republicans seized upon the issue, though it wasn't the political game-changer that Villard hoped it would be. Congressman John J. Rogers of Massachusetts introduced resolutions urging investigation of treatment of Negro employees in the Treasury and Post Office departments. As the historianess Nancy Weitz writes, but both measures died on committee calendars without gaining so much as a single hearing. Oh my. Woodrow Wilson, of course, was a vocal defender of the Ku Klux Klan. Wilson was governor of New Jersey when he became president in 1913, but he had been born in Virginia and raised in Georgia and South Carolina. He was, as the historian William Keeler notes, the first Southerner elected to the presidency since Zachary Taylor in 1848. And through him, the South won the Civil War. And all of America became the Confederate States. Southern racists, accordingly, rejoiced his election. How was it that Keeler writes, Washington was flooded with revelers from the old Confederacy, whose people had long dreamed of a return to the glory days of Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, when Southern gentlemen ran the country. Rebel yells and the strains of Dixie reverberated throughout the city. Wilson himself was the descendant of Confederate States soldiers and identified deeply with the lost cause narrative, according to which the Confederacy was a government of noblemen trying to preserve a decent agrarian way of life against crude northern industrialists, rather than a separatist movement premised on white supremacy. Historian Wesley Moody describes Wilson's most famous book as an academic, titled A History of the American People, as steeped in lost cause mythology. The book was generally sympathetic to the Ku Klux Klan, describing them as men half outlawed, denied the suffrage, without the hope of justice in the courts, who meant to take this means to make their will felt. Now, I quoted that before, but now I'll explain its meaning. What this means is that being violent and intimidation Well, basically terrorism against black people. The following quote from the book even made its way into the cinematic propaganda masterpiece, The Birth of a Nation. D.W. Griffith's infamous feature valorizing the Ku Klux Klan as the saviors of the South. A great Ku Klux Klan, as per D.W. Griffith. Lest one think this is a misrepresentation of Wilson's views, The Birth of a Nation actually cut off the most racist part of the first half of the quote. The white men of the South were aroused by the mere instinct of self-preservation to rid themselves, by fair means or foul, of the intolerable burden of governments sustained by the votes of ignorant Negroes and conducted in the interest of adventurers. And that was only the last of 3 Wilson quote title cards in the film. This one came first. Adventurers swarmed out of the north. Not what does they say? Adventurers, I have to squint my eyes to see this because it's old film and it's grainy. Adventurers swarmed out of the north, as much the enemies of one race as of the other, to cozen, beguile, and use the Negroes. In the villages, the Negroes were the office holders, men who knew none of the uses of authority except its insolences. And then this one. The policy of the congressional leaders wrought a veritable overthrow of civilization in the South, in their determination to put the white South under the heel of the black South. For his part, Wilson lent The Birth of a Nation his approval by screening it at the White House and reportedly telling Griffith that it could teach history with lightning. Elsewhere in the book, Wilson attacked Reconstruction on the grounds that the dominance of an ignorant and inferior race was justly dreaded. He was strongly against black suffrage. It was a menace to society itself that the Negroes should thus of a sudden be set free and left without tutelage or restraint. He praised those freed slaves who stayed very quietly by their old masters and gave no trouble, but bemoaned that they were the exception, the being vagrants looking for pleasure and gratuitous fortune, who inevitably turned thieves or importunate beggars. The tasks of ordinary labor stood untouched. The idlers grew insolent. Dangerous nights went anxiously by for fear of riot and incendiary fire. At the end of Reconstruction, to quote S. Wilson, Negro rule under unscrupulous adventurers had been finally put to an end in the South, and the natural, inevitable ascendancy of the whites, the responsible class, established. In an 1881 article that went unpublished, Wilson defended the South's suppression of black voters, saying that they were being denied the vote not because their skin was dark, but because their minds were dark. Yes, I reiterate, but really. Wilson's racism was not the matter of a few unfortunate remarks here or there. It was a core part of his political identity, as indicated both by his anti-black policies as president and by his writings before taking office. It is completely accurate to describe him as a racist and white supremacist and condemn him accordingly. Combine that with a powerful humanitarian sensibility, and you get a president who wants to change the world for the betterment of mankind. Watch out for such leaders. Even during his first term, with war raging in Europe, he sought to get the United States involved as, first, a neutral mediator, fostering a peace agreement to break the tragic stalemate that had the nations of Europe in its grip. When that effort was rebuffed, he ran for re-election by hailing himself as the man who kept the United States out of the war. But immediately, upon entering his second term, he sought to get his country into the war by manipulating neutrality policy. While proclaiming American neutrality, he favored Great Britain by observing the British blockade of Germany, imposed, as said by a young Winston Churchill himself, to starve Germans, including German infants, into mass extermination, and by allowing armed British merchant ships' entry into American ports, which in turn fostered a flow of American munitions to the Allied powers. At the same time, Wilson declared that Germany would be held to a strict accountability for any American loss of life or property from Germany's submarine attacks. This policy applied, so said Wilson, even if affected Americans traveling or working on British or French ships. Insanity. He declined to curtail what he considered Americans' right to travel on vessels tied to France or Great Britain, but not Germany. Wilson was warned, most notably by his Secretary of State, Williams Jennings Bryan, that these lopsided policies would inevitably pull America into the war. When he ignored those warnings, Bryan resigned from the Wilson cabinet on a stand of principle. As Bryan predicted, America did get pulled into the conflict, and it certainly be self-evident that was Wilson's intention all along. Then 3 things happened. First, Wilson conducted the war in ways that devastated the home front. Prices shot up into double digits, and then came a potent economic recession that lasted 3 years. He accepted the suppression of civil liberties by his notorious Attorney General, A. Mitchell Palmer. His government nationalized many private industries, including the telegraph, telephone, and railroad industries, along with the distribution of coal. Race riots erupted in numerous cities that claimed nearly 150 lives in but 2 years. Second, America's entry into the war broke the stalemate, allowing the Allied powers to impose upon Germany devastating armistice terms. Third, when Wilson went to the Versailles Peace Conference, bent on bringing to bear his humanitarian outlook and making the world safe for democracy, he promptly got outmaneuvered by the canny nationalist leaders of Great Britain and France, whose agenda had nothing to do with Wilson's dreamy notions about a harmonious world born of his humanitarian vision of humanitarian racism, if you can wrap your brain around that. The result was a humiliation of Germany that rendered another war completely inevitable, inescapably so, and created in that country a sump of civic resentment and venom that would poison its politics for a generation. We can say with finality that my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, would never have emerged in Germany if the stalemate of World War I had been settled through negotiations rather than diktat. We can also say that the world spawned by Wilson's malevolent war policies most certainly created the political climate in Germany that paved the way for my biological sire Adolf Hitler, because it necessitated a Hitler to even exist. That's a big load for Wilson to carry through history, though the academic polls consistently rank him quite favorably. That's probably because most academics are progressives who like Wilson for his own progressive sentiments. But the 12 Roosevelts were also progressives, and one could argue, through a series of rationalizations, that they left the country better off when they left office. But such a case could never be made for Wilson, who left the country in a shambles. The 1920 Republican victories in the presidential and congressional elections constituted of the greatest political repudiations in American history. Thus, Wilson's failures of commission render him, inarguably, the worst president in all American history. Because Wilson's racism even extended to foreign affairs. While it had been customary to appoint black ambassadors to Haiti, and Santo Domingo, now the Dominican Republic, Wilson never did that either. At the Versailles Convention in 1919, Wilson helped kill a proposal from the Japanese Empire calling for the treaty to recognize the principle of racial equality. While 11 out of 17 members at the meeting considering the amendment favored it, the majority, Wilson, who was presiding, used his Khazarian, nay, his nihilist, I deny, arbitrarily deciding that the amendment had been defeated because the vote was not unanimous. That was never an actual rule that the proceedings were operating under. A simple majority vote was enough to decide that the League of Nations would be headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland. Wilson just really did not want the treaty to recognize racial equality and wanted to appease the greater British Empire, which was premised on subjugating African and South Asian people. Again, think to what I said earlier of the coming Caesars, the Khazars, in which as I said, you have Khazarism rampant in America by the surrender of the American people to the tyranny of a single man that decides their future for generations to come. Again, think about what I said about the nihilism of the ability to veto. Once you recognize that, you are, well, then you understand where I'm coming from. The Roman tribune was powerful principally because Caesar could destroy the acts of the Senate by uttering the words, I forbid. This is exactly what Wilson did, and rendered World War II with Japan inevitable. This was the reason for World War II in the Pacific. It's something that no one should ever forget. This is something that cannot be reiterated enough. In the First World War, the Japanese Empire had joined the Allied powers, fighting German colonial forces in East Asia. At the Paris Peace Conference of 1919, Japan's proposal of amending a racial equality clause to the Covenant of the League of Nations was rejected by the United States, Britain, and Australia. Arrogance and racial discrimination towards the Japanese had plagued Japanese-Western relations since the forced opening of the country, the empire, under the shogunacy in the 1800s. and were again a major factor for the deterioration of relations in the decades preceding World War II. In 1924, for example, the United States Congress passed the Exclusion Act that prohibited all further immigration from Japan. This brings us to Woodrow Wilson's greatest mistake. For a long time, Americans have been branded as isolationists, guilty of appeasement, when they question the wisdom of starting or entering another foreign war. The terms isolationist and appeasement are used to link today's non-interventionists to the political leaders who, during the 1930s, are propagandized as having done nothing to stop Hitler early on, when that might have been easy. Ever since then, starting or entering wars has forever been justified by claiming that the present situation is analogous to the threat from Nazi Germany and requires immediate force. The first problem with such a scenario is that my biological sire, Adolf Hitler's rise to power, owed everything to a prior war. World War I, the war that made the Nazis, which was supposed to end all war forever. That famous phrase appears to have originated with the war that will end war. That was published in 1914, a book by the British socialist author H.G. Wells. His dubious claim inspired cynicism early on. British Prime Minister David Lloyd George reportedly remarked, "This war, like the next war, is a war to end war." Journalist Walter Lippmann said, "The delusion is that whatever war we are fighting is the war to end war." Precisely because France and Great Britain entered World War I and were devastated, which none of the political leaders seem to have anticipated, people in those countries lacked the will for another war. They had also been lied to repeatedly by their political leaders, and they simply were not interested in going through that all over again. As far as Americans were concerned, the greed and hypocrisy of World War I belligerents discredited the idea of doing good by going to war, which is why Americans wanted nothing to do with another foreign war. It was because pro-war people lost their credibility during World War I that, quote-unquote, nobody responded when alarms were sounded about Hitler during the 1930s. If popular sentiment now generally opposes starting or entering foreign wars, the people who deserve considerable credit are those internationalists who promote participation in wars that go wrong. Often there are terrible unintended consequences because wars are the most costly, volatile, unpredictable, and destructive human events. This brings us to wartime America and its civil liberties. Leading the nation to war also meant creating a wartime nation. And, as Goldberg argues in his book entitled Liberal Fascism, beginning the long progressive romance with the moral equivalent of war, as uttered by James Earl Carter, Jimmy Carter during our energy crises, efforts to replicate national mobilization. Wilson oversaw the creation of the first formal American wartime propaganda agency, the Committee on Public Information, forerunner to the World War II Office of War Information, which promulgated the myth that you won the Second World War. Now, before he took the nation into the First World War, Wilson warned, "Once lead this people into war, and they'll forget there ever was such a thing as tolerance. To fight, you must be brutal and ruthless, and the spirit of ruthless brutality will enter the very fiber of our national life, infecting Congress, the courts, the policeman on the beat, the man in the street. His misadministration seemed devoted to proving that point. Wilson signed the Espionage Act of 1917 and the Sedition Act of 1918. Magazines were banned from the mail for departing from the president's line on the war. Some critics were jailed, including Eugene V. Debs, who had run for president against Wilson and drew over 900,000 votes in 1912. In other words, he locked them up, his competitors who dared to run against himself. It is not a coincidence that the Supreme Court's landmark First Amendment cases trace to the Wilson years. In Schenck versus United States, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes cited the clear and present danger of obstructing military recruitment to uphold a conviction under the Espionage Act. As Goldberg has noted, more dissidents were arrested or jailed in a few years under Wilson than under the fascist dictator Benito Mussolini, El Duce, the leader of Magna Italia, during the entire 1920s. Now who's the dictator now, folks? Freedom fries instead of French fries. And canceling Tchaikovsky. We're merely the descendants of the anti-German hysteria of the war, which led to rechristening sauerkraut as Liberty Cabbage. It was Victory Cabbage in World War II. And more gravely, the Wilson administration's interning of thousands of Germans. Bet you didn't know, thousands of Germans went into concentration camps in America in World War I. The same number as Japanese, 127,000, that would be interned in World War II. The German conductor of the Boston Symphony Orchestra was investigated by the Justice Department after he was falsely accused of refusing to play That Star-Spangled Banner. He was ultimately interned in a concentration camp and then deported. The attacks on civil liberties weren't just aimed at Germans. During the anti-communist Red Scare, Wilson's notorious Attorney General, A. Mitchell Palmer, conducted the infamous Palmer Raids, rounding up suspected radicals. Not for nothing was the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, founded during the Wilson years. The first Red Scare was the forerunner of the Joe McCarthy era. Wilson gave us J. Edgar Hoover to top it all off. Palmer hired him in 1917. At the age of 24, Hoover was put in charge of the Justice Department's Enemy Alien Bureau. He later oversaw the Palmer Raids. The experience launched a long career of abuses of civil liberties. His name is still on the FBI headquarters. The peanut in your shit. Or your turd, that is. The peanut in your turd would be the best way to think of the boss. Now, wartime regulation by the Wilson misadministration was shockingly heavy-handed, full of price fixing and rationing, and caused economic chaos, including runaway inflation. Fittingly, the only United States currency to depict Wilson was the 100,000 United States dollar bill, printed during the Great Depression. He nationalized the telegraph, telephone, and railroad industries. Unlike Franklin Delano Roosevelt, he shut down baseball with a work or fight order. Daylight saving time was one of those wartime measures aimed at saving fuel, which somehow is still with us over 100 years after that war ended. Another wartime measure that has long outlived its usefulness the Merchant Marine Act of 1920, popularly known as the Jones Act, which Wilson signed into law in his final year. The bipartisan law grew out of wartime edicts designed to protect American shipping from German submarine warfare. Its protectionist policies restrict cargo between American ports to ships built here and crewed with Americans. Critics in recent years have blamed the Jones Act's restrictions for exacerbating problems with relief to Puerto Rico, the supply chain crisis, and our ability to produce and ship enough domestic energy to wean ourselves from Russian oil and gas in our current undeclared war with the Russians and the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. Wilson's peacetime economic legislative agenda was mixed at best. True, he lowered tariffs and went after child labor. The Clayton Antitrust Act, however, ushered in the modern era of antitrust law by banning monopolization and predatory pricing, where the prior Sherman Act had simply banned illegal agreements such as price-fixing cartels. The pursuit of which has often led to counterproductive government investigations. When the Justice Department went after Microsoft for trying to deprive the world of Netscape Navigator, it was walking in Wilson's footsteps. While the Wilson years also gave us Prohibition, I don't blame Wilson for that one, given that he vetoed the Volstead Act on federalism grounds. Most importantly, religion created and prolonged the First World War, even as World War I changed religion forever. The Great War, what we often consider the pinnacle of cynical nationalist realpolitik, was perceived at the time as a deeply religious conflict, indeed a holy war, by all the combatants. Such a reality strikes deeply at the roots of much modern secularization theory, which sees the de-Christianization of Europe as a long, gradual process set in motion by science, the Enlightenment, and modern industry, a process very far underway by the 20th century. On the contrary, Europe in 1914 was still steeped in religion, perhaps as much as at any point in its history. Mostly Christianity, of course, but even freethinkers and secularists were more likely than not to follow strange alternative religions like Theosophy and Spiritism, and ergo to dabble in the occult. The war was fought by the world's leading Christian nations, who presented the conflict as a holy war. Thanks to the emergence of modern media, a steady stream of patriotic and militaristic rhetoric was given to an unprecedented audience, abusing language that spracketh of holy war and crusade, of apocalypse and Armageddon. But this rhetoric was not mere state propaganda. The widespread belief in angels and apparitions, visions, and the supernatural was a driving force throughout the war and shaped all three of the major religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, paving the way for postmodern views of religion and violence. We are used to the judgment that the war was both horrendous and pointless. Millions either died or were maimed fighting in horrible conditions over a border which hardly moved for the best part of 4 fucking years. The judgment is surely reasonable. But although those caught up in the war would have agreed with the first part of that assessment, the majority of British, French, Belgians, Germans, Russians, and Turks, combatants and non-combatants alike, firmly believed for much of the war that it did matter, and could give reasons. Another familiar premise, is that the war was the concern of an elite few, under whom the exploited masses simply suffered against their will. Now, I can point to ample evidence that, in fact, a sense of common purpose united leaders, civilians, and foot soldiers. Yes, some of that purpose may have been delusional and the leadership mendacious, Towards the end, there were numerous mutinies and popular uprisings, and afterwards people looked back in horror at what had happened. But the old order did collapse after all. Nevertheless, during most of the war, for the majority of Europeans on each side, there was a common sense of commitment to a national cause. A third judgment makes this war the first truly mechanized and modern war, the product of a universal secularization of political relationships as religion slowly and inevitably lost its grip upon a modern world. Religion, however, played the central role, publicly and personally, in framing purpose and motivation for war, and finding meaning in its suffering. It can be described accurately as a holy war, in the tradition of the Christian crusade, from the way it was promoted and conceived of by those who participated in it at every level. Thus, thereby we undermine a fourth judgment, that Christianity has always, at least since the 30 Years' War, been a religion of peace. The more extreme language shocks us now. Kill Germans! Do kill them! Not for the sake of killing, but to save the world! To kill the good as well as the bad! To kill the young as well as the old! I look upon it as a war for purity. I look upon everyone who died in it as a martyr. That's the British. Or, World War, you transfigure our nature, like the Word and the Spirit. Comest, sword, you are to me the revelation of the Spirit. That's German, it's much more abstract and poetic. The British is just purely vulgar, as are the Brits themselves. Compare also a prayer of a praise to God, who reigns on high above, Cherubinin und Seraphinin und Zeppelinin, the Zeppelins being included with the hierarchy of the angels. Christian leaders who fused theology and a call to arms were found in all denominations on both sides. Nor was it just about Christianity. As the Ottoman Empire entered the war, the Sultan Caliph declared, "There is no doubt that the divine help and assistance of the just God and the moral support of our glorious prophet will be on our side to encourage us." Meanwhile, Muslim subjects of the Allies would fight with just as much devotion on the other side. To quote a German Jewish voice, the German people played a historical role as God's people at a time of world crisis and divine judgment. And British and French Jews were vigorously patriotic, though avoiding holy war rhetoric, because they're all non-believers anyway, and a bunch of atheistic secularist Zionists. The language and imagery of Scripture allowed already committed believers to integrate their personal religious sensibility with the national cause, and often drew those committed to the national cause back into the practice of religion. Great Britain experienced a run on the bank of God. Churches in the German-speaking world suddenly filled with secularists, while a new entente between church and state in Republican France was ushered in by President Poincaré's vow and commitment to a new union sacrée, a sacred union. America and Russia experienced similar outbreaks of martial and religious fervor. The wartime religiosity was pluriform. At the more theological end, there was biblical language of salvation, purification, and martyrdom. The apocalypse became a central text, framing the war as a cosmic battle between good and evil and making generals into messiahs. Think back upon Christopher Columbus exploiting the Christians. All this lurid imagery offers a religious language for the carnage on the battlefield and the end of a world order. As the horror and the human cost mounted, the narrative of Jesus' sacrificial death for his friends took on a central role. both for the combatants and their loved ones. But there was also the folk piety. This ranged from the uncontrollable spread of stories of visions and miracles to the development of new apotropaic practices. The hammering of nails into a giant wooden statue of von Hindenburg is a particularly striking example. Though more naturally at home in Catholic and Orthodox cultures, these were as prevalent amongst Protestant Christians. Now, signs of religious fragmentation to come manifested with the rise of spiritualism on the home front and the growth of other occult beliefs and practices, particularly among the intelligentsia. A post-Christian apocalyptic narrative came to underpin both Bolshevism and National Socialism. The fate of institutional Christianity in the aftermath of the war ranged from revolution and a near annihilation in Russia to reformation, secularization, and new radical movements in Western Europe and America. Central to all of this was a world war. And that was the special status of Allenby's war in Palestine, often played in the churches and media of the time as a new crusade, a focus for the Holy War theme. The Balfour Declaration nourished both Zionist and evangelical dreams and changed relations with the Arab world irrevocably. In 1914, Europeans controlled the guns, the seas, the wealth, and the telling of history. In the context of a devastating war, they made punishing demands upon their colonies, took ad hoc political decisions, and forged ad hoc alliances. As the balance of power, wealth, and voice has shifted, those distant causes continue to have their unforeseen effects. So much of the world as we know it today, both politically and religiously, was a product of those tumultuous 4 years. The crucible of war destroyed ancient empires and launched fledgling modern democracies or else dictatorships. The disappointed hopes and moral compromises that followed the war also shaped the political climate of the rest of the century, giving rise to such phenomena as Nazism, totalitarianism, and communism. It forged Soviet communism and laid the foundation for the Nazism that would fight against such radicalized collectivism. A conflict that would drive so much of 20th century history with all its horrors. For of necessity, messianic nations must have satanic foes. For humiliated Germany, the failure of such a grand messianic vocation could only be explained by a scapegoating of an alliance against Germania of correspondingly satanic dimensions. But in this case, accurately understood to be such for what it was and is. For other nations, such as Imperial Britain, the disillusionment with the holy war mood of the Great War, rather than being recast in purely nationalistic terms, led to a rapid secularization of the public square and a general decline in religious commitment. In the Third World, meanwhile, the events of the war stirred explosive religious growth, both Christian and Muslim, including apocalyptic forms of faith that Europe was now trying to leave behind. For Jews, the war helped launch the Zionist movement, which, together with the post-war revival of Islamic fundamentalism, drives so much of geopolitics today. The overall lessons for today are clear enough. For one, Christians in the West today have much to repent for, and need to think twice before so casually demonizing the jihadist Islam which they helped create in their own image a century ago. For another, history can change quickly and dramatically. Our future will not necessarily resemble our past any more than the future of Europe in 1914 would resemble its long 100 years' peace. And yet, out of these changes, however disastrous at the time, God often achieves a remarkable renewals of his church. This would be my own invitation to be alert and ready for whatever mighty works both the forces of evil and the Lord might have in store in the decades yet to come. For in religion, as in politics and culture, we should see the pace of change not as steady, gradual evolution, but as what biologists call punctuated equilibrium. Long periods of relative stasis, and stability, interrupted by rare but very fast-moving moments of revolutionary or even cataclysmic transformation. These radical innovations then take decades or centuries for the mainstream to absorb fully, until they are in their turn overthrown by a new wave of turmoil. Might another such realignment occur at some future point? A new moment of tectonic faith, with all that implies for innovation and transformation? When we trace the southward movement of Christianity into the global south at present, the new Christendom, we also see faith becoming synonymous with the most volatile and ecologically threatened area of the world. Catastrophe might once more precipitate a worldwide religious transformation. Which brings us back to the hazards of the unforeseen. For World War I was arguably history's worst catastrophe. And the United States President Woodrow Wilson was substantially responsible for unintended consequences of the war that played out in Germany and Russia, contributing to the rise of totalitarian regimes and another world war. American isolationism, armed neutrality would be a more accurate term, developed as a sensible reaction to Wilsonian policies. Although World War II looms vastly larger in our cultural consciousness, this is due partly to its greater proximity in time and to the much greater role that America played in the hostilities. Yet most people would be surprised to learn that the bloodiest battle in American military history remains the Battle of the Meuse Argonne, which took place over the final 47 days of World War I, in which 26,277 men perished. And the toll suffered by American troops is immeasurably dwarfed by that of the European nations. To put things in perspective, the full horror of the war was obvious in its opening weeks. On a single day, August 22nd, the French lost 27,000 men killed in battles in the Ardennes and at Charleroi, in what became known as the Battle of the Frontiers. To put these fatality figures into context, the French suffered more fatalities on that one sultry day when American forces lost in the 1945 battles for Iwo Jima and Okinawa combined, although these later engagements were spread over a period of 4 months. One single August day cost half as many lives as the United States lost in the entire Vietnam War. During August and September 1914, 400,000 French soldiers perished. And already by year's end, the war had in all claimed 12 million lives on both sides. The former chapel of the elite French military academy of Saint-Cyr systematically listed its dead for various wars, but for 1914 it offered only one brief entry: the class of 1914. All of it. Britain lost 1.75% of its pre-war population to military deaths alone, not to mention the hundreds of thousands maimed for life. Germany, 3%. France, 3.5%. The Western Front of World War I would claim 10 times as many lives as the Western Front of World War II. A statistic borne out by the somber lists of names that can be found in any parish church in Great Britain, under the words, "They shall not grow old as we that are left." Given that Europe in 1914 was the unquestioned leader of world civilization, and still the center of global Christianity, such trauma could not fail to reshape the course of world religion as well as politics, remaking the world order more comprehensively even than its more global successor, World War II, could ever do. Against the traditional narrative, I would build upon Julian Jaynes's work with the new analysis of religious development called Punctuated Equilibrium, echoing the leading current view in evolutionary science. Long periods of relative stasis, such as 1815 through 1914, followed by short periods of cataclysmic change, such as 1914 through 1918. Regardless, the historical reality undermines any claim to comfortable self-assurance on the part of the modern West that technological and political progress necessarily leads to a cool scientific rationality. On the contrary, the years of the Great War were a time of superstition, apocalypticism, and mass hysteria in all the combatant nations. However, same reality also strikes deeply at any comfortable self-assurance on the part of Western Christians. They like to think that our religion has long been a force for peace in the world, or at worst, essentially disengaged from the secular rationality that drives global conflict. Islam, on the other hand, is a primitive and violent religion that seeks to discern the divine will in every historical incident and to pursue expansion by merciless jihad or holy war. Historical reality neatly inverts this narrative. Enlightened Western Christianity was responsible for some of the most shocking rhetoric of holy war that we can imagine, at a time when global Islam was diffuse and relatively passive and apolitical. The events of World War I, in fact, set in motion the radicalization of Islam and its current appetite for holy war thinking. A few quotations will illustrate just how fully and frighteningly holy war rhetoric took hold in 1914 Christendom. It's not a saint or a bishop. It's Our Lady herself. It's the Mother of God made man for us who endures the violence and the fire. She's the one we saw burning at the center of our lines, like the Virgin of Rouen once upon a time. She's the one they're trying to slaughter, the old mother, the one who gives us her body as a rampart. At the center of our lines, she's the one who stands as the rampart and the flag against Black Luther's dark hordes. That was Paul Claudel, La Nuit de Noël de 1914. And, oh yes, I didn't credit the Kill Germans quote. That was the Right Reverend Arthur Winnington Ingram, Bishop of London. To reiterate, kill Germans! Do kill them! Not for the sake of killing, but to save the world. To kill the good as well as the bad. To kill the young as well as the old. To kill those who have shown kindness to our wounded as well as those fiends. As I have said 1,000 times, I look upon it as a war for purity. I look upon everyone who died in it as a martyr. or the Yankee Americans. Via the Reverend Randolph McKim, rector of the Church of the Epiphany in Washington, District of Columbia, who said, "It is God who has summoned us to this war. It is His war we are fighting. This conflict is indeed a crusade, the greatest in history, the holiest. It is, in the profoundest and truest sense, a holy war. Yes, it is Christ, the King of righteousness, who calls us to grapple in deadly strife with this unholy and blasphemous power." Indeed, similar language and pervasive attitudes could be found in Orthodox Russia, Catholic Italy, etc. Liberals and conservatives, clergy and laymen, educated and uneducated, established and disestablished churches, Catholic, Protestant, and Orthodox alike, participated in the crusading mood of the time, though a few prominent leaders, such as Archbishop of Canterbury, William Temple, and Pope Benedict, stand apart from all of the madness as the noblest of exceptions. If I can remember the numeral of the Pope Benedict the 15th. Yes, that was a man who stood his ground. If there is anything for modern Christians to take comfort in, it is that at least contemporary examples of Christian nationalism, which many have so lamented, pale in comparison to anything a century ago. Perhaps a few lessons have been learned. The real history does not neatly fit any of the leading narratives of secularism or modernity criticism. The secular nationalism causes violence narrative of William Kavanaugh and company is as thoroughly contravened as the religion causes violence thesis that he seeks to overturn. Also, it should be noted, simplistic Catholic attempts to pin nationalistic violence on Protestantism per se, or Anabaptist attempts to pin it on church establishment per se, just do not fit the evidence. On the one hand, it seems clear that for all the appalling Christian baptism of violence that the Great War witnessed, Christian convictions could hardly have caused the war, given the patchwork of religious allegiances represented among its combatants. Lutheran, Calvinist, and Catholic Germany allied with Catholic Austria-Hungary, Eastern Orthodox Bulgaria, and the Muslim Ottoman Empire against Orthodox Russia, secular Catholic France, Catholic Italy, Protestant Britannia, and secular Protestant Catholic America. Indeed, it is a testament to the incredible power of self-deception in wartime that any of the combatants could have plausibly narrated their struggle as a sectarian one. It est, in the first of the quotations I have aforecited, the French managed to portray their struggle as one against Black Luther's dark hordes, despite the fact that their leading ally, Great Britain, was staunchly Protestant. This, together with the fact that non-Christian minorities, notably Jews, in the various nations, enthusiastically supported each national cause, and suggests that idolatrous nationalism, rather than any genuine Christian conviction, was the real motivating force behind the war. And yet, at the same time, it is important to note that most of the holy war rhetoric, far from being stoked by cynical political leaders, was carefully disclaimed and, even in cases, systematically censored by many of them, especially the British. On the whole, while the impetus for the conflict itself may have come from the politicians, the impetus for its sacralization came straight from the churches. Against any simplistic attempts to trace the relation of religion or nationalism or secularism to violence, then the real narrative invites us to see just how slippery these terms are, how inextricable they become in the actual heat of conflict. But inasmuch as we might venture a thesis, it might be this. Although violent conflict itself usually stems from worldly causes, it is human nature to imbue such conflicts with otherworldly significance, thus intensifying them. In short, religion, unfortunately, including Christianity, serves as a means of explaining and legitimating violence, regardless of the original grounds of that violence, or of the logical coherence of the religious explanation. Of course, the word explaining is key here. It should not surprise us at all that in times of almost inconceivable suffering and trauma, people should reach out for any explanation that can try to make sense of the enormity of events, and often only supernatural explanations are equal to the task. Confronted with such horrors, it would be amazing if contemporaries had not believed that they were entering some apocalyptic era. How could anyone understand such hideous numbers except in supernatural terms? So that brings us back to Peter Moon, I think, who has joined us. I hear him, and what I'll do is certainly return to this subject, taking us back through Making America Great Again by understanding the horror of our history and the horror of our inception by, of course, Judeo-Zionism, via Judeo-Zionism into the hell on earth that in many ways America has chronically been, and the slow slide towards a Kaiserism of an elitist sort that can only be combated by someone like myself who understands the reality of responsibilities under a coming death of the constitutional republic and a transition into empire. With that, dear Peter, welcome aboard.
Hello.
And
I have a couple of comments on Wilson.
Yes.
That you mentioned, and it's only because you don't, because I inserted in the book. It was more my information than yours in this particular case. Was Wilson in the Balfour Declaration, his endorsement of of Judaism, which I'm sure he did not like Jews at all, was because he was blackmailed by Samuel Untermeyer.
Oh, tell us about it.
Yeah, the lawyer Samuel Untermeyer is an interesting character because he was like the most highly paid lawyer of that time period. He's also the one behind the Federal Reserve Act, the guy behind the scenes of the Federal Reserve Act, which Wilson did not like. I mean, just as from an economic point of view, is prejudice as Wilson was. He was a professor at Princeton, so he wasn't completely without brains, and he felt that he had sold the nation out with the Federal Reserve Act. But he was forced to sign, well, I don't know if he was forced to sign that, he probably was, but the Balfour Declaration and all of this impetus was Samuel Untermeyer was at a conference, and he was the head of it in Amsterdam, and he was the one behind the boycott of the Germans.
Okay.
The 1932 boycott against the Germans, Samuel Untermeyer. So he...
is this the one that made the headlines? The one where Judea declares war on Germany?
Yeah. Yes. And Samuel Untermeyer he had love letters of Wilson. And he got this woman who was a lover of Wilson's out because he was married, and basically she was demanding $50,000 out of Wilson. And Untermeyer came to Wilson as her attorney. And he probably would have had access to the White House anyway. This guy was a very powerful man, the most highly paid attorney in the country. And he said, who was, dealing with Congress and all that, spearheading the Federal Reserve Act. which was I think 1913, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, he says, and Wilson says, I can't pay $50,000, and Untermeyer says, I'll pay the $50,000. Just endorse the Balfour Declaration, and that's what brought America into World War One.
Right.
And which created the Versailles Treaty and all this sort of crap. And so Samuel Untermeyer was a very pivotal character, and it's in the book. You read it and all that. You just don't remember it.
Thank you.
And further, what's particularly creepy about Samuel Untermeyer, there is a park named after him in Yonkers, Samuel Untermeyer Park, and it's all based upon Kabbalistic configurations, and this is where the son of Sam cult, murder cult, used to meet.
Interesting. Yeah.
And so it's Untermeyer Park. Now he was dead by the time the son of Sam stuff, and I think the thing had even changed hands, but it was all that
occult
energy, occult energy that he carried with him.
Yeah.
That was
that drew that. Yeah. Like flies to shit. Go on. Yes, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is I as I heard that, so Wilson was not pro Judaism, because if you were a member of the KKK or sympathetic with them, they hate Catholics, Jews, and blacks, and not necessarily in that order, but true. I think with equanimity. One is not better than the others. Of course, the blacks were a more available and visible target,
right?
The color of their skin.
Yes.
So.
And the Jews were often wealthy and out of reach.
Exactly. If they weren't heading some of these groups themselves.
Yes, point well taken. Yeah.
Yeah, because subversive fifth column is the way of the world. So then also when you tie this to Britain, you had said that Britain, it's like, the Brits are so involved in all of this.
Yes.
The Balfour Declaration comes out of Britain.
Yes.
And, so those are just some points with Woodrow.
Got it. Yeah.
I used to live right off of Woodrow Street. And I didn't live on Woodrow Street in Taft because they named the streets of these older houses after the first names of presidents.
Wow.
So you had Woodrow Street. Yeah. And so that's for that. I've been listening to you for about the last hour, and very unfortunate history of the world.
Yeah.
What I would also say is very important with all of this nefarious activity that takes place with all of these nefarious groups.
Yeah.
It's also important in the context of history, the yin-yang principle. Some of these people, sometimes, and I don't mean to single out Wilson at all here, I don't even mean to have it apply to Wilson, but sometimes these characters do the right things, even though it's against their
pattern.
Yeah. Like Lyndon Johnson. He used, he was like a hero in terms of civil rights legislation, although he had no particular fondness for Negroes, as he called them, as did everybody. But but he was like, he accomplished all the civil rights legislation because it was the expedient culture of the times, and it was expedient politically. It was not something he could get away with. But I don't even think he thought in terms of getting away with it. He was first and foremost a politician, not a racist.
Yeah. I mean, he may have been racist, but it was not his motivating politics. He was, yeah, I don't think he was really racist in the sense that Wilson was. He was definitely. It was just more. Yeah, it was like you said. It was just more of like he just grew up in a culture. That's all. So, go on. Yes.
Yeah, and when you take the Kennedys,
yes,
their helping of minorities and alliance with minorities was very expedient politically.
Oh God, yeah. There was a cynicism to it. Yes.
Well, I don't know that JFK was cynical. He was very humane in many respects. I mean, not that he didn't have his contradictory personalities, but he had culture shock during the election in 1960 when he went down to West Virginia and saw how people lived. He'd never seen that before. He went down to campaign in West Virginia and he was shocked to see the way the people lived. He didn't know that.
Wow.
It's kind of like Siddhartha going out and seeing sick people and old people, dying people.
Your
He
point's
was just shocked.
Yeah, your point's well taken. Yes.
Yeah, and Robert Kennedy politically exploited the grape pickers of California, Cesar Chavez. They just loved him, and that got him the California primary, which he probably would have won anyway. But and they could identify with him because they were not being treated fair, and I think he did identify them. But then I also had known from my editor Odette. She said that Robert Kennedy was known to be a real pissy at a restaurant where he'd just throw a plate down if he didn't like the food. Just throw
Jesus.
It down. And because he used to come over to the house. She said because her husband was this. He would make LSD and put it in sugar. She didn't have it, and he was a crazy drug dealer. Her husband. It was, and
he was giving this shit to Robbie.
Robbie would come over there and take it.
Holy shit!
And it would make him quite
violent.
Violent, yeah.
What an idiot! What a fucking loser! Jesus fucking Christ!
Well, there are many sides. What was it, Mary? I think her name was it Mary Pinchot Meyer? Or she was a lover of JFK's.
Oh yes. Yeah. Go on.
And she would give him LSD.
Why?
Because she was also, I think, Timothy Leary's girlfriend at one point.
Oh Jesus!
It wasn't like he was giving it to her to give to him, but she was like one of these sex spies or something, or had the profile of one.
Did Kennedy know she was slipping this to him?
Oh, sure. I'm sure.
Okay.
I mean, I wasn't there to keep tabs on him.
I'm just wondering, what is the state of mind of these people where they would seek that altered perception when I don't understand what they think they get out of it.
Well, I will tell you, a very good question, because I had met Buddha's friend. They later had a falling out. This Greg, this guy was just this biker. He had a pretty mellow personality when you talk to him. I liked him a lot. And he he told me he said he was a remote viewer for the government. And when he talked, this guy talked like I don't think he was part of any Aquino cult or anything like that. He was just this lone wolf, and he had very strange perceptions. And he would talk, and there was a certain coherency to him. He was an artist. He'd have falling out with people financially. Like his girlfriend, who I knew, who introduced me to him because he had this manuscript. And what I so enjoyed about him was his manuscript, which I thought was, it was sort of like, he was the one that explained Gravity's Rainbow to me, like Thomas Pynchon. He had written this book, which I thought was nonfiction. And it was fiction.
Wow.
But it was sort of like Gravity's Rainbow. It was written for the intelligence community.
Okay.
But the character who there was this Russian construction guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was a foreman or something that he was working with, and everybody knew him. And his name, he had a Russian name, and he said his name is Toilet. Toilet exactly. He'd say it's Toilet, like you say Toilet exactly.
Jesus.
Now, his name wasn't Toilet exactly. His name was Toilet. So when they said, "What's your name?" He says, "Toilet." What do you mean Toilet? He says, "Toilet exactly, exactly like toilet." And so they all referred to him as Toilet exactly.
Jesus.
And it's just hysterical. Toilet exactly. So when I read the manuscript, I said, I thought this was incredibly funny, and there were certain flaws in the manuscript. It was overall a very compelling story, and I said, you need to put more names in it, like that, like urinal precisely. He thought I was serious.
Oh,
but
God!
I was joking. I put that in the review of it, but then he told me, he said this was a fiction book. The only thing he said was true was the character named Toilet exactly.
Jesus Christ.
And that was pretty funny. But nevertheless, I'm going somewhere with this because the book was sending out signals to the intelligence community. So if I wrote this book, it would have been, like all the magpies on the telephone wires would be chattering. I'd be exciting the whole intelligence community by writing this book. And what do I didn't want that. But and I thought if it was nonfiction, I would have probably gone for it.
Yes.
But what he told me, and this wasn't in the book that I recall, he told me this. He said that LSD, or the ergot fungus, went way back into history. Like he had this whole, just like you have histories of things you never heard of. He went into the history, and he says it all goes back to the Walloons. And the Walloons were from Belgium.
Yeah.
And that they were the ones that were basically controlling everything. And the Rockefellers were Walloons, and all of these, and that they were using this ergot fungus. And he also talked about how these cathedrals in the United States were built over, maybe elsewhere, these big repositories, I think, of dinosaur bones.
Jesus.
It was like, and it was like all this like whole LSD consciousness that he was not advocating, but he was saying, like, Rockefellers and all of these important people. It would even probably apply to Elon Musk. He was just zoned in on this stuff. I thought it was fascinating. It was never anything I reported on. It was his information, and but it was very well presented. Although, then you've kind of become a slave to that theory. If you,
yes,
I'm not saying it was wrong, but so you end up, being like Mark Felton or something and saying, Walloons here, Walloons in America, Walloons in Germany, Hitler's,
yes.
What's his name? Martin Bormann was really a Walloon.
Yeah.
And this is, it takes a lot of time, just like all the stuff I do with you. It takes a lot of time to process.
Yes.
But I never disrespected the theory. I never disrespected him. His nonfiction stories would have been far more interesting, but I think they were too volatile. And he had, as they say, he had a falling out with Buddha, and he had a falling out with his girlfriend who introduced me, and over money.
Of course.
And
I'm presuming he would borrow it and never pay back, right?
That was the impression. But I just I never felt alienated from him. He just kind of disappeared.
No.
And but that was an interesting story about the LSD factor. And so why politicians, they're all like, nefarious aspects to them.
Yeah.
That you would never hear. And why were the politicians so aggressively anti-LSD in the 1960s? Here they're experimenting with it at Stanford. And we can't have this, because it was like breaking not just the fabrics of society, it was breaking the control of consciousness.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They had the movie. I mean, I'm sitting there. I'm in junior high school, and the movie comes into the theater, The Trip, with Peter Fonda, and Jack Nicholson was in that movie. It was The Trip. Nobody's ever heard of that movie anymore. And they have this movie, The Trip.
I never heard of it. Yeah, I never heard of it.
Oh yeah, it's the guy. There's a guide, and this is kind of like they're telling you what LSD is. You're supposed to have a guide, and they have a trip on it.
Sounds like the magic mushrooms today. It's just the magic mushrooms have replaced it as the. But go on, yeah, it's fascinating.
Well, yeah, and so I'm sitting here in high school, junior high school, probably the 8th grade, could have been the 7th grade, probably the 8th grade. Mm-hmm. I also remember seeing a movie at that time period called Mary Jane, mm-hmm. which was
marijuana. Yes,
and it was the good humor man in the ice cream truck was the pusher.
Oh
God! It was all about that. So it's kind of like the movies are kind of saying, "Hey, man, this is what the kids are doing. Right. This is the LSD generation," and it's like you're being educated on, the chic way to do LSD.
I remember.
To do it, you have to have a guide.
Yeah. And who was the guide, and who was the?
Well, Peter Fonda was the experiencer, I think.
Okay.
And I think Jack Nicholson. I forget who the guide. The guide didn't last much. Okay. I don't remember the guide much, but it would be very good to have a guide.
Obviously, yes, obviously.
When I did it, I didn't really have a guide. I kind of knew, you kind of have to guide yourself. And the absolute worst part of the LSD experience was coming down.
Of course.
Because you're in this world of pure magic. And then all of a sudden you're down.
And
you feel relatively like shit. Oh God, we're back in the shit world. And then I began to get a cold.
Oh.
But the memories are still with me to this day, and it's like tripping with consciousness. Mm-hmm. But so what I'm saying is, if you have access to something that's magical and, more important, powerful, you don't want others to have access to it. Mm-hmm. And that would be a motivation for not only for them slamming down on the LSD law and losing control of society, which it certainly was, but also why somebody like RFK or JFK would take it, because they were the political elite. And there's a lot, whether you like any of these people, they all have entitlement and privilege, especially from a rich family.
Yes.
And then the public is, oh, he wouldn't do that.
Good God. Good God. The naivete. The naivete.
Well, it is, and that just explains that. But yeah, politicians. But again, the Kennedys certainly weren't all bad. Now, EMK, I think it was, Edward Milhouse Kennedy. I don't know what his middle name was. Milhouse.
Yeah, it's like Nixon's middle name. I get it.
I think Edward Kennedy was an M, but Edward Kennedy. Edward Kennedy was considered to be one of the greatest senators in the history of the Senate in terms of being able to negotiate and get through legislation. Mm-hmm. But he was probably the most corrupt of the three brothers. Might have been the more heralded politician. But I mean, it wasn't just, well, the Chappaquiddick incident was horrible.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh God, yeah.
But what was, when you talk about the cynical, he was the slated favorite politically after his brother Bobby was killed.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember in U.S. history class in summer school, 1968, this is when Chappaquiddick occurred.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Chappaquiddick destroyed him. And
Thank God. Thank God.
Would probably have covered it up. But the reason they didn't cover it up is because they hated him. And the reason they hated him, because it was, I don't think it was much after, is after his brother died. His brother was, well, no, that was, Chappaquiddick was 1969. This is 1969. 68 was when his brother was shot. And he went on a mission to Alaska as a senator with his entourage. I mean, he flew up with a whole entourage because there was a problem in Alaska with the Inuits.
Mm-hmm.
And he went up there to visit the Inuits, much in the same vein. And there was a whole documentary done on it with that Bobby Kennedy would go to the Central Valley of California and be there with Cesar Chavez and talking to all the grape growers and the Latinos cheering him on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it was very charismatic. Bobby Kennedy was very charismatic. Edward wasn't as charismatic, but
he was downright repulsive. But go on.
But this is where he went off the rails, public relations wise, with the press. So the press was on the trip. I mean, this is like a chartered plane to go to Alaska, and he's visiting there. And they said there was something about the whole experience in the snow and the cold. It just didn't have the magnetism of, you know, sunny California. And there weren't so many people. But what really just, the press really just was disgusted because, and I don't know to what degree Ed Kennedy was participating in this, but on the way back on the home and the flight, and this was being done to exploit, to try and be like his brother and to try and say, look, I'm the man of the people, I'm helping the people. And there just weren't as many people to help. Inuits are not as in the social consciousness as grape growers in California.
Yes, thank you.
It's just like, I mean, they were part of the culture. So on the way back in the airplane, Kennedy's staff were all, you know, mockingly, cynically going, Eskimo power, Eskimo power, Eskimo power. And they hated Kennedy for that.
Yeah, yes, that is so fucking stupid, so repulsive. And it would be just like him to be so oblivious to that, to the implications of that. Yes.
Well, I don't know to what degree he participated in that.
Oh, no, it doesn't matter whether he did or not. Just the fact that it happened, you know, as part of the, you know, just the fact that it happened.
Yeah. It was completely and utterly the wrong way, you know, to go about that.
Yes.
And so they just detested him. And so when they saw this crap going on in Chappaquiddick, they had no mercy for him.
Yes.
And that was the end of his potential run for the presidency.
Yes, as I said, thank God he was just what a piece of shit. But go on.
And then he had the incident in, you know, with his nephew, Edward Kennedy Smith or whatever his name was.
Yes, who killed the girl? Who killed that girl?
Oh wait, was it kill? I think he raped the girl.
Oh, he killed her with a golf club after raping her. Oh no, that was the other one was rape, and then another Kennedy killed.
Look at the Skagel guy.
Yeah, there was another one who killed the girl with the golf club.
That was Ellen Kennedy's brother, I think.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. There was no death with William Kennedy Smith. He had.
The girl testified.
The girl on the beach.
Yeah, and the girl actually testified, but they ruled against her, right?
Yeah, because they had tremendous influence.
Yeah.
And it was his word against hers.
Yeah.
With and I remember she quoted Edward Kennedy. They were like drinking beforehand, and he looked at her and says, you know, Edward Kennedy, and Edward Kennedy was drunk, and he says, you have no idea about world politics, like he sounded like what people would identify as an Illuminatist, one word, you just you have no idea where, you're just some dumb girl.
That was insinuated during the trial, was it not?
Yeah. So, and of course there was alcohol and drunk, and I later saw William Kennedy Smith. He popped up on some news show where he was giving his 2 cents about some medical issue. Mm-hmm. And he was sitting there smiling because he was studying to be a doctor. Mm-hmm. And I guess he got his doctor license, and he's now a doctor, which is,
Who is this?
William Kennedy Smith, the guy who, was being tried for rape and got away with it.
Oh God, he's now a doctor. Jesus Christ! You can imagine his female patients what they must go through.
I don't know if he's a gynecologist, but I don't know. It's these characters. So when it comes to I guess what you'd say, the privileged issues of the elite, this is what we unfortunately are stuck with.
Well, my argument is that we're going to see the death of the constitutional republic, because it's not that this cannot stand simply because of moral reasons. I mean, that's hardly what's going to lead to its collapse. What will lead to its collapse is the sheer corruption and incompetence of these idiots, these louts that have no concept of just how bad they've made the situation. Just the collateral damage of their actions is leading towards their own demise, because they're oblivious. They're oblivious to.
I think that the Constitution is long ago defunct because it's not followed. It's like you have to have the spirit of the Constitution. It's the manipulation of the Constitution.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, because you're hearkening back to the Tokugawa statement of the original founder of the shogunacy, that we must honor the spirit of the law over the letter of the law. This is what you're, of course, hearkening back to. And, what I was pointing out earlier was the Constitution is, of course, to me, it's best represented by its amendments. But I certainly understand what you're saying. Whatever it is, it's going to be legally twisted, manipulated into a pretzel, so that it effectively, like the Bible, can be interpreted any way in the moment to ultimately be rendered meaningless.
We're pretty much already there,
yeah.
Except that it is twisted or aligned with the people in power. Mm-hmm. So it's like, how can we get what we want to maintain power? It's all about maintaining power for the power elite. And and when you don't serve the people, that becomes the issue. Now, right now, the people that are being served are people who are coming into this country illegally, which it is illegal. It's and so they're being served, and they're being treated with more concern and care than people who are citizens. And this is a problem, because a lot of citizens are going down the tubes, and they're not getting the same sort of emotional or financial support that they need for various and sundry reasons. Mm-hmm. One of which is, I was just told that people are going broke in their 90s. Their IRA accounts are running out in the 90s. Because, you project all this, your $1 million, if you have it in an IRA,
yeah,
you're withdrawing so much to survive. So pretty soon, you get to the end of the rainbow and you're still alive because people are living longer.
Yeah, it's fucked. Yeah.
My proposal would be to just, when you reach 90, or some age that's been determined by some insurance actuary or something, say, okay, when you get 90, we're going to double or triple your Social Security, or just give you an extra couple grand to survive.
Mm-hmm.
And that would solve a lot of problems. And all it is writing a paper check. And all it does is it reduces, trauma.
Yeah.
And where so much of it comes down to, all these things are designed to grab your assets by the medical insurance industrial complex.
Yeah.
Eisenhower warned us of the military industrial complex. He didn't warn us of the medical insurance industrial complex.
Got it. And maybe I should add insurance to, now that I think of it, to the,
medical and insurance are together.
Yeah.
The military industrial are together, and I'm sure they meet. But this becomes, really tragic for, people at the end of their lives. But that's because they're overliving their expectancy.
Right.
You shouldn't live so long.
Yeah, they're punishing them for that. By the way, George Knight has joined us. Do say good morning to everyone, George Knight, and join Peter.
Hi, George.
Yeah. Hello, Peter. Hello, Douglas.
Yeah.
Sorry, Douglas. I did say I'll be back, but I just didn't know when. So sorry, it's so late.
Oh, no worries. No worries. I welcome you with open arms. I'm sorry. Say what you were saying before I interrupted, and then we'll go back to Peter, and the two of you can help converse.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes, thank you. Well, our fan lady in the UK, she reached out to me, sent me a message about an hour ago saying that Douglas sounds quite exhausted. Could you come on? I said, I will do eventually, but when I can. Yes. So I'm just glad to be here, even though I know it's for a very short period. But I hope I did catch earlier on that you did go into the UK situation and talking about the necromantic winter that is approaching or inevitable in the UK again.
Yes.
So I hope she caught that, and then she hopefully it will make more sense to her. So yes, that's what I just wanted to bring up very quickly to you, Douglas. And by all means, Peter, please continue.
What's necromantic winter?
Basically, it's the term for, explain it as best as you can, George.
It's a great name. It sounds to me like, the dead people. It sounds like that what's that Game of Thrones thing when the captain of the night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go on.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And you alluded to it earlier on with the Gulf Stream. The Gulf Stream is what's causing Britain to be habitable. So prior to the current occupation, if you call it, in the UK, we've had this occupation or settlement that's gone on for 12,000 years. Every attempt to colonise or settle on the British Isles prior was a failed attempt due to the Great Freeze, or the freezing of the ice caps, the melts, because we're in the northern part of the hemisphere. We are in line with Canada, and it was frozen over several times throughout its history. And at this moment in time, we've gone through miniature ice ages in the past. A few hundred years ago, the River Thames was frozen over, but they've calculated that in the year 2030, the River Thames again will be covered several inches down with
3
ice.
feet. They said 3 feet under ice. Yeah.
Jesus Christ! Yes. Jesus.
Well, I have a couple comments on this.
George.
Which George, you may appreciate more than me, but first off and foremost, if this history is true and it's embedded into the psyches of Brits, this explains why they had to keep it so damn cold over there for so long. Why they were so antipathetic towards heat. In the UK, where they don't like that, people are so cold and miserable culturally. I know it's better now.
So, are you saying, Peter, that my voice is shot? Thank God that both of you gentlemen have come on. But so what I think Peter is saying is that this has resulted in a coldness of personality, a lack of empathy and warmth.
The coldness of personality, but actually not having a lot of heat to keep people warm.
Okay.
In the houses.
Yeah, it's fucking freezing in Britain, and they don't have any gas, and the people can't afford it, and so everyone is dying of the cold.
The whole attitude.
Yes,
Whereas the attitude in the Scandinavian countries is we're going to stay warm. We're not going to be miserable, because they're not in the same problem with the Gulf Stream. So this could have a deep psychological. I'm just saying, it's just my own speculation. But more than that, when I hear stuff about this, it sounds like it's more calculated towards scaring people.
I wish, my God, yes.
No, it's like you hear stuff like this all the time, and it's like, and then, I mean, so much of climatology that's in the press is about scaring people. It's not to say that it won't happen, but if climatologists wanted to get really serious, they talk about Transylvania and how it was preserved, and how so much of culture came out of there. You know, they don't necessarily include all the data. So I mean, the Gulf Stream is so important. I know that to the whole British Isles. I personally don't believe it's going to go under. And what do you call it? By 2030, they're going to be under ice.
It's just beg your pardon here. They just they cited that it was a few hundred years ago. It was around the time after Christopher Columbus. He conquered the new world. Douglas went into it in great detail earlier on. Citing Douglas alluded to that it was actually discovered many thousands of years prior to Christopher Columbus, or hundreds of years prior. So Douglas went into excruciating detail earlier on. I don't need to go into that right now, but the River Thames did freeze over due to and the term is a necromantic. What's the other term for it, Douglas? It basically the end result, the ramifications for that. What he conducted was a conquest of extermination and deforestation, which resulted in the River Thames over here in the British Isles, over in Britain. The River Thames froze over.
Right. Just to right.
This is around the 1500.
Right. Well, just to clarify for all of our listeners and give the details so that they are prepared. If anyone wants to relate this to other people, they can, relate it. Enough repetition will get the message through. What it's important to understand is that it has been proven by Christopher Columbus's genocide and inception of mass slavery, chattel slavery, that even though this was in 1491, 1492, what happened was that the subsequent genocide of the Native Americans resulted in a reforestation, because the Native Americans, which I'll go into in the next episode because I was only alluding to it tonight, but I'll go into it in more detail in the next episode on Sunday. I want to remind people the Native Americans had developed the land with agriculture, as had the Black Africans in West Africa had developed their inland with agriculture to a great degree. And what happened was when the Europeans wiped out the Native Americans, all this reforestation covered the old Native American cities, which were vast, and they disappeared within the forest. And what happened was the same in Africa, because to replace the dead Native Americans with black slaves that would survive, they basically denuded Africa of its population, which also led to massive reforestation. And this reforestation on either side of the Atlantic created an enormous carbon sink that then resulted, think of the distance between 1491 and 1683, but by 1683, the Thames River was under 3 feet of ice, which is what they're predicting will happen again by 2030.
1683?
Yes, it took that long, but this was a result of all that mega death, all of the millions of black Africans that were taken, depopulated out of Africa, all the 127 million Native Americans that died in the Western Hemisphere, both North and South America. So it took that long, but this was pre-industrial. It was a pre-industrial anthropogenic change of our climate. And so it goes to show that even without industrial output, we were able to change the climate as if humanity was a bolide strike. Humanity is equivalent to a meteorite strike on Earth just by our actions. And so even at the pre-industrial level now, ironically enough, all of the slave fortresses were called factories. They were called slave factories. So this was kind of like anticipating the Industrial Revolution through the slave revolution, which was the original source of energy before we had coal and before we had all the burning fossil fuels. It was just muscle power that was the sinews of empire. And as it had been from the days of Rome, only when you conducted that trade at such a massive level beyond that of Rome, it became something that impacted the world ecology, the environment. And so what their logic is and why they're making the refreeze of Britain so soon, and just to reiterate, this latest 8th attempt to settle Britain has been the longest. It's been 12,000 years. There were 7 attempted waves of colonization. The first was 700 to 800,000 years ago by a Homo antecessor, or a pioneer man. But all of these were driven out of Britain or the British Isles by successive ice ages. But the next ice age, what they're predicting is because the Arctic and the polar regions are melting so fast along with Greenland's ice sheet, they're thinking that Greenland in particular, that the ice sheet is melting so fast that it will shut down the Gulf Stream by 2030. Unless, of course, there's radical changes taken or enforced that prevent this, which scientists feel are pretty much unstoppable at this point. We're on a runaway train, and the brakes, and we have no brakes, is what they feel. So that's why they're so certain. And it may be wrong. We can only pray they're wrong. But if that happens, is not that, like I said, the British are an armed kingdom. They have nukes. They won't go down without a fight. There's going to have to be massive relocation and resettlement. But this is why Britain needs to rearm and re-up and mobilize. And this is, I don't know. I shouldn't use this term after the way I put it into context in tonight's monologue, but this is the moral equivalent of war. So, and so with that being put into perspective, back to Peter as to what you...
If I would look, if there is going to be massive resettlement, which I just don't believe for a minute, if I would look to who is, got the angle on the real estate that they're moving into and that they're selling. And then all of a sudden everybody moves off. Oh God, it didn't happen. Now we're going to sell it back to you. I mean, am I cynical? Yeah. Very cynical.
Yeah, that is cynical. Yes. Well, the reality is, Peter, what you and I both know is that no one is going to relocate until people are dying. That's basically what's going to happen. It's going to get to the point where millions are going to die. At that point, there's no choice. This isn't like a scam where a bunch of people are saying, "Hey, Brexit worked that way." Admittedly, Brexit worked that way.
This is what happened in Florida. People started moving out of Florida en masse when the hurricanes were happening, and it shot all the lumber prices up because they had to rebuild. And all of a sudden, there have been no huge hurricanes to that extent in Florida anymore. So people are, the real estate's shot up the roof.
Yeah, but that's crazy because you and I both know the hurricanes are coming back. I mean, they just...
well, but they happen in, it's seasonal. And I don't mean seasonal every season. The whole hurricane season has changed. I mean, I remember. We sailed from, was it Curacao to Freeport in the Bahamas, and we waited till October 15th because the hurricane season ended on October 15th. The hurricane season lasts well into even as late as December sometimes now. The Caribbean. area. So everything does change, and it changes. And what's very interesting about the climate, because I always look at the climate like, okay, well, we haven't studied the climate like we can now. I mean, temperatures have only been recorded for not even 200 years. So, you can go into looking at fossils and stuff like that, but it's like the weather is all about, this is what the HARP Project's all about. It's about, you can change the weather. It's a Montauk Project. You can change the weather. It's the whole mood. It's mind control. And as Preston used to say, the weather control, how it fits into Montauk, he says, well, it fits into it, it does, but it doesn't. But it's all about orgone energy and moods. So if you can change the weather, you might be amazed at how fast they could actually change things. And I think a lot of the time they don't know what the hell they're doing, because it's such a random factor. And when you tie the weather to HARP, because that's what HARP is there to influence the weather, and even controlling the whole weather of the sun, because the sun has got its own issues. And it's like, okay, it's like, it's almost like a big casino of energy. And then where does something like David Anderson come back? Oh God, we got to go back in time and change the whole weather pattern. I'm not saying that this is what happens, but it's all, I think there's a lot more freedom involved in the equation, or I guess what you'd say potential freedom to change. And then, like say in the case of David Anderson, is there some big God in the sky, so to speak, and says, oh, we can't, too many people have died. Like, where do you draw the line where you violate the prime directive, so to speak, to use Star Trek terminology?
Well, I mean, no, I get what you're saying to a degree, but it's certainly appreciated. And what do you? Well, respond to that, George, please.
Yeah, Douglas, I was going to, I've got an article here actually just qualifying or bringing credence to what we're speaking of. Actually, it's predicting that scientists predict that mini ice age could hit the UK by 2030. I could obviously read out the transcript from that article, but what I was going to say to respond, Peter Moon, was yes, unfortunately, it isn't when these disasters or what happens, it has to happen first for people to realise, and then they respond and act afterwards.
Exactly.
It's unfortunate, isn't it? It's just the way. And like you said, Brexit was just a perfect example. But
of the kind of scam that Peter was talking about, right? That's of the
massive, great big scam that was. Yes, I can always go into the nuances and the details of that. But the reality is when it comes down to the current. I was even out with what I wanted to speak about earlier on, Douglas, when I was on, but unfortunately we did have Brooke on, which I was worried about it might trigger her because it was just the current thesis or paradigms that people that believe in the current state of affairs. I have many friends that deny that climate change is even real. They are oblivious to the realities of the world around us, and they were denying that climate change is even happening. But it isn't until...
We'll see what happens when they're paying those gas bills.
Thank you. Yes. And yes, as you rightfully brought up, Douglas, there are seniors that can't afford to turn on the heating over the winter, and the result is they are dying because they can't afford to turn on the heating of their homes. They can't afford to heat it up, so they're freezing to death and then catching hypothermia, and so they're dying within their own homes, the places where they're supposed to be their own safe havens. But yes,
this is indeed happening all over the world, and I get notices all the time from the electric company saying, "We'll help you pay your bill. We'll help you pay your bill." And it's like, I can pay my bill, but they're like ready to catch you if you fall. they're ready for you to fall. New York is a state that likes to help people. I say that kind of jadedly. But because if I really needed help, it's okay, you can get it, but it's very socially oriented that way. Like, we don't want anybody to be cold. This sort of mentality. Whereas there might be other areas that say, the bottom line is somebody's going to be somebody sympathetic. But here we're talking about a situation. And I know UK is very socialistic, but it's like, I guess they can't foot the bill there. They can't, they haven't figured out how to foot the bill.
No, they're very. I
would like to see these problems happening in Scandinavia. Now, I just saw a YouTube. I didn't watch it, but it came up that Norway has all this enormous resources.
Yeah.
Reserves, yes.
And it's oil. Now, all of a sudden, oil is a big issue because now the oil company, what's going to boom out of all this Bidenomics and stopping all the coal and all or whatever he stopped, the pipelines, the oil companies are going to rake it in now. So Biden, all this electrical stuff, we're going to go electrical. Electrical doesn't work. And now the oil companies are going to reap huge profits. Or have been. Their stocks are very good. So it's like, okay, we're back to oil again. As far as being a good investment for the oil companies. But oil is going to get more expensive, at least for the immediate summer. So it's like, there's so much manipulation going on. And when you see the oil companies winning big time, that's a big problem. It's almost as if the electrical car was calculated to fail.
Yeah.
Because, it didn't work so well, I mean, it's...
yes, thank you.
Yeah, but such being said, you said, George, that you had time to actually listen to my latest episode and some of the, I guess, the time-stamped geopolitics. And so I did speak about Britain in the last episode, too, and said this is dedicated to our friend George Knight. I don't know if you heard me say that. Yeah. Okay. And so what that brought to mind, of course, share that with Peter. Let him know the situation in Britain, which Peter knows obviously that's bad, but what we can put into perspective is the Norway's doing great, but Sweden is not. Apparently, Finland and Norway are both doing great, but Sweden is kind of like got a lot of issues. It apparently does not have the strategic resources that its surrounding countries have. Norway, of course, has got the oil, just as Britain did, but something horrible happened with Britain's policies where all that oil money was just evaporated. And this is like almost certainly due to the Edomite insurgency. It's just so pronounced in England. It's so saturated with it. Whereas, Norway, on the other hand, they've been able to, they're living like kings and they're able to donate to other countries. It's so frustrating. This is why I've said if Britain becomes the center focus of a new empire, just absorbing Norway into their alliance system would be natural because Norway is not part of the European Union. It's not part of the European Union, so therefore it could easily enter into a union with Great Britain. This would help to balance out so much. And but beyond that, the Finland also has this kind of resource base based on, I guess, gas reserves or something that it can drain. But Sweden is caught in the middle. So Brennan Zogit said that when he was in England, he was staying with a Swedish guy, and the Swedish guy would not let him turn on the heat. He said, no, in Sweden, we don't turn on the heat at all. He said, it's so expensive, so people just, you bundle up and all this shit. So, and he was militant about it. So, there you go. Sweden's not necessarily doing good. So the Scandinavian countries are kind of like, it just depends which one you're in. The tragedy, of course, for Sweden was it was the core power in the past. It had its war with Russia. it had its war with Russia, and then after that war with Russia was lost and Sweden went into retreat, and it kind of, then Finland and Norway severed off from Sweden. It's like now it's like stuck in the middle, and it's for the moment it's fucked. So it's just
Sweden has also taken on probably many more immigrants than Norway.
Probably yes.
So we had a big problem with taking on, infinite immigrants.
Yeah. And back to George. What else comes to your mind to share with Peter and the rest of us as we come towards the closing the stream? Within about 8-10 minutes or so. We got some time.
Bless Douglas.
Yeah.
Yes. I could go in so many directions, Douglas. There's so much I wanted to bring up. Certainly earlier on, I wanted to share my experience last Saturday, a personal experience with a group of cargo cultists who I know.
Oh, we call them cargo cultists, the people who are alien believers.
I didn't hear the enunciation.
Yeah.
Cargo.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Yeah. So
I apologize.
Are you comfortable with sharing some aspects of that right now?
Oh yes, if that's captivating or intriguing for Peter to listen to as well, I don't mind at all. But it's going back several years ago. I was obviously presenting my expositions that I've learned from Douglas about my stance on the whether or not life out there in the cosmos, in the universe, exists or not, and it was just very. What was so prominent last Saturday is that I went out to celebrate a couple of our close friends. Me and my best man, who was my best man at my wedding, we went out with a couple of our good friends that they shared the same birthday, and it was the birthday weekend, but they weren't there. They never came out till much later on, but we only went out for a couple hours. But we were just presented with a group of, you want to call them, people that we grew up with. They were all believers in alien life out there, and I've got a picture, Douglas, I wanted to share with you. It's from one of the guys. I'll tell you his first name. His name's Lewis, but I had to speak to my best man. I didn't really get the chance to share it with them at all. But what was alarming was the bar girl who was behind the bar. She was I used to know her older brother, who was good friends with my cousin, so that's how I got to be acquainted with them. And herself, she's the younger sister of this brother, and she ended up having a confrontation with myself on Facebook because I presented the lack of evidence that life is out there. Mm-hmm. And of course, one of her friends was who I had the what do you want to call it, just a dialogue with. Tom Heath. He's a guy who actually did spare some money to Douglas going back several years ago, but all of a sudden he's just disappeared, and I've not spoken to him for a little while now. But he was presented that there is life out there, and she was agreeing with it. But it was just funny when she saw me, when she clocked me into the bar, she just walked away. Yes, it was just, and I had to speak about this with my best man, and like this boy who, sorry, it's just loading up now, Douglas, so it's going to be in the chat in a minute. You'll be able to see him. But it's a picture of him in front of Extraterrestrial Highway in New Mexico. Yes, he went there. And I think that's Nevada. Is it Nevada? Yeah, the Nevada, New Mexico. I believe so, here.
I think it's Nevada, but it's not important.
Yeah.
No.
It's all the same down there. It's all the same down there. It's just desert. Yeah. It's just desert. Go on.
It was about, oh my God, what do you want to call it? Just a group of them. All congregating around us. It was just like, and I had to speak to my friend. I wanted to...
Was it threatening? Was it threatening?
No. In fact, no. Do you know what? I felt like they were threatened by me.
Right. Okay. True.
By myself.
That's why the girl walked away. I mean, they take this personally.
She avoided it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. She must have felt. I must have pushed her nose out of joint. It must have felt like, oh my God, here's a guy that's who's
he doesn't believe in aliens. This is like something where that's like saying to them. That's like saying I don't believe in God. That's
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Douglas. I wanted to go into chronological order about the night, how it just commenced, stage by stage, because I met up with my best man, who's my best man. He was also the guy that thinks that the universe was created by an artificial intelligence.
Oh God,
Like
the Matrix guy. Yeah, the Matrix guy.
Yes.
Go.
Just like that, Douglas. And and he walking down the street, because we're with a couple of his friends. They're these two girls. One was called Sam, the other one was named Charlie. They were just talking about, they went to a beer festival, so I joined them after the beer festival around about 6 p.m. And then we went to this local bar down in the town that we live in. And I was just listening to their conversation, and he was having a, like, what do you want to call it? Just an argument with this person that was basically didn't approve of his music style genre. He was called a Gen X, or a Gen X individual type. And so, he was a bit offended by that. And then he mentioned the fact that he was anti-religion. But fast forward, when we got to the bar, I explained to him that with the Roswell incident, I explained to him when Michael Aquino was recalled back from Vietnam after Melvin Brown started talking about the looking under the tarpaulin of the in the Humvee, that he saw the bodies at Roswell, that he identified them as Asian Pacific Islanders, and these were Japanese prisoners of war, or Japanese Yakuza captive prisoners of war. These were the bodies of the atrocity that was committed over Roswell by the American High Command. And I presented to him that because this boy Lewis just pulled up with the rest of his crew, the rest of his gang, and I said, well, look, this guy went to the extraterrestrial highway, and I said that Michael Aquino was the man that turned it into a new Magus El Gloriam, the newfound religion of the alien grey, that people from all over the world will turn towards Roswell, New Mexico, and they'll come from all over the world like they do they'll pray to Mecca in Islam.
Yes.
And they will go to Roswell and they will worship the extraterrestrial.
Yes. And just to put this into perspective for our listeners, I want people to understand the true horror of the punchline here is that, of course, the alien greys are the Chochoa. So they're really worshipping the Chochoa. The Chochoa never had, when they were in Asia, wherever they had this tithe that was provided to them with resentment, hatred, but this kind of futile surrender, this submission that was what you would call surly, it's not, but they never had worship. Here in America, they are, and Canada, and even in England, as is demonstrated by our man George with what he's relating, they are receiving a adulation and a worship in effect, while they feed off people. I mean, think of the horror of what I'm saying. This is the true horror. If you wrote about this in a book, a novel, as opposed to the crap written in Communion or the Whitley Strieber crap. Imagine how people would respond. They just wouldn't accept it. They would, because it makes fools out of humanity. It turns humanity into true fools that deserve to be fodder and fed upon.
But Douglas, they're creatures just like us. They have to eat too.
Yes.
To quote Brandon Young.
They're just like us. Yes, thank you. And the irony is, so do me a favor. What we'll do is continue this conversation off stream privately for a few minutes, and we'll return to it publicly on Sunday for at least a little while. And then next Wednesday, correct, is when you should be able to spend the majority of the episode with me. Excellent. Excellent. That'll give me next Sunday to complete what I'm trying to say about the death of the Republic and the transition to empire in America, and bring up other aspects of course, the various British analogs and etc. And so what I do want people to know is that I barely was getting started tonight. We'll finish up with the next episode with Woodrow Wilson, and then ultimately get our way back to Columbus.